When I was chosen by both the Azurite Dragon and the Bone Dragon Knight, I couldn't care less. Instead, I contracted a sea-level zombie that was universally recognized as trash. Everyone laughed at me, calling me a total fool. However, having been reborn, I knew that this seemingly useless zombie would evolve into the zombie ancestor Changtian after the contract, gaining godlike power. At this moment, two beams of light suddenly shot out of the contract array and landed on me and the zombie. Immediately, I focused my will, and found myself in a dark space filled with concentrated energy. My contracted zombie was inside this space. Before the contract, the zombie was sickly, thin, and frail, but now, after being bathed in the light, he had grown to a towering 2 meters tall, his body covered in muscle as tough as granite, with his eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Sensing my awareness, Changtian knelt down on one knee and said, "Changtian, greet your master." At the same time, an attribute panel appeared in front of me. After seeing the information displayed, I was stunned. The panel listed many unlocked talents of Changtian, and each one was world-shattering in its own right. Suddenly, a furious shout snapped me out of my daze. The principal yelled angrily at me, "I'm so disappointed in you. You chose a sea-level trash zombie instead of the S-level Azurite Dragon and the Bone Dragon Knight. I can't believe this." I wanted to explain but was cut off ruthlessly. "You don't need to say anything. From now on, don't tell anyone you're from my school. I can't afford this kind of shame." The principal turned and walked away. At this point, the teacher on stage announced the start of the strength test. Anyone who could deal 200 points of damage to the metal puppet would receive invitations from various universities. Just as I was about to step forward for the test, someone stopped me. "You're contracted with a sea-level undead, why even bother testing? Don't waste our time." I calmly responded, "I'm just exercising my right. I must take the test." The teacher on stage sneered, "If you're so stubborn, go ahead and try." I walked up to the stage amidst the mocking gazes of everyone, then began to channel my soul power. In the next moment, a massive force surged within me, my height skyrocketing by 2 meters, and my silver hair flowing down to my waist. At the moment I transformed into Changtian, everyone froze in shock. What kind of zombie looks like that? Is this the same sea-level trash zombie? Amidst their astonished gazes, I formed a hand gesture and pointed towards the Iron Man. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt appeared out of thin air and struck the test puppet fiercely. The test panel displayed a 4-digit number. Damn, it broke 1,000. 1,036. To put things in perspective, the genius from the Imperial capital who had contracted an S-level undead only dealt a bit over 500 damage. The powerful thunder just now, could it be the long-lost 5 thunder technique of Dragon Kingdom? How is this possible? How can an undead control thunder? This is too rare. No, it's extremely unique. Is it unreasonable for a zombie to release lightning? I replied indifferently. You must understand, Changtian is a creation of the ancient god Pangu's resentment. He is ageless, immortal, indestructible, not bound by any natural laws, and transcends all rules. Controlling a mere thunder technique is child's play for him. As I was about to leave, the principal of Qin City Undead University, Principal Qin, walked up to me. "Wang, you performed excellently. I officially invite you to become a special student at our university, enjoying top-level treatment, and even a diamond-level beauty senior will personally tutor you." I replied firmly, I refuse to attend Qin City Undead University. Now that I've gained Changtian's power, ordinary schools can no longer meet my needs. Once I unlock Changtian's plundering talent, my strength will rise rapidly. As my voice echoed, the entire room fell into silence. Everyone instinctively looked at Principal Qin, whose face turned a deep shade of purple, more unpleasant than eating a dead fly. "Wang, I think you should consider Chang Mountain University. If you're willing to come, we can offer any conditions." The principal of Qing Mountain University said. "Any conditions?" I raised my eyebrows, feeling a bit tempted. "I think you should save your breath. One, you will only choose Qin City Undead University, no other school. Who dares to speak for Wang Yu?" The principal of Qing Mountain University furrowed his brows and looked around. 2 figures stepped forward from the crowd. The man at the front wore a black uniform, his handsome face exuding a dignified and imposing aura, followed by a young man with his chin raised arrogantly. "Damn, that's White Rock Wolf, the vice-captain of the Death God Legion. He's a star-level powerhouse from Qin City and one of the top 10 legions in Dragon Kingdom. He's the vice-captain of the Death God Legion." The young man behind him is the genius from the Imperial capital who contracted an S-level undead, Gu Tianyuan. "Kid, you can only go to Qin City University. No other place." White Rock Wolf looked down at me from a high position, almost ordering me. "Vice Captain White, this attitude of yours is inappropriate. Wang Yu is not one of your soldiers, he has the right to choose for himself." The principal of Qing Mountain University, trying to win my approval, stepped forward and said a few just words. White Rock Wolf glared, then pointed at me. "I'm his father. Who are you to say if this is appropriate or not?" "What? Wang Yu is White Rock Wolf's son?" The crowd gasped in shock. "White Rock Wolf is a scumbag. When my mother was pregnant, he abandoned us and married into the prestigious Gu family in the Imperial capital. My mother died when I was 5, and without anyone to rely on, I was taken in by the Gu family, living like a dog. Fortunately, I had remarkable talent. Once I became self-sufficient, I escaped the Gu family. White Rock Wolf, we had no relationship 3 years ago. Your son, Bai Yu, is already dead. Now, I am Wang Yu. You bastard. I'm giving you face. White Rock Wolf said, pulling out his belt. Dad, let me handle it. Before White Rock Wolf could act, Gu Tianyuan stepped in front of him, his eyes fixed on me, and a greedy smile appeared on his face. You're a bastard who was born of a mother but raised without one. Today, I'll teach you what it means to respect your elders. The next moment, Gu Tianyuan's body erupted with a powerful soul force. A dark flash appeared, and Gu Tianyuan transformed into a nearly 2-meter-tall undead figure, wearing a black cloak and holding a bone staff. This is the aura only an S-rank undead possesses. The Lich King. It's actually the Lich King. Truly a genius from the Imperial City. When the Lich King appeared, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Even some high school students who had just completed their contracts were forced to retreat by the Lich King's overwhelming aura. Since you wish to devour your master, I can only erase you. A killing intent surged within Gu Tianyuan as he raised his staff. Swish! A bull-sized, sickly green flame appeared out of nowhere and slammed towards Wang Yu. This was soul fire, capable of burning both flesh and soul, extremely vicious. For a newly contracted contractor, coming into contact with it meant certain death. This scene made people frown. Gu Tianyuan didn't want to teach Wang Yu a lesson at all? He clearly aimed to take Wang Yu's life. However, just as the soul fire was about to land on Wang Yu had already transformed into a warrior, and then swung his fist, the size of a sandbag, directly shattering the soul fire. S rank, just like that. Wang Yu shook his head dismissively. So powerful? Seeing this scene, everyone was a bit shocked. With a single punch shattering the soul fire, Wang Yu's zombie form had incredible defense. Gu Tianyuan, after transforming into the Lich, looked astonished with his dead gray eyes. One must know, the soul fire of the Lich King is something even a silver-ranked contractor above bronze wouldn't dare to take head-on. He never expected that his lethal blow would be nullified just like that? Simply absurd. So strong? Beside him, Bai Yanlang couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Clearly, he was also shocked by Wang Yu's undead strength. If he had seen Wang Yu's actual combat test earlier, he would definitely not have let Gu Tianyuan take action. Maybe he has strong resistance to spell attacks, let's try a physical attack. After a brief daze, Gu Tianyuan raised his staff again, and the ground cracked as over a dozen skeletal warriors holding bone knives emerged from below. Undead summoning spell. The powerful Lich King could even summon an army of thousands of undead. If Gu Tianyuan could become a starry or king-level contractor, he would be equivalent to an army on his own, very terrifying. Just cannon fodder. Wang Yu made hand seals, and the sky turned dark with thunder. He can control thunder? Bai Yanlang and Gu Tianyuan exclaimed simultaneously in shock. Masculine thunder had always been the nemesis of undead and demons. Wang Yu's undead could actually control it? Simply astonishing. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen purple thunders descended from the sky, instantly turning the skeletal warriors into dust. And one bolt of lightning struck towards the Lich King. No! Gu Tianyuan let out a terrified scream, unleashing his soul power to form a translucent black shield in front of him. Crack! The purple lightning shattered the shield, consuming a considerable amount of energy. It shrank from the size of an arm to that of a thumb, but it still made black smoke constantly rise from Gu Tianyuan's body. Tianyuan. Bai Yanlang's expression changed drastically as he quickly activated his soul power to help Gu Tianyuan resist the lightning's invasion, finally giving Gu Tianyuan some relief. However, Gu Tianyuan could no longer maintain the undead fusion state and reverted to his normal form. Seconds passed. The people around were nearly stunned, their jaws almost dropping. With just one move, he completely annihilated the S-rank Lich King along with his summoned minions? So fierce. Is this Wang Yu's true strength? In the crowd, Chen Yuru, upon witnessing Wang Yu's warrior form displaying such power, felt struck by lightning. She could no longer imagine the gap between herself and Wang Yu. Wow! Gu Tianyuan's face changed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Tianyuan, are you okay? Bai Yanlang saw Gu Tianyuan coughing blood, and his expression suddenly changed. It's over, my Lich King has suffered a severe injury and can't be summoned again for now. Gu Tianyuan's face turned pale. What? Bai Yanlang's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Wang Yu, shouting loudly, "You wicked child, look at what you've done. Look at how you've hurt your brother. He's still just a child, how could you be so cruel?" It was clear that Gu Tianyuan's injury had caused Bai Yanlang deep sorrow. If you want to kill someone, you should be prepared to be killed. This is entirely his own fault. Wang Yu shook his head regretfully. If Bai Yanlang hadn't intervened, Gu Tianyuan might have already died. Wicked child, you dare to talk back. Bai Yanlang was burning with anger. Dad, avenge me, don't let him go. I want him to suffer 10 times, 100 times worse than I did. Gu Tianyuan glared at Wang Yu viciously, his eyes full of murderous intent. If looks could kill, Wang Yu would have died at least 100 times. Son, don't worry, I'll make him kneel before you and apologize right now. Bai Yanlong's expression turned cold as he took a step forward. At the same time, a powerful aura surged toward Wang Yu like a tidal wave. Chapter 8, Wang Yu, I have protected the starry soul power, which is incredibly strong. Wang Yu's face suddenly changed. He felt like a small boat in the middle of a storm, at risk of being destroyed at any moment. Step, step, step. He was pushed back by this aura. Wicked child, still not kneeling. Bai Yanlang shouted angrily, his momentum reaching its peak. Boom. Wang Yu felt like he was carrying a 1,000-pound weight on his back, struggling to move. But Wang Yu still gripped his fists tightly, refusing to bow down. Sweat dripped down his face, falling to the ground with a soft plop. Not giving up? Fine, then I'll beat you until you surrender. Bai Yanlang stepped closer to Wang Yu, his hand gripping his belt so tightly that veins bulged on his arm. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Wang Yu. It was a middle-aged man in military uniform, standing tall and straight. With his appearance, Wang Yu felt the pressure suddenly ease. It was him. Wang Yu's heart stirred. It was this soldier who had told Wang Yu that if he had nowhere else to go, he could join the army. What does this mean? He wants to protect Wang Yu? The appearance of the soldier left everyone stunned. But then, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. The soldier's uniform was merely that of a commander from the Qin City Defense Army. Yet he was facing none other than the vice-commander of the Death God Legion. He was not someone an ordinary person could stop. Even if the city lord came today, he wouldn't be able to protect Wang Yu. Lu Changtian, do you want to stop me? To everyone's surprise, Bai Yanlang actually knew this soldier. The middle-aged soldier, called Lu Changtian, nodded slightly, as if it were a trivial matter. He showed no fear of Bai Yanlong's identity, position, or strength. This person must be someone extraordinary. Wang Yu was certain that this soldier was not just an ordinary city defense army commander. You. Bai Yanlang first flew into a rage but seemed to recall something. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. You should know the relationship between Wang Yu and me. This is my private matter, you have no right to interfere. Step aside. If you tell me to step aside, should I just let you? Wouldn't that be a great loss of face for me? Lu Changtian replied to Bai Yanlang, then turned to Wang Yu and asked, what is your relationship? Without thinking, Wang Yu answered with 2 words, enemies. Upon hearing this, Bai Yanlong's pupils contracted. Little beast. Very good. Lu Changtian smiled with satisfaction. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so now we are friends. Lu Changtian stared at Bai Yanlang. When a friend is in trouble, I, Lu Changtian, cannot stand by and do nothing. You. Bai Yanlang stretched out his hand, trembling, pointing at Lu Changtian, wanting to curse at him, but the words got stuck in his throat. Who exactly is Lu Changtian? He was confronting the vice-commander of the Death God Legion, the son-in-law of the Gu family, and couldn't even speak properly? Seeing this scene, the people around were also stunned. Unexpectedly, the situation had turned around. Lu Changtian. Don't force me to fight with you. After a long while, Bai Yanlang finally managed to squeeze out one sentence. Come, I want to see how strong this connection of yours is. 4-star Shining Star, or 5-star Shining Star? To have such strength as the deputy commander, there really is no one left in the Death God. Faced with Bai Yanlong's threat, Lu Changtian looked down on it. At the same time, a sudden burst of aura erupted from Lu Changtian, aimed solely at Bai Yanlang. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Bai Yanlang felt as if struck by lightning, retreating many steps in succession. Your cultivation. It actually reached 9-star Shining Star. Just know it. I have protected Wang Yu. If you're not convinced, let Gu Shan come to talk to me personally. Bai Yanlong's cheeks burned hot. Gu Shan is the commander of the Death God Legion. Lu Changtian's words clearly showed he had no regard for him. Go back and tell those old guys to clean their necks. The day I step into being a king will be the day I settle accounts with them. Lu Changtian's voice was extremely cold, filled with killing intent, making Bai Yanlang feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He could feel that Lu Changtian had truly glimpsed the path to king level. Lu Changtian, you can protect him for a moment, but you can't protect him for a lifetime. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Yanlong's gaze fell on Wang Yu. Not daring to confront Lu Changtian directly, he had also recorded the humiliation Lu Changtian brought him on Wang Yu's head. He hated Wang Yu for making him lose face, he hated Wang Yu for making him suffer humiliation. Lu Changtian also looked deeply at Wang Yu and said slowly, I don't need to protect him for a lifetime, just for a moment, he can become someone you dare not provoke. He had complete confidence in Wang Yu. Just based on him? Gu Tianyuan showed obvious discontent. For a moment? Bai Yanlang also scoffed, even if I give him 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, he won't be able to see my back. To him, I am like a frog in a well looking at the sky. Obviously. He did not take Wang Yu seriously. He was a person who had been through it all, deeply knowing how difficult it is to become a shining star level. Strength, talent, luck, and background are all essential. He had also paid a great price to reach today. In fact, Bai Yanlang had always been very grateful for his decision back then. If he had not chosen to hug the thigh of the Gu family, but had chosen to live with Wang Yu's mother, that mediocre woman, it was uncertain whether he could even become a diamond-level strongman. When Bai Yanlang said this, he received much agreement from many people. Indeed. If it were that easy to rise, among the 200 million people in the Daxia, there would not only be a handful of kings. Geniuses are as numerous as dust, countless, but how many can truly rise to become lords? What do you say? Lu Changtian did not argue with Bai Yanlang but asked Wang Yu. After a brief silence, Wang Yu firmly replied, Bai Yanlang, within 10 years, I will definitely become someone you look up to and settle our grievances. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely firm. Wang Yu understood that by now, they had already forged a deadly feud. Whether he said this or not, Bai Yanlang would want to eliminate him. Lu Changtian looked at Bai Yanlang with a half-smile. Did you hear that? Good, 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 I look forward to the day you settle accounts with me. Bai Yanlang smiled meaningfully, then turned and left. Dad, who is he? Gu Tianyuan asked with confusion. We'll talk about it when we get back. But Wang Yu. I said, we will talk about it when we get back. Bai Yanlang cast a cold glance at Gu Tianyuan. Gu Tianyuan was stunned. It was the first time he saw Bai Yanlang look at him like that. Suddenly, he felt a bit afraid. You must live, I must personally wash away today's humiliation. With a fierce glance at Wang Yu, Gu Tianyuan hurriedly caught up with Bai Yanlang. Gone? Watching the figures of the two leaving, Wang Yu secretly let out a sigh of relief. Facing Bai Yanlang, he still felt a great deal of pressure. A voice in his heart kept reminding him, don't yield, don't yield. Wang Yu, what are your plans next? Lu Changtian looked at Wang Yu, eagerly awaiting his answer. Wang Yu glanced at the heads of various academies. As a result, everyone's eyes quickly darted away. The relationship between Wang Yu and Bai Yanlang was already well known. It could be said that their conflict was as intense as fire and water, difficult to resolve. As a powerful figure at the stellar level 9, Lu Changtian was not afraid of Bai Yanlang or the Gu family, but they could not afford to be careless. No matter how high Wang Yu's talent was, they would not dare to recruit him. No amount of money could change that. Of course, I will sharpen myself and improve my strength. Wang Yu looked at Lu Changtian and said, General Lu, may I join the military? Wang Yu knew his situation, it seemed this was the only path left. Of course you can. Lu Changtian nodded gently, however, I must remind you of one thing. In the military, it's all about strength, you won't get special treatment because of your talent. To obtain resources to enhance your strength, you need achievements. Understood. Wang Yu nodded with conviction, I am willing to join the military, I don't need special treatment. I just want to kill demons. With the soon-to-unlock plundering talent, Wang Yu believed that on the battlefield, his strength would increase even faster. Hearing this, Lu Changtian smiled, you really have a passionate heart. Who exactly is Lu Changtian? You seem very afraid of him? A helicopter took off from Qin City. On the plane, Gu Tianyuan clenched his fists and asked in confusion. He is a madman. Moreover, due to certain events, he has become a sworn enemy of the Gu family. Did the family not eliminate him? Gu Tianyuan was puzzled. Many who had enmity with the Gu family had already turned into grass over their graves. They tried, but after losing 2 stellar-level strongmen, they gave up. Stellar-level strongmen have fallen. Gu Tianyuan was extremely shocked. Stellar-level strongmen are enough to serve as city lords, individuals who command millions, and raising even one requires immense effort. Losing one is a major event. Lu Changtian killed the Gu family's stellar-level strongmen and still remains unscathed? Gu Tianyuan couldn't believe it. The Gu family, as a prestigious family in the imperial capital, controlled the Death God's legion, with countless strongmen. Few dared to provoke them, and certainly, they wouldn't suffer such a huge loss. Bai Yanlang sighed helplessly and said weakly, if possible, the Gu family certainly would not let this go. But Lu Changtian was once the deputy commander of the Heavenly Punishment Legion, strong and with a considerable background, the Gu family had no choice. Chapter 9, I only have one son. A man that even the demon hunting team can't deal with. After listening to Bai Yanlang, Gu Tianyuan fell silent. He truly realized the power of Lu Changtian. But, Wang Yu. Thinking of the humiliation he suffered in the academy, Gu Tianyuan gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. Don't worry, Dad will help you avenge this. Mentioning Wang Yu, a cold light flashed in Bai Yanlong's eyes. Only with Wang Yu dead can I feel avenged, Gu Tianyuan said coldly. You wouldn't hesitate, would you? Bai Yanlang paused for a moment, then shook his head. Silly child, what are you saying? How could I hesitate? What is Wang Yu compared to you? In my heart, you are my only son. Saying this, Bai Yan affectionately ruffled Gu Tianyuan's hair. But he didn't notice the hint of disgust that flashed in Gu Tianyuan's lowered eyes. We are almost there, ahead is our destination. At noon, a military vehicle drove into a military camp. Lu Changtian looked at the scenery outside the window and slowly said, General Lu, this doesn't seem to be the garrison of the City Defense Army? Wang Yu noticed that there was no large banner of the City Defense Army. Even the soldiers coming and going were not the usual City Defense Army uniforms. You are observant. This is indeed not the City Defense Army, but the Demon Hunting Team. Lu Changtian looked deeply at Wang Yu. The Demon Hunting Team. Wang Yu's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing this. The defense force of a city is generally divided into two types. The first type is the City Defense Army. Usually large in number, with varying strengths, mainly responsible for the city's defense and public safety. The second type is a combat formation composed of elite soldiers from the military called the Demon Hunting Team. There are many pieces of information circulating online about the Demon Hunting Team. Inside the Demon Hunting Team, there are many strong members, being silver level is just the entry requirement. Each team captain within has at least gold level strength, and there are even platinum level strong individuals. This is quite terrifying. To know, a silver level expert in the City Defense Army can serve as a centurion commanding 100 men. The main responsibilities of the Demon Hunting Team are reconnaissance, beheading, sniping, and other extremely dangerous tasks, directly fighting demons. As Old Li would say, the Demon Hunting Team fights the elite. General Lu, you brought me to the Demon Hunting Team, could it be? Wang Yu's heart thought of a possibility. I've seen your two strikes, in terms of combat power, you are not weaker than a silver-level contractor. With such strength, sending you to the new recruit camp would be a waste of time, so I want to recommend that you directly join the Demon Hunting Team. Although the Thunder Demon Hunting Team often fights demons, which is very dangerous, it also offers more opportunities to earn merit. Wang Yu's eyes brightened. Fighting demons, isn't that exactly what he wanted? Thank you, General, for your promotion. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Lu Changtian shook his head. I am just providing you with an opportunity. Whether you can successfully join the Demon Hunting Team and become a member of the hunting squad depends on whether you can pass the captain's test. Wang Yu's gaze flickered. Wanting to join the Demon Hunting Team was indeed not that easy. But he was confident in his own strength. Before long, the military vehicle stopped at a spacious playground. When Wang Yu and Lu Changtian got out of the car, they saw 4 figures standing in front of the car. These 4 people, both male and female, stood straight in combat uniforms. Out of politeness, Wang Yu just swept a glance and quickly shifted his gaze. When the 4 saw Lu Changtian, they all saluted at the same time. The reason for gathering everyone is to recommend a new member to you. Lu Changtian slightly turned his body, letting Wang Yu out in front. After hearing Lu Changtian's words, all 4 turned their focus to Wang Yu. Wang Yu, these 4 are members of the Dawn Team of the Demon Hunting Team. Team Leader Qin Feng, Deputy Leader Wu Lei, Member Zhou Yu, and Member Han Yi. As Lu Changtian introduced them, Wang Yu looked at them one by one. Team Leader Qin Feng had a rugged face, a tall stature, and an imposing aura. Deputy Leader Wu Lei had an ordinary appearance, but when he sensed Wang Yu's gaze, he smiled friendly. Zhou Yu had half of her face hidden under a windproof mask, but from her eyes, Wang Yu read 4 words, do not approach. Han Yi was a pale young man, looking half asleep and lethargic. General, may I ask which team Wang Yu previously belonged to? The captain of Dawn Team, Qin Feng, inquired about some details. He has no team, his name is Wang Yu, a recent graduate of Changtian No. 1 High School, and his contracted undead is a zombie. Lu Changtian answered truthfully. What? No team at all? That means he is just a pure rookie? Just graduated from high school, which means he just completed the contract ceremony. His strength is probably just bronze 1 star? After hearing Lu Changtian's words, the members of Dawn Team were stunned and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. General, does Wang Yu have any special relationship with you? After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. He subconsciously regarded Wang Yu as someone with connections. General, I must speak frankly, regardless of Wang Yu's relationship with you, you should not directly let Wang Yu skip the training of the City Defense Army and come directly to the Demon Hunting Team. Wu Lei's ordinarily warm face rarely showed a serious expression. The tasks carried out by the demon hunting team are extremely dangerous and tough. A high school graduate has less than a 10% chance of surviving. What you're doing is not helping this child, you're harming him. You all misunderstand. Lu Changtian shook his head helplessly. Although I have no relation with Wang Yu, there is no deep hatred either. I would never harm him. I brought him here because I think he has potential. Throwing him into the city guards would only bury him. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Their gazes toward Wang Yu now carried more doubt. A boy who had contracted one of the 3 types of undead, a zombie, and you're telling me he has potential? What kind of joke is this? Qin Feng spoke. General, such a genius, if he joins our Dawn squad, wouldn't that be burying his talents? How about? Enough. Lu Changtian interrupted Qin Feng. Aren't you just worried that Wang Yu's strength isn't enough? To be honest, Wang Yu may not reach the elite team's standard, but he definitely meets the standard to join the Demon Hunters team. You can test him according to the standard for recruiting new members. With that, Qin Feng said, if Wang Yu passes our test, I'll agree to let him join our Dawn squad. Lu Changtian didn't agree directly, but turned to Wang Yu. Wang Yu, what do you think? I'm willing to accept the test. Wang Yu answered without hesitation. From their conversation, Wang Yu realized that the Dawn squad was quite special. After all, not just anyone can negotiate with Lu Changtian. Joining the Dawn squad was nothing but good for him, no downsides at all. Old Wu, you do the test. Qin Feng directly assigned the vice captain. Wu Lei smiled with ill intent. The kid answers so decisively, but he's still too naive, doesn't know the harshness of the world. Today I'm going to teach him a good lesson. Chapter 10, This world is crazy. Wang Yu is actually the Thunder King of Magic? Captain Wu, what's the content of your test? Wang Yu asked curiously. We don't care about talent in our army, we only care about strength. So, I want to see how strong you are. Your test will be to withstand my attack for 5 minutes. Wu Lei said seriously, extending his palm. Wang Yu nodded in understanding, and then? What then? If you can last 5 minutes, you pass the test. Wu Lei was a bit speechless. This kid can't possibly think that lasting 5 minutes under my attack is easy, right? Truly, ignorant people are fearless. On the side, Hani shook his head speechlessly. Back then, with his silver 3-star strength, he barely lasted 5 minutes using all his strength, and afterwards, he had to lie in bed for 2 days before he could get up. Wang Yu, a bronze 1-star who had just contracted an undead, dared to ask, and then? And then, you'll end up in a hospital recovering from your injuries. I didn't mean anything by that. Wang Yu, realizing the strange looks from everyone, also realized he had been too direct, scratching his head awkwardly. Alright, let's stop wasting time. Let's start. After Wu Lei finished speaking, he walked to the center of the training ground. Wang Yu also walked over and stopped about 20 meters away from Wu Lei. Lu Changtian, Qin Feng, Zhou Yu, Hani, and others stood outside the field, eagerly awaiting Wang Yu's performance. Merge with your undead. As Wu Lei's voice fell, his soul power erupted, creating a violent wind. The next moment, a black light shot out from Wu Lei's body. Roar! An angry roar sounded, and the black light dissipated. Wang Yu focused his gaze, and Wu Lei disappeared, replaced by a towering giant bear over 3 meters tall, its body covered in bones. Wang Yu's mind quickly recalled the information about the undead Wu Lei had transformed into. Bone Bear, an undead of B-class strength, skilled in power and able to communicate with the Earth's forces, releasing powerful magic. Wang Yu also felt an overwhelming pressure. He understood that even if he went all out, he would definitely not be a match for Wu Lei. Don't be afraid, even though I am a silver 9-star, I only use the power of a silver 5-star. At that moment, the Bone Bear spoke, and Wu Lei's voice came out. As soon as the voice fell, the aura on the Bone Bear weakened significantly. That way, I can fight a real battle. Wang Yu felt the pressure drop sharply and regained confidence. Please, Captain Wu, enlighten me. Wang Yu took a deep breath, channeling his soul power to communicate with the general, powerful energy flooding into his body. Boom! In an instant, Wang Yu completed the fusion. Is this guy's undead really a zombie? After the fusion, he looks a bit cool, huh? In the distance. For the first time seeing Wang Yu transform, Qin Feng, Zhou Yu, and Hani all had the same thought. It is well known that the undead are usually creepy and horrifying, and after transforming, humans become quite menacing. However, at this moment, Wang Yu had long flowing hair, skin showing a healthy wheat color, well-proportioned and powerful muscles, and his eyes shone brightly. The 4 slightly long fangs did not appear fierce but rather added a hint of enchantment. This was the coolest undead they had ever seen. Wang Yu was incredibly fast, like the wind. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Wu Lei, throwing a punch that caused the air to moan under pressure. This punch was considerable. Wu Lei's heart skipped a beat. When a master makes a move, one knows whether they are strong or not. Wu Lei, as a silver 9-star expert, had rich combat experience and sharp insight, and immediately realized that Wang Yu's punch should be at the silver level. Roar! The bone giant bear that Wu Lei transformed into let out a low growl, swinging its paw that was as big as a pot lid to collide with Wang Yu's fist, clashing hard. Bang! An invisible shockwave erupted from the center of the two, kicking up dust, and then Wang Yu's form as the general and Wu Lei's bone giant bear both staggered back. Wang Yu stepped back 3 paces, while Wu Lei retreated 2. It seemed that their powers were not on the same level, but let's not forget, Wang Yu's soul power level was only bronze 1 star. General, did Wang Yu really just contract an undead? In the distance, Han Yi's eyes widened, far from his previous languid state. Wang Yu's performance truly shocked him. Beside him, Zhou Yu, with her face hidden behind a mask, also had disbelief glittering in her pupils. Just from that strike, she determined Wang Yu's strength was not much weaker than her own. I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be fake? Lu Changtian's face was also full of emotion. Wang Yu's performance was far too surprising. Not to mention that powerful lightning ability, just the strength he displayed now could already match silver 4-star. This kid is truly something else. Wu Lei, as the one involved, felt his arm ache and his bare paw tingle. While others were shocked by Wang Yu's power, he was more astonished by Wang Yu's physical strength. He felt that the slap just now was like hitting a super alloy, and the recoil had injured him. Captain Wu, are you okay? Wang Yu faintly noticed Wu Lei's discomfort and asked with concern. What are you saying? I'm fine, so incredibly fine. You didn't think you hurt me, did you? Wu Lei controlled the bone bear, shaking its head, trying to show indifference. He didn't dare show any signs of discomfort. Because if word got out that a silver 9-star was at a loss against a bronze 1-star, he wouldn't be able to face anyone. If he felt uncomfortable and didn't say it, who would know? Looks like I was overthinking it. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. But, your punch just now possessed the power of silver 4-star, which is quite rare for someone your age. However, if you want to hurt me, you're still far from it. If you have only this much strength, it's not easy to last 5 minutes under my hands. Wu Lei said with pride. However, those who knew the truth were aware he was putting on an act. But Wang Yu, lacking experience in battling strong opponents, believed it to be true. He couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a silver 9-star expert. Indeed amazing. It seems I must give it my all. Facing Wu Lei, a powerful silver 9-star, Wang Yu felt he could only use his ultimate thunder magic to fight back. Haven't you been giving it your all? Wu Lei was surprised at his words. Come on. It's just a zombie undead, being this strong is already outrageous. Give it your all, I want to see exactly how strong your undead truly is. Wu Lei couldn't back down, he couldn't yield to a newcomer. Wang Yu formed hand seals, his lips trembling. Is he about to use undead magic? Wu Lei, Xin Feng, Zhou Yu, Han Yi, and others all had this thought. Don't say it. A zombie that can unleash undead magic, everyone was seeing this for the first time. Rumble. Suddenly, a flash of purple lightning zipped by, and a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Why is there thunder all of a sudden? Wu Lei was bewildered when he glanced at Wang Yu casting magic. A thought struck him. Holy crap! Did Wang Yu summon this thunder? No way. It is well known that thunder is the nemesis of the undead. Crack! At that moment, Wang Yu pointed a finger, and a lightning bolt as thick as an arm struck straight at Wu Lei. Wu Lei's heart was shaking wildly. Really? He can really control lightning. This world is too crazy, the undead has become the Lord of Thunder? Chapter 11, Wang Yu, Son of God? Bear Spirit Protection. Facing the rolling thunder, Wu Lei dared not be careless, directly unleashing the strongest defensive skill of the bone bear. Before the bone bear, a yellowish earth power and a pitch-black undead power formed a shield, like an eggshell covering him inside. With this skill, his defense would be greatly enhanced. Even if using a silver 5-star soul power to cast this skill, a silver 6-star attack couldn't break through his defense. Crack! Under everyone's gaze, the purple lightning instantly shattered the shield, and then, a lightning bolt like a thumb entered the body of the bone bear. Then, arcs of electricity flickered on Wu Lei's transformed skeletal giant bear, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Wu Lei was a tough man, gritting his teeth, not letting out a single scream of pain. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp. Everyone understood, in that moment, Wu Lei must be in great pain. But he wouldn't say it. General, where on earth did you find this freak? Han Yi couldn't help but ask softly. Wang Yu's displayed ability was truly astonishing. A bronze-level contract holder actually made Wu Lei feel so embarrassed? Isn't this a bit too unbelievable? I said before, Wang Yu was just a student from Class 1. Changtian smiled faintly. I see your team has been getting a bit too cocky lately, it's just right for Wang Yu to give you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous sound shook the 9 heavens, and purple lightning flickered in and out of view. Gu Yolu, Qin Feng, Zhou Yu, and Han Yi all had serious expressions. If Wang Yu does this again, can Wu Lei withstand it? Captain, I think there's no need to continue testing. At that moment of worry, Wang Yu's voice suddenly rang out. He did not immediately lower the thunder magic but stared at Wu Lei's skeletal giant bear and asked. After a brief silence, Wu Lei slowly opened his mouth. Indeed, there is no need to continue, I lost. Wu Lei's voice was filled with deep feelings of defeat. He simply gave up the challenge against Wang Yu. What? The vice captain admits defeat? At the edge of the venue, Han Yi looked incredulous. The thunder power Wang Yu unleashed is not weak, old Wu will have to give it his all next. According to previous rules, if he uses power beyond silver 5-star, even if old Wu loses. Beside him, Captain Qin Feng said slowly, so, admitting defeat directly is a bit more dignified for old Wu. If it weren't for General Lu personally bringing Wang Yu here, I would never believe that Wang Yu's true strength is only bronze 1 star. Zhou Yu's voice had changed significantly from before. At this moment, it was like 2 pieces of old tree bark rubbing against each other, making one feel a sour pain in their ears. Hani said, Sister Yu, your real voice sounds better. That clippy voice before made me want to laugh. Get lost. Zhou Yu rolled her eyes dramatically. And at this moment, Wang Yu and Wu Lei both released their fusion states and stepped forward to the crowd. Captain Qin Feng took a step forward. Wang Yu, welcome to the Dawn Squad. I am Captain Qin Feng, B-rank undead abomination contractor, golden 2-star of soul power. Golden 2-star? Wang Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. A golden 2-star could be a principal at Qin City No. 1 high school where he graduated. But here in the demon hunting team, he was just a captain. Indeed, the demon hunting team is filled with elites. Dawn Squad member Han Yi, A-rank undead avenging soul contractor, silver 7-star of soul power, welcome. After Qin Feng, a pale young man who looked very weak stepped forward. So he was a ghost-type undead contractor, no wonder he looked so weak. Wang Yu suddenly understood. Humans, after contracting undead, inherit some traits from them. Ghost-type undead have incredibly strong soul power, so that's why Han Yi looked slightly weak. In fact, after activating undead fusion, Han Yi's body would become completely ghostly, immune to most physical attacks. Zhou Yu, Siren, silver 7-star. Finally, the only woman in the team stepped forward. This time, Zhou Yu also spoke in her true voice without any deliberate clippiness. It sounded like 2 pieces of old tree bark rubbing against one another. The reason for this change was also due to her fusion with the siren. Once others finished their introductions, Wang Yu slowly began to speak. He was slightly shy. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Yu, a recently graduated high school student. My soul power is currently bronze 1 star, and the undead I contracted is a C-rank undead zombie. Stop. Suddenly, Deputy Captain Wu Lei interrupted Wang Yu's words. Wang Yu? Wu Captain, what's wrong? Tell me who rated your undead as C-rank, I have a couple of things I want to say to them. Wu Lei asked, quite frustrated. To summon thunder and, at bronze 1 star, be able to unleash an attack power comparable to silver 7-star? You tell me it's a C-rank zombie? That's right. Wang Yu's undead absolutely cannot be C-rank. Captain Qin Feng nodded gravely. I once saw an S-rank undead contractor during a contracting ceremony. The attack power they unleashed was only close to silver level. Han Yi and Zhou Yu didn't say much but nodded in agreement. They also definitely did not believe Wang Yu's undead was a C-rank zombie. Wang Yu's undead is indeed not S-rank. The silent Lu Changtian suddenly spoke. I believe it should be S+ rank. General, is there such a rank? Wang Yu asked, curious. Lu Changtian nodded affirmatively. Yes, there is an S+ rank, but it has not been announced publicly, and with my authority, I also do not know if anyone has been rated as S+. So mysterious? Everyone was taken aback. General Lu is a general of the Empire, yet there are things he cannot reach? If you know the other name for S+, you would find it reasonable. Lu Changtian observed everyone's astonished expressions and smiled calmly. General, what is the other name? Yeah, please don't keep us in suspense. Everyone showed eager expressions, with Wu Lei and Han Yi unable to contain their curiosity and directly asking. After a moment of thought, Lu Changtian slowly revealed a name, Divine Sequence. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Divine represents the highest, overlooking all beings, omnipotent. Until now, this level of existence has only been a legend. But everyone knows that if the Great Xia really gives birth to a deity, it will surely sweep away the demons and restore peace and prosperity to the world. Wang Yu noticed that Qin Feng, Wu Lei, Zhou Yu, Han Yi, and others looked at him with fiery gazes, as if they were looking at a rare treasure. Chapter 12, The Soft Rice General by Yanlang. Wang Yu's Crisis. Captain, Vice Captain, and everyone, with you all looking at me like this, I'm under a lot of pressure. Wang Yu's hands tangled together, feeling somewhat at a loss for where to place them. I say don't put too much pressure on Wang Yu. Besides, this is just my personal opinion, truly achieving S+ rank requires layers of assessment. Lu Changtian laughed heartily. Right now, Wang Yu's identity is just a new member of your Dawn Squad. Next, you need to find ways to enhance your mutual understanding and quickly mesh together. You all know that there are still many things for you to do. As he spoke, Lu Changtian's expression gradually became serious. Yes. Xin Feng nodded heavily. We will train Wang Yu well and help him become an elite warrior in a short time. Good, I'm looking forward to that day. Lu Changtian nodded in satisfaction, then left the training ground. Wang Yu, we are about to start formal training now. Are you ready? After Lu Changtian left, Xin Feng asked seriously. Captain, I don't want to train anymore, I just want to go to battle. Wang Yu answered seriously and earnestly. You must know, the main reason he chose to join the army was to slay demons. If he really had to undergo months of training, he wouldn't be able to stand it. Good lad, full of courage. Xin Feng praised him. However, your request does not conflict with our training content. As the most elite team in Xinjiang, our training goal has always been based on actual combat. So, our real training ground is the ruins outside the city, the demons are our whetstone. Xin Feng's voice gradually became fervent. That's excellent. Wang Yu's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, I am always prepared. Good, then let's set off now to hunt demons outside the city. Half a day later. Imperial capital. The helicopter landed on the landing pad of the Gu family. Bai Yanlang and his son Gu Tianyuan just got off the plane when a charming and graceful woman hurried over to them. To be precise, she came to Gu Tianyuan. The woman's eyes were filled with concern, and in her eyes, there was only Gu Tianyuan. Bai Yanlang beside her felt like air. Tianyuan, let mom take a look. The beautiful woman looked Gu Tianyuan up and down, her eyes filled with pain. Gu Tianyuan said, Mom, I'm fine. It's just my undead suffered severe damage and can't be summoned for a while. Severe damage to the undead? Such serious injuries, how could you be fine? But don't worry, I have spent 100 million to buy a soul-nourishing herb to heal you. The beautiful woman said with concern. Thank you, Mom. Gu Tianyuan smiled widely. At this moment, the beautiful woman finally shifted her gaze to Bai Yanlang. Yanran. Bai Yanlang wore a gentle smile. Without a doubt, this beautiful woman is the darling of the Gu family in the imperial capital, Gu Yanran. She is also the most powerful woman in the imperial capital. If it weren't for Gu Yanran, Bai Yanlang wouldn't be who he is today. You can still smile? I really don't understand why you still have the face to smile. To Bai Yanlang's surprise, Gu Yanran began to scold him right away. His smile froze on his face. As a Starshine-level powerhouse, the deputy commander of the Death Corps of the top 10 military corps in Great Xia, you can't even protect your son's safety? What are you doing? If I were you, I'd just find a piece of tofu to crash into. Gu Yanran showed no signs of being affected by Bai Yanlang's status. Status and power show fear. Yanran, listen to my explanation. Bai Yanlang spoke bitterly. First of all, I really didn't expect that the evil contract spirit of Wang Yu would be so powerful, instantly defeating Tianyuan and severely injuring him. Secondly, I truly wanted to take revenge for Tianyuan. I even thought about killing that evil Wang Yu. If it weren't for Lu Changtian intervening, I would have succeeded. Recalling this matter, Bai Yanlang felt a wave of anger in his heart. He never anticipated that a chance reunion after 3 years would lead him to be schooled by Wang Yu. Don't tell me what happened, I only care about the result. What happened to Tianyuan? What about Wang Yu? Gu Yanran coldly questioned. This. Bai Yanlang was filled with shame. In the end, Tianyuan was injured, and Wang Yu was taken away by Lu Changtian, escaping without a trace. After speaking, Bai Yanlang didn't dare to look into Gu Yanran's aggressive gaze. Although he was a star-level powerhouse in front of others and the vice-commander of one of the top 10 legions, a prominent figure in the Great Xia, shrouded in brilliance. However, in Gu Yanran's presence, he couldn't lift his head at all. Because he owed his current status entirely to Gu Yanran's full support. Otherwise, he would remain an unknown demon hunter in Qin City, an obscure contract spirit wielder. It was even more likely that he would have died in the hands of a demon long ago for money. Bai Yanlang, you still know that the one who harmed my son is still running free? Gu Yanran sneered. Then what are you still doing here? Shouldn't you be taking that evil one's head to atone for my son? As she spoke, Gu Yanran's expression suddenly turned cold, the temperature in the air dropped sharply as if it had moved from the scorching heat to the depths of autumn. Hiss. Gu Tianyuan involuntarily shivered, hugging his shoulders. Mom, please don't be angry. Actually, this isn't my dad's fault. If anyone should be blamed, it should be Lu Changtian, otherwise, Wang Yu would have been dead long ago. Moreover, on the way back, my dad also dispatched trusted subordinates to Qin City, planning to secretly eliminate Wang Yu. Really? Gu Yanran looked at Bai Yanlang after hearing this. Really? They should arrive in Qin City in about half a day. Bai Yanlang nodded seriously. On one side is your son, and on the other side is also your son. Can you really bear to be ruthless? Gu Yanran asked again. Bai Yanlang suddenly laughed. A cold laugh. Humph, does Wang Yu even deserve to be my son? In my heart, there is only Tianyuan as my son. If it weren't for Tianyuan pleading with me back then to keep Wang Yu as a plaything, I would have erased him long ago. Recalling that incident, Bai Yanlang felt a wave of regret. If he had known today, he shouldn't have allowed Wang Yu to throw himself into the river but should have locked him in a cage to feed those demon pets raised by Gu Tianyuan. I have to admit you have some responsibility. But Wang Yu has joined the military, so your people must be cautious. Don't leave any traces, otherwise, it will bring considerable trouble. After pausing, Gu Yanran added, after all, Lu Changtian is a madman. No one knows what will happen if he gets angry. Bai Yanlang smiled slightly. Yanran, just wait for news of Wang Yu's demise. Those subordinates haven't been used for a long time, so they won't leave any handles. Chapter 13, Combat Training. Everyone on guard. Humph, if you can't even handle this little matter, then I think you might as well resign as the vice commander of the Death God Legion. Gu Yanran coldly snorted. She was still very domineering. But Bai Yanlang knew that this woman wasn't just talking angrily. She truly had the power to remove him from his position as the vice commander of the Death God Legion. Yanran, don't worry, I will handle this matter properly. He patted his chest, guaranteeing it. At the same time, his hatred for Wang Yu reached its peak. That damned evil one almost killed me. Tianyuan, let's go. Your grandfather hasn't seen you in a long time, and he misses you very much. Gu Yanran lovingly took Gu Tianyuan's hand. The old man has emerged from seclusion? Bai Yanlong's eyes flashed with surprise. He has emerged. After a pause, Gu Yanran added, this time, the old man's soul power has made great progress, and he is not far from reaching the King realm. That's great. Bai Yanlang clenched his fist in excitement. Doesn't that mean we can deal with Lu Changtian soon? The day the old man breaks through to the King realm will be the day we deal with Lu Changtian. The blood debt of the Gu family cannot just be accounted for. Gu Yanran's expression was cold. However, do not make this public. Wait until the old man successfully breaks through to the King realm, then we will severely deal with Lu Changtian, leaving him no chance to turn the tables. I understand. Bai Yanlang nodded seriously. I will visit the old man right now. However, Gu Yanran shook her head. Just forget it. Handle your own matters first, then we can talk. You should know, the old man dotes on Tianyuan very much. After saying this, Gu Yanran gradually walked away with Gu Tianyuan. From start to finish, she viewed Bai Yanlang with a superior gaze. In her eyes, Bai Yanlang was not like a husband but more like a subordinate, someone who could be summoned or dismissed at will. Bai Yanlang tightly clenched his fist, watching Gu Yanran's retreating figure, his eyes flashing with hatred. So what if he was married into the family? Did he have no human rights at all? Should his dignity be trampled upon? Gu Yanran, Gu family, one day, I, Bai Yanlang, will trample you underfoot. The humiliation I have suffered all these years will surely be repaid tenfold. Bai Yanlang gritted his teeth. Wang Yu, the ruined town ahead is your training ground. Outside a ruined town dozens of miles from Qin City. Qin Feng said to Wang Yu. What should I do? Wang Yu asked in confusion. Kill all the demons in the town. Qin Feng replied in a deep voice. Kill all? Wang Yu's expression suddenly became serious. Woo! At that moment, a piercing wind gusted past everyone's ears, and then a semi-transparent figure quietly appeared before Wang Yu. It was Han Yi, transformed into a specter. Captain, I have investigated. There are about 120 bronze-level minor demons in the town, along with 3 silver-level brute demons. Finally, Han Yi's gaze fell on Wang Yu. Captain, the number of demons is more than we estimated. Wang Yu alone may not be able to kill all of them. At this moment, Captain Qin Feng also frowned slightly. Normally, there would be about 10 to 20 demons in a town of this size. It was clear that the number of demons in this town greatly exceeded their expectations. Can Wang Yu still handle it? One must know, the battlefield is not a place for friendly competition. A little carelessness can lead to death. Moreover, the bronze, silver, gold, and platinum levels are very afraid of an overwhelming sea of people's strategy. With over 100 demons charging in, even Qin Feng, a gold-level powerhouse, would be somewhat daunted. Better to choose another place. Qin Feng thought to himself. Captain, I want to give it a try. Before Qin Feng could express his thoughts, Wang Yu took the initiative to volunteer. Everyone was surprised to hear Wang Yu's words. Wang Yu, your strength does indeed exceed your peers, but there are over 100 demons here, plus 3 silver-level brood demons, which are hard to deal with. Zhou Yu said with a piercing voice. But Wang Yu could sense the concern hidden in Zhou Yu's words. Wang Yu also noticed that Zhou Yu was trying to protect his self-esteem by saying hard to deal with instead of you can't possibly win. Wang Yu, I think Zhou Yu's reasoning makes a lot of sense. We should choose another place for training. Wu Lei believed training was not about rushing to death, there was really no need to stubbornly insist here. However, Wang Yu was already captivated by over 100 bronze-level demons here, unable to move a step. Just unlocking a lightning control talent has made his attack power comparable to a silver 6-star. What if he unlocks the plunder talent as well? Wang Yu believed that his strength would surge again. Besides, with the characteristics of the general, he could probably slay all the demons in the town by himself. It just needs some time. I still want to give it a try, but you can rest assured. If I really can't defeat them, I will retreat quickly. Wang Yu showed a determined attitude. Truly a naive rookie not afraid of tigers. Hani shook his head slightly. In his eyes, Wang Yu's decision had no difference from sending himself to death. Qin Feng, Wu Lei, Zhou Yu, and others also exchanged glances. Okay, then let's give it a try. But I warn you in advance, your decision is very dangerous. Even I might face life-threatening dangers facing so many demons. Qin Feng warned Wang Yu one last time. Thank you, Captain. You can rest assured, I will never make a useless sacrifice. Wang Yu nodded firmly, then resolutely turned around and walked toward the town. This kid's decision is a bit reckless, but this bravery is admirable. Looking at Wang Yu's departing figure, Deputy Captain Wu Lei suddenly smiled. Indeed. Seeing him reminds me of myself back then, also naive and impulsive. Qin Feng sighed and then said in a serious tone, everyone hide nearby. Zhou Yu, be ready with the anti-magic shield. At a critical moment, put it on Wang Yu. Hani, you are a ghost-type undead, good at stealth. Stay hidden, and when Wang Yu cannot handle the demons, come out and help him fend them off. Pausing, Qin Feng looked at Wu Lei. As for us, we are always ready to rush into the town and bring Wang Yu out. As his voice fell, Qin Feng's body began to emit a black glow, and he swelled up like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a terrifying creature over 4 to 5 meters tall, with skin that appeared yellow-green, looking very much like the Hulk, except he was bald and had a dorsal fin on his back, with layers of fat on his body. Abomination, B-level undead. Proficient in Strength, Defense. Chapter 14, Unlocking a New Talent. After the captain merged with the undead, 2 more powers of soul burst forth. Deputy Captain Wu Lei transformed into a skeletal giant bear, about the same height as the abomination. The only female member of the team, Zhou Yu, turned into a half-spirited state similar to Han Yi, her body somewhat ethereal, with silver hair cascading down to her waist, and her eyes turning silver. Demoness, B-level undead. Proficient in Undead Magic, Psychic Magic. At this moment, Wang Yu had already fused with the general and stepped into the town, instantly hit by a quiet and desolate atmosphere. Seeing the dilapidated houses teetering on the brink of collapse, some roofs had caved in, revealing hollow frames. The streets were filled with rubble and debris, overgrown with weeds, with a few stubborn wildflowers swaying in the wind, adding a touch of faint life to this desolation. In front of Wang Yu stood an ancient bell tower, its enormous hands frozen at 4:25, as if time itself had stopped here. Dong dong dong. A low and melodious bell suddenly rang out. Wang Yu's pupils shrank. He saw shadows flying out of the bell tower, twisting in the air and rushing towards him. There were at least 4 or 5 dozen of them. These creatures were small, entirely black, with a pair of black flesh wings enabling them to soar. Their heads were relatively large, with a pair of curved goat horns protruding sharply from the tops, their red eyes revealing cunning, cruelty, and greed. Their wide mouths were open, exposing sharp fangs. Little demons. A lower-level demon. But its true power is enough to crush a sea-level undead contractor of the same rank. Wang Yu's heart quickly filled with related information, while his hands swiftly formed seals. In an instant, dozens of little demons were alarmed. Quick, we need to move faster. Outside the town, Qin Feng spotted the demons like a black cloud and hurriedly shouted. Even he had to avoid the sharp edges when facing these little demons' attacks. Others didn't waste a word but raced towards Wang Yu with all their might. Even Zhou Yu occasionally let out sharp sounds as her soul power began to gather. She was brewing a magical shield. Boom! But, in the next moment, a thunderous sound shook the heavens and the earth. Qingfeng, Wu Lei, Hani, Zhouyu, and others all froze in shock. They watched dozens of bolts of lightning suddenly appear above the town, falling like divine punishment. Aoo. With a terrified scream, those dozens of little demons instantly turned to dust. This. Everyone involuntarily halted, looking at each other in disbelief. Guliolu. Vice Captain Wu Lei gulped hard. Wang Yu can actually unleash so much thunder at once? He couldn't imagine the outcome if Wang Yu had used such a powerful move during their testing. It would probably leave nothing but bone dust, right? So strong. Even if you say he's golden level, I'd believe it. Hani smacked his lips. Wang Yu's worth was still on the rise. This move wiped out dozens of bronze-level demons, even many golden-level undead contractors might not manage that. Qingfeng shook his head solemnly. Unless it's a necromancer skilled in large-scale attacks. Captain, what about us? Zhou Yu asked hoarsely. Let's wait and see, Qingfeng added. Maybe this kid can really kill all these demons by himself. Hearing this, everyone followed Qingfeng's suggestion. Kill one bronze-level demon, task completion progress, 45 out of 100. Kill one bronze-level demon, task completion progress, 46 out of 100. Kill one bronze-level demon, task completion progress, 47 out of 100. Looking at the constantly appearing task progress prompts, Wang Yu revealed a satisfied smile. Not bad. Just by defeating a wave of monsters, nearly half was completed. Not far from unlocking the next skill. Woo woo woo. The sounds of battle set the entire town on alert. This time, shadows rose from all directions. They were all bronze-level little demons. But that wasn't the end. 3 demons, about 5 meters tall, resembling monkeys but covered in palm-sized black scales, charged from 3 different angles. They were 3 silver-level brute demons, skilled in strength and defense. Although they weren't adept in magic, their pure physical attacks were astonishing. Thunder technique. Wang Yu instinctively tried to use thunder power against the enemy. However, before the hand seal was completed, a sense of emptiness surged in his heart, preventing him from continuing. Oh no! The soul power wasn't enough to support the use of the thunder technique again. Wang Yu's heart tightened. He was out of blue. After all, his soul power was only bronze 1 star and not limitless. 1 strike to kill dozens of bronze-level little demons had already been a remarkable feat. But it's okay. I also know a bit about fighting. Wang Yu simply gave up on the thunder technique and took the initiative to charge at the oncoming little demons. Captain, Wang Yu seems unable to unleash skills anymore? Outside the town, everyone watched Wang Yu's actions. He abruptly gave up halfway through casting and chose to fight barehanded, making them ponder. Prepare to rush in for rescue. No, wait a minute. Qingfeng had just given the order when he changed his mind. Because he saw that even without using the thunder technique, Wang Yu was still ferocious. Upon entering the little demon's formation, he actually punched and shattered a little demon. That amazing power moved people deeply. Facing the small demon's concentrated attacks, Wang Yu naturally had no time to dodge, so he simply chose not to evade at all. But, the small demon's attacks actually could not inflict any substantial damage on Wang Yu. The sharp fangs and claws landed on Wang Yu's body, only to spark a series of fireworks. Hiss. Wang Yu is not only strong, but his defense is terrifying. Hani gasped in surprise. He was shocked as if he had discovered a new continent. Oomph, you don't know. When I struck Wang Yu with all my might, it felt like hitting a super-reinforced alloy. My hand went numb. How can you say his defense is weak? I estimate that unless it's a golden-level attack, he can ignore it. Of course, I mean physical attacks. As for elemental or mental attacks, I'm not sure. In this regard, Vice Captain Wu Lei, who had fought with Wang Yu before, had the most say. What? Everyone stared in shock at Wu Lei. Then, seeing Wang Yu fighting in the town, they couldn't help but think of 2 words, monster. Kill 1 bronze-level demon, task completion progress, 98 out of 100. Kill 1 bronze-level demon, task completion progress, 99 out of 100. Kill 1 bronze-level demon, task completion progress, 100 out of 100. Wang Yu's fists fell like raindrops, each punch taking the life of a bronze-level little demon. Through his efforts, he finally succeeded in killing 100 bronze-level demons. Accompanying this was the system's notification sound. Task completed. Unlock, plunder. Chapter 15, Instant Kill Silver-Level Demon Plunder. Creatures killed by you will transform into soul power, increasing your strength. Task issued, kill a gold-level demon. Reward, 1 transformation of the body. Success. Wang Yu was overjoyed in his heart. At the same time, he swung his fist and exploded a small demon that charged at him. Kill 1 bronze-level demon, gain 10 points of soul power. Wang Yu immediately felt significant changes in his body. A cool breath surged into his mind, instantly restoring some of his exhausted soul power. Not bad. Wang Yu felt satisfied, then continued to attack. After killing 10 little demons, his soul power was already fully restored. And there was a trend of growth. So, I can level up by killing demons? This discovery surprised Wang Yu a bit. At this moment, a series of sounds broke through the air, and a huge shadow enveloped Wang Yu. Wang Yu looked up, his gaze focused. It was actually a brute demon, leaping right above him. The brute demon was gigantic, like a small mountain. Its body was covered with thick scales, sparkling with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. These scales were incredibly hard, as if they could resist any attack. The brute demon's face resembled that of a monkey, fierce and terrifying, with a pair of red eyes emitting a fierce glow. At this moment, its strong and powerful limbs curled together, ready to unleash a thunderous strike. Come on! Wang Yu looked at the brute demon before him, feeling no fear at all. Although this brute demon was strong, it didn't feel as overwhelming as Wu Lei, whom he had previously suppressed. He wasn't without the power to fight back. At the same time, the brute demon let out a roar, swinging its giant fists, rushing towards Wang Yu with the sound of wind. Wang Yu's eyes narrowed and quickly dodged to the side. The brute demon's fist struck the ground, instantly creating a loud crash, and the ground was smashed into a huge pit, with cracks appearing like a spider web. One can imagine how strong the force of this punch was. In contrast, Wang Yu moved like a rabbit, swiftly making his way to the side of the brute demon, leaping into the air, and kicking fiercely at the brute demon's knee joint with his leg like a sickle. Crack! The black scales shattered. Crack! Again! The leg bone of the brute demon bizarrely twisted. Wang Yu's kick smashed the brute demon's defense and broke its bones? Outside the town, Han Yi gasped cold air. He knew Wang Yu's transformed zombie body was powerful, but competing in toughness with the brute demon's full physical defense was still unbelievable. I've been emphasizing how ridiculously strong Wang Yu is, but you haven't listened at all. The deputy captain, Wu Lei, curled his lips. He had fought with Wang Yu, so he had the most authority to speak. Roar! With its leg bone broken, the brute demon let out a painful roar. It waved its hand, reaching for Wang Yu. At this moment, Wang Yu stomped hard on the brute demon's knee, suddenly leaping toward its eyes. The brute demon sensed Wang Yu's intention and quickly swung its arms to block him. But Wang Yu was incredibly fast, instantly reaching in front of the brute demon, fist raised to smash its eye. Boom! With this punch, dark green blood splattered everywhere. Wang Yu had actually shattered the brute demon's eyeball with a single punch. Damn! Ant! The brute demon let out a pained roar, one hand covering its eye, while the other hand wildly swung, trying to tear Wang Yu apart. However, its attacks, fierce as they were, had lost their form. Wang Yu easily dodged and even accidentally smashed 3 or 4 little demons into mush. Taking advantage of the brute demon's painful struggles, Wang Yu launched another attack. He gathered all his strength and slammed a punch into the brute demon's head. The force of this punch was immense, causing the brute demon's head to tilt slightly, and then Wang Yu delivered another powerful blow. With a series of intense bone-cracking sounds, the brute demon's head bizarrely rotated 360 degrees, after which it thudded to the ground, stiff and lifeless. In its last moment, the brute demon's remaining eye was filled with disbelief. How could it be defeated by a mere human ant with just 3 punches and 1 kick? Watching the brute demon's massive body fall at his feet, Wang Yu felt no joy in his heart. Because the battle was not over yet. Before he could catch his breath, 2 more brute demons charged in. These 2 brute demons were also over 5 meters tall, covered in thick scales, exuding a powerful aura. At the same time, dozens of little demons swarmed in with the 2 brute demons. These little demons were smaller but extremely fast, shrieking as they pounced on Wang Yu. Seeing this, Wang Yu knew he had to resolve these enemies quickly, or the consequences would be unimaginable. He immediately closed his eyes, focused his energy, and connected with the forces of the universe. Moments later, Wang Yu opened his eyes, a flash of purple light disappearing in an instant. Simultaneously, deafening thunder echoed through the heavens and the earth. Crack! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a bucket, descended instantly. This bolt of lightning roared like a giant dragon, charging toward the demons. Many demons turned to ash under the ferocious lightning. The 2 brute demons sensed the immense power of the lightning and quickly stopped, trying to dodge it. But the lightning was incredibly fast, arriving before them in an instant. Even the formidable brute demons, with a strength of 5 or 6 stars in silver, couldn't withstand the lightning for even a second before being turned to dust. What? Is the battle over? Outside the town, everyone who had been hoping to help Wang Yu at a critical moment was stunned. They had been waiting for the crucial moment, but it never came. Xin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "I've served in the military for decades, seen countless people, and many talents, but Never before had anyone seen Wang Yu like this. Hey, a newcomer who just made a contract, yet single-handedly killed over 100 demons, impressive. Hani gasped, Captain, I heard there are many S-class geniuses appearing in the capital this year. I wonder if Wang Yu can be stronger than them? Although I'm not S-class, I think it's unnecessary for them to challenge him. Wu Lei said, the general said Wang Yu is a genius with S-plus potential. With his current combat power, I would believe you if you said he was gold level. Clearly, they had full confidence in Wang Yu. Let's go, clean up the battlefield and see if there are any fish that slipped through the net. Qin Feng said, and took the lead into the small town. However, as the group entered the town, they found Wang Yu with his eyes tightly closed. Wang. Hani opened his mouth to speak, but was covered by Qin Feng. Shu, lower your voice. It seems like Wang Yu is breaking through right now. Qin Feng guessed what was happening with Wang Yu. Breaking through? The group was stunned. So sudden? Chapter 16, Bronze 3 Stars, New Mission. Just then, a surge of soul power suddenly erupted from Wang Yu. To Qin Feng and the others, it may not be considered strong, but it was indeed at the level of Bronze 2 Stars, confirming Qin Feng's earlier speculation. He broke through so soon after making the contract? I don't really understand. Han Yi's mouth twitched. You see, for a normal person to increase their soul power, they must continuously practice the soul refining method, which requires a quiet environment. How could someone like Wang Yu break through while fighting? But, in the next moment, Han Yi's eyes nearly popped out. Because another surge of soul fluctuation suddenly erupted from Wang Yu. Bronze 3 stars? Qin Feng, Wu Lei, and Zhou Yu exchanged looks of shock. He actually broke through 2 stars consecutively? I can't understand this at all. Hani looked at Qin Feng, Captain, how do we explain this? How to explain? I've never seen such a situation. How do you want me to explain? You just need to know this is a good thing. Qin Feng grunted, but his eyes never left Wang Yu, pondering what was really happening. Not just Qin Feng, the others looked at Wang Yu as if he were a rare treasure. After a while, Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes, only to see pairs of eyes that seemed to want to devour him. Captain, what's going on with you all? Wang Yu felt a bit awkward. I'm not some beautiful woman, is there really a need for such attention? You broke through 2 levels continuously, you truly opened our eyes. Qin Feng praised. Actually, I'm surprised too, Wang Yu smiled awkwardly. The boost in soul power from dozens of bronze level and 3 silver level demons exceeded Wang Yu's expectations. The crowd. Can you not know if you can break through? Qin Feng clapped his hands, alright, Wang Yu's training is over, it's time to return to the camp and start the official mission. Hani nodded with a smile, this time, our Dawn squad has rested long enough. If we don't move our muscles soon, we might rust. After returning to the camp, Hani took Wang Yu to the dormitory while Wu Lei and Zhou Yu each left. Qin Feng silently dialed a phone number. General. You're back. How did Wang Yu perform in this trial? How many demons did he kill? Did he show any fear on the battlefield? On the other end of the phone, Lu Changtian's voice came through, showing great interest in Wang Yu's situation. General, you might not believe this. That kid Wang Yu is practically born for war. He faced over 100 minor demons and 3 silver-level demons alone, not only without fear but instead showing great excitement. Even more ridiculous is that Wang Yu killed all those demons by himself. Mentioning Wang Yu, Qin Feng's voice was filled with admiration, silently giving Wang Yu a thumbs up. What? He is that strong? On the other end of the phone, Lu Changtian's voice also rose a few pitches, clearly shocked as well. He is unbelievably strong. I have served for decades, and it's the first time I've seen such a fierce newcomer. To be honest, General, even when you joined the Dawn Squad, you weren't as fierce as Wang Yuxing. With no one around, Qin Feng actually compared Lu Changtian's younger self with Wang Yu. Even more astonishing was that Lu Changtian, a star-level powerhouse whose fame shook the Great Xia, had once come from the Dawn Squad. Ha, you don't need to spare my feelings, this kid is much stronger than I was back then, I know that. Lu Changtian not only felt no jealousy but instead laughed heartily. By the way, General, there is another thing. After slaying the demon, Wang Yu's cultivation also broke through. Breakthrough in battle? I didn't expect him to reach Bronze 2 stars so quickly, not bad, very talented. Lu Changtian was a bit surprised, but not excessively. General. Wang Yu didn't break through to Bronze 2 stars but reached Bronze 3 stars. What? He jumped 2 levels in a row. Even Lu Changtian, who had seen much in life, was shocked. General, do you know how this happened? With no one else present, Qin Feng was also very curious. On the other end of the phone, Lu Changtian whispered, this situation proves that his undead has given him abilities like absorbing, devouring, and stealing. TSK, I've never seen such a strong zombie before. His talent is beyond my imagination. He is not only powerful in combat but will also grow very fast. Lu Changtian's insights were not something Qin Feng could compare with. After a brief shock, he began to guess some possibilities. General, what should we do next? You all have rested long enough, it's time to take on some missions and help Wang Yu grow quickly. Yes. Qin Feng hung up the phone and walked towards the mission hall. On the other side. After Wang Yu returned to the dormitory, he fell into a deep sleep. The events of the past 2 days really left him feeling mentally and physically exhausted. He slept straight until the next day, only to be awakened by Han Yi. Are we going to carry out a mission? Wang Yu asked in confusion. Han Yi nodded, yes. But before we take on any missions, I need to help you register your rank and then receive benefits. Han Yi smiled slightly. Benefits? Wang Yu did not ask more questions. He quickly freshened up and followed Han Yi to the military supply office. With Han Yi's help, Wang Yu officially registered as a member of the Dawn Squad. Before long, a set of black combat gear was handed to Wang Yu. This is the benefit that every member of the Demon Hunting Corps can receive. Don't think it's just the lowest level combat gear, it can withstand a full force attack from a silver 9-star. It costs 500,000 Great Xia coins. Han Yi introduced it to Wang Yu. So expensive? Wang Yu was taken aback. 500,000 was no small amount. He had previously worked as a temporary worker to support himself, earning only 8 coins an hour. For Wang Yu, who had never saved more than 4 digits, 500,000 was an astronomical figure. Even many soldiers on the battlefield didn't know how many fights they needed to go through to amass such wealth. No wonder ordinary soldiers want to join the Demon Hunting Corps so badly, Wang Yu sighed. It's thanks to Lu Changtian's help, otherwise, I wouldn't have reached such heights. The benefits of the Demon Hunting Corps are not just these. Any demon you kill gives you the power to dispose of it yourself, the materials you acquire can be sold directly to the Corps, and the buying price far exceeds that of the outside market. Moreover, you can directly purchase what you need from the Demon Hunting Corps. For example, potions that enhance soul power, or higher-level combat gear, weapons, etc., will all be available at the lowest market price. As your rank increases, the greater the discount we enjoy. As Han Yi explained, Wang Yu's interest grew stronger. He never expected that joining the army had so many benefits. Beep beep beep. At that moment, the communicator in Han Yi's hand rang. Looking down for a moment, Han Yi said to Wang Yu, "Go change into your combat uniform, we have a new mission. Gather at the training ground in half an hour." Chapter 17, Amazing Turn of Events, Trapped in Danger half an hour later. Wang Yu changed into a brand new combat uniform and arrived at the training ground. Wang Yu, my brother, wearing this combat uniform makes you look stunning. Zhou Yu's eyes brightened. Wang Yu smiled slightly, everyone looks great too. Okay, since everyone is here, I will talk about our mission this time. Qin Feng lightly clapped his hands, making everyone focus their gaze on him. This time our mission is very special. Because the energy in the city is increasingly scarce, many people's electricity and water supply has become a problem. So our mission is to go to an abandoned power station occupied by demons and retrieve a design blueprint. It is known that there are 2 golden-level flame demons, more than 10 silver-level servants, and hundreds of little demons there. As Qin Feng's voice echoed, everyone's faces showed a serious expression. This mission was indeed not simple. Our mission this time is not to kill all the demons in the abandoned power station, so everyone should try to avoid conflict with the demons as much as possible. Otherwise, we will fall into deep danger. At that moment, 2 off-road jeeps drove in from a distance. Qin Feng glanced at them, "Let's go, we'll talk while we walk." On the other side, the capital city. Bai Yanlang also received a phone call. "Are you sure that Wang Yu, that brat, has left the camp to execute a mission?" Okay, I've noted the abandoned power station. Keep a close watch on it, and report any changes to me immediately." After hanging up the phone, Bai Yanlong's eyes showed a complex expression. But soon, the complexity disappeared, replaced by determination. They say a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Wang Yu, don't blame me, you blocked my path. I was forced by you. You can rest assured that one day when I take control of the Gu family and become a powerful ruler of Daxia, I will avenge you. Bai Yanlang made up his mind and dialed another number. The target has left the Demon Hunting Corps camp. I will send you the detailed location shortly. Remember, we must root them out, leaving no survivors, anyone related must not be spared. Half a day later. The car stopped in the wilderness. Wang Yu got out of the car and saw several large chimneys standing tall in the distance, like giants. Ahead is our destination. The road ahead is very rugged, we can only walk there. Qin Feng had somehow come to Wang Yu's side. Others had also packed their personal equipment and were ready to go. As they got closer, the continuous factory buildings came into view. The rusty steel structures were eroded by time, covered in patches and entangled with wild vines, stretching freely. The huge machines had long ceased to roar, they lay silently, thickly covered in dust. Some discarded parts and debris were scattered on the ground, like fragments of memories abandoned by time. Once, this place was the source of energy, silently contributing to the brilliant lights of the city behind it. Now, it lay abandoned in the wilderness, alone bearing the test of time. Little demons hid in the shadows. There were only a few little demons wandering inside the power station, as if patrolling. These beasts don't like sunlight, so let's sneak into the archive room now to look for the blueprint. It shouldn't be difficult. Qin Feng had a map in his hand marking the location of the archive room clearly. After checking, he found that the archive room was not far away, and there were no little demons guarding it. "Captain, let me go." Hani volunteered. "My spirit is a ghost type, good at hiding. As long as I am careful, I can make almost no sound and be hard to detect." After a brief thought, Qin Feng nodded. "Be careful." Hani firmly nodded, then quietly left. After silently merging with the spirit, he cautiously approached the archive room. After avoiding a wave of small demons patrol, Hani successfully infiltrated the archive room. Phew! Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Half of the task was complete. Next, they just had to wait for Hani to find the documents and safely retreat, completing the mission perfectly. However, at the next moment, everyone's heart sank. Crisis suddenly struck. Swish! A swaying firebomb suddenly fell into the archive room. Flames instantly soared. In the next moment, a chilling and terrifying roar echoed around. Then, hundreds of demons surged in from all directions, surrounding the archive room. These demons were varied and diverse in form. Some were like giants, covered in hard scales, strong and fierce. Others were small, like dwarfs, but incredibly agile, wielding sharp daggers, ready to strike at any moment. There were also winged little demons circling in the air, vigilantly searching for hidden enemies. "Not good, we've been played." Qin Feng's expression immediately darkened. "Which damn dog did this? Damn!" Wu Lei, usually good-tempered and very honest, couldn't help but curse softly, his eyes filled with fierce anger as he scanned around, searching for the hidden attacker. "Captain, it's bad, more and more demons are closing in. If they find Hani, it could be disastrous." Wang Yu closely observed the movement of the demons as his face changed. "Captain, Vice Captain, look, golden-level demons are coming too." Zhou Yu's ashen eyes stared at the distance. 2 demons, wrapped in flames, were approaching. They were like 2 enormous fireballs. Wherever they passed, everything was ignited, turning many abandoned factories into a sea of flames. At that moment, everyone's expressions became serious. Before them lay only 2 paths. 1, temporarily retreat and root out the hidden enemies before continuing the plan. In that case, Hani, who was executing the task, would become a pawn, trapped in danger. 2, rush out to fight the demons and cover Han Yi's retreat. Choosing this meant facing not only thousands of demons but also hidden enemies. It could very likely be a situation of being attacked from both sides. "I have never betrayed my teammates. How I brought you out, I will take you back. Everyone from the Dawn Squad, attack." Qin Feng roared, and his body began to change. His muscles rapidly bulged, and his skin turned green. In an instant, he transformed into a grotesque and jumped in front of the archive room, like a wall, stopping the surrounding demons from getting closer. Led by Qin Feng, Wang Yu, Wu Lei, and Zhou Yu also activated their soul merges. Chapter 18, Fighting Against the Golden-Level Fire Demon. Transformed into a grotesque, Qin Feng swung his massive fists, sending 4 or 5 small demons flying with one punch. Some small demons clawed at Qin Feng's body with their sharp claws. But, the grotesque skin was extremely tough, the attacks of the bronze-level small demons could hardly hurt him at all. Roar! Wu Lei transformed into a skeletal giant bear and joined the battle. He was covered in white bones, with 2 orbs of soul fire dancing in his eye sockets, looking extremely terrifying. The power of the skeletal giant bear was overwhelming, its claws could easily tear apart the bodies of the demons. It opened its massive jaw, letting out a deafening roar, then charged through the crowd of demons, knocking them away one by one. In an instant, a vast open space was cleared on the other side. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Zhou Yu, transformed into a siren, finished her chant, releasing a mysterious aura of magic from her body. In the next moment, a translucent shield appeared around Qin Feng, Wu Lei, and Wang Yu. This shield could absorb damage, greatly increasing everyone's safety. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the sound of thunder rumbled. Wang Yu, after merging with the minister, immediately cast a lightning spell. In the next moment, dozens of bolts of lightning struck down like a punishment from heaven, instantly turning 2 or 3 dozen demons into flying ash. Among them, there were also 2 or 3 silver-level demons. Kill a bronze-level little demon, gain 10 points of soul power. Kill a silver-level brute demon, gain 100 points of soul power. However, there was not much joy on Wang Yu's face. Because for the hundreds of demons, losing dozens did not greatly affect the overall battle. Once the golden-level demons joined the fray from afar, it would be a significant crisis for them. Boom! Finally, the golden-level fire demon arrived on the battlefield. The fire demon was tall and fierce, burning with blazing flames, as if it had walked out of hell. Every step ignited the ground with scorching fire. Its eyes were like two burning fireballs, emitting a terrifying light. Wang Yu, Wu Lei, and Zhou Yu all changed their expressions greatly. Only by truly facing a golden-level demon could one understand how frightening they were. They were not on the same level as silver-level ones at all. Even the nearby little demons quickly fled the battlefield, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Golden-level battles were no longer within their reach. One misstep could lead to being mistakenly harmed. Get out of the way. In a critical moment, Qin Feng, transformed into Abomination, charged directly at the fire demon without hesitation. The two collided instantly, creating a deafening sound. Abomination swung its fists down hard at the fire demon. The fire demon opened its large mouth and spewed out a stream of scorching flames. The flames collided with the fists, unleashing powerful energy waves. It was an even match. However, Wang Yu frowned slightly. He noticed that the magic shield Zhou Yu had placed on Abomination shattered in an instant, and the fire demon's flames continuously burned Abomination's body, leaving some burn marks. Clearly, Qin Feng's power could resist the golden-level fire demon, but the flames burning was also a significant burden for Qin Feng. Now, Qin Feng gritted his teeth, continuing the fight against the fire demon. Not good, another fire demon is coming. Before Wang Yu could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhou Yu's sharp voice rang in his ears. Wang Yu looked over and saw a figure riding flames suddenly descend. It was another golden-level fire demon. This time, we can only rely on ourselves. Wu Lei, transformed into a bone giant bear, charged towards the fire demon without hesitation. Magic shield. Magic dispel. Seeing this, Zhou Yu instantly cast two spells. The magic shield was placed on Wu Lei, providing him protection. The dispel magic was aimed at the fire demon, weakening the power of the flames surrounding it. If Zhou Yu had been golden level, casting these two spells would have yielded significant effects. Unfortunately, she was only silver level. The flames around the fire demon were indeed weakened a bit, but it still easily destroyed the black shield on the bone giant bear, burning the bones black. Roar! Earth power. Dark shield. Wu Lei also unleashed two spells in succession to bolster himself and launched fierce attacks against the fire demon. Facing the full force of a silver 9-star attack, and being adept at strength, the fire demon did not dare to be careless and raised its fists to block. Bang! An invisible wave of energy immediately rippled out from the two. So strong. Wu Lei suddenly felt a surge of powerlessness in his heart. It seemed like an even match. But he couldn't launch such an attack many times. Boom! However, in the next moment, something unexpected happened. A muffled sound suddenly came from the body of the flame demon, and then it actually retreated a few steps. Captain? Wu Lei's first thought was that the captain had made a move. After all, only golden-level strong fighters could intervene in battles of this level. But when he saw the figure that had pushed back the flame demon, the soul fire in the eye sockets of the skeletal giant bear jumped wildly. Wang Yu. That's right. Standing beside him was the tall, stern-faced Wang Yu. Wu Tin, are you okay? Wang Yu didn't look away and continued to fix his gaze on the flame demon in front. He understood deeply that there was a significant gap between him and the golden level, and the reason his blow just now was effective was entirely because the flame demon was distracted by the skeletal giant bear. I'm fine. Your strength is greater than I imagined, but you should go to the back quickly. This fire is really powerful, it's not so easy to endure. After taking a breath, Wu Lei's first thing was to get Wang Yu away from the battlefield. Wu Tin, do I look like someone who needs help? Wang Yu retorted. The soul fire in the eye sockets of Wu Lei's skeletal giant bear jumped again. At this moment, Wang Yu stood amidst the flames, completely unharmed, not even the long hair hanging down to his waist showed signs of burning or scorching. He seemed more composed than Wu Lei. I forgot that your body's strength is even more monstrous than your power. Now it can be confirmed that your body's strength should reach the golden level. Wu Lei thought to himself, Wang Yu was simply a freak. He no longer opposed Wang Yu fighting alongside him against the golden level flame demon. Moreover, with Wang Yu's addition, his pressure suddenly decreased a lot, and together they could barely contend with the flame demon. But as time passed, their attacks became less sharp. Even Wang Yu began to feel the heat of the flames, as if he were in a furnace, about to be melted. If this continues, I won't be able to take it. Wang Yu's heart sank continuously. At this moment, they had already fallen into a desperate situation. Chapter 19, Despair. Captain, my task is complete. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the archives. It was Han Yi. He was holding a silver safe in his arms. But upon seeing the battle outside, he was dumbfounded. Inside the archives, he felt the ground shaking and heard explosions, knowing that a battle was likely occurring outside. So he hurriedly searched the archives, and after a lot of effort, he finally found the dust-covered safe. Even without time to open it, he rushed out. What he didn't expect was that the situation was much worse than he imagined. His teammates were actually fighting against a golden-level demon. Retreat! Qin Feng saw Han Yi from the corner of his eye, then shouted the command while trying to withdraw. On the other side, Wang Yu and Wu Lei also breathed a sigh of relief. Han Yi had come out, which meant their task had been completed, and there was no need to fight the demons to the end. Roar! As a golden-level demon, it possessed intelligence not inferior to that of humans. They also realized the intentions of the Dawn Squad, immediately letting out a roar. Their voices served as a command to the surrounding demons. Those bronze-level little demons and silver-level demons, fearing being affected, became as lively as if they had been given steroids, cutting off everyone's escape route. They want us all to die here. At that moment, the members of the Dawn Squad realized the problem. The flickering hope they had just ignited was instantly snuffed out, and their hearts sank to the bottom. The two golden-level fire demons made it difficult for the Dawn team to cope, and now hundreds of bronze-level demons and a dozen silver-level demons have joined in. What should we do? Humans! Let them all be buried here. The fire demon looked at the surrounded crowd with great satisfaction. You humans have a saying. Damn you! Qin Feng shouted angrily, do you think you have us at your mercy? Even if I die, I will carve a bloody path out. Qin Feng decisively made up his mind to sacrifice himself to buy time for everyone. Captain! No! Wu Lei roared. Wang Yu frowned, moved in his heart. At that moment, he already knew what Qin Feng was planning to do. Burning the fire of the soul, exchanging powerful strength for a short time. But once he did that, both Qin Feng and the cursed undead would be reduced to ashes. Captain, wait a minute, I have already sent a distress signal. Zhou Yu's sharp voice also urged, trying to stop Qin Feng from igniting. There's no time. If I sacrifice myself, you all will have a way to survive. 1 for 4, I will make a killing this time. Qin Feng laughed boldly. Life and death were no longer important to him. How I brought you out, that's how you must go back. Before his words fell, unstable fluctuations erupted from his body. This was the omen of burning the power of the soul. Team Qin, Team Wu, it hasn't come to that yet. I still have a way, but I need time. At that moment, Wang Yu's cold voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Qin Feng instinctively wanted to ask, what method do you have? Boom! A sudden thunderclap resonated through the heavens and the earth. Brilliant lightning whitewashed the world. Wang Yu had already communicated with the power of heaven and earth, ready to cast lightning magic again. However, this time, the power of thunder continued to gather in the sky, taking a long time to descend. This kid is brewing something big. A chill suddenly rose in Qin Feng's heart. He sensed a terrifying power in the thunderclouds. It was already enough to threaten the golden-level demons. Stop him. The voices of the two golden-level fire demons became low and cold. They clearly felt a threat. Even the surrounding bronze and silver-level demons couldn't help but tremble. The flying little demons lost control over their wings and fell to the ground. Thunder has always been the nemesis of evil and undead beings like demons and undead. Wang Yu's lightning magic was highly effective against them. We can't let them disturb Wang Yu. Qin Feng shouted, immediately rushing towards Wang Yu. But the fire demon he was fighting wasn't stupid. How could it let Qin Feng succeed? Swish! The next moment, a giant sword condensed from endless flames slashed down. Damn! Qin Feng cursed. Yet, this attack was the full force of the fire demon, he couldn't underestimate it, so he hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! The ground shook, flames soared over 10 meters high, like a wall of fire blocking Qin Feng from reaching Wang Yu. Captain, you don't need to worry about me. Even if I give my life, I won't let anyone disturb Wang Yu. Kill! Wu Lei roared, the skeletal giant bear howled, recklessly charging towards the fire demon in front of it. This fire demon also condensed a flame sword several meters long, striking at the skeletal giant bear. Damn it! If you have the guts, kill me. If you can't kill me, we'll make sure you die. Wu Lei shouted angrily. At the same time, he activated his skills to enhance himself. Brown and black light intertwined around him. Magic shield. Dispel magic. Behind them, the Banshee Zhou Yu's soul power fluctuated continuously. At the critical moment, she cast 2 dark spells on Wu Lei and the fire demon, desperately protecting her teammate while weakening the enemy. A new layer of shield appeared on the skeletal giant bear, and the fire demon's momentum weakened by 2 points. Crack! 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 Under the attack of the flame sword. The magic shield given by the female demon first shattered, then the shield added by Wu Lei also broke apart. The third sound of breaking came from the skeletal giant bear itself. A skeletal bear paw, scorched black by flames, was brutally sliced apart by this sword. Then the flaming sword struck hard against the skeletal giant bear's body. Crack, crack, crack. Several more ribs were chopped off one after another. The skeletal giant bear was sent flying far away, crashing outside the flaming realm. The undead body suffered severe damage, and Wu Lei could no longer maintain his fusion state, transforming back into human form. Wu Lei lay on the ground, staring with blood-red eyes, fixated on the fire demon. Boom! In the next moment, the fiery longsword in the fire demon's hand also shattered, turning into countless sparks. Damn! So what if it's golden level? Didn't it still fail to kill me? A victorious smile appeared on Wu Lei's face. He succeeded. For an ordinary person, enduring a full-force attack from a golden level while being silver level and not dying is already a miracle. After all, monsters like Wang Yu, who can fight above their level, are truly rare. Human, you celebrate too early. If I attack again, how will you defend? The fire demon launched another skill, conjuring a shining fiery longsword. Wu Lei's expression changed dramatically, his eyes filled with despair. Chapter 20 Bronze 5 stars. Wang Yu's first transformation. If this attack lands, who can protect Wang Yu? Wu Lei felt extremely anxious. The fire demon's power exceeded his expectations, managing to unleash 2 fiery sword attacks consecutively without a chance to breathe. If you want to harm Wang Yu, first pass through me. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Wang Yu, unwavering. Han Yi. Wang Yu's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't expect this usually carefree young man to be so resolute. And me. With a hoarse voice, the only woman in the team, Zhou Yu, also showcased a scene where women are no less than men. Without any hesitation, she stood in front of Wang Yu, ready to withstand the impending attack. Both of them had witnessed the earlier attack strength of the fire demon, and standing here now meant they were willing to give their lives to protect Wang Yu. Xinfeng, Wu Lei, Han Yi, Zhou Yu. Wang Yu's emotions became unsettled. In that moment, he felt a spirit, an emotion. Swish! The fiery sword slashed down from above. Neither Zhou Yu nor Han Yi chose to retreat. Both souls erupted with power, dark light surging from their bodies, preparing to clash with the fiery sword. Even if they knew they couldn't win, they would still draw their swords. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound that shook the heavens echoed. A purple bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, descended like a ferocious dragon, fiercely charging at the golden-level fire demon. I told you, we still have a glimmer of hope. Wang Yu's voice rang softly in everyone's ears. This lightning from the sky was indeed his masterpiece. The fire demon also sensed the impending danger, a trace of fear flashing in its eyes. It hurriedly abandoned the plan to attack Wang Yu and others, swinging the fiery sword to strike at the descending lightning. Boom! The lightning instantly shattered the fiery greatsword into countless sparks, then surged into the fire demon's body without losing momentum. 1 second later, the fire demon abruptly exploded into countless fragments. Golden-level demon, dead? Although they had been psychologically prepared, when this truly occurred before them, everyone felt a shock. After all, this was a powerful enemy that even the golden-level Qinfeng couldn't handle. And Wang Yu's true strength was only bronze 3 stars. No! Now it was no longer bronze 3 stars. Kill the golden-level demon and gain 10,000 points of soul power. After Wang Yu killed the golden-level demon, the system's voice rang out. Immediately, his soul power began to surge explosively. Bronze 4 stars. Bronze 5 stars. Finally, it stopped at the peak of bronze 5 stars. Wang Yu felt that he was only 1 step away from bronze 6 stars, and a breakthrough was not far away. As expected of a golden-level demon, killing one is like killing 1,000 bronze-level ones. Although the battle was difficult, Wang Yu couldn't help but say, so satisfying. Mission completed. Reward, body transformation once. Detected that the host is in combat, the reward will be officially issued after the battle ends. Wang Yu's eyes brightened, it was quite humane. However, this also solved his concerns. After all, now was a critical moment in battle. If he fell asleep due to transformation, it would be a disaster for everyone. In the next moment, Wang Yu focused on the golden-level flame demon that was fighting, releasing his soul power once again. In the sky, thunderclouds gathered again, and electric light surged. Damn, next time, I will definitely not let you go. The flame demon, currently fighting Qin Feng, sensed that the whole demon city was in trouble. After all, just when Wang Yu displayed his power and quickly killed the golden-level demon, it was an onlooker who witnessed its brother turn to ashes in an instant. To be honest, Wang Yu's attacks couldn't be dodged or withstand, which made the demons feel utterly hopeless. Its good brother couldn't withstand it, and it had no confidence to face such terrifying attacks. Moreover, the only way was to attack Wang Yu, slaying him before he completed his preparation. But with Qin Feng in front, it was a pipe dream to kill Wang Yu. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through the flame demon's mind. In the end, there was only one choice. That is, retreat. Wha? A low roar emerged from its throat, gathering the power of flames into a long sword, pushing Qin Feng back dozens of meters with one strike, then without hesitation, it turned and fled. In the blink of an eye, the flame created by the flame demon appeared more than 10 miles away, with astonishing speed. Seeing their backbone flee, the nearby small demons and silver-level demons scattered like birds and beasts. This guy, has he given up his home? Hani clicked his tongue. These little followers, he doesn't care about them anymore. Zhou Yu looked at the fleeing demons with helplessness. Just a moment ago, these demons wanted to bury the Dawn Squad members here, and now they were desperate to stretch out 2 more legs to escape. This change was incredibly fast. Ha, Wang Yu, this time we can survive, all thanks to you for turning the tide. At this moment, Qin Feng also helped Wu Lei over, with a smile of having survived a disaster. Wu Lei's pale face also squeezed out a smile, looking at Wang Yu and jokingly said, Wang Yu, well done. This time, I originally wanted to show you the world, but unexpectedly, everyone was saved by you. A bronze level killed a golden level and even made another golden level demon flee in panic. It truly opened my eyes. Wu Lei's expression was filled with emotion. Beside them, Hani and Zhou Yu nodded incessantly. Experience gains +1. I'm very happy that everyone can survive. Wang Yu smiled slightly. However, before he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Host has exited combat status, rewards are being issued. Transformation begins. Before the voice finished, Wang Yu felt a wave of fatigue and fell down softly. Fortunately, Han Yi's quick eyes and hands helped Wang Yu, preventing him from falling to the ground. Wang Yu, what's wrong with you? Han Yi called out loudly, but Wang Yu had no reaction. Others quickly came to Wang Yu's side upon seeing this. It's okay, he should have consumed too much energy and overdrawn his body, fainting for a short time. He should wake up soon. After checking Wang Yu's physical condition briefly, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Wang Yu's breathing and heartbeat were steady, not showing signs of a major issue. That's good. Everyone else also breathed a sigh of relief. However, just then, a discordant voice rang out. Good? What's so good? Chapter 21, The Hidden Mastermind Appears. Life and Death Crisis. Not good. Those bastards plotting in the dark couldn't hold back anymore. Hearing the voice, the members of the Dawn team all showed exceptionally ugly expressions. The fleeting joy of surviving instantly vanished. Tap, tap, tap. 3 footsteps sounded, 3 figures surrounded the members of the Dawn team from 3 directions. These 3 figures were not human in appearance, but had transformed into undead forms. Directly in front was a skeletal knight in black armor riding a skeleton warhorse. Undead Knight, A-class. On the left was a 5-meter tall, incredibly ugly undead. It had a vile head, the massive paw of a skeletal bear, and the body of an undead warhorse. It looked like a patchwork of various undead creatures. Just as its name suggested, the Stitching Giant. A very peculiar B-class zombie-type undead. On the right was an undead cloaked in gray-black, holding a skeletal staff. Qin Feng's pupils shrank. A-class undead, lich. 3 golden-level undead contract holders ambush us, I truly don't know what deep hatred exists between us. Feeling the explosive aura from the 3 undead contract holders, Captain Qin Feng's heart sank to the bottom. Once they started fighting, they had no chance of winning. Even escape would be extremely difficult. You don't need to test our origins, actually, we brothers came here today not for all of you. Tap, tap, tap. The undead knight moved forward, its hollow eye sockets scanning the crowd, finally landing on Wang Yu. Our goal this time is this young man, it's none of your business. As long as you hand him over to us brothers, you can leave safely. The undead knight made its intentions clear. What? They want Wang Yu. The hearts of the Dawn team sank with a chill. What has Wang Yu done to offend you? Hani asked in a deep voice. You don't need to worry about that. The undead knight's response remained indifferent. Wang Yu is already a member of the Demon Hunter group, under military protection. If you target Wang Yu, it won't end well for you. Leave now, and I can pretend this never happened. Xin Feng had no choice but to pull in the military background to provide protection for Wang Yu. Military background? I'm so scared. The undead knight sneered, I don't even know how many military people I've killed, this identity won't scare me. My patience is limited. I'll give you 10 seconds to think. After 10 seconds, if you don't hand over Wang Yu, none of you will leave. The undead knight's voice grew colder, the murderous intent in its words could not be hidden, making hearts feel cold. Hey, a small team is supposed to stand together. You must choose to live or die with your teammates so we can kill you all. Go! Xin Feng shouted loudly, leading the way. The members of the Dawn squad hurriedly followed. Stop them! The undead knight quickly stood up and ordered in a deep voice. In fact, before it gave the order, the stitching giant and lich moved simultaneously. The lich raised its bony staff and unleashed the soul fire. The green soul fire fell like rain, enveloping everyone. The stitching giant then clawed its way directly towards Han Yi, Wang Yu, Wu Lei, Zhou Yu, and the others, picking the soft ones to squeeze. It knew Qin Feng was tough, so it aimed to deal with the squad members besides Qin Feng first. Damn it! Han Yi cursed quietly. They didn't have Wang Yu's strong defenses, and couldn't resist this attack at all. A golden level attack could take his life in just one round. On the usually cynical face of Han Yi, a rare expression of determination appeared. He spread his arms, releasing soul power and protecting everyone behind him. Even if it means death, he would not give up on any teammate. These beasts, I won't let you succeed easily. Wu Lei clenched his fists tightly, nearly bursting his eyes. But more than that, he felt helpless. He had already been severely injured and couldn't merge with the undead in a short time. At this moment, his combat power was even less than that of silver-ranked Han Yi. However, even so, he still stood firmly in front of Wang Yu, shielding him from the upcoming attack. Wu Lei's actions showed that he would rather die than let Wang Yu take the hit first. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, magical shields appeared on Wang Yu, Wu Lei, Han Yi, and even Qin Feng, who was battling the undead knight in the distance. There was no doubt, this was the work of the siren Zhou Yu. In critical moments, everyone in the team tried their best to unleash their powers. Zhou Yu, you! Suddenly, Wu Lei let out a cry of surprise. Because he found that only Zhou Yu did not have a magical shield. I can only do this much. Zhou Yu forced to smile. Having continuously used undead magic, her soul power was completely exhausted, and she truly couldn't cast a magical shield for herself. I hope you can go for me. Please live well for me. Without a doubt. When the attack comes, Zhou Yu would definitely be the first to die. But her face still showed no regret, only comfort. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, a storm of deathfire fell, and the stitching giant's heavy fist crashed down like a meteor. However, a figure resembling a mountain ultimately shouldered it all. It was the team leader Qin Feng who arrived just in time, blocking the death flames and repelling the stitching giant. Captain! 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 Wu Lei, Han Yi, Zhou Yu, and the others all looked shocked. I'm not going down yet. I won't allow you to die in front of me. Qin Feng did not turn around but spoke to the crowd with his back turned. TSK TSK TSK, what deep feelings, truly touching. The undead knight's appreciative voice suddenly turned cold. I'm just someone who loves helping others, so I'll fulfill your wish, to kill you first, then them. Hiss. The skeletal warhorse rose up and let out a roar, suddenly charging forward under the control of the Death Knight. The warhorse galloped with incredible speed. A distance of 10 meters was crossed in an instant. The undead knight swung its bony sword, slashing out a bright beam of sword light. Swish! The sword light flashed by, and Qin Feng fell as well. His large body hit the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, everyone saw clear signs of burns on Qin Feng's face, arms, chest, and abdomen. Even more shocking was the huge dent in his chest, his ribs likely fractured many times. Clearly, Qin Feng was injured under the scorching deathfire. He repelled the stitching giant but paid a painful price. At that moment, he fell to the ground, his large hand clutching his abdomen, green blood still seeping out. His old wounds had not healed, and the attack from the Death Knight left a gruesome mark on him. Now, Qin Feng was probably at the end of his strength. Chapter 22, Everyone severely injured, a desperate situation. Injured and unable to maintain the merging with the souls of the dead, Qin Feng returned to his human form. But the gruesome wound on his abdomen remained, bright red blood flowed from it, staining the ground. I thought you were strong, but it turns out you were just bravado. If I had known this, I wouldn't have wasted my breath. Seeing his blow succeed, the Death Knight was also surprised, then mockingly laughed. He had previously asked everyone to hand over Wang Yu because he believed the Dawn team had some threat to them, not wanting to cause unnecessary casualties. But was this all? Had he known the Dawn team was so weak, he wouldn't have wasted his time talking? Captain Zhou Yu pulled Qin Feng into the protective shield constructed by Han Yi's soul power. What should I do? What should we do? Zhou Yu panicked a bit. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid of her teammates dying with her. At this moment, the situation was not optimistic. Brothers, I'm sorry. Qin Feng shook his head bitterly, his face full of guilt as he said, I'm afraid I have to go back on my word. I brought you out but can't bring you back. As he spoke, his eyes grew dimmer, not even daring to look at the members of the Dawn team around him. Captain, what are you saying? Wu Lei smiled brightly, as a member of the Demon Hunter team, who doesn't carry their life on their waistband. What we do is dance on the edge of the blade, fighting elites. From the moment we left the camp, I already put life and death aside. After years of service, I've killed no less than 800 demons. I've already earned my share. Dying here is not a loss. Wu Lei faced death calmly, being open-minded, with not a hint of fear. What Wu said is right. As men, wherever we go is home. Wherever we die is where we shall rest. I think that's good. Han Yi turned back, laughing carefreely. He was very young, only in his 20s, still in the prime of life, and yet facing death, but he showed no fear. With you all here, I wouldn't feel scared anywhere. At that moment, Zhou Yu also expressed her true feelings. Wow, how wonderful. You've already touched my heart. The Death Knight clicked his tongue and then raised his sword, coldly laughing. You want to stay together? How could I grant your wish? After you die, I'll make sure to throw you in different places, so you can never reunite. Kill. With his command, the lich behind him raised its skeletal staff. A terrifying wave of deathfire descended once again. Han Yi was a spirit-type undead, so physical attacks had less effect on him, thus, the lich's attack was more effective. Zzz. Zzz. The deathfire landed on the protective shield and instantly ignited. Han Yi furrowed his brows tightly, a look of pain flashing in his eyes. He suffered considerable backlash from the magic. But he did not give up, still striving to hold on. Not yielding. Not giving up. Haven't you eaten? Give it to me. Hit him hard. Seeing the Death Knight fall into a deadlock, he couldn't help but scold the lich. Okay, Brother Zhou, the lich replied solemnly. I told you, when we are on a mission, don't call me Brother Zhou, call me boss. The Death Knight scolded angrily. They feared revealing their true identities because they could not see others without revealing who they were. I got it, Brother Zhou, the lich obediently replied. Death Knight. If it weren't for the fact that you injured your head during our battles back then, I would have kicked you out of the team long ago. The undead knight cursed fiercely, hurry up and eliminate them, leave not a single survivor. Yes. The lich answered and began to chant a low, dark spell. 2 seconds later, his staff pointed ominously at Han Yi. Soul impact. Swish. A column of dark green light, as thick as an arm, shot from the skeletal staff and instantly struck the protective barrier formed by soul power. Crack, crack. Han Yi's barrier, formed by soul power, could no longer hold and shattered in an instant, scattering into countless fragments that drifted into the air. With a bang, the light around Han Yi also exploded. He could no longer maintain his undead state and fell to the ground. He struggled several times, unwilling to give in, trying to stand up, but his injuries were too severe, and he failed. Stop your pointless struggles, submit your souls and heads. Clop, clop, clop. The hooves of the skeletal horse made crisp sounds on the ground as it approached the group step by step. Everyone closed their eyes in despair. There was no chance left. After today, the Dawn Squad would become a thing of the past. Everyone thought this way. Including the enemy. But in the next moment, a rustling sound suddenly broke the silence. Everyone opened their eyes again. To their astonishment, Wang Yu stood up from the ground. Wang Yu, you're awake? Qin Feng didn't know what to say. Wang Yu nodded, I didn't expect to wake up and find myself in this state. Pausing for a moment, Wang Yu smiled slightly, you all fought desperately to protect me, now it's my turn to protect you. Captain, you couldn't complete it, so let me finish it. Let me take you all home. Home? Hearing Wang Yu's words, Qin Feng, Zhou Yu, Wu Lei, Han Yi, and others wore dazed expressions. Can we go back? You actually woke up? In the distance, the Death Knight was equally astonished. He didn't expect Wang Yu to stand up again. It's you who should lie down. With a cold voice, Wang Yu's gaze swept over the 3 transformed undead figures. His heart was filled with murderous intent. Since coming to this world, he wanted to kill for the second time. Wang Yu stepped forward to stand in front of everyone, locking eyes with the undead contractor in the distance. Shall we lie down? You do have some strength, but against 3 of us, you have no way to turn the tide. You're boasting. Prepare to die. The undead knight squeezed his legs, and the skeletal warhorse reared up, letting out a fierce roar before charging at Wang Yu. The skeletal horse moved at lightning speed, leaping across dozens of meters like a teleport. Quick, dodge. This is a charge skill. Qin Feng shouted. He had personally felt the strength of the Death Knight strike, even his powerful physique couldn't withstand a single blow. How could Wang Yu, with only bronze-level strength, endure this attack? Everyone only saw a flash of white light, and the Death Knight had already reached Wang Yu. He swung the skeletal sword in his hand, aiming for Wang Yu's neck to behead him. Wang Yu. Zhou Yu gasped and turned her head away, unable to bear to watch Wang Yu's head being severed. Wang Yu. Wu Lei and Han Yi also silently shouted in their hearts, calling out Wang Yu's name. The two clenched their fists tightly. Their nails pierced through their palms without them realizing it, and blood dripped to the ground. Yet, Wang Yu silently fused with his will, facing the strong enemy without any retreat. However, what happened next was not the scene everyone imagined, of Wang Yu spilling blood in vain. Instead, the skeletal sword struck Wang Yu's neck, as if striking. The undead knight stopped his skeletal warhorse dozens of meters away. How is this possible? How is this possible? Unbelievable gasps instantly rose one after another. Among those gasping were the members of the Dawn team, as well as the undead knight and his two companions behind him. Everyone deeply understood the power of this sword wielded by the undead knight, yet Wang Yu didn't even get a scratch? Could it be an illusion? It's my turn. Wang Yu grinned, his expression icy cold. This latest transformation of his body had greatly enhanced his physique. In terms of defense, he was as strong as a platinum-level warrior. In terms of strength, he was no weaker than a gold-level warrior. This is why he dared to confront the undead knight head-on. Confidence comes from strength. In the next moment, Wang Yu suddenly surged forward, like an enraged lion charging at the undead knight. Whoosh! He ran at a tremendous speed, creating a whirlwind that kicked up dust beneath his feet. Screech! The undead knight was equally unyielding, urging his skeletal horse to rush toward Wang Yu. Burning battle intent. As it galloped, the undead knight unleashed another skill on himself. Suddenly, ghostly green flames ignited on both him and his warhorse. The sound of galloping hooves roared like thunder, leaving ghostly green flame footprints on the ground. At the moment before they were about to collide, Wang Yu leaped high, his body tracing a graceful arc in the air. Charge! The undead knight thrust his long sword fiercely forward, its tip carrying the power of death aimed at Wang Yu. However, Wang Yu skillfully twisted his body midair, dodging the deadly strike. Immediately after, he did something crazy. He extended his powerful right hand, like a steel claw, and precisely grabbed the undead knight's long sword. Looking for death? The undead knight was greatly puzzled. But in the next moment, Wang Yu twisted with all his might, and with his incredible strength, he actually yanked the undead knight right off his mount. His strength is even stronger than that of the abomination? The undead knight was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that a bronze-level boy with a fluctuation of soul power could unleash a strength terrifying enough to surpass even a gold 3 level, achieving something that Qin Feng couldn't. Good! Qin Feng shouted out excitedly. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse; to capture a thief, first capture the king. The undead knight's power was greatly tied to his mount. Without the mount, his combat ability would be greatly diminished. He had thought of this before and even acted on it, but the undead knight's strength, speed, and attack intensity surpassed his, and he hadn't succeeded, instead being severely harmed by the undead knight's sword. Wang Yu has become so strong? Wu Lei and the others were also in disbelief. Boss! Brother Zhou! In the distance. The two golden-level undead contractors on standby changed color dramatically and rushed over. Thud! The undead knight fell to the ground, and before he could rise, a shrill sound of air being sliced through rang out as Wang Yu's fists came raining down. Each punch contained immense power, striking the undead knight's armor with a dull sound. In an instant, he was bombarded by dozens of punches from Wang Yu. The armor started to crack, and the ghostly green soul fire flickered unsteadily under Wang Yu's assault. The undead knight attempted to counter with its bony claws, but Wang Yu easily dodged and then kicked the undead knight's head. This kick was so powerful it sent the undead knight's head flying, tracing an arc in the air before bursting into a cloud of ghostly green flames. Crash! Skeletons and armor scattered all over the ground. The skeletal warhorse that had run outside the battlefield let out a mournful cry before collapsing into a pile of bones. Then, all items related to the undead vanished completely. A middle-aged man appeared at the spot where the undead knight had fallen, lying still on the ground. Boss! The stitched giant let out a furious roar, its voice echoing like thunder in the valley. It swung its massive arms toward Wang Yu in a sweeping motion. Wang Yu seized the moment, charging forward. Just as the giant's arm was about to hit him, he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. Then, he quickly circled behind the stitched giant, wrapping both arms around one of its legs. Wang Yu took a deep breath, his muscles tensed, and he began to pull back with all his might. The giant's enormous body started to sway as it tried to regain its balance, but Wang Yu's strength was simply overwhelming. Wang Yu's feet dug deep grooves into the ground, veins bulged on his forehead, and finally, he yanked the stitched giant's leg right out. Losing its balance, the stitched giant crashed to the ground with a thunderous noise. Wang Yu then put all his strength into rising the giant, slamming it hard against the ground. Boom! Dust flew everywhere as the giant's huge body hit the earth, creating a deep pit. The stitched giant was left dazed and confused, its head spinning. However, before it could regain composure, the roller coaster feeling struck again as Wang Yu lifted it and smashed it to the other side. Boom boom boom. This continued, once, twice, 3 times. The ground trembled as if an earthquake was occurring. Hiss. Wang Yu's sudden burst of strength is a bit too insane, right? Golden-level warriors look like little chicks in front of him, easily played with. Qinfeng, Wulei, Hani, Zhouyu, and others stared in shock, unable to close their mouths. The difference in Wang Yu's power before and after his feint was simply earth-shattering. Crack! The stitched giant was slammed back to the ground once more, its massive body unable to hold itself together, breaking apart. This golden-level contractor could no longer maintain its fused state, revealing its true form. It was a dark, fat figure, now lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless and uncertain of life or death. Yet Wang Yu merely glanced at the dog-like figure before directing his gaze toward the distant lich. The lich had already stopped moving. Seeing his 2 teammates, stronger than himself, easily crushed by Wang Yu filled him with panic. His shriveled hands began to wave in the air as he chanted an ancient and wicked incantation. As the incantation rang out, the ground around began to tremble, and skeletons emerged from the earth one after another. Undead summoning. These skeletons, wielding worn-out weapons and burning with ghostly blue flames in their eye sockets, swarmed toward Wang Yu in a dense mass. Following that, ghostly figures appeared in the sky, transparent and emitting blood-curdling shrieks. A number of rotting zombies crawled out from the dark corners around, exuding a terrible stench, dragging their damaged bodies step by step toward Wang Yu. Chapter 24, Power Surge, Bronze 9 stars. Truly a golden-level lich, the summoned undead army is starting to take shape. The downside is they are a bit weak. If all the summoned were Death Knights, I would definitely turn and flee without hesitation. Wang Yu looked at the overwhelming army of undead, but a slight smile crested his lips. He knew this was the lich's desperate struggle. He slowly raised his hands, closed his eyes, and began focusing his mental energy. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky started to roll fiercely, and a dazzling lightning flashed within the clouds. The lich was taken aback by the sight. He realized Wang Yu was about to cast a powerful spell. The earlier scene where Wang Yu summoned heavenly thunder had left a deep impression on him. Run! The lich didn't want to be a living target anymore. Without hesitation, he fled. Turning to escape. His withered body transformed into a shadow, darting towards the depths of darkness. But Wang Yu would not let him escape easily. He suddenly opened his eyes, with a flash of thunderous light shining within. Thunder! Lightning in the sky seemed summoned, gathering towards Wang Yu. A massive thundercloud formed above Wang Yu's head, flashing brilliant white light. The surrounding air became ionized, making crackling sounds. With a wave of his hands, the thunder crashed towards the fleeing lich like an angry dragon. The speed of the thunder was incredibly fast, instantly catching up to the lich. The lich felt a powerful force coming from behind, and in terror turned back, only to see the blinding thunder. The thunder struck the lich, a powerful current instantly coursing through his body. The once withered body of the lich began to smoke, his black robe turning to ash. His already dry skin cracked under the thunder's force, a ghostly green light spilling from the fissures of his body. He struggled in agony, letting out a desperate scream. However, the force of the thunder did not stop there. It continued to ravage inside the lich's body, shattering his bones to smithereens. As the last bit of current flashed past, the lich's body completely turned to a pile of charred remains, scattered on the ground. And those spirits that had been rushing towards Wang Yu, at the moment the lich was slain, seemed to lose control, collapsing to the ground, turning into a heap of bones and dust. The lich was dead. Truly dead. He did not have the luck of the Death Knight or the Stitch Giant. Under Wang Yu's devastating strike of thunder, his spirits and contract partners were turned to charcoal. Kill Golden 2-star Lich, gain 12,000 points of soul power. Kill Bronze 1-star Zombie, gain 10 points of soul power. Kill Bronze 1-star Skeleton Warrior, gain 10 points of soul power. Kill. Ha! Killing ghosts can also trigger the plunder talent? Hearing the sudden system notification, Wang Yu was greatly surprised. Then, an overwhelming joy surged within him. For in that moment, Wang Yu had gained nearly 20,000 points of soul power, and his cultivation level instantly broke through the 6-star bronze barrier, continuing to rise. Bronze 7 stars. Bronze 8 stars. With 3 consecutive level ups, Wang Yu's soul power finally stopped increasing. You leveled up again? Han Yi was stunned. Just lucky. Wang Yu scratched his head. Haha, what good luck, if you keep getting lucky, you might surpass me. Wu Lei smiled with satisfaction. Wang Yu's strength increased, and they were all happy for him. I never expected, truly never expected that we all managed to survive. Qin Feng glanced around at the chaotic battlefield, sincerely exclaiming, awesome. He gave Wang Yu a thumbs up. If it weren't for Wang Yu this time, we might have all met our end here. Though they had already resolved themselves to die, surviving after the catastrophe still left Zhou Yu astonished. Wanting to act without regard for life has a prerequisite, that is, to be left with no choice. Who wants to die when they can live? Listening to Zhou Yu's words, Wang Yu slowly shook his head. Actually, it might be me who has dragged everyone down. If it weren't for me, you might not have encountered these guys. Wang Yu looked at the crowd, feeling a bit guilty. During his transformation, he wasn't completely asleep. He could receive messages from the outside world, just unable to respond. He heard the conversation between both sides and guessed that the incident was likely related to that white-eyed wolf father who had married into the Gu family. Why are they targeting you? After hesitating, Qin Feng still asked the question on everyone's mind. Let's first determine if my guess is correct. Wang Yu approached the Death Knight before him, stepping on the opponent's chest. I know you are awake. Where do you come from? Wang Yu asked coldly. Hearing him, the Death Knight stopped pretending to be dead, opened his eyes, and sneered at Wang Yu. You don't need to know who sent me. Just remember, if we fail, there will be more terrifying strong people coming to deal with you until they kill you. Ha! I will go to hell and wait for your arrival. Amidst his laughter, the Death Knight's mouth unexpectedly overflowed with black blood, as he had bitten through the poison hidden in his teeth. You forced the golden 4-star Death Knight to his death, gaining 14,000 points of soul power. Wang Yu frowned slightly as he looked at the fat Stitched Giant's contractor. Before he could get closer or say anything, the Stitched Giant's contractor actually swayed and stood up. You want information from me? Maybe in your next life. The Stitched Giant's contractor showed a mocking smile, and then, under Wang Yu's gaze, his head suddenly exploded like a watermelon. This person is even more ruthless, directly detonating the soul power. You forced the golden 3-star Stitched Giant to his death, gaining 13,000 points of soul power. With a pop, a large amount of soul power surged into Wang Yu's mind, instantly breaking the level's restriction, raising his soul power to bronze 9 stars. And it was at the limit of bronze 9 stars, ready to break through to silver level at any moment. All the clues are cut off? Qin Feng did not expect that a golden level strong man would commit suicide without hesitation. If nothing goes wrong, my guess is correct. They are dead men raised to do some dirty work. Wang Yu was not surprised. Instead, he was even more certain of his guess. Can you really guess who they are? Those who can cultivate golden level strong men as dead men are definitely not weak, and they must have great power. Wang Yu, how did you get mixed up with such people? The members of the Dawn Squad all showed great concern. Wang Yu smiled and said, if nothing goes wrong, the ones who want to kill me should be the generals of the top 10 legions of the Great Xia, the vice-captain of the Death God Legion, Bai Yanlang. Who? General Bai? Everyone was astonished. It is known that Bai Yanlang is a big shot who walked out of Qin City, with various news reporting daily. Some scholars even suggested writing Bai Yanlang into the history book of Qin City, so more people from Qin City could remember this great man. Wang Yu smiled faintly. That's right, the one who wants to kill me, kill us, is that pride of the people of Qin City, General Bai. But, why would General Bai, no, Bai Yanlang want to kill you? Chapter 25, Surviving the Aftermath. A major blow. This is a long story. Wang Yu slowly revealed his background. Qin Feng, Wu Lei, Zhou Yu, and Han Yi were all dumbfounded. Even the pain in their bodies felt lighter. Bai Yanlang is really a white-eyed wolf. I used to regard him as an idol. Now that I think about it, my admiration for all these years was fed to the dogs. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs, but Bai Yanlang simply does not act like a human. The members of the Dawn Squad were shocked by reality. Does such a heartless father really exist in this world? Bai Yanlang is truly unworthy of being a father. If there's no love, one shouldn't inflict harm. Speaking of which, I have caused everyone to end up like this. Wang Yu's face showed a look of guilt. What's the big deal? In the army, it's inevitable to have bumps and scrapes. This little injury is nothing. Qin Feng grinned. Wu Lei said, the captain is right, we all dance on the edge of a knife, walking on the brink of death. As long as we are not dead, it counts as a minor injury. Brother, we're living for today, hard to say about tomorrow. Just living another day is an incredible thing, we've already gained. Han Yi, regaining some strength, stood up, walked to Wang Yu, and gently patted his shoulder. Zhou Yu then sighed, feeling very pained. Wang Yu's talent is so high. It is truly astonishing, a treasure that should be valued wherever it is, yet one's own family stabs one in the back, which is infuriating and heartbreaking. Beep beep beep. Xin Feng's communicator suddenly let out a sharp sound. It should be the rescue team arriving. Xin Feng hurriedly picked up the communicator and replied, "This is Xin Feng, our location is." Not long after, more than a dozen figures dressed in combat uniforms crossed the ruins and came to everyone. From the badges on their chests, Wang Yu recognized that these people all belonged to the Qin City Demon Hunting Team. They were from the Thunder, Gale, and Rain squads. "Why do you look so ragged?" The leader of the Thunder squad frowned in dismay. "It's a long story." Qin Feng forced a smile. "When taking on missions, choose those within your ability. You should understand this as an experienced team member, especially since you brought along a rookie." The leader of the Gale squad gave a cold glance at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Wang Feng, stop being sarcastic. Who are you criticizing for overestimating themselves?" Wu Lei retorted with displeasure, "The reason we ended up like this is entirely due to being betrayed from behind. We faced attacks from 2 gold level and over a dozen silver level enemies, not to mention countless bronze level ones. In the end, 3 human traitors also struck against us. Humph, I ask you, what would your Gale squad face if confronted with so many strong enemies?" "What?" The leader of the Gale squad and the team members' pupils suddenly constricted. They did not expect that the Dawn squad had encountered such formidable foes. "Old Wu, are you really telling the truth?" The leader of the Thunder squad couldn't help but verify. Wu Lei rolled his eyes. "Do you think I have any reason to lie to you? Our combat recorder captured everything." "Exactly, not doing what you say will just embarrass you." Hani shot a glance at the leader of the Gale squad as he said this. Competition among the Demon Hunting Team is fierce. The Gale and Dawn squads are old rivals, which is why the Gale leader is so sarcastic. After my investigation, it's very likely that what the Dawn squad said is true. At this moment, the leader of the Rain squad solemnly expressed his opinion. Hiss. How did they manage to do that? The leader of the Rain squad's words were authoritative, without questioning. In the next moment, everyone looked at the members of the Dawn squad with astonished eyes. However, no one from the Dawn squad explained what had happened. What happened to them? At the camp hospital, outside the emergency room, Lu Changtian strode in. Team Qin and Team Wu are seriously injured and still in surgery. Hani is resting in the ward, and Sister Zhouyu is taking care of him. Wang Yu answered quietly. Lu Changtian asked expressionlessly, "Do you know who did this?" "It was him." Wang Yu spat out 2 words. However, Lu Changtian understood his meaning. "Can you confirm?" "I can confirm, but I have no evidence." "I don't need evidence to do my job." After Lu Changtian finished speaking, he turned and left. "General, where are you going?" Seeing Lu Changtian's back, Wang Yu instinctively asked. "I never tolerate humiliation. Whoever hurts me must pay the price." Lu Changtian did not stop, and his figure quickly disappeared at the end of the long corridor. The surgery for Qin Feng and Wu Lei took a full 10 hours. When the two were pushed out of the emergency room, they were bound up like mummies. Team Qin, Team Wu, you. Wang Yu didn't know how to ask. Qin Feng knew what Wang Yu wanted to ask and casually waved his hand. "Oh, it's nothing, I just broke a few ribs and got cut a bit. It's no big deal, I'm just going to lie in bed for 2 months. Me too, I have dozens of fractures all over, I'll be fine in 2 months, just think of it as a vacation." Wu Lei also grinned. But that smile quickly turned into a grimace as it tugged at his unknown places of pain. Team Qin, Team Wu, you're dead spirits. Wang Yu remembered. Both of them had been shattered in the fusion state of the undead, and normally, the injuries to the undead would be severe. "My undead may need to sleep for a while." Wang Yu noticed that when Wu Lei spoke these words, the spark in his eyes noticeably dulled. "How long is a while?" After hesitating for a moment, Wang Yu still asked. "It might be a year and a half, maybe 3, 5 years, or possibly even longer, who knows?" Wu Lei said casually, trying to sound relaxed. "It's that serious?" Wang Yu felt as if struck by lightning. Only when the undead suffered a major blow would they heal by going into a sleep mode. However, in this era where everyone had a contract with the undead, lacking undead assistance, what difference was there between Wu Lei and a useless person? Not to mention, he was also a frontline soldier. The undead falling into sleep meant that Wu Lei's military career had come to an end. This was a tremendous blow for a soldier. "Don't worry about me, I have some savings after all these years, enough for me to live comfortably for the rest of my life." Wu Lei laughed heartily. "After all these years of constant worry, I'm tired. It's nice to take this opportunity to retire successfully." Wang Yu knew that Wu Lei's words were meant to comfort him. "Old Qin, why aren't you speaking? What's the state of your undead now?" Wu Lei looked at Qin Feng, signaling him to change the subject. Qin Feng paused for a moment before speaking. I can only sense a faint and elusive connection. Its state is like a candle flame in the dark, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. Chapter 26, The Cruel Elite Training Camp, like a candle flame in the darkness, ready to extinguish at any moment. Wang Yu's pupils instantly contracted. This indicated that Qin Feng's undead state was very poor, on the verge of falling. After Qin Feng's words, the room fell into silence. Wu Lei opened his mouth, but the comforting words got swallowed back down. After all, in the face of reality, any words seemed very pale. For a contract holder, the undead was like their second life. If the undead fell, it would be like taking the life of the contract holder. This impact was not small. In comparison, he was 100 times better off than Qin Feng. After all, his undead had merely fallen into sleep, and there would surely come a day of awakening. Captain Qin, Wang Yu's voice was somewhat hoarse. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Qin Feng smiled. Actually, I've long wanted to retire and spend time with my family. By the way, my daughter always complains that I don't have time to accompany her. Now, it's good, doesn't this opportunity come along? No worries, I can go with old Wu to stroll in the park, drink tea, fish a bit. Just thinking about it sounds relaxing, with or without the undead, it's the same. After hearing this, Wang Yu fell silent even more. Because, during a private conversation with Zhou Yu, he had unknowingly learned that Captain Qin's wife and child had passed away in a demonic attack several years ago. Captain Qin, Captain Wu, you both rest. I'll come to see you after a while. Leaving the hospital room, Wang Yu tightly clenched his fists. The anger in his heart almost turned into something tangible. He really wanted to kill someone. By Yanlang, Gu Tianyuan, and the Gu family. There must be a way. There are plenty of soul-nourishing medicines that can also affect the undead. I believe there is a way to reignite the soul fire of Captain Qin's contracted undead. To awaken Captain Wu's undead from sleep. Wang Yu took out his phone and opened the browser. But the few pieces of information that popped up on the homepage stunned him. This morning, 3 chemical plants under the Gu family group in the capital exploded, with an estimated loss of at least 300 million. Shocking. Experts at the scene speculated that the explosion at the Gu group's chemical plant was not due to equipment failure but likely man-made. Wang Yu's heart trembled. An explosion occurred at the Gu group's factory? This was definitely not a coincidence. With this thought, a figure emerged in Wang Yu's mind. Lu Changtian. He believes that this matter is absolutely related to Lu Changtian. Soon after, Wang Yu typed a search query into the browser, looking for ways to help Qin Feng and Wu Lei. However, opinions were mixed, and no one could provide a clear answer. What are you doing here, kid? After an unknown amount of time, a puzzled voice came from beside him. Wang Yu looked over and found a familiar figure walking from afar. It was indeed Lu Changtian. And Wang Yu could see an unmistakable fatigue on Lu Changtian's face. General. What is the situation with old Qin and old Wu now? Have they woken up? Lu Changtian asked in a deep voice. They have woken up. But? Wang Yu paused, took a deep breath, but the situation is not optimistic. Captain Qin's spirit has suffered severe injuries and is likely to fall, and Captain Lu's condition is slightly better, but his spirit will also fall into a slumber. After listening to Wang Yu's account, Lu Changtian fell silent. The situations of the two were truly getting worse and worse. General, is there any way to save Captain Qin and Captain Wu? Wang Yu looked at Lu Changtian with hope. The answers online were scattered. Wang Yu thought it would be more practical to ask a celestial figure in the world of contract holders. Lu Changtian said, Wu Lei's situation is relatively simple. As long as you continuously use potions that enhance soul power or rare nourishment, it can speed up the waking process. Qin Feng's situation is very special. He needs soul-restoring grass if there is any hope to revive his fading spirit. Soul-restoring grass. When you finally saw a glimmer of hope, I don't know how to obtain soul-restoring grass? That's very difficult. Lu Changtian said, the price of soul-restoring grass in the black market is as high as 100 million Xia coins, and even at that price, it is hard to find. If you had soul-restoring grass, I believe it could be sold for 150 million without a doubt. Wang Yu thought to himself, so expensive? 150 million? For someone who has never had more than 5,000 in his pocket, this was simply an astronomical figure. If it were the old me, I might have had some hope to use a few connections to get it. But now, it's very hard, very hard. Lu Changtian repeated very hard twice, proving that it was truly difficult. Wang Yu fell silent. Lu Changtian was countless times stronger than him, having once been the vice commander of the Punishment Legion, with immense power. If he couldn't do it, would himself have any hope? It could not be said to be as hard as climbing to the sky, it might be even harder than that. Because soul-restoring grass has a special effect, which is to allow a person's spirit to evolve. Although there is only a 1% chance, it is enough to drive people crazy. You know, there are still a lot of wealthy and powerful people in this world, they wouldn't hesitate to spend a few billion for themselves or their descendants. Lu Changtian explained why soul-restoring grass was so precious. However, right now you do have a chance to obtain soul-restoring grass. Lu Changtian changed the subject, speaking to Wang Yu. Really? Wang Yu answered without hesitation, I am willing to try. Wang Yu was not a do-gooder. But he understood what it meant to be grateful and to repay kindness. Qin Feng could have left, but he was severely injured while protecting him. If it weren't for the sacrifices of the Dawn Squad, he could never have completed his transformation, and under the attacks of 3 golden tier contract holders, he certainly would have ended up as dust. This kindness, he could not ignore. Qin Feng did not help the wrong person. You're a loyal kid. Lu Changtian praised him and said, to cultivate the strength of a new generation, the Xia government is holding an elite talent training camp, recruiting elite talented youth under 20 from colleges and the military across the country. Anyone under 19 years old with soul power above bronze 5 stars can participate. The training camp lasts for 2 months, if you can rank first in the final assessment after 2 months. After winning the first place, you can obtain a precious spirit herb, as well as a large amount of resources and financial rewards. Wang Yu listened intently. When Lu Changtian finished speaking, he said without hesitation, General, I want to participate in this elite genius training camp. Don't rush to answer, don't let the rewards cloud your judgment. Lu Changtian said seriously and solemnly, the elite genius training camp isn't just being held this once, the competition is extremely brutal, and the training methods are very harsh. In every session, the elimination rate is as high as 80%, and among those eliminated, at least 50% die, and 20% are severely injured. Chapter 27, I'm sorry, we are not from the same world. And the people who died were all geniuses. In fact, many of them have strengths that can be compared to silver level. Lu Changtian reminded Wang Yu earnestly. My overall combat power shouldn't be inferior to a gold-level contract holder. Wang Yu spoke with confidence, having records of defeating gold-level contract holders. That's true. If you participate in the elite genius training camp, you should be safe. But you must not let your guard down. Lu Changtian continued, many descendants of influential families and financial groups have received various resources from a young age. For many, by the age of 15 or 16, their physical fitness and soul power have already met the standards for contracting undead beings. Some trainees in the camp can even compare to gold-level powerhouses by the age of 19. Advanced contracting? Wang Yu showed a shocked expression. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. To make the public feel balanced, this matter is only circulated among a few people. Moreover, there aren't many who can meet the standards for advanced contracting. Lu Changtian spoke with some regret, if you were born into a big family, you might have been able to advance contract, your soul power might have already become truly gold level. What a pity. Wang Yu's growth rate was unprecedented in his experience. He had only just contracted a few days ago and had already reached bronze 9 stars, which was truly astonishing. At Wang Yu's age, he was far inferior to him. General, please sign me up. Wang Yu said firmly, even if it's a hard road, I must walk this journey. Lu Changtian gently nodded, all right, go back and prepare. I will help you register shortly. As night fell, the sun set in the west. There was a knock on Wang Yu's dormitory door. When he opened the door, he saw a young officer in military uniform standing outside. Are you Wang Yu? Yes, I am. General Lu ordered me to deliver this recommendation letter to you and take you to the station to head to the imperial capital. The young officer explained his purpose. So soon? Wang Yu said, somewhat surprised. Yes, the registration for the Elite Genius Training Camp has been open for some time. Now there are only 3 days left until the registration deadline. The young officer glanced at the silver watch on his wrist. Wang Yu, there is a train to the imperial capital in 2 hours. You have half an hour to prepare, I will take you to the station then. Okay. Wang Yu said no more and turned back into his dormitory. 10 minutes later, he changed into a black sports outfit and followed the young officer to the station. There are very few trains heading to the imperial capital. Due to the last-minute decision, Wang Yu only managed to buy a hard seat by using the military passage. Once on the train, when he found his seat, Wang Yu noticed that many of the other passengers were also young people with luggage. For example, the boys and girls sitting around him were all heading to schools across the country. In this era, schools are also divided into various levels. The quality of the teaching staff is different in different schools. Actually, I tell my parents that there are no garbage schools, only garbage contract holders. As long as you are good, it doesn't matter where you study. But they don't listen. It costs $1 million a year in tuition, forcing me to study at Cambridge Necromancy University. Sitting diagonally across from Wang Yu, the boy with gold-rimmed glasses shook his head and sighed. Wang Yu glanced over and caught a fleeting moment of pride in the boy's eyes. It was clear. He wasn't being humble, he was showing off. However, 1,000,000 intuition per year was already at the top tier of universities. 1,000,000 dasha coins is not something an average person can afford. Imperial Capital Cambridge University, that's the pinnacle among private universities. Classmate, I'm also going to school in the Imperial Capital. Why don't we exchange WeChat and look out for each other? The two girls next to Wang Yu and directly opposite him suddenly lit up with excitement. It must be said that the boy's boasting had successfully drawn attention from others, and someone chose to make a move. Sure. The boy with glasses accepted their proposal, although he wasn't very enthusiastic. Wang Yu noticed that while speaking, the boy with glasses would often glance intentionally or unintentionally at another girl beside him. The girl wore a simple white bear t-shirt, her long black hair casually flowing down, her fair skin, high nose bridge, and big eyes reminded Wang Yu of the movie star Reba from his past life. Compared to the girl, the two proactive girls were not even in the same league. Yet the girl seemed not to hear the boy's words, her head down, focused on a book about necromancy. The unattainable always stirs desire. The boy with glasses felt anxious seeing his crush remain unfazed. But he had enough sense not to disturb the girl resembling Reba. Instead, he looked at the silent Wang Yu. Brother, I see you're also going to school in the Imperial Capital, right? Meeting is fate, why don't we exchange contact information for future support? Wang Yu's calm gaze settled on the boy with glasses. Cough, cough. The boy with glasses lightly coughed and said, I told my family there are no useless undead, only useless contract holders. It doesn't matter where you study, but they refuse to listen. They insist on spending 1,000,000 each year to send me to study at Imperial Capital Cambridge University. Seizing the chance, the boy started to show off again. Wang Yu frowned slightly, no need. I'm different from you, I'm not going to school, I'm going to a training camp. Wang Yu felt that the name National Elite Genius Training Camp was too long and unnecessary to mention. Besides, he didn't like showing off. He was already on a different level from these teenagers, having no mood for boasting. Oh, going to a training camp for training? The boy with glasses was taken aback. So you didn't get into university and have already joined the contract holder organization? Wang Yu slightly closed his eyes, too lazy to respond to the boy's words. Ugh. What's there to be proud of? Someone who can't even get into a university, how much potential can they have? At a glance, it was obvious the contracted undead were lacking. With limited potential, this lifetime would be tough for them. The boy with glasses sneered, rolling his eyes in his mind. However, his goal was achieved. Wang Yu was merely his stepping stone, his real aim was to not rudely ask for the girl's contact information. This, classmate, I wonder if you... The boy with glasses smiled as he turned to the girl beside Wang Yu. As long as the girl was willing to share her contact info, he would have succeeded halfway. Besides, he really couldn't find any reason for the girl to refuse. I really don't see the need. Why? The boy with glasses was stunned. She actually rejected me? The girl finally raised her head and looked directly at the boy with glasses, because we are not from the same world. I'm also not attending university in the Imperial Capital, I'm going there for the training camp. Chapter 28, They are all geniuses. Such a beautiful girl. It's truly a pity to miss out on joining the training camp. But, a girl like that should be easy to pursue, right? After all, the vast majority of people attending the training camp are hoping to find a good job. The glasses guy felt a spark of joy in his heart. It's okay, I'm an easygoing person. I don't care where you come from or what kind of person you will become in the future. I'm sorry, but I care. You care? The glasses guy was taken aback for a moment, then laughed, secretly thinking this girl in front of me is a blend of envy and insecurity. At that moment, the girl turned to Wang Yu. Hello, my name is Lin Zhu. Perhaps feeling a common fate, Lin Zhu expressed a hint of kindness to Wang Yu. Wang Yu. Wang Yu replied calmly. Wang Yu noticed that when the girl was looking at him, her eyes were squinting. Plus, when she lowered her head to read earlier, they were quite close, so he guessed that she must have very high myopia. It's really fish for fish, shrimp for shrimp. Seeing Lin Zhu ignore him and instead take the initiative to be friendly with Wang Yu, the glasses guy felt an anger rising, sneering with a sarcastic hum. However, his action did not draw any attention from anyone, instead, it made people feel disgusted. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, the glasses guy also felt bored. So he simply shut his mouth, and the train carriage suddenly became quiet. A night passed without a word. The next morning, the train stopped at the capital station. Leaving the noisy and stuffy environment of the carriage, Wang Yu felt refreshed, and his mood improved significantly. As he stepped out of the station, he saw many people holding signs, waiting to greet arrivals. Capital University of Undead, Capital University of Cambridge, Capital Vocational Technical College, Capital Civil Engineering College. Various universities had organized some people to come to the station to welcome the new students of the year. Wow! The elite genius training camp also sent people to greet arrivals? Suddenly, a gasp of surprise sounded next to Wang Yu. Wang Yu instinctively looked over and saw the glasses guy who was seated diagonally across from him, pointing at the place with the elite genius training camp banner in astonishment. The elite genius training camp, what kind of place is that? Which company is so powerful? What a grand scale! Occupying such a large area, it's even bigger than Capital University's area, and they even drove cars into the station. The two girls next to the glasses guy asked in surprise. This is not a training camp hosted by a company but officially organized by our Daxia government. I heard from my family that to join the elite genius training camp, you cannot be older than 19 years old, and your soul power must reach bronze 5 stars. The glasses guy said enviously. Hiss. Aren't they all geniuses? Both girls looked astonished. If they aren't geniuses, they are definitely close to them. In a city, they must be top scorers in the college entrance exams to have a chance to join. The glasses guy's eyes were filled with anticipation. If I could join the elite genius training camp, I would be willing to drive luxury cars and live in mansions. He silently prayed in his heart. Hey, Wang Yu is also looking over here. Suddenly, one of the girls next to the glasses guy pointed out Wang Yu. Who isn't envious? He is also going to join the training camp, but his training camp can't even compare to the elite genius training camp. As the glasses guy spoke, his pupils suddenly shrank. Wang Yu is coming over. He can't have heard our conversation, right? So what if he did? Can he still dare to confront me? At least I'm a B-level undead contractor, so I'm not afraid of him. The glasses guy forced himself to remain calm. But Wang Yu, as if he didn't see them, walked past everyone, heading straight for the banner of the elite genius training camp. At that moment, the glasses guy and the two girls beside him felt their minds blank. Wang Yu joining a training camp, could it be the elite genius training camp? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The glasses guy shook his head. If he's really going to the elite genius training camp, why not say it? He is very likely just asking for directions. In the eyes of the glasses guy, such a great chance to show off had no reason to be missed. If he can join the elite genius training camp, everyone in the carriage will definitely know. The glasses guy stared fixedly at Wang Yu's actions. He watched as Wang Yu took an envelope from his jacket pocket and handed it to a staff member. The staff member immediately stood up, a friendly smile on his face, and gestured for Wang Yu to step into the luxury van behind him. The moment the car door opened, everyone could see the luxurious interior inside. Wang Yu got into the car. The door closed. The glasses guy and the two girls beside him came to their senses. He really got in the car. The training camp he mentioned isn't for job training, but for the elite genius training camp. The two girls sighed in regret. After the glasses guy's explanation, they already knew what the elite genius training camp was. If they had known Wang Yu was a genius from the elite genius training camp, they would have tried to connect with him, or at least left their contact information. A super genius is much better than a second-generation B-class contract undead, right? He actually is a super genius? At this moment, the glasses guy felt struck by lightning. He couldn't accept it. In his eyes, a small character who couldn't even afford a technical college had suddenly transformed into a genius he could only look up to. However, just at that moment, a beautiful figure caught the glasses guy's eye. He noticed Lin Zhu squinting, searching for something. Was this his chance to shine? The glasses guy's heart rekindled like living coals. Damn, I actually forgot my glasses at home. Lin Zhu dragged her luggage, searching while muttering. She had very poor eyesight. Beyond 2 meters, she recognized no one. Beyond 5 meters, she couldn't tell a man from a woman, and at 10 meters, she couldn't distinguish humans from animals. She simply couldn't see what the banner said. Lin Zhu, can't you find the training camp you're going to? The glasses guy stepped in front of Lin Zhu. Just tell me the name, and I'll take you there. He tried to make his voice soft and charming. Thank you. Lin Zhu said, I'm going to the elite genius training camp. Do you know where it is? No problem, it's just the elite genius training camp. Wait. The glasses guy suddenly froze, then looked at Lin Zhu in shock. What the heck? Lin Zhu was also going to the elite genius training camp as a super genius. He was dazed. This world was too crazy. When did the geniuses from the elite genius training camp become so numerous, and he stumbled upon 2 at once? Is it hard to find? Lin Zhu, seeing the glasses guy silent, muttered in confusion, could it be that the pickup staff from the elite genius training camp haven't arrived yet? No. The glasses guy smiled awkwardly, you can come with me, they are just over here. This time, the glasses guy took the initiative to create distance from Lin Zhu, leading the way for her. Previously, when Lin Zhu said they were from 2 different worlds, he thought she was self-deprecating and resentful of the rich. Now he understood that Lin Zhu meant he could never reach her level. He simply wasn't worthy of being friends with a super genius like Lin Zhu. Chapter 29, The Cruel Training Camp. Meeting Gu Tianyuan again, turning out to be the clown myself? Watching Lin Zhu being sent onto the car by the training camp staff, the glasses guy felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. But after turning around, he felt even more bitter. Because the two girls he had been chatting with on the train had also vanished without a trace. Where did you guys go? Weren't we supposed to eat together later, and then I would take you to school? The glasses guy took out his phone and sent a message to one of them. In response, a red exclamation mark immediately appeared in front of that message. Damn! It must be that they saw me provoke a member of the elite genius training camp and deleted me. The bespectacled man felt so frustrated he could almost spit blood. He felt like he lost both the beautiful wife and the soldiers. You actually joined the elite genius training camp? Seeing Lin Zhu sitting in the seat next to him, Wang Yu said in surprise. Yeah, what a coincidence. Lin Zhu smiled sweetly. Then the car drove away from the station. Since there were still 2 days until the training camp officially opened, Wang Yu was arranged to rest in a nearby hotel. During these 2 days, Wang Yu went nowhere, just stayed in the hotel to adjust his state. The events he experienced in the past few days were too many. It was more exciting than the first few years of his travel combined. Time passed quickly. 2 days blinked by in an instant. Early in the morning, Wang Yu, along with Lin Zhu and 2 unfamiliar young boys and girls, took a special bus to the suburbs. On the way, the 2 young boys and girls closed their eyes and rested, looking like they didn't want to talk, while Wang Yu exchanged a few words with Lin Zhu. After getting off the bus, Wang Yu saw a tall iron gate and a wall that seemed to stretch endlessly. As expected of an official training camp, it is indeed powerful. This is the imperial capital. Even in the suburbs, every inch of land is precious. Beside Wang Yu, Lin Zhu's voice came. Today, Lin Zhu wore a black and gray sports outfit, her long hair tied into a ponytail, and wearing black-rimmed glasses on her nose. She had lost some youthful innocence and gained a more intellectual beauty. You guys are the trainees from Qin City, Bai City, Hai City, and Lin City, right? At this moment, a middle-aged man in uniform walked up to everyone. I am Instructor Wang Zhong from the training camp. Now we will begin roll call. When your name is called, say here. Without waiting for everyone to reply, Wang Zhong pulled out a list and called out loudly. Zhang Yang. Here. Qianjin. Here. Wang Yu. Here. Lin Zhu. Here. After the roll call, Wang Zhong closed the list. Instructor, can we enter the training camp now? The boy named Zhang Yang asked curiously. He really wanted to know what was behind the black iron gate. Enter? Wang Zhong sneered, don't think that just because you're here, you are officially a training camp member. Before entering the training camp, you will face a qualification test. Only those who pass the test can enter the training camp. Those who fail will be eliminated. Zhang Yang frowned, we can be eliminated before entering the training camp? If you don't accept it, you can leave right now. Wang Zhong coldly glanced at Zhang Yang. That look sent chills down one's spine. Wang Yu was sure that Wang Zhong was also a strong fighter who had crawled out from the pile of corpses. A test is a test. I refuse to believe that my bronze 7-star strength can't pass. Zhang Yang felt a bit discontent in his heart but didn't dare to show it too obviously. Everyone follow me. Wang Zhong took the list and walked to the black gate, speaking to a black uniformed staff member at the entrance. Everyone is here. The staff member turned around and used a fingerprint to open a small door. Who goes in first? In order, Zhang Yang goes first. Wang Zhong said. Okay, let me see what happens. Zhang Yang entered excitedly. Then the small door closed. 5 minutes later. The guard's expression changed. Zhang Yang is eliminated. Next. What? Eliminated so quickly? Chen Jin exclaimed in surprise. You should know that Zhang Yang had soul power of bronze 7 stars, which was 1 star higher than her level. The test is also real combat. If you don't give your all, you will only fail. Wang Zhong sternly reminded everyone. Next, Qian Jin. Called by name, Qian Jin unwillingly walked into the black small door. I wonder how long Qian Jin can last. Wang Yu heard Lin Zhu mumbling softly beside him. He noticed that Lin Zhu was tightly gripping the corner of her clothes, clearly very nervous too. Wang Yu was also curious, not knowing what kind of test it would be. But just at that moment, a business vehicle drove into the camp, and 4 youths got out of the car. A trainer dressed in a black uniform stepped forward and brought the 4 over. Wang Yu, it's actually, you. As the 4 approached, one of them exclaimed. Gu Tianyuan? Wang Yu frowned. He recognized the one who had cried out. Wang Yu, is he the one who injured you? Gu Tianyuan shouted, immediately making Wang Yu the center of attention. The three others with Gu Tianyuan focused their gazes on Wang Yu. At that moment, a youth who looked slightly older than Gu Tianyuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, cousin. Gu Tianyuan nodded. He's the guy from Qin City. I just didn't expect that, despite not having a contract for long, he actually reached the bronze 5-star admission line. Wang Yu calmly replied, if you can do it, what's so surprising about me doing it? His words carried 3 parts disdain and 7 parts contempt, harshly mocking Gu Tianyuan. What level are you to compare with me? Gu Tianyuan yelled angrily, you're just an unwanted wild child. Enough! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. However, the one reprimanding Gu Tianyuan was neither Wang Yu nor the trainer, but Gu Tianyuan's cousin. Fool, didn't you say he was taken by Lu Changtian? With Lu Changtian's strength and status, how hard could it be to help Wang Yu reach bronze 5-star? Yes. Gu Tianyuan shrank his neck, suddenly calming down a lot. It was clear he was quite afraid of this cousin. Wang Yu, right? I've heard of you, and I also know what you did to my cousin. Long Tianao's eyes glinted coldly, staring hard at Wang Yu. You've provoked the Gu family, no one can come away unscathed. No one can protect you here. Wang Yu could hear the threat in Long Tianao's words, which clearly indicated he would seek revenge for the Gu family. This was normal. The Gu family is also a major clan in the imperial capital, with immense power and countless vassals. The Long family is like a dog raised by the Gu family. Wang Yu had injured Gu Tianyuan, which was equivalent to injuring his master. Now that there was a chance, Long Tianao would naturally seek to relieve Gu Tianyuan's grievances and please the Gu family. Cousin, you're overlooking something. That is whether Wang Yu can pass the assessment or not. Gu Tianyuan examined Wang Yu from head to toe, sneering, if he can't pass the assessment, he doesn't even have the qualification to be our opponent. Chapter 30, How to Become Number 1. Battle against the Golden Ranked Evaluator. That's right, if he can't even pass the assessment, he's not qualified to be my opponent. Long Tianao nodded proudly. Cousin, even if he manages to scrape by the assessment, he still can't be your opponent. Gu Tianyuan said, you've contracted with the undead at a very young age, only 15, and now your soul power has reached silver 9-star. Who in this training camp is qualified to be your match? The more Gu Tianyuan spoke, the louder his voice became, making it seem like he was the talented one who had contracted early and reached silver 9-star. Hearing Gu Tianyuan's words, many faces displayed expressions of surprise. If Gu Tianyuan was telling the truth, then Long Tianao really was an astonishing genius. There are always people better than you. As far as I know, there are still 2 people in this training camp who can be my opponents. Long Tianao appeared very humble and low-key. After a pause, Long Tianao added, however, Wang Yu should not be included among them. The assessment is a major hurdle, it will be a real challenge for him. Gu Tianyuan coldly laughed, Wang Yu, you must pass the assessment, otherwise, I'll have much less fun in this training camp. Wang Yu was just about to respond when he was interrupted. Alright, instead of wasting energy arguing here, you might as well adjust your state and face the assessment with full strength. Wang Zhong was actually reminding Wang Yu not to let anger cloud his judgment. After all, the information on Wang Yu's registration form said, bronze 9-star. Having a conflict between bronze 9-star and silver 9-star is not a good choice. Wang Yu withdrew his gaze, and at that moment, the staff member at the door spoke again. Qian Jin is eliminated. Next. Eliminated for Real? Wang Yu was very curious about what the assessment content really was. Wang Yu, it's your turn. Wang Chong reminded Wang Yu. Go for it, Wang Yu. Lin Zhu waved his fist at Wang Yu to cheer him on. You too. Wang Yu smiled rarely, then walked into the small door. Inside the small door was a wide training ground. It was as big as a football field. And in the center of the field stood a figure cloaked in gray robes, holding a bone staff, a skeleton. A lich. No. Strictly speaking, this was a lich summoner. Wang Yu recognized the opponent's identity. Moreover, from the soul fluctuations emitted by the opponent, Wang Yu inferred that this lich summoner's level was about gold 4-star, similar in strength to the lich summoner he had killed before. Wang Yu, contract undead zombie, bronze 9-star, right? The lich said in a hoarse voice. Yes. Wang Yu nodded. Good, as long as you can last 10 minutes under the attack of the undead I summon, you will pass the assessment. If you can kill the undead I summon, you will earn extra points. The lich examiner briefly introduced the assessment rules. If there are no problems, we can start the assessment. What he said was clear enough. Normally, no one would think there was a problem. But Wang Yu was not normal. Examiner, I have a question. If I defeat you, what reward can I get? Or how many points? What? The lich examiner was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Did I mishear? A bronze 9-star zombie summoner dares to talk so big? Who gave him this courage? Even an S-level silver 9-star summoner wouldn't dare to say such a thing in front of me. You are confident you can defeat me? He asked uncertainly. I want to give it a try, Wang Yu answered seriously. Quite confident indeed. I've served as an instructor for 2 sessions, and this is the first time I've met someone who claims they will defeat me. The Lich examiner laughed. If you can withstand me for 10 minutes, you'll pass the assessment. After 10 minutes, for every additional minute you last, you will earn 10 points, up to a maximum of 200 points. If you can defeat me, you will get 500 points directly. However, so far, no student has achieved this in the entrance exam. By the way, you probably don't know the point system's purpose, right? According to past rules, the number of points will determine your ranking. The first place in the training camp is always the student with the highest points. I see. Wang Yu's eyes lit up. In that case, he had a compelling reason to defeat the Lich examiner. I am ready. Wang Yu said solemnly. Summon your undead, the Lich examiner nodded, raising his bone staff. Suddenly, the training ground erupted with mounds of earth, and bony, skeletal arms reached out one by one. In the blink of an eye, over 100 bronze-level skeleton warriors crawled out from the ground. At that moment, Wang Yu also completed his undead fusion. He transformed into a powerful-looking, strong-bodied general. Wang Yu noticed that these skeletal warriors all had the aura of about bronze 5-star, and their weapons were not bone knives but gleaming alloy swords, clearly stronger than ordinary skeletal warriors. These skeleton warriors are quite impressive. Wang Yu gasped, which summon has skeletal soldiers equipped with alloy weapons? My summoned undead are quite special. All of it is made from materials of our world, so there's no need to return to the realm of the dead. I made the undead myself, using my own weapons, it's only reasonable. The Lich examiner simply explained. Wang Yu thought to himself, no wonder he can be an instructor in the training camp. His understanding of the undead is indeed unique. It's not something an ordinary contractor can compare to. Take for example the Lich contractor Wang Yu once killed. His strength was absolutely inferior to the Lich examiner before him. Your zombie seems quite unruly as well. It's my first time seeing one that looks this good. And it's quite powerful too. As soon as Wang Yu finished speaking, he suddenly surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Swish! In just one step, Wang Yu crossed a distance of over 10 meters. What incredible speed! The Lich examiner's pupils shrank, his heart jolting. The speed Wang Yu was displaying was beyond what could be unleashed at the bronze 9 stars level. In fact, even ordinary silver 9 stars undead did not possess this kind of speed. At this moment, Wang Yu's speed was already comparable to contractors like the Shadow Nightcat and Phantom Leopard, well known for their speed among silver 9-star spirits. Attack! The Lich instructor raised his staff. The skeleton warriors received the command, swinging their metal blades to form a dense web of knives, launching indiscriminate attacks on Wang Yu. Although I can't keep up with your speed, I don't believe you can break through my defenses. Unless you are prepared to risk your life. The Lich examiner was confident that Wang Yu would definitely avoid the sharp blades. At the same time, he calculated several retreat routes that Wang Yu might choose, secretly summoning dozens of spirits to lie in ambush. Chapter 31, The Strength of the Lich Instructor, Summoning Golden Grade Undead. The Lich examiner thought of the various retreat routes Wang Yu might choose. But he never expected that Wang Yu would not retreat at all. He boldly charged into the encirclement of the skeleton warriors. Clang clang clang. The metal blades in the skeleton warriors' hands struck Wang Yu, yet they sparked a series of firework like flashes. Lich examiner? No way, he can actually withstand the skeleton warriors' attacks? Is this something a bronze grade can do? Wang Yu's zombie seems a bit too fierce, doesn't it? Wang Yu didn't throw a punch, instead, he charged forward like an armored vehicle. Wherever he passed, skeleton warriors were knocked down, some downright shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Like that, Wang Yu forcibly broke through the blockade of the skeleton warriors, heading straight for the Lich instructor. Monster! The Lich examiner cursed inwardly and raised his staff. A massive shadow instantly enveloped Wang Yu. Wang Yu looked up and his gaze froze. It was actually a grotesque creature falling from the sky. Moreover, judging by the aura emanating from it, it was indeed a golden grade undead. A golden grade lich summoned a golden grade grotesque. The Lich examiner's value was only increasing. Boom! The grotesque landed heavily in front of the Lich examiner, forming a wall that tightly protected him behind it. As soon as the grotesque appeared, the entire training ground seemed to tremble. Its massive figure resembled a small hill, and its thick arms were thicker than an ordinary person's waist. Muscles as hard and thick as granite, with every muscle fiber distinctly visible. Its eyes glowed with a blood-red light, staring intently at Wang Yu, filled with brutality. Wang Yu could no longer see the Lich examiner's figure. Kid, you are too naive. To serve as an instructor here, you must have some real skills. But for allowing me to summon a grotesque, you can still earn some honor in defeat. According to the rules, you've already earned 200 points. The Lich examiner's voice slowly echoed in Wang Yu's ears. Wang Yu heard from his words that the Lich instructor believed he had a sure victory. But so what if it was a golden-level abomination? He had already slain a stitched giant that was no weaker than an abomination. If you don't have 2 brushes, you wouldn't dare to join the training camp. 200 points aren't enough to satisfy my appetite. Wang Yu coldly replied. What do you mean? Are you going to continue to challenge me? The Lich instructor asked in shock. I have already summoned an abomination, do you still want to challenge me? Isn't that a bit overconfident? Yes. I really don't know who gave you the courage to face golden level power. The Lich instructor didn't know whether to call Wang Yu ignorant or fearless. Strength. Wang Yu calmly answered with 2 words. Alright, then I will see what strength you have. As soon as the Lich instructor finished speaking, the abomination launched its attack first. Its huge foot stomped heavily on the ground, producing a dull thud, like a war drum, causing the entire training ground to shake slightly. Then it charged at Wang Yu like an out-of-control heavy truck. Each step left a deep footprint on the ground. As it approached Wang Yu, the abomination swung its fist, which was the size of a wheel, and it came crashing down toward Wang Yu with the weight of a mountain. There was no doubt about the power of this punch, it could easily create a deep pit in the ground. Compared to the 5-meter-tall abomination, Wang Yu seemed incredibly tiny. He looked like a small ant standing before a giant, but within his small body lay terrifying strength. Faced with the unstoppable punch of the abomination, Wang Yu showed no fear in his eyes, nor did he retreat or dodge. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, like an ancient tree deeply rooted in the earth. At the moment the abomination's fist was about to strike him, Wang Yu also swung his own fist fiercely, meeting the abomination's giant fist head-on. Boom! A loud sound erupted, like thunder crashing in the training ground. The 2 fists collided heavily, and a powerful wave of energy spread outward from the point of impact. This wave of energy whipped up the surrounding dust like a raging wind, forming a small sandstorm. The ground beneath Wang Yu could not bear the immense force of the impact, cracking like a spider web spreading outwards. However, astonishingly, Wang Yu was completely unharmed in this hard clash. His body stood like a solid fortress, steadily withstanding the abomination's attack. Wow! His body strength and power can actually stand against an abomination? Isn't that ridiculous? Witnessing this scene, the Lich instructor was stunned. Wang Yu brought him wave after wave of shock. Roar! Seeing his attack blocked by Wang Yu's frail body, the abomination let out an enraged roar. The abomination was unwilling to be evenly matched with Wang Yu, its red eyes burned with even greater anger and humiliation. It opened its blood-red mouth and let out a deafening roar. This roar seemed to contain some mysterious power, causing the sound waves to reverberate in the air, making one's eardrums feel a sharp pain. Immediately after, a layer of ghostly green light rose from the abomination, and it cast its first skill, power amplification. With the release of this skill, its already massive muscles began to swell even more violently, with veins crawling over them like small snakes. Every muscle seemed to be infused with new vitality, becoming harder and filled with strength. At this moment, its power had at least doubled. Before Wang Yu could react, the light on the abomination flashed again, unleashing its second skill, speed enhancement. In the beginning, its huge and somewhat clumsy body became agile under the enhancement of this skill. The increase in speed and strength meant an increase in attack. It was like a car going 30 suddenly crashed at 50. The hateful figure flashed and instantly disappeared from Wang Yu's sight. Wang Yu was startled. At this moment, his senses became sharply focused, fully concentrating on the surrounding movements. Suddenly, he felt a powerful airflow coming from the side. He knew that the hateful creature had launched a new round of attack. Wang Yu swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the hateful creature's fist glowing with a ghostly green light. The punch grazed his clothes, creating a gust of wind. Taking advantage of the hateful creature not retracting its fist yet, Wang Yu quickly counterattacked. He accelerated suddenly, like lightning, charging to the side of the hateful creature. His right fist carried a fierce wind as it slammed into the knee joint of the hateful creature, leaving deep dents on its body. The hateful creature staggered back as if losing its balance. Once he landed one punch, 100 more would follow. Wang Yu's fists fell like rain onto the hateful creature. Each punch contained all his strength, leaving deep indentations on its body. The hateful creature tried to fight back, but its attacks gradually lost their rhythm. Wang Yu, on the other hand, became more courageous in battle, as if enveloped by an invisible aura. Fierce. Domineering. Crushing the golden-level undead until it couldn't raise its head. Chapter 32, One Punch Takes Down the Hateful Creature. The hateful creature has gone all out, and yet it can't handle this kid? Is this really the combat strength that a Bronze 9 star can unleash? The Lich Examiner's heart was stirred with stormy waves. Wang Yu was so fierce he seemed almost superhuman. Boom! At that moment, Wang Yu leapt into the air, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the hateful creature's forehead. The hateful creature's massive body shook, stunned by the blow. I refuse to believe I can't handle you. The lich examiner was holding back a surge of anger in his heart. He raised his skeletal staff, preparing to unleash a soul shock. But, before he could complete his spell, Wang Yu appeared before the lich examiner like a ghost. You! The lich examiner's pupils shrank sharply. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wang Yu launched his attack, fists flying like meteors. Although the lich also had a physical form, it specialized in magical attacks, and close combat was not its strong suit. Wang Yu's punch was something he saw coming, something his mind could think of dodging, but his body's reaction couldn't keep up. Bang! In the next moment, he experienced a feeling of soaring through the clouds. Then, came Wang Yu's storm-like barrage of attacks. 1 minute later. The lich examiner was directly defeated by Wang Yu, exploding out of the undead fusion state, revealing the face of a middle-aged man, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The hateful undead vanished into thin air, returning to the undead world. Those skeletal warriors wielding alloy blades stood there like they had lost their souls, dumbfounded. Some ghostly undead wandered aimlessly in place. Examiner, don't sleep. You need to get up and announce the end of the assessment. Wang Yu immediately felt very awkward. In the spacious conference room, the commander of the elite genius training camp, Zhao Wujie, sat upright in the main seat. He wore military attire, his face resolute, and his gaze captivating. In the seats below him were the heads of various departments in the training camp, scarcely daring to look at Zhao Wujie, not even daring to breathe. Because Zhao Wujie was not only the camp commander but also a general of great merit in the Great Xia, and a powerful star-level expert. Joining the army at 18, with no one to rely on, within just 20 years, he shouldered the mantle of a star general, guarding a territory, with strength and cunning few could match. This session has attracted participants to the training camp. Is there anything outstanding? Zhao Wujie had just returned from the front lines and didn't understand many things yet. The head of the admissions office shivered and quickly answered, General, we have 3 good candidates this year. The first is Long Tianyuan from the Long family in the capital, a rare early contract holder. He has contracted an S-class undead green bone dragon, and in less than 3 years, his soul power has risen by over 10 levels. He is now at silver 9 stars. This is considered a good candidate? Zhao Wujie scoffed. The offspring of wealthy families receive abundant resources for cultivation after they contract, making their progress quick, but their foundation is unstable. Once they reach the later stages, the flaws become apparent. Among the more than 10 kings in today's daxia, none were nurtured by wealthy families or powerful clans. Zhao Wujie's words clearly expressed his disdain for the children of prominent families. I know some of you may disagree, thinking that Xingyo is already a pillar of daxia. That's true, but I hope to lay a foundation for real geniuses to become kings. I want those who come out of our training camp to be pillars that support the sky. Zhao Wujie said solemnly. Hiss. Everyone gasped in surprise. They didn't expect this new camp leader to have such ambition. General, there's a second one. The head of the admissions office discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Speak. The second candidate is named Han Dong, from Dongxue City, and is also an early contractor. She has contracted an S-class ice and snow spirit. At the same age as Long Tianyuan, her soul power is only silver 6 stars. That girl Han Dong is here too. Zhao Wujie looked surprised upon hearing this. Do you know Han Dong, General? She is the daughter of a friend of mine. I used to hold her when she was small. Hey, if that Long Outyan fought against Han Dong, would you believe that Han Dong would win in the end? Mentioning the daughter of an old friend, a rare smile appeared on Zhao Wujie's serious face, and he spoke a few more words with everyone. He looked like an old father, proudly boasting about how outstanding his child was. Ahem. General, it's Long Tianyuan. The head of the admissions office reminded awkwardly. Whether he is Long Tianyuan or Long Outyan, the result is the same. Han Dong is far superior to those geniuses nurtured by the wealthy families and truly possesses the qualities of a king. It was clear that Zhao Wujie held Han Dong in extremely high regard. The others also became serious and firmly remembered Han Dong's name, planning to pay special attention to this highly praised genius girl when they had the time. Is there anyone else? There are a few more, but they are relatively weaker. The head of the admissions office continued to name several candidates. Each came from different cities. Every one of them was an early contractor, secret weapons of their families, the weakest among them possessed silver-level strength, and each could be considered a local genius elsewhere. After Zhao Wujie listened to the brief introductions, most people lost interest, except for a few who asked a couple more questions. By the way, I remember General Liu from Changtian also recommended someone for the elite genius training camp. How is that boy? Zhao Wujie suddenly asked. General, that boy is too ordinary. Even with General Lu's help, he only has bronze 9 stars of strength. The head of the admissions office shook his head unconsciously at the mention of Wang Yu. Wang Yu would be fine in an ordinary city, and he might even be a famous genius in a local university. But in the talent-focused training camp, he simply faded into the crowd. Old Lu, really, I thought he was recommending some remarkable genius for me. Zhao Wuji shook his head and turned to the person sitting opposite the head of the admissions office. He was the head of the assessment office. How is the enrollment assessment progressing? 1/3 of the candidates have completed the assessments, and 1/3 of those who passed the assessments. Day. Zhao Wuji pondered after listening, his fingers gently tapping on the conference table. How's the scoring? Among those who passed the assessment, only 2 reached B grade, the rest are all C grade. The head of the assessment department replied. To last 10 minutes under the examiner counts as C grade, lasting 20 minutes as B grade, and lasting 30 minutes as a grade. No A grades yet? Zhao Wuji shook his head. This year's elite genius training camp students are worse than he imagined. The head of the assessment department wanted to say something but suddenly changed his expression. General, there's been an accident. Chapter 33, are you in the second round? What is going on, looking so flustered? Zhao Wuji frowned, asking in a deep voice. There's a candidate who defeated the examiner. The head of the assessment department explained, stiffly. Bang! Zhao Wuji slammed the table. This generation is worse than the last, even the standards of the examiners in the training camp can drop? How much can we spend to hire a golden level contractor? Zhao Wuji was very angry, expressing strong dissatisfaction. That, General, the examiners responsible for assessments in our training camp are still at golden level. The head of the assessment department replied, nervously. What? Zhao Wuji suddenly stood up. Do you mean to say, a candidate defeated a golden level examiner? His eyes widened, like an angry lion. Yes, that's right. What is the name of that candidate? And no, I don't know. Let's go see. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhao Wuji's eyes. General, there are still some things I haven't reported. We'll talk about it later. Zhao Wuji waved his hand impatiently, then stomped out of the conference room, heading straight for the exam site. On the other side, Wang Yu stood guard over the lich examiner for a while but found no signs of waking up in the other party. There won't be any big problems, right? I have been holding back. A golden level shouldn't be in life-threatening danger. Wang Yu murmured. Day. Suddenly, Wang Yu heard a series of footsteps. He turned around and saw another person in examiner clothing walking from afar. Wang Yu's first reaction was, could there be a hidden assessment? If defeating one examiner gives 500 points, how much would defeating 2 grant? Wang Yu couldn't help but think. As Wang Yu was sizing up that examiner, the examiner was also observing Wang Yu. He had seen everything that happened in the monitoring room. He watched as a bronze 9-star contractor completely defeated a golden level contractor. This simply overturned his worldview. Challenging above one's level was not unheard of in this gathering of geniuses, but a bronze defeating golden, crossing 2 major realms in battle, was something he had never seen before. Immediately, he reported this to the head of the assessment department and received instructions to enter the venue first, replacing the injured examiner to continue hosting the assessment. Wang Yu, I know you are an examiner in the training camp. Correct, I am here too. I know you are here to assess me. Wang Yu answered seriously. But these words left the examiner stunned. He was not there to test Wang Yu, but was ordered to replace the examiner defeated by Wang Yu to assess the candidates below. Examiner, I am ready, let the assessment begin? Wang Yu replied in a deep voice, and in the next moment, like lightning, he dashed toward the new examiner. No. Who the hell said they wanted to assess you? The examiner's expression changed, but the situation was critical and did not allow for more thought. If he hesitated any longer, he would be hit. Necromancer fusion. The next moment, the examiner initiated the fusion with the undead. Hiss. A flash of black light passed, and a skeletal knight riding a white skeletal warhorse, donning black pattern armor appeared. The tall and eerie figure of the necromancer knight shrouded the surroundings in a dark aura, and the white skeletal warhorse under him had green ghostly flames burning in its eye sockets. At times, a hissing sound was emitted. Unlike the undead knight that Wang Yu had once fought, this examiner's weapon was not a long sword, but a huge spear, tightly gripped in his hand, with a strange glow flickering on the blade, capable of easily harvesting lives from the world. At the same time, a powerful golden-level soul exploded outwards from him in all directions. Under this aura, normal bronze-level contractors found it hard to move even an inch, and silver-level contractors became slow in their actions. However, Wang Yu felt none of this. The moment he transformed into the undead knight examiner immediately launched an attack, clenching his horse's belly tightly, and the skeletal horse let out a long, loud neigh, raising its front hooves, then charging towards Wang Yu like an arrow released from its bow. The hooves thudded against the ground, producing a dull sound. Every step seemed to step on the very heart of a person. The undead knight examiner raised the large spear high, slicing through the air with a cold light, suddenly stabbing towards Wang Yu. This thrust contained immense power. It seemed as if the air was being torn apart by this force, emitting a sharp howling sound. However, facing this fierce attack, Wang Yu was completely unfazed. Just as the spear was about to strike him, he shouted loudly, his voice resonating through the examination hall like a striking bell. He quickly raised his right arm at an incredible speed, using his fist to meet the spear head-on. The undead knight examiner let out a contemptuous snort. How can a knight's spear be compared to an abominable fist? You're being too overconfident. He had seen Wang Yu clash head-on with the abomination from the monitoring room. But he did not believe Wang Yu could contend with him. With the addition of his horse, the attack power of this thrust was terrifying. Even the abomination in front of him would be pierced through. With a loud clang, it sounded like metal clashing against metal, sparks flying everywhere. Wang Yu's punch was so powerful that it forced the undead knight examiner's unstoppable attack to come to a complete halt. Wang Yu's body swayed and then returned to normal. This guy's strength is stronger than I imagined. And his defense is astonishing. The soul fire in the undead knight examiner's eye sockets danced wildly. It is important to know that this strike could pierce through even golden-level battle armor, and yet there wasn't even a trace of blood on Wang Yu's fist. This is truly absurd. I refuse to believe I can do nothing against a bronze-level candidate. The undead knight examiner, unconvinced, quickly adjusted his stance, using the horse's momentum to sweep the spear horizontally, aiming to cut Wang Yu in half. Wang Yu reacted as swiftly, using his feet to push off the ground as he leaped high into the air, performing a backflip to cleverly evade the sweep. But he did not stop there. In mid-air, he adjusted his posture and dove towards the undead knight examiner like a fierce bird of prey. His fists were tightly clenched in front of his chest, like two shells ready to be fired. As he approached the undead knight examiner, he struck out with both fists, one aimed at the examiner's face and the other at his chest. The undead knight examiner hurriedly raised his arm to block, and Wang Yu's fist landed heavily on his arm, followed by a deep thudding sound. This impact caused the undead knight examiner's skeletal horse to sway a few times, and the examiner himself was shaken backward by the force. However, the undead knight examiner quickly steadied himself. He flicked the reins, making the skeletal horse spin in place, and then charged at Wang Yu again. This time, he did not simply rely on speed, strength, and the spear itself to attack, but instead gathered the dark power from within himself into the spear in his hands. Breaking through the air, the spear was unleashed. This shot was like a thunder that shattered the sky, its power several times stronger than the previous attack. Chapter 34, Unique, 1,000 points. This strike was powerful, and a rare serious expression appeared on Wang Yu's face. It was the first time he showed such an expression after entering the exam room. Then, Wang Yu pointed a finger at the undead knight examiner in the distance. Thunder Law. Not the thumb, nor the pinky, but fingers pointed like a sword. What do you mean by that? The undead knight examiner was filled with confusion. Surrender is not a gesture. Boom. A purple thunderbolt, as thick as an arm, suddenly fell from the sky, directly targeting the undead knight examiner. Damn, this kid can actually summon thunder. The undead knight examiner's pupils suddenly constricted, looking as if he had seen a ghost. It is well known that thunder is the nemesis of the undead, and now there was actually an undead controlling thunder, which is outrageous. However, this also gave him a great sense of crisis. Immediately, he turned the tip of his spear to directly counter the thunder. Bang! The dark tip of the spear instantly shattered, and the purple thunder transformed into countless tiny arcs of electricity, slithering like little snakes across the undead knight examiner's body. The undead knight examiner and the warhorse beneath him let out painful and strange cries, standing stiffly in place. This was still the result of Wang Yu showing mercy, otherwise, the undead knight examiner and the remaining warhorse would probably have been turned to dust. Good opportunity. Wang Yu's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he flew forward with a kick, instantly knocking the undead knight examiner to the ground, then stepped heavily on his chest. Examiner, I've consecutively defeated 2 examiners, I wonder how many points I can earn. Wang Yu asked from above. Points? I'll give you a hammer for points. I'm not here to take your exam. The undead knight examiner was so angry he wanted to curse. However, the power of thunder was surging through his body, making him numb all over, and he couldn't say a word. Enough, stop it. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Wang Yu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall middle-aged man in military uniform striding towards him. This man was General Zhao Wuji of the Great Xia Empire. 3rd round? Wang Yu raised his eyebrows. If you are not afraid of death, you can try. Zhao Wuji snorted coldly, then released a powerful soul force. Boom! Wang Yu's eyes went hazy, feeling as if he were a small boat on the vast sea. The waves surged and roared, and the small boat could be crushed at any moment. That tremendous soul force made Wang Yu feel suffocated. Step, step, step. Wang Yu involuntarily took a few steps back, finally feeling the pressure drop significantly, feeling a bit better. Zhao Wuji was surprised in his heart. Hey, under my soul pressure, you only stepped back a few steps? What strong resistance. He knew that he was a starry-level super powerhouse, and the pressure he released should not be underestimated. Ordinary gold-level contractors would probably kneel under his pressure, yet Wang Yu did not. This performance was already comparable to that of a platinum-level contractor. No wonder you were able to defeat 2 gold-level contractors, you've got some skills. Bronze-level having such strength and performance, old Lu really sent me a good seedling. Zhao Wuji asked lightly, do you still want to fight? Wang Yu shook his head, decisively releasing the undead fusion state, revealing his handsome features. Fight? This man in military uniform gave him a feeling similar to facing Lu Changtian, and there was simply no possibility of victory. He wasn't some battle madman, he just wanted to earn points. I'm not fighting anymore, but should these 2 heads count as points? Wang Yu pointed at the 2 examiners on the ground. General, I. At this moment, the undead knight examiner regained some strength and also released his fusion state, supporting himself on the ground. A look of shame appeared on his face. Alright, stop acting so pitiful like a big girl. Even though you were defeated, didn't it uncover a good prospect for our training camp? Zhao Wuji said to the undead knight examiner. Upon hearing this, gratitude appeared on the other person's face. Indeed, a general. Wang Yu's heart stirred, further confirming his previous guess. According to the rules of Great Xia, a starry strong person does not necessarily have to be a general, but a general must be starry level. Tat-hata. At that moment, a dense and hurried sound of footsteps rang out. Wang Yu saw several figures approaching the general. These people were both male and female, some wore military uniforms, while others wore training camp instructors' clothing. I didn't expect my performance to attract so many people. Wang Yu was also surprised. He never thought that such a small entrance assessment would stir so many people. He thought to himself, it can't be. General Lu said that many trainees have golden level strength. But what Wang Yu did not know was that Lu Changtian told a little lie to make Wang Yu have a sense of awe. There really hadn't been any geniuses who reached golden level before entering the camp. To become golden level after 2 months of training is already extremely rare. Hey, why are there 2 people lying on the ground? After seeing the situation in the field, the head of the admissions office looked astonished. Zhao Feng? No, I asked you to replace Li Chang for the assessment, why are you also lying on the ground? The head of the assessment office coldly stared at his capable subordinate, feeling a bit bewildered. Others were the same. Director, I don't know anything. As soon as I arrived at the test site, that kid said I was some kind of second round, and then attacked me, so I ended up lying here. The examiner who had transformed into an undead knight, Zhao Feng, lay on the ground, wanting to cry without tears. Goodness, he had consecutively defeated 2 golden level strongmen? This boy named Wang Yu was very impressive. Everyone looked at Wang Yu with shining eyes. Like they were looking at a rare treasure. You have to know, compared to Wang Yu, the talents of previous years were nothing. A bronze 9-star could defeat a golden level strongman. Wang Yu had unlimited potential in the future. Sun Changlin, you are the head of the assessment department, you handle this matter. The others can disperse and go about their own business. While everyone was still in a daze, Zhao Wuji's issued the order in a deep voice. Hearing this, others immediately dispersed. By the way, don't calculate Wang Yu's points incorrectly. He defeated 2 examiners and should get 1,000 points. Zhao Wuji's just lifted his foot and then placed it back down. General Sun Changlin appeared very hesitant. What, is it difficult? Zhao Wuji's frowned and asked. Since the training camp was established, no one has ever scored 1,000 points in the entrance assessment. Sun Changlin said, we haven't set a score of 1,000 points before. Besides, he just entered the camp and gets 1,000 points, the gap with others is too big. Is that so? Zhao Wuji's nodded in realization, then pointed at Wang Yu. Well, we weren't here before, now that we are here, it will be done. After speaking, he gently patted Sun Changlin's shoulder. He defeated 2 examiners, getting 1,000 points seems very reasonable to me, just do it as I say. As for what others think, it doesn't matter. How many points one has represents their strength, it should be like this, and what cannot be changed must be accepted. Chapter 35, Entering the Camp. This. Sun Changlin showed a difficult expression. Why are you still worried that someone won't accept it? Zhao Wuji's expression grew cold. This is the elite genius training camp, not a vegetable market. There is no room for bargaining. Here, what I say counts, those who can't accept it can get the hell out. After Zhao Wuji's finished speaking, he strode away. The heads of other departments looked deeply at Sun Changlin, then silently followed Zhao Wuji's and left together. Sigh. Sun Changlin let out a sigh, then turned his gaze to Wang Yu. You passed the assessment. Now you can go through that door, someone will take care of your official entry procedures. Sun Changlin pointed to a two-story building in the distance, where there was a black iron door on the first floor. Wang Yu knew that only by going through that door could he officially start his life in the training camp. Resurrection herb, here I come. Wang Yu did not forget the purpose of this trip. He took a deep breath and strode forward. On the other side, Wang Yu has already been inside for over 10 minutes. He couldn't have passed the assessment, right? Outside the camp, Gu Tianyuan's expression changed from one of entertainment to deep worry. He was worried that Wang Yu had passed the assessment. It seems we really underestimated Wang Yu. Beside him, Long Tianao couldn't help but frown. As a child of a prominent family, he had some understanding of past assessment content. Although he didn't know the specifics of this assessment, it certainly related to strength. The longer Wang Yu persevered, the greater the likelihood of passing. Wang Yu. At that moment, a staff member in front of the iron door suddenly spoke up. Long Tianao, Gu Tianyuan, and the others immediately perked up their ears. Then they heard the staff member's voice continue. Passed the assessment. Next, Lin Zhu. Hearing this, Lin Zhu took a deep breath and walked into the black door. Wang Yu really passed the assessment. Seeing Lin Zhu enter the door without Wang Yu coming out, Gu Tianyuan's anxious heart finally sank. Look at your lack of ambition, what does it matter if he passed the assessment? There are countless ways to deal with him. Long Tianao whispered in a voice only they could hear, the elite genius training camp is not a place for pampering. Those who come here for training need to undergo brutal training, even harsher than the battlefield. The casualty rate is terrifying. Wang Yu is human too, and humans can die. Cousin, I understand. Gu Tianyuan nodded heavily. In an instant, several ways to deal with Wang Yu had already formed in his heart. Wang Yu walked into the black door, and a middle-aged man in uniform came forward to help him complete various procedures. 10 minutes later. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Wang Yu arrived at the dormitory. It is worth mentioning that the lodging environment in the training camp is quite good, with single rooms. Afterward, Wang Yu took out the newcomer manual he had just received and began to read it carefully, committing it to memory. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Wang Yu left the dormitory and headed to the cafeteria. The newcomer manual stated that meals are served at 7 in the morning, 11 at noon, and 6 in the evening, with 1 hour for each meal. If missed, one would have to suffer hunger. Wang Yu had fought against 2 golden-level strongmen consecutively, he was already starving. 10 minutes later. Following the map in the newcomer manual, Wang Yu arrived at the cafeteria. As soon as he entered, he discovered that many boys and girls had already arrived. However, the vast majority looked a little disheveled. Some had band-aids on their faces, some were wrapped in bandages, and some even leaned on crutches. From them, one could see just how difficult it was to join the training camp. The cafeteria was noisy, with the newcomers who had passed the assessment talking the most about their experiences from today. The examiners were merciless. If it weren't for my tough skin, I would have been beaten to death. Ouch, my arm still hurts. I feel like the examiners are taking out their frustrations on us. There's definitely some personal grievances. Hey, don't be angry. Let me share some uplifting news. I heard that 2 examiners were beaten into the hospital by a candidate. Ouch, is that for real? A candidate can be that fierce? Are you bragging without even drafting? Don't doubt it, it's absolutely true. I saw the examiner being carried into an ambulance with my own eyes. If someone is really that fierce, I, Ji Buchang, will recognize him as my adoptive father. Wang Yu. He didn't expect the news of beating up the examiner to spread so quickly. Suddenly, Wang Yu spotted Gu Tianyuan's figure. At this moment, Gu Tianyuan no longer looked rebellious, instead, he had a bruised and swollen face, with only a slit for his left eye, making it hard to see clearly. Wang Yu, you're really okay. Gu Tianyuan also noticed Wang Yu and couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. He was in such a sorry state, yet Wang Yu seemed like nothing had happened to him? It was simply unbelievable. Could it be that Wang Yu is truly stronger than me? Gu Tianyuan thought in his heart, but he was unwilling to accept this fact. You're like this, just ignore him for now. Don't worry, he won't last long. Long Tianao placed his hand on Gu Tianyuan's shoulder and then led him to another side. A spot far away from Wang Yu. He was worried that Gu Tianyuan would suffer another blow. Oof, let you all jump around for now. When the real training starts, it'll be your end. Watching Long Tianao and Gu Tianyuan's figures fade away, a cold glint flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. Wang Yu knew that these people wanted to target him. But how could Wang Yu not want to eliminate them? Every time he saw Gu Tianyuan, the image of Qin Feng and Wu Lei lying in hospital beds unconsciously surfaced in Wang Yu's mind. Recalling the oppression he suffered at Qin City No. 1 High School. Deep down, he felt an intense emotion wanting to erupt, wishing to kill Gu Tianyuan, kill Bai Yanlang, even to wipe out the entire Gu family. Wang Yu knew that it was the buried emotions of his predecessor stirring within him. At 6 o'clock sharp, dinner officially started. Wang Yu sat down in a corner with his food tray. Teriyaki chicken leg, braised pork ribs, broccoli, water spinach. It couldn't be said to be luxurious, but in this era where human activity areas suffered from material scarcity, it was already quite lavish. When Wang Yu was working and studying, he often just nibbled on buns and pickled vegetables. However, before Wang Yu could enjoy his dinner, a soft voice suddenly rang out. "Excuse me, can I sit here?" Wang Yu looked up and saw Lin Zhu standing before the table with a food tray. Wang Yu noticed a detail. Lin Zhu had no obvious injuries, and her expression was quite relaxed, meaning she had probably passed the assessment with ease. "In this training camp, I'm only familiar with you. In our group, it's just the two of us left." Lin Zhu and Wang Yu exchanged glances and smiled gracefully. "Of course, you can." Wang Yu withdrew his gaze and picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs to eat. Not bad, it was so much better than buns and pickled vegetables. "Wang Yu, it seems like you had quite a conflict with Long Tianao and Gu Tianyuan?" After sampling a few bites of food, Lin Zhu hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Chapter 36. Wang Yu first? "I'm not convinced." Wang Yu lowered his head to eat, as if he didn't hear Lin Zhu's inquiry at all. "Don't get me wrong, I just came to the cafeteria earlier than you and heard some news that might be unfavorable to you." Lin Zhu thought of something and hurriedly explained. "What news?" Wang Yu asked curiously. "I can see that Gu Tianyuan's strength might not be as good as yours, but Long Tianao is something else." Lin Zhu pushed her glasses on her nose and whispered, "Long Tianao is one of the twin kings of the training camp, and his strength is extraordinary. You must be careful." "Huh?" Wang Yu was puzzled. "Aren't we just starting the training camp? How are there already twin kings?" "They say it's based on the scores. The twin kings both achieved A-grade scores during the assessment, with a total of 200 points, that's a huge difference from us." Lin Zhu sighed. "People like us would be considered outstanding in a certain city, but I didn't expect to be at the bottom of the elite training camp." After hearing Lin Zhu's explanation, Wang Yu slowly nodded. "So that's how the double kings came to be. One is Long Tianao, who was the other?" Lin Zhu did not answer immediately, but scanned the surroundings before locking her gaze in one direction. "Do you see that girl with blue hair? Her name is Han Dong, she is the other one who got the A-level king." Wang Yu looked over. But all he could see was a blue-haired figure cascading down to her waist. "Thank you for telling me all this, I will be careful." Wang Yu sincerely expressed his gratitude. He realized that Lin Zhu was sitting here just to remind him. "But I can tell, you haven't taken my words to heart," Lin Zhu pouted. Wang Yu awkwardly smiled. "Is it that obvious?" "Wang Yu, although we have both joined the training camp, there is still a big gap in our strengths. You must remember one saying, in 30 years, the river east moves to the west, do not bully the young and poor. You are still young, your life has just begun, and there are infinite possibilities ahead." Lin Zhu couldn't help but advise Wang Yu. "I will consider your advice." Wang Yu smiled slightly and continued to lower his head to eat. 30 years is too long. 3 days, he could accept. At exactly 7 o'clock, dinner time ended, and a low horn sound summoned everyone to the camp's playground. The head of the assessment department, Sun Changlin, stood in front of everyone and said loudly, "This time, a total of 312 people signed up for the Elite Genius Training Camp, and 102 passed the assessment. Among them, 2 left the training camp voluntarily because of serious injuries, so this batch of the Elite Genius Training Camp has a total of 100 people." Only 100 people? That's really brutal. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It is known that those eliminated from the Elite Genius Training Camp are all talented individuals from their respective regions. Those who passed shouldn't be too complacent. Because, for you who remain, you will face even more brutal training. Before long, you will realize that this place is not heaven, but hell. Sun Changlin grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "Today is your only day of indulgence, enjoy your life well." After finishing, Sun Changlin turned and walked away. The welcoming ceremony for newcomers came to an end. However, no one felt the slightest bit relaxed, instead, their hearts sank. "What are you afraid of? Since I dared to come, I never thought of leaving fully intact. If I can't succeed, I'd rather die." Many youths, full of passion, shouted aloud. "Hey, what are they posting?" 2 instructors from the training camp had put up 2 papers on the bulletin board and then left. Once the 2 left, everyone hurriedly surrounded it. First phase points ranking? The person at the front read out the big words on the first row. So it's the points ranking? I'm curious, which of the two kings is stronger? Hey, can you read it out? Is Long Tianyuan first or did Han Dong take the lead? The front was crowded, and the people in the back couldn't see the names on the list, only feeling anxious. Neither. None of them. The first place is actually him. Who? Hurry up and let me see. The people in the back rushed up, immediately stunned. Wang Yu? Who is that? How did he come to the top, suppressing the double kings? What the hell? 1,000 points? Wow. I'm blown away. Wang Yu has 800 more points than second place and a whole 1,000 more than me. What's the point of even playing this? Wasn't it said that the highest rated A level only gets 200 points? Could it be that Wang Yu has some powerful woman at home? Directly giving him 1,000 points? Various astonished voices echoed one after another. Wang Yu, the Wang Yu ranked first, could it be you? At the back of the crowd, Lin Zhu felt like she had been struck by lightning. Slowly looked at Wang Yu, hoping to get a positive answer. Wang Yu slowly nodded his head. Everything was understood without words. Really, is it you? Even though there were guesses in her heart, at the moment she got the answer, Lin Zhu couldn't help but feel a sudden tightness in her heart. Wang Yu's figure became more and more towering in her heart. Immediately after, Lin Zhu felt a bit awkward. Just a moment ago, she had advised Wang Yu not to provoke Long Tianyuan. Thinking back now, it was truly laughable, worrying about something so trivial. How many ranks does Long Tianyuan hold in front of Wang Yu? See cousin, did you learn a lot about the training camp before coming here? Is it true that someone can get 1,000 points right after entering the camp? In the crowd, Gu Tianyuan was also stunned, looking blankly at Long Tianyuan. At this moment, Long Tianyuan appeared lost and lifeless. How is this possible? A nobody like Wang Yu actually surpassed me in ranking, leaving me far behind. Long Tianyuan's confidence took a serious hit. He always held himself in high regard, thinking that he was on the 5th layer while Wang Yu was on the 1st layer, not worthy of even carrying his shoes. But reality gave him a harsh slap. Wang Yu could not only be compared with him but could also far surpass him, so much that he couldn't even see Wang Yu's back. I don't believe that Wang Yu can do what I can't. He just contracted not long ago. Even if he is an S-rank undead, it is absolutely impossible for him to get first place and gain 1,000 points. Long Tianyuan determined his thoughts and then walked out of the crowd. Cousin, where are you going? Gu Tianyuan hurriedly followed, calling out behind Long Tianyuan. Long Tianyuan didn't turn back, going to find the camp leader, to seek the truth about this matter. Chapter 37, I am the heaven. Going to find the camp leader? Cousin, are you serious? Gu Tianyuan hesitated. The training camp was like a military camp, requiring absolute obedience. In other words, even if there were doubts, one had to endure them. You can endure this humiliation, but I can't. Long Tianyuan spoke in a gloomy tone. I don't believe anyone can surpass me by 800 points. After saying this, Long Tianyuan strode away. Gu Tianyuan looked at Long Tianyuan's gradually fading figure, gritted his teeth but still followed. I'm leaving, going back to rest. At the back of the crowd, Wang Yu stretched lazily and said to Lin Zhu, also leaving the training ground. Lin Zhu looked at Wang Yu's departing back, smiling helplessly. I was worried about him before, but now it seems I was really overthinking it. When they first met on the train, she felt Wang Yu was a bit different from others. Now she realized just how extraordinary he was. What Wang Yu didn't know was that on the edge of the crowd, a pair of bright blue eyes were also focused on him. As he left, a thoughtful expression appeared on the person's face. General, the matter of Wang Yu obtaining 1,000 points has indeed caused a huge stir. Many newcomers expressed dissatisfaction, gathering together, asking us for an explanation. Sun Changlin, the person in charge of the assessment, hurriedly came to Zhao Wuji's side, his expression serious. Oh? Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. These little guys are quite brave to come and ask me for an explanation? General, what should we do next? Sun Changlin hesitated for a moment, then decided to seek Zhao Wuji's opinion. What can we do? Just let it be. Zhao Wuji smiled faintly. I think they are a bit confused about who is the big boss here. Whoever comes to ask for an explanation will be given a soul power suppression bracelet and then run 100 kilometers. General, isn't this too cruel? The person in charge of the assessment hesitated a bit. It must be known that once suppressed their soul power, these people would be no different from ordinary people. Running 100 kilometers would mean losing half their life, if not worse. It's to make them unable to complete it, to achieve my goal. Zhao Wuji said flatly. I want to crush their spirit, let them know that questioning comes with a cost. I want them to understand that in the training camp, I am the sky, my words cannot be doubted. The ways of the academy, I won't accept. Zhao Wuji's voice was loud and cold, filled with dominance. Sun Changlin trembled upon hearing this. He understood that Zhao Wuji was also using this opportunity to warn him, reminding him not to question. Yes, I will handle it right away. Sun Changlin's attitude underwent a huge change at that moment. Total obedience. Late at night, Wan Yu was startled awake by a loud trumpet sound echoing through the camp. What kind of wind is blowing this time? Wan Yu glanced at the watch on his bedside. It was exactly midnight. However, he hesitated for no moment, quickly put on his clothes, and hurriedly left the dormitory for the training field. Along the way, he saw many people in a similar state, even spotting a guy still half asleep, running wildly in nothing but his underwear. When he arrived at the training field, Wan Yu found that many people had already gathered. There were also two familiar faces, Long Tianyuan and Gu Tianyuan. At this moment, they were lying on the ground in a sorry state, their clothes soaked with sweat, sticking tightly to their bodies. Their hair was all clumped together, as if they had just been pulled out of water. What happened? Wan Yu murmured softly. Isn't it due to their own actions? At that moment, a tall figure approached Wan Yu, saying with some glee. Wan Yu recognized this young man, Ji Buchang, who had bragged in the cafeteria saying, "Whoever can defeat the examiner can consider me their godfather." Care to tell us more about it? As soon as Ji Buchang said this, it immediately grabbed the attention of those around. I heard that their group expressed dissatisfaction over the points and went to confront the camp leader, causing a commotion. As a result, each one of them received a bracelet that suppresses soul power and 100 kilometers to run. Ji Buchang chuckled. Look, they only ran 70 kilometers, and now they're all exhausted like dead dogs? TSK, to face such severe punishment without any explanation is really unreasonable. After understanding the whole story, the people around couldn't help but gasp, thinking the training camp style was too overbearing. Ji Buchang rolled his eyes. Do you think this is your home or school? This is a training camp, where military rules are strictly enforced. It emphasizes absolute obedience. But we are still just kids. A person argued back unreasonably. Here, there are no kids, only warriors. At that moment, a tall figure stepped into the arena and spoke in a deep voice. Wang Yu's pupils shrank. This person was Zhao Wuji, General Zhao, whom he had met once. As Zhao Wuji's voice echoed, the entire place fell silent. Obeying orders is the duty of a soldier. If you do not obey, I have ways to make you. Zhao Wuji's sharp gaze swept over everyone as he slowly spoke. In that moment, no one dared to breathe. Then, Zhao Wuji's gaze fell on the dozen or so individuals lying on the ground. Look at what you've become, get up. Long Tianyuan and Gu Tianyuan's hearts tightened, quickly getting to their feet. Even in their eyes, a hint of fear flashed. They were genuinely scared. Zhao Wuji suppressed their soul power and made them run 100 kilometers. It was practically a matter of life and death. Others were behaving so quietly because they saw the sorry state of Long Tianyuan and Gu Tianyuan. Release them. With one command from Zhao Wuji, instructors immediately came forward and removed the bracelets. The power of the soul surged once again within him, and Long Tianyuan, Gu Tianyuan, and others were so moved they felt like crying. Aren't you all curious why Wan Yu received 1,000 points? Now I will tell you why. Zhao Wuji's gaze swept over the crowd again, then settled on Wang Yu. Wang Yu, step forward. Hearing the call, Wang Yu stepped out without any hesitation. In fact, he even heard Ji Buchang's surprised voice. Dude, so you are Wang Yu. The moment Wang Yu stepped out of the crowd, he immediately became the center of attention. Everyone wanted to see what a genius who surpassed Long Tianyuan and Han Dong with 800 points looked like. When Wang Yu came before everyone, Zhao Wuji called out two more names, Han Dong, Long Tianyuan, step forward. The crowd, ? This did not seem like a simple introduction? Tap, tap, tap. Han Dong was the first to step out of the crowd and stood by Zhao Wuji's side. After a brief hesitation, Long Tianyuan also came forward. Zhao Wuji said, Han Dong, Long Tianyuan, the two of you will team up to face Wang Yu. What? Are you kidding me? Once these words were spoken, most people in the audience showed expressions of shock. It should be noted that Han Dong and Long Tianyuan earned 200 points, proving they had withstood half an hour under the attacks of golden-level experts. This kind of strength was terrifying for the other students. Even if Wang Yu was strong, could he withstand the combined force of two? Chapter 38. What zombie? Did he crack the skull of the bone dragon? General, I can handle Wang Yu alone. Long Tianyuan glanced at Wang Yu and volunteered for the fight. He didn't know how Wang Yu got 1,000 points, but he believed that since Wang Yu had recently contracted with the undead, there should be a limit to his strength, right? Just you? Zhao Wuji looked at Long Tianyuan with disdain and shook his head. You alone would be insufficient, two might be just barely enough. Wang Yu had defeated 2 golden-level experts in one breath. What qualifications did a kid who could barely spar with a golden-level expert have to challenge Wang Yu alone? Zhao Wujie asked Han Dong and Long Tianyuan to team up to visually demonstrate the gap between them and Wang Yu. This was to create pressure for everyone in the training camp. After all, without pressure, what would a training camp be? However, Long Tianyuan had always been a proud son of heaven and had never faced such disdain. Zhao Wujie's words and gaze felt like a knife piercing through his heart. Oh, so you look down on me, huh? Just wait, I'll obliterate this kid and show you. He thought in anger, secretly clenching his fists. He wasn't foolish and knew arguing with Zhao Wujie would be useless, so he redirected all his hatred towards Wang Yu. At this moment, his desire to kill Wang Yu had reached its peak. Seeing Long Tianyuan silent, Zhao Wujie said, "Alright, since there are no objections, let the match begin." Wang Yu? No. I didn't say I agreed. Wang Yu, you need to work hard. If you win, I can give you an additional 200 points as a reward. What do you think? Zhao Wujie asked Wang Yu with a smile. That sounds good. Wang Yu nodded slightly. 200 points is no small amount. But before he could voice his thoughts, a powerful wave of soul force suddenly exploded, accompanied by a chill. Wang Yu looked and saw the previously silent blue-haired girl, Han Dong. At this moment, she had activated the undead fusion, and her body had undergone significant changes. Now, she was tall, with skin as white as snow and long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, gently swaying in the wind. Her ice blue eyes sparkled with mysterious brilliance, and she wore a white robe adorned with exquisite snowflake patterns that added to her noble and cold beauty. S-rank undead, ice snow nymph. Information related to her immediately flashed in Wang Yu's mind. The ice snow nymph excels in undead and ice magic. Wang Yu has seen the most beautiful spirit so far. If you don't look closely, you can't see the shadow of a spirit at all. Roar! Suddenly, at the other end of the training ground, a completely green bone dragon roared fiercely, showing its fangs and claws. Its massive body is made of mysterious green bones that emit a strange glow, containing deadly toxins. Green bone dragon. It is the spirit transformed from Long Tianyuan. Originally, bone dragons are A-rank spirits, and after absorbing the powerful poison, their level has greatly increased, rated as S-rank by the Great Xia. The green bone dragon opened its massive mouth and roared, stirring up a whirlwind in the arena, green toxic gas spewing from its mouth, quickly spreading through the air, causing people's faces to change. Many people's bodies instinctively began to retreat. You must know, this gas has a very strong corrosive effect, capable of rapidly eroding the enemy's body. Once hit by the poison gas, the enemy's skin will quickly rot, and their body will gradually lose strength. Kid, you're not really planning to fight 2 S-rank spirits in human form, are you? Zhao Wujie looked at Wang Yu, who was slow to act, and reminded him impatiently. Wang Yu rolled his eyes. General Jiang. Merge! Wang Yu shouted in his heart, and the power of his soul suddenly exploded. In the next moment, a black light radiated from his body, and Wang Yu transformed into General Jiang, standing proudly like a god in the arena. General Jiang was tall and sturdy, his body seemed forged from steel, with well-defined muscular lines, each muscle seemingly containing endless power. His face was cold and resolute, with an expression of fearlessness in his eyes. I thought Wang Yu's spirits were amazing, but you tell me it's a zombie? It's different. Wang Yu's zombie looks so cool. No matter how cool, it's still a zombie. The strongest known zombies are A-rank, and this zombie of Wang Yu probably isn't even A-rank. General Zhao actually sent out 2 S-ranks to deal with Wang Yu's A-rank. Isn't that overkill? The moment Wang Yu's spirit manifested, there was first a moment of silence, followed by an uproar. Before Wang Yu merged with the spirit, they thought his spirit must be a powerful one not weaker than S-rank, but it turned out to be a zombie not even reaching A-rank. The contrast was just too great. What could a little zombie use to compete with the Ice and Snow Maiden and the Green Bone Dragon? But just at that moment, everyone closed their mouths in unison. Because when Wang Yu seemingly moved his body and casually threw 2 punches, a deep sound of breaking air echoed through the air, his fists leaving behind streaks of afterimages. Wang Yu casually stomped his foot, and the stone slab instantly shattered into pieces, with cracks spreading out like a spider web, the powerful impact distorting the surrounding air, creating a series of deafening booms. Gulp! Seeing this scene, many people started to swallow hard. Wang Yu's speed and strength seemed a bit outrageous. Hey, this kid is interesting. Zhao Wujie's eyes lit up as he shouted loudly, the battle begins. It only ends when one side falls. This rule is quite outrageous. The battle erupted instantly. The Ice and Snow Maiden launched the first attack, her cold, icy aura erupting as she summoned countless ice spikes, shooting them at Wang Yu like a torrential rain. This kind of attack, Wang Yu was confident he could withstand with General Zhang's strong physique. But without knowing the opponent's strength, he still didn't choose to take it head-on, instead calmly dodging the ice spikes' assault. The ice spikes fell to the ground, creating deep holes in the stone slab, their power more terrifying than rifle attacks. Roar! The earth shook, splattering smoke and dust. The green bone dragon transformed from Long Tianyuan was also unwilling to show weakness, charging towards Wang Yu. The attack power should be considerable, but its speed is too slow. Wang Yu sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it. Dodged the attack of the green bone dragon. The green bone dragon missed and roared in anger, turning to charge at Wang Yu again. Are you giving yourself too much face? A cold light flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. He seized the moment and threw a powerful punch at the dragon's head as it approached. Boom! Wang Yu's immense strength made the green bone dragon's skull instantly dent. Ah! The green bone dragon opened its mouth and let out a painful roar, staggering back a few steps. What the hell, did that zombie just smash the bone dragon's head? Someone outside the arena exclaimed in shock upon seeing this scene. Many others were also wide-eyed in disbelief. In everyone's mind, the green bone dragon had to be stronger than the zombie, at least twice as strong. But what unfolded before their eyes shattered their understanding. The zombie seemed terrifyingly powerful. Could he really accomplish the feat of single-handedly taking down 2S rank creatures? Chapter 39, Kicking Off the Jaw. Wang Yu had no idea how much shock his formidable performance had brought to others. He only knew that after one effective strike, he had to follow up with more attacks. Boom! He exerted force with his legs, crashing against the ground and creating spiderweb-like cracks, lunging towards the green bone dragon like a cannonball. Ice, gather now! Seeing this, the ice fairy pointed her finger, and the power of ice and snow converged into a wall of ice between Wang Yu and the green bone dragon. Wang Yu took big strides forward and smashed his body directly into the ice wall. With a loud crash, the ice wall shattered instantly, scattering countless ice shards all over the ground. However, the green bone dragon's figure had already retreated dozens of meters away. Wang Yu's knees bent, ready to launch another attack. Revive! Spirit of ice and snow! The ethereal voice of the ice fairy rang out again. She summoned a group of ice blue ghosts to charge at Wang Yu. The ghosts flew through the air with astonishing speed, emitting eerie cries. They surrounded Wang Yu tightly, clawing and biting at him. Yet after merging with the War Emperor, Wang Yu's physical strength was extraordinary, rivaling a diamond-class undead. How could he be harmed by these bronze and silver-class spirits? Get lost! Wang Yu roared, like a thunderclap. Immediately, arcs of purple lightning erupted from Wang Yu's body. You have killed a bronze-level snow wraith and gained 10 soul power. You have killed a silver-level snow wraith and gained 100 soul power. Thunder was a natural enemy of the undead. Although the snow wraiths possessed ice attributes, they were still undead. Before the devastating thunder, they were shredded like paper, transforming into Wang Yu's experience points. With soul power replenished, Wang Yu felt a surge of comfort in his body. Come again. Wang Yu looked provocatively at the ice fairy. At this moment, Han Dong, embodied as the ice fairy, was dumbfounded. You can manipulate thunder power? Han Dong felt a heart-wrenching pain. She had expended tremendous effort to create so many snow wraiths, and now they were all gone. Manipulating thunder with the undead, isn't that basic operation? Can't yours do it? Wang Yu asked, feigning surprise. Han Dong. Wang Yu's sarcastic question made her feel like she wanted to spit blood. Is this even human language? Which serious undead can manipulate thunder? Outside, the crowd was emotionally stirred. Wang Yu had essentially dropped a bomb, not just mocking Han Dong, but including everyone as well. This guy really deserves a beating. I'm almost at the king level, and I have to avoid thunder. I have no ability to control it. Zhao Wujie, expressionless, suddenly hoped that Han Dong and Long Tianyuan would rally and take Wang Yu down a peg. So you can't summon snow wraiths indefinitely? Wang Yu shook his head in disappointment upon seeing Han Dong not continue to summon spirits. He was hoping to provoke Han Dong to summon a couple more entities for some extra experience points. However, Wang Yu's disappointment was all too evident. But it felt like a knife stabbing fiercely into Han Dong's heart. Is he looking down on me? Han Dong was going crazy inside. As a proud daughter of heaven, she had never been so offended. Ice seal the world. At this moment, Han Dong's heart was filled with boundless anger. She decided to go all out and cast her strongest ice magic. She raised her hands high, and immediately dark clouds gathered in the sky, countless huge ice spikes fell down, crashing toward Wang Yu. Something is coming. Seeing this, Wang Yu quickly dodged, and not a single ice spike could hit him. However, he was astonished to discover that the scattered ice spikes on the ground emitted an incredible chill, quickly enveloping the entire area. Within the chill, Wang Yu's movements became sluggish. Soon, a layer of white frost covered him, which then solidified into ice crystals. Crack, crack, crack. Thick ice armor formed on Wang Yu, making him look like an ice sculpture, maintaining a running posture. Han Dong, this girl, has such a high compatibility with the Ice Snow Demon. She can even unleash the Ice Snow Demon's ultimate skill? Seeing this scene, Zhao Wuji raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Han Dong's performance was much better than he had imagined, her strength was enough to match an average golden-level powerhouse. Good, let him be arrogant, now he's going to be hard-controlled, right? Take advantage of his weakness, go for his life, deal with him. People outside shouted loudly. In fact, without their reminder, Long Tianyuan had already launched an attack. The green bone dragon took the opportunity to pounce on Wang Yu again, its powerful hind limbs leaving deep footprints on the stone ground. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth like knives, ready to swallow Wang Yu whole. There is no doubt about the green bone dragon's biting force, one bite could break a small car in half. Crushing steel is as easy as eating potato chips. Wang Yu. Outside the arena, Lin Zhu, who was familiar with Wang Yu, suddenly cried out in shock, her eyes full of emotion. Because she saw the green bone dragon actually hanging Wang Yu in its mouth. Snap! The ice covering Wang Yu shattered under the green bone dragon's sharp teeth, scattering into crushed ice everywhere. General Zhao, aren't you going to stop this? If you don't act now, Wang Yu will be done for. Outside, Lin Zhu's heart was in her throat. She even turned her head away, not daring to look at the next battle. Because she feared seeing the scene of Wang Yu being bitten in half. Crack, crack. A sound of bones snapping rang out, and the arena suddenly became quiet. Roar! In the next moment, the furious roar of the green bone dragon echoed throughout the arena. Something seems off? Lin Zhu instinctively looked up, and was instantly stunned. She saw that several of the green bone dragon's teeth had broken, and Wang Yu was standing unscathed in the giant mouth of the green dragon. The dreaded green toxic beast had not caused him any harm. What kind of physique is this? Even the dragon's teeth broke? This zombie is ridiculously strong. After a brief silence, the arena erupted in exclamations. At this moment, Wang Yu also moved, he raised his right foot and stomped fiercely. With a crack, cracks immediately appeared on the green bone dragon's jaw. Roar! The green bone dragon roared in fury, wildly shaking its head, trying to throw Wang Yu out of its mouth. But Wang Yu's hands gripped the green bone dragon's teeth like iron pincers, and his feet kept lifting and stomping down, each time filled with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. With each booming sound, the green bone dragon suffered a heavy blow. After multiple hits, the green bone dragon's body could no longer withstand Wang Yu's attacks, its jaw was brutally stomped off and fell to the ground. The green bone dragon also fell down with it. You, don't come over. Looking at Wang Yu who was closing in on him, Long Tianyuan was completely panicked. Chapter 40, The Soul of a Stronger. The Unbreakable Will. I declare the battle over, the winner is Wang Yu. Zhao Wuji's voice suddenly rang out. Wang Yu paused, stopping his steps, feeling a little regret in his heart. Although he wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Long Tianyuan, it was clear that Zhao Wuji would not let him succeed. After all, as the highest authority of the training camp, Zhao Wuji could not watch his students die right before his eyes, not to mention that the purpose of this match was to let the students know how strong Wang Yu was, not to give Wang Yu a chance to kill. I still have fighting strength. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind Wang Yu. Han Dong was unwilling to surrender and admit defeat. You've already seen the outcome of Long Tianyuan. How many moves do you think you can hold out against Wang Yu's attack? Zhao Wuji said coldly. Han Dong fell silent. Wang Yu's body strength was truly monstrous. She understood that if Wang Yu had not intentionally allowed it, there was no way he could have been frozen. And Wang Yu's intention was to lure Long Tianyuan, then deliver a devastating blow to him. Now that Long Tianyuan had been defeated, what would happen if Wang Yu turned around and attacked her? In an instant, Han Dong had the answer. There was nothing she could do. If she faced Wang Yu alone, she had no chance of winning. Even holding on for a few exchanges doesn't matter, it won't change the final outcome. Zhao Wuji's voice rang out again, striking Han Dong's heart. Boom! The next moment, the power of ice and snow dissipated, and Han Dong released her undead fusion state, revealing her true self before everyone. Her face was pale, her eyes downcast, and she said nothing. But at that moment, her silence was deafening. Everyone knew she was saying two words, I concede. Is that it? 2S level silver 9-star powers couldn't defeat Wang Yu? As the dust settled, many students still felt an unreal sense. At first, no one believed in Wang Yu, thinking he would surely fail against two opponents. But Wang Yu used his actions to fiercely slap everyone in the face. He didn't just win, he won easily. What is strength? This is strength. Wang Yu's soul aura seems to be only bronze 9-star? He crossed a big level to defeat his opponent, I really don't know how he did it. They say zombies are weak, how do we explain the beating of bone dragons? Crap, if I had known zombies were this strong, I wouldn't have contracted with the abhorrence. Some were in awe, while others shook their heads and sighed, expressing regret. Wang Yu, you are very good. You have some of my youthful style. After two medics carried Long Tianyuan away, Zhao Wuji looked at Wang Yu and generously praised him. However, Wang Yu frowned. Although it sounded like a compliment, if he thought about it carefully, it was clearly Zhao General praising himself at Wang Yu's expense. Is the Grand General of Daxia also a narcissist? Please don't forget the previous promise, General Zhao. Wang Yu said. For him, points were more important than anything. Because only the highest point holder would be first in the training camp, and only the first could receive the resurrection herb as a reward. Don't worry, a mere 200 points, I don't even care. Zhao Wuji waved his hand, then scanned the crowd with a cold gaze. You've all seen Wang Yu's strength, anyone who still doubts that he doesn't deserve 1,000 points can step up to challenge him. As long as you can defeat him, I can also give you 1,000 points. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other but no one stepped up to challenge. 1,000 points sounds very tempting, but the premise is whether you can get it. Wang Yu's battle power was clear for all to see, beating the silver 9-star S-class contractor was like dealing with a child. What do they have to compare? Challenging Wang Yu, isn't that just asking for trouble? Some even recalled the rumors they heard during the induction, that one of the trainees had sent an examiner to the hospital during the entry assessment. They had previously thought it was absurd, exclaiming it was impossible. After witnessing Wang Yu's performance, they felt that perhaps nothing was truly impossible. Since you all have no objections, I will consider this an approval of Wang Yu. From now on, this matter shall not be mentioned again. Zhao Wujin saw the crowd's silence and nodded with satisfaction. Who would dare to cause trouble? Isn't that almost the same as seeking death? The crowd grumbled inwardly. Ahem. Zhao Wujin cleared his throat and continued, the entertainment segment before training is over, we will now begin the formal training. Ha? Training right after noon? I feel like my whole body is falling apart after the assessment, I need a good rest. As soon as Zhao Wujin spoke, complaints erupted. Zhao Wujin, upon hearing this, was not angry, instead, he smiled, you want to rest, right? It's simple, whoever completes the training first can go rest. The training content isn't difficult for you, it's just an 80-kilometer run, and the top 10 will receive 1 to 10 points as a reward. Just run 80 kilometers? General Zhao, you should have said so earlier, my spirit is the Shadow Phantom Leopard, and it can finish in half an hour. Hey, my spirit is the Bone Rock Eagle, it's pretty fast too. Hearing the training content, smiles returned to the people's faces. You all seem very happy? This training is too easy, an 80-kilometer run would be like a walk in the park, even 100 kilometers is nothing. Hee hee, you are too early to celebrate. Zhao Wujin grinned maliciously and snapped his fingers, bring them the bracelets that suppress spirit power. Pat pat pat. Immediately, dozens of soldiers in uniform approached, carrying a large bag of handcuffs to put on everyone. Wait, isn't this going to take lives? Those who had just boasted about how easy the training was were now on the verge of tears. Without spirit power, they couldn't merge with their spirits, without merging, they were just ordinary people with average physiques. An ordinary person running 80 kilometers would barely survive, even if they didn't die, they would suffer greatly. Rest? What's that? If they could finish by tomorrow, it would already be impressive. General, we are contractors, this kind of training doesn't help us level up, does it? Yes, I think we should learn about spirit power, the undead, and demons, we shouldn't waste time on meaningless activities. Indeed, it isn't very useful. But Zhao Wujin said solemnly, as for knowledge about spirit power, the undead, and demons, the school teachers teach it far better than the training camp. However, the purpose of the training camp is not to teach you these things, but to sharpen your will and cultivate a king's heart. A true strong person has not only powerful strength but also an indomitable will that is hard for ordinary people to match. An unyielding, undefeated, and relentless will is the reason our human race can endure through the demon invasion and survive until today. Chapter 41, this first, I, Ji Bochang, desire an undefeated will. Zhao Wujin's words instantly ignited a passionate feeling, and thoughts drifted back to the time of endless war. Demons occupied 80% of Great Xiao's territory, and humanity faced the threat of extinction. If during that time, humans had chosen to yield, to give up, or not resist, they would have long been domesticated like livestock by the demons or even completely wiped out. However, it was because of the unyielding, determined, and undefeated strong will that the people of Great Xia could regain most of their lost territory, allowing the spark of humanity to survive to this day. Look at all of you, 1, 2, 3, what are you all doing? Zhao Wujin became addicted to scolding, pointing at those who were complaining and shouting, you've only been well-fed for a few days and lived a few days of peace. Did you think the world was at peace? You have been living too comfortably for too long, your present life was bought with the lives of countless ancestors and warriors. They suffered far more than you can imagine. Countless ancestors sacrificed their lives, shedding blood to fight 3 generations' battles so that future generations could take the time to recover and become stronger, not to let you live aimlessly. Moreover, I can tell you in advance, your good days are coming to an end. The demons are becoming increasingly active, which is a sign of a great war. Once the war breaks out, no one can remain uninvolved. At that time, strength will be your only capital for survival. Zhao Wuji's voice gradually became serious. From the past to the present, he painted a picture of what was about to happen in the future. These words were like invisible stones pressing down on everyone's hearts. General, I was wrong. A young boy bowed to Zhao Wuji and then began to run. Isn't it just 80 kilometers? Even if I die running, I must complete it. I cannot betray the sacrifices of my ancestors, and I must be worthy of my future self. Even if I cannot become a super strong person, I must at least try hard. One by one, the boys began to run. After all, they are still young, their blood is still hot. Zhao Wuji whispered softly, a voice only he could hear. In these youths, he saw the shadow of himself and his comrades from back then. But, all those comrades are gone now, leaving just myself, right? Wang Yu, you are truly hiding your strength. Among the running crowd, Wang Yu suddenly heard a familiar voice. He turned his head to see Lin Zhu had come to his side. I have never hidden anything. Wang Yu smiled rarely. Since entering the training camp, he had never suppressed or hidden himself. Because he knew very clearly, to gain attention and preferential treatment, he had to show corresponding strength. If he wanted to be the best in the training camp, he needed to demonstrate overwhelming strength over all talents. You really are not polite. Lin Zhu smiled gently. But Wang Yu's straightforwardness made her feel quite good. In today's world, honesty is a rare and precious trait. Wang Yu. Suddenly, another voice reached Wang Yu's ears. He turned his head to see Han Dong with a slightly pale face coming over. Wang Yu frowned slightly. Don't worry, I'm not here to argue. I didn't come to you to spout nonsense like 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Han Dong could see right through what Wang Yu was thinking. Wang Yu was taken aback, thinking to himself that this was not right. In novels, those defeated talents are always looking for revenge, right? Seeing Wang Yu's expression, Han Dong guessed what he was thinking and shook his head helplessly. I'm still self-aware, your strength is indeed far above mine. If I were to spout nonsense, that would just be stupid. After a pause, Han Dong continued, I'm looking for you because I hope to spar with you often from now on. Because of my identity, those around me often have to let me win a little when we spar and don't dare to use full strength. Seeking a challenge? Wang Yu was surprised that Han Dong would make such a request. Don't worry, our sparring is compensated, and you can set the price as you wish. We will settle the bill after the training camp ends. Han Dong said proactively. I agree. After a brief silence, Wang Yu nodded. Having silver 9-star strength at such a young age, Han Dong's identity was definitely not ordinary. Besides, he needed some nourishing potions and treasures for Team Wu, so he could directly ask Han Dong for them later. Good, then I wish you could take first place in the 80-kilometer endurance run. After getting Wang Yu's agreement, Han Dong slowed down. For her physical condition, 80 kilometers was a hurdle, and poorly allocating energy might lead to not finishing the run. But Wang Yu had no such worries. After the zombie transformed into a sovereign, his body also received a certain degree of feedback. He had secretly tested before, and even without merging with the dead, his own strength had already reached the bronze level. With bronze level strength, running dozens of kilometers was still easy. Wang Yu, keep it up. I can't hold on any longer. After 10 minutes, Lin Zhu also slowed down. Wang Yu nodded, moving forward quietly. Come on. Don't fall behind. If you get in the top 10, there are points to earn. The students ran while using tangible incentives to encourage themselves. Points are money. You can exchange them for supplies before the training camp ends. You should know that there are many things in the training camp that you can't buy outside. Hey, since that's the case, I'm determined to take the 100 points for first place. A tall boy grinned widely. Ji Bochang. Wang Yu recognized him at a glance within the crowd. Of course. His knowledge of this person was limited to just a name. Where he came from, what kind of soul he had, and the level of his soul power, Wang Yu knew nothing at all. Hey, I still want that 100 points, you know? They were all young people, and no one was willing to back down. You? Ji Bochang raised an eyebrow. I'm an athlete with a height of 185 centimeters. I can run 100 meters in 9 seconds 58 and 20 kilometers in 1 hour 15 minutes. What do you have to compete with me? As soon as Ji Bochang said this, the others shrank their necks. What's there to compete about? His physique had already exceeded that of ordinary athletes. Fine, I'll give you first place. I'll take second. Even those who were unwilling before now accepted it. Trash. Ji Buchang sneered dismissively, slightly raising his chin. He saw behind him Han Dong and Wang Yu, both of whom were much stronger than him. So what if their strength is greater than mine? Everyone's soul power has been suppressed, and the next is my stage, Ji Buchang. Ji Buchang felt he was standing tall. What did you say? Don't get excited, I'm not saying you're trash, but that everyone is trash, haha. Ji Buchang laughed loudly and strode away. He even deliberately showed off his speed of 9 seconds 85 in the 100 meters. In his view, first place was already in his grasp, so wasting a bit of energy wouldn't make much difference. Chapter 42, Special Treatment. Strengthen Wang Yu. This guy might have a foul mouth, but his speed is really fast. I'm afraid the first place in this 80 kilometers truly belongs to him. Left far behind by Ji Buchang, everyone felt quite powerless. However, in the next moment, a figure burst out from among them. Wang Yu. He's so fierce. Looking at the figure that stood out, no one expected it to be Wang Yu. At this moment, Ji Buchang also took a confident glance back, only to be a bit dumbfounded. He saw a figure quickly catching up like a flying arrow. Wang Yu, he's too strong. Is his current speed within 10 seconds? Ji Buchang was stunned. It should be known that sports also require a lot of talent. Having strong soul power and a strong contracted undead does not mean that one's personal physical quality is also very strong. No, I've already put on an act. If Wang Yu takes first place, how will I be able to fit in at the training camp in the future? Ji Buchang gritted his teeth. He had to use all his strength to grab the first place. Besides, he didn't believe Wang Yu could surpass him in physical quality. Don't ask. Just ask the confidence of an athlete. Then, he once again mobilized all his strength, suddenly accelerating. His speed actually increased again. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. In an instant, Ji Buchang crossed 100 meters, plus the distance he had accumulated before. It reached 200 to nearly 300 meters. This was a tremendous burden on Ji Buchang's body as well. His skin turned red visibly. Because of the soul power, the physical limits of people in this world were still higher than those of Wang Yu's previous life on Blue Star. Take Ji Buchang for example, at this moment his speed had absolutely reached 9 seconds for 100 meters. Don't underestimate the gap of a fraction of a second, this is already a very astonishing improvement. Pull him apart. I don't know who shouted this. He was cheering for Wang Yu. Don't worry, I will definitely pull him apart. Ji Buchang silently responded in his heart. Having given it my all, can Wang Yu still surpass me? Ji Buchang instinctively looked back with confidence. But he did not find Wang Yu's figure. Huff. I said pull him apart. Ji Buchang secretly let out a sigh of relief. Crisis averted. However, when he refocused his gaze forward, he was suddenly startled. What the hell? A ghost. He saw Wang Yu's figure had somehow appeared right in front of Ji Buchang. And he was continuously pulling apart the distance between them. Ji Buchang was stunned. Wang Yu's current speed must have reached 8 seconds for 100 meters. Wang Yu is simply not human. Ji Buchang cursed inwardly. Wang Yu, do you really have to compete with me? Ji Buchang gritted his teeth and asked. Wang Yu did not turn around, his voice slowly came, I'm not interested in competing with you, I just want to get first place. What? Ji Buchang was stunned. At first, he thought Wang Yu's words were profound, but upon reflection, wasn't he still going to compete with me? Just as he wanted to say something more, he found that Wang Yu had already pulled apart a long distance from him. I haven't lost yet. Ji Buchang looked at Wang Yu's back, his eyes reddened. In the next moment, he roared and exerted all his strength to run. Stimulated by Wang Yu, he even broke into the 8-second mark for 100 meters. But, the good times didn't last long. At this speed, Ji Buchang could only hold on for a few dozen meters, then his body was exhausted, and he felt like a dog grabbing food, plunging into unconsciousness. Wang Yu really pulled Ji Buchang apart. I'm tired of saying the word awesome. But unfortunately, I'm not educated. The crowd behind saw the scene and could only marvel. Wang Yu's figure grew taller and taller in their hearts. Looking at Wang Yu, people's eyes unintentionally added a touch of awe. In the distance, Wang Yu noticed the situation behind him, slightly slowed down, and shook his head helplessly. It's just a run, why are you playing with your life? Wang Yu's physical quality, although he could not maintain the freakish speed of 7 seconds for 100 meters for long, but 80 kilometers in 2 hours was still not difficult. Looking at the time, it was still not 3 o'clock. Wang Yu stretched lazily, yawned, and went back to the dormitory to take a nap. On the other side, in the conference room, Zhao Wujuan also received the notification. General, Wang Yu has completed 80 kilometers of training and returned to the dormitory to rest. The head of the assessment department, Sun Changlin, immediately reported the news he just received to Zhao Wujuan. About 2 hours, 80 kilometers, can you do it now? Zhao Wujuan asked Sun Changlin. Upon hearing this, Sun Changlin nodded slowly, almost. Really? Zhao Wujuan casually tapped on the table. A bit strenuous. Sun Changlin's old face turned red. There are no outsiders, tell the truth, no one will laugh at you. Zhao Wujuan suddenly smiled. Sun Changlin awkwardly smiled, General, you have keen insight. My physical quality is about 8 seconds for 100 meters, for a long-distance run of 80 kilometers, it might be around 2 hours and 15 minutes. Zhao Wujuan nodded, if you can maintain this level, you are already quite good. After all, you haven't reached the diamond level, and you haven't undergone a lot of the power of the dead's baptism, so your body hasn't transformed. Sun Changlin nodded inside, although the soul power and the power of the dead subtly changed the contractor's body, Wang Yu's current level and physical strength are a bit freakish. Combat power, physique, and necromancy, everything far exceeds his peers. It seems that we might really have a future king emerging in our training camp. Future king? Sun Changlin's pupils contracted, quite shocked. Does the general think so highly of Wang Yu? Zhao Wuji did not answer the question but asked, has the devil I wanted arrived? It will arrive around 5 in the morning. That's good. Zhao Wuji instructed, increase the difficulty of the original combat training by 1 level, this golden 9-star devil is the final boss. Sun Changlin hesitated at these words. General, isn't the golden 9-star difficulty a bit too much? At this level, isn't it something the students can't challenge? Zhao Wuji snorted, isn't it too easy if it's not a bit difficult? Besides, this golden 9-star devil is for show, not for people to challenge. Ha! Sun Changlin was stunned. You should know that our training camp's purpose is to cultivate the student's will. But you should know Wang Yu's strength, he can definitely take on the golden 5-star devil alone, which means the final level we set before is almost nothing to Wang Yu. Zhao Wuji countered, if there's no difficulty, where's the pressure? Without pressure, how do you sharpen the will? Then what meaning does Wang Yu have in our training camp? Sun Changlin suddenly understood, so the general brought this golden 9-star devil specifically to give Wang Yu some intensity. Chapter 43, Points Behind. Wang Yu comfortably slept until noon. When he arrived at the cafeteria, he noticed something was off. There seems to be a bit fewer people coming to eat. Wang Yu noticed only a scattered 10 or so people. What are you looking around for? Are you looking for me? Just as Wang Yu was scanning the room, a playful voice rang out. Wang Yu turned around and saw Lin Zhu holding a tray, standing behind him. If you think so, then let it be. Wang Yu smiled generously and took a nearby seat. Lin Zhu naturally sat down across from him. However, Wang Yu noticed that Lin Zhu was staring at him with a semi-smile. It's not like, even if I look handsome, you have to look at me like this? Wang Yu said unhappily. Narcissist. Lin Zhu rolled her eyes. I just think it's funny. Am I funny? Wang Yu was puzzled. He thought to himself, he wasn't a funny guy. The funny one isn't you, it's Ji Buchang. What does he have to do with it? Lin Zhu explained, Ji Buchang originally had the strength to be in the top 3 during physical training, and even becoming second after you was very possible. But because he was competing with you, he exhausted his strength and passed out. When he woke up, he found himself in last place, crying with anger, and went to the instructor to appeal, hoping to get another chance. Wang Yu pouted, I already said I didn't want to compete with him. I just wanted to be first, he misunderstood and took me as a competitor. Lin Zhu couldn't help but chuckle. She had never seen such a conceited person. By the way, after we finish eating, are you going to challenge the combat level? Lin Zhu asked curiously. What is the combat level? Wang Yu stopped his chopsticks, confused. Today, there are so few people in the cafeteria mainly because they chose to challenge the combat level, you didn't know? Lin Zhu looked at Wang Yu in disbelief. I didn't know. Wang Yu scratched his head awkwardly. I slept until noon and came straight to eat. Wang Yu then realized that something big had happened in the training camp while he was sleeping. So you really didn't know? I thought the experts always showed up last. Lin Zhu complained helplessly. What was Wang Yu doing? How could he not know such a big event? The combat level, as the name suggests, is the place where the training camp students engage in combat. It was announced at 9 this morning. There are a total of 9 levels in the combat level, with a powerful devil guarding each level. To challenge the next level, you must defeat the guarding devil. He counted the points, passing the first level gives 200 points, the second level 400 points, the third level 600 points, the fourth level 800 points, and once you reach the 5th level, the points almost double to a whopping 1,500 points. The 6th level gives 2,000 points, the 7th level 2,500 points, the 8th level 3,000 points, and the 9th level reaches an astonishing 4,000 points. Lin Zhu spoke excitedly, her eyes shining like a treasure hunter's. Wang Yu noticed how Lin Zhu's eyes sparkled, seeming as if she were a greedy person. However, a wise person speaks openly and doesn't hide their desires. With so many points as rewards, he couldn't help but feel greedy too. Smack! Wang Yu slapped the chopsticks down on the table. What's wrong? Lin Zhu jumped in surprise. It's fine if I don't eat this meal, Wang Yu said, I'm just eager to try this combat challenge. Don't rush, challenging isn't that easy. I've heard from those who've tried it, that in the early levels, the demon's strength ranges from silver 1 star to silver 9 stars. By the 5th level, it's all gold level demons, which are downright impossible for an average person to challenge. After a pause, Lin Zhu remembered something and said to Wang Yu, you shouldn't be considered an average person. Wang Yu. What I mean is, you are not a typical person. Wang Yu. Is that not enough? Lin Zhu looked embarrassed. What I meant to say is that you might not belong to that category, you have a good chance of challenging gold-level demons. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Wang Yu didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Let's eat, let's eat. Lin Zhu buried her head in her food. The rules of the combat challenge allow you to fight on your own, no need to fight over monsters. A man is iron and rice is steel. Without enough food, how can one have the strength to fight? Lin Zhu picked a piece of sweet and sour pork to her mouth, her eyes squinting happily, so delicious. Wang Yu. He noticed 2 characteristics of Lin Zhu, greedy and gluttonous. After the meal. Under Lin Zhu's lead, Wang Yu arrived at the location of the combat challenge. This was a newly opened area that Wang Yu had never visited before. They called it a challenge, but it resembled a sports arena more. However, students couldn't enter casually, those who wanted to participate had to sign up in advance. At this moment, outside the combat challenge, many students were gathered together. Almost everyone who could come was there. Wang Yu even saw some people with bandages wrapped around them, with faint traces of blood, clearly having been injured during their challenges. The training ground was like a battlefield. Wang Yu realized Zhao Wuji's words were not just talk, he truly dared to push the students to their limits. Do you see that screen? It records everyone's points in our training camp. Anyone at the bottom after 7 days will be automatically eliminated. Lin Zhu pointed with her slender finger towards a direction. Wang Yu looked over and saw a large screen standing outside the combat challenge. Displayed was a simple table. The first column was ranking, the second was name, and the third was points. Wang Yu noticed that the person in first place was Long Tianao, with a current score of 2,200 points. In second place was Han Dong, also with 2,200 points. The third place was someone named Wang Jianghai, whom Wang Yu didn't recognize, with a score of 2,100. As for Wang Yu, after searching for a long time, he didn't see himself anywhere. Instead, he saw Gu Tianyuan, who had 2,100 points and was in 10th place. And Lin Zhu was in 22nd place, with a score of 2,000. No wonder everyone says that the elite genius training camp is full of monsters, it's true. Those who stop at the 5th level have all defeated silver 9-star demons. With such strength at this young age, they are not weak, but very strong. Wang Yu did not feel contempt for others due to his own strength. Lin Zhu looked delicate, but her strength should not be underestimated. In the Qin City Demon Hunter team, she could have served as deputy captain. Surprised? Lin Zhu noticed the change in Wang Yu's expression and teased with a grin, can't find yourself up there, right? Did you feel like the sky has fallen after waking up? Wang Yu shook his head, what's the big deal? Being behind is only temporary. Once I step in and start charging ahead, it's just a matter of time. He didn't know what the 5th level would be like. It is very clear that as long as he passes the first 4 levels, he can easily regain the number 1 ranking. Chapter 44, Breaking Through the Levels. Wang Yu, can't you find your own ranking? You should look from the bottom up, and soon you will find yourself. At that moment, a discordant voice rang out. Wang Yu frowned slightly. Gu Tianyuan and Long Outyan, surrounded by a few people, pushed through the crowd to stand in front of Wang Yu. When it came to rankings, a concealed smugness appeared on Gu Tianyuan's face. Looking at Wang Yu's ranking in 87th place, Gu Tianyuan felt a wave of relief. After being suppressed by Wang Yu for so long, he finally felt like he had regained a round. What's there to be proud of? Wang Yu still hasn't challenged the practical level, as long as he passes the 3rd level, he'll surpass you. No, Wang Yu has 1,300 points now. If he passes the 3rd level, he could regain the number 1 ranking. Before Wang Yu could speak, Lin Zhu could no longer hold back her indignation for Wang Yu. Seeing Gu Tianyuan's spoiled rich kid face made her angry, so she decided to confront him first. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Gu Tianyuan's face quickly faded. So what? My cousin's strength is about to break through. When that happens, his power will definitely increase, and he'll be able to pass the 6th and 7th levels. Gu Tianyuan felt inadequate, so he immediately brought out Long Tianao. What? Lin Shu's body shook suddenly. Long Tianao is about to break through? You must know that someone as talented as Long Tianao, once he breaks through, his strength will advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, many instructors in the training camp might not even be his match. Can Wang Yu still suppress the golden level Long Tianao? Lin Shu couldn't help but feel worried for Wang Yu. Wang Yu, starting to gain a little advantage doesn't mean anything, only the one who laughs last is the true king. Long Tianao chuckled lightly. Do you remember what you said before? I think it fits my current mindset perfectly. I don't consider you a rival, I'm just pursuing number one. Wang Yu could feel that Long Tianao was different than before. He was no longer frivolous and had matured a lot. The setbacks he previously suffered did not defeat Long Tianao, instead, they made him grow stronger. Moreover, the upcoming breakthrough in soul power gave Long Tianao confidence in his strength. Alright, then let's see who will laugh last. Wang Yu smiled calmly. Long Tianao having competitive thoughts was also good, this way, he would have a chance to defeat him. If he acted like a shrinking turtle, he wouldn't find an opportunity. After Long Tianao and Gu Tianyuan left, Wang Yu felt that it was almost time. It's time for me to challenge the levels. After saying that, Wang Yu walked directly to the registration desk and completed his registration. 10 minutes later. Under the shout of the training camp instructor, Wang Yu walked into the level. Cousin, Wang Yu has entered. Gu Tianyuan tightened his fists while watching Wang Yu's back. I see. Long Tianao appeared very indifferent. Cousin, how many levels do you think Wang Yu can pass? Gu Tianyuan asked in a low voice. Long Tianao did not answer immediately, but seriously thought about Gu Tianyuan's question. After a while, Long Tianao sighed and said slowly, although we are mortal enemies with Wang Yu, I have to admit that this kid is quite impressive. When I fought with him before, I found that his physical strength is simply unbelievable. He must have reached the golden level, and his power is incredibly strong, so his true combat power should be at the golden level. Therefore, the first 4 levels should pose no challenge for Wang Yu. The 5th level is already a golden level demon boss, but it's only 1 star of gold, so Wang Yu might still be able to defeat it. Ha! He's really that strong? Gu Tianyuan was stunned. He didn't expect Long Tianao to have such a high opinion of Wang Yu. Did you think that Han Dong and I went easy on Wang Yu during our battle? Long Tianao said solemnly, we didn't. Wang Yu absolutely possesses golden level combat power. But... Long Tianao's voice suddenly halted. But what? Gu Tianyuan pressed for more. But, the 5th gate should already be Wang Yu's limit. According to the training camp's usual patterns, the 6th gate should have a golden 3-star demon, which is several times stronger than a golden 1-star. Long Tianao continued, moreover, the strength of demons is not just in their powerful physique, they also possess magic. Wang Yu's power is strong and his defense is high, but a weak magic or a defense-reducing spell would incapacitate him. Faced with such powerful demons, he would only be subjected to crushing defeat. Therefore, I conclude that he will stop at the 6th gate. After a moment of silence, Gu Tianyuan nodded, the 6th gate, huh? That's not unacceptable. This result is certainly better than saying Wang Yu cleared all the gates in one go, right? Dragon Xiao, if you break through to golden level, how many gates do you think you can pass? At this moment, someone beside Long Tianao asked curiously. Long Tianao smiled proudly, before the 8th gate, I have nothing to fear. The 8th gate? It is speculated that the demon at the 7th gate is very likely a diamond 5-star. Would Dragon Xiao be able to withstand such a powerful opponent right after breaking through? Note that Dragon Xiao said he would stop before the 8th gate, meaning he can clear the 7th gate, which indicates Dragon Xiao's strength will exceed golden 5-star. Hiss, amazing. Dragon Xiao, please accept my knee. Around Long Outyin, people gasped in astonishment and flattery. Meanwhile, Wang Yu had already entered the challenge. Although it was called a challenge, it resembled a stadium, with high walls on 3 sides, while a tall black iron door stood directly in front of Wang Yu. The door remained closed, and Wang Yu had no idea what was inside. However, he could vaguely hear angry roars. Student name. At that moment, a voice echoed through the empty space, confirming Wang Yu's identity. Wang Yu. Wang Yu answered. Identity confirmed. Please stand in the center of the arena and merge with the summoned spirit. He could be identified just by hearing his voice? Wang Yu followed the instructions and stood in the center of the arena, then merged with the summoned spirit. Boom! Powerful energy flowed through his body again, bringing a knowing smile to Wang Yu's face. Countdown of 10 seconds. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With the drop of one, the tightly closed iron door swung open with a crash. Immediately, Wang Yu saw a black figure around 5 meters tall burst forth like an out-of-control truck. With fierce horns, sharp teeth, and dark scales, it was a silver-level brute demon. Boom boom boom. With each step of the brute demon, the ground trembled. If an ordinary person stood here, they would probably stumble and fall. But Wang Yu was not an ordinary person. Facing the fierce brute demon, he stepped forward with his right foot, launching an attack like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! The next moment, Wang Yu's right fist smashed violently against the brute demon's head. Crunch! The brute demon's head twisted a full 360 degrees. Chapter 45, Flame Demon and Blade Demon. You have killed a silver 1-star brute demon, gaining 100 soul power. The kill was successfully completed. Wang Yu instantly received feedback, increasing his soul power and bringing him one step closer to the silver level. I am really close to breaking through to silver level. Wang Yu thought. Wang Yu, first level cleared. Do you wish to continue challenging the second level? The brute demon was killed by Wang Yu in a second, and soon 5 or 6 skeletons entered to carry the brute demon away. At the same time, a voice echoed. Continue. Wang Yu answered without hesitation. He wanted to see where his limits were, if possible. Then he would clear all the gates. The countdown begins now. After 10 seconds, the second level challenge will start. 19, 18, 17. The countdown rang out. Wang Yu stood tall and proud. His gaze was sharp, like a sword about to be drawn, his long hair flowing gently in the wind. Boom! The black door opened again. The demon of the second level stepped out. Blade Demon? Wang Yu looked at the other party, a name floated in his heart. Before him stood the Blade Demon, tall and strong, with muscles as solid as granite. Its skin showed a strange dark gray color, as if it could absorb light, giving a mat-like feel. Its arms resembled 2 enormous curved blades, gleaming with a cold light. These 2 curved blades were extremely sharp, glinting with a chilling shine. Whenever the Blade Demon casually swung its arms, it would send a fierce rushing wind, like the scythe of death. Human, I will slice you into 8 pieces. While Wang Yu observed the Blade Demon, its crimson eyes were also sizing him up. Upon determining that Wang Yu's soul aura was only at silver 9 stars, it opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and said ferociously. No sooner had the words fallen than the Blade Demon launched its attack. Whoosh! The Blade Demon's attack was sharp and swift, its movements like lightning, too fast for the eye to catch. Wang Yu had studied knowledge about the Blade Demon back in school. At silver level, the Blade Demon could reach a shocking speed of 100 meters in 2 seconds, and the blades on its arms could easily cut through the defenses of a silver-level combat suit. Even silver-level weapons could not clash with the arms of the Blade Demon for more than a few rounds. Among demons, the attack power of the Blade Demon was not weak. However, facing it today, Wang Yu found that the Blade Demon was not only fast and sharp, but also incredibly powerful. Each step the Blade Demon took left deep impressions on the ground. Swish, swish, swish. The Blade Demon had extensive combat experience and, fearing that Wang Yu would predict its attacks, it continually changed positions, making it difficult to grasp its whereabouts. Yet, facing such a rapid attack from the Blade Demon, Wang Yu seemed extraordinarily calm. His gaze was as serene as water, without a trace of panic. When the Blade Demon charged at him like a bolt of lightning, Wang Yu simply sidestepped lightly, effortlessly dodging the attack. His movements were light and graceful. How is this possible? The Blade Demon was taken aback. It had put in great effort for an assured strike, only to have it easily evaded? However, Wang Yu seized this moment and without hesitation launched a counterattack. His speed was equally astonishing, his fist like a flash of lightning, smashing hard against the Blade Demon. This punch had immense power, sending the Blade Demon flying away. The Blade Demon rolled through the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Wang Yu did not give the Blade Demon any chance to catch its breath, he quickly charged forward and delivered another strike. This blow held even more force, directly hitting the heart of the Blade Demon, penetrating its chest and shattering its heart. Ah! The Blade Demon let out a chilling scream, struggled a few times, and then went silent. You killed a silver 2-star Blade Demon, gaining 120 points of soul power. Wang Yu withdrew his fist, wiped off the blood from the Blade Demon, stood tall, and retreated 10 meters, waiting for the staff to clean up the battlefield. From beginning to end, there was no hint of pride on his face, only calmness and composure. He knew this was just the beginning, even stronger enemies awaited ahead. Second round challenge successful. Would you like to continue to the third round? The instructor's voice rang out again, but Wang Yu sensed a slight tremor in their tone. As if shocked by his actions. Continue. Wang Yu replied indifferently. Starting 10-second countdown, 19, 18, 17. The instructor didn't say more, and simply started the countdown. This time, before the iron door opened, Wang Yu felt the temperature in the arena rising sharply. It might be a demon related to flames. Wang Yu guessed quietly. Soon. The countdown finished. The iron door opened. Wang Yu saw the demon of the third round. This demon was only the size of an average person and looked very peculiar. Its body appeared humanoid but lacked skin. Only a layer of burning flame, like a burning skeleton. The flames around it showed a strange red color, like blood. Its temperature was extremely high, capable of melting solid metal in an instant. Around the flame demon, the air twisted from the heat, and the entire area felt like a giant furnace. Flame demon. Wang Yu also recognized the identity of this demon. It must be said, the training camp put a lot of thought into this aspect. Every demon possesses strength far beyond their level. However, Wang Yu was not intimidated by the flame demon's aura. He had only one thought in his mind: to slay the demon. Boom! The flame demon did not recklessly attack like the blade demon. It was steady, and as soon as it stepped out of the iron door, it immediately unleashed its powerful fiery force, turning everything within 100 meters into a sea of fire. This was its innate ability, the flame domain. Flames blazed fiercely, crackling with sound. The sea of fire bubbled, making the temperature in the area rise sharply, making it hard to breathe. The sea of fire was extremely hot and could easily melt metal alloys. A silver-grade combat suit would be reduced to ash within moments if thrown into the sea of fire. The flame demon's plan was simple: activate the flame domain, close in on Wang Yu, compress his space for movement, and then directly burn him to death. But just at that moment, Wang Yu made a shocking move. Wang Yu actually stepped willingly into the sea of fire. Wang Yu showed no hesitation, resolute and determined. Is this human crazy? Who gave him the courage to act so recklessly? Even the golden-level necromancer who captured me had used ice powers to suppress the flame domain to succeed. The flame demon was a bit bewildered. Wang Yu had no ice powers. Even from his appearance, the necromancer had recognized him as merely the lowest-level zombie. But how could he dare to do this? Chapter 46, The Moment of Witnessing a Miracle. The instant Wang Yu stepped into the sea of fire, the flames around him noticed the intruder and surged towards him like loyal guards. The massive fire immediately engulfed Wang Yu, making it hard to see his figure. That kid is too reckless. The flame demon's flames are not ordinary flames, they are extremely high temperature. Isn't he looking for death by stepping in? In the monitoring room, a middle-aged instructor in uniform had a serious expression. His sole power was Golden 2-star, but he wouldn't dare allow the flame demon's flames to envelop him in flames. The middle-aged officer turned to Sun Changlin beside him and couldn't help but say, "Director, this boy is a good seed. If we don't stop him, he might get ruined by the flame demon." Do you remember how you got here? Sun Changlin didn't answer his question but instead asked. The middle-aged instructor was taken aback and answered seriously, "I wasn't originally chosen to be the training camp instructor. I heard that an instructor had an accident and was injured, so he had to leave the training camp. Therefore, the instructor position passed down to the next person, and it was my turn." Sun Changlin nodded. "Not bad, you are very honest." The middle-aged instructor was startled. He didn't understand how this question related to whether or not to save Wang Yu. The middle-aged instructor couldn't help but remind, "Director, that Wang Yu." "No need to worry." Sun Changlin casually waved his hand. "What? Such a good seed." The middle-aged instructor felt it was a shame. "Heh, are you worried about him?" Sun Changlin smiled meaningfully. "I just think Wang Yu has great potential, and our training camp's purpose is to discover geniuses and cultivate pillars for great Xia. You're right, I haven't forgotten my mission, but..." Pausing, Sun Changlin said, "You don't need to worry about this kid. Even if something happens to you, he won't be in danger." "What? But I'm golden level." The middle-aged instructor was astonished. "Golden level is no big deal." Sun Changlin pouted. "Do you know why I asked how you got to the training camp? Because the instructor who had an accident was beaten into the hospital by Wang Yu." "Huh?" The middle-aged instructor was stunned. He never thought something like this would happen. Wang Yu is just bronze level, but the instructors are all golden level. But he defeated a golden level. I've seen countless geniuses, but this is the first time I've seen something so outrageous. Sun Changlin couldn't help but exclaim. Suddenly, he pointed at the monitor. "It's time to witness a miracle." Hearing this, the middle-aged instructor once again focused his gaze on the monitor. He saw Wang Yu's figure breaking through the flames, appearing in front of the fire demon. Like a god reborn from the flames. The fire demon looked at Wang Yu, who had come through the sea of fire unscathed, with eyes full of surprise and anger. It opened its mouth and let out an angry roar, then lunged at Wang Yu. At the same time, the raging firepower transformed into a burning sword, held in its hand with imposing aura. But Wang Yu, looking at the fire demon charging at him, showed no signs of panic, appearing calm and composed. The moment the fire demon got close, Wang Yu extended his hand. His movement was light and graceful, as if he were caressing a delicate flower. Yet his hand contained immense power, directly gripping the fire demon's neck. The fire demon let out a piercing scream, its body struggling in Wang Yu's grasp. But Wang Yu's hand was like a steel clamp, tightly holding the fire demon's neck, rendering it unable to move. Wang Yu's eyes were filled with indifference, as if in his eyes, the fire demon was merely an insignificant existence. Wang Yu exerted a slight force, and with a crisp sound, the fire demon's neck was snapped. The fire demon's body instantly lost all strength and fell to the ground. Its flames gradually extinguished, like a burned-out candle. Killed the silver 6-star fire demon, gained 160 points. Is that it? Inside the monitoring room, the middle-aged instructor was astonished. What else would it be? Sun Changlin retorted. Third stage completed, would you like to continue? Continue. The ethereal voice rang out again, and Wang Yu answered confidently. This time, as his opponent appeared, the temperature in the arena suddenly dropped by over 10 degrees. Silver 9-star. Ice Demon. Unlike the fire demon, the ice demon stood at a towering 3 meters tall, with sturdy, powerful limbs like giant ice columns. It had sharp ice claws on its arms, each claw like a deadly blade. Trailing behind the ice demon was a long icy tail, moving like a flexible whip. Its body was covered in a layer of crystal-clear ice armor, as if it were an unbreakable fortress. This layer of ice armor shimmered coldly, with each piece having sharp angles that could easily cut through anything that got too close. Around the ice demon, cold mist filled the air, emanating from its body like an aura of frost. This mist caused the surrounding temperature to drop sharply, making one feel as though they were in an icy world. Ice territory. The ice demon bore some resemblance to the fire demon. It was very steady. Even when facing Wang Yu, a bronze 9-star human, it planned to first expand its domain to secure an undefeated position. However, with prior battle experience, Wang Yu no longer waited passively, but chose to attack proactively. Boom! He stomped hard on the ground, immediately causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the surface. In the next moment, Wang Yu was before the ice demon, his fist striking toward the ice demon's chest. Seeking death on your own? A flash of disdain crossed the ice demon's eyes. This layer of ice armor was no joke. It was comparable to a silver-level alloy sword. Iron is like mud. In its eyes, Wang Yu's actions were no different than voluntarily placing himself under the knife, ready to be slaughtered. Boom! Crack! First came a dull massive sound, followed by a crisp noise. Wang Yu punched hard, shattering the ice armor of the ice demon. And yet, Wang Yu was completely unharmed. What kind of freak is this? The ice demon was terrified. A contractor of the bronze 9-star soul power could easily break through its defenses? However, this became its last thought. Boom! Wang Yu threw another punch, directly smashing the heart of the ice demon. Thud! The ice demon collapsed. It died with its eyes wide open. Wang Yu, however, didn't even glance at the ice demon. In fact, he didn't wait for the instructor to ask, he took the initiative to say, next level. Are you sure? The 5th level is a golden level demon. In response to the inquiry, Wang Yu's answer was still 2 words, sure. Inside the arena, Wang Yu had gone through 3 battles, connected 3 levels, and it seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, only 10 minutes had gone by. Moreover, most of that time was spent cleaning the battlefield. Wang Yu had almost resolved each battle in 10 seconds. Cousin, Wang Yu has been in there for a while, how many levels do you think he has passed? Gu Tianyuan couldn't help but ask. Long Tianeo thought seriously for a moment, responded solemnly, based on my experience, he very likely has passed the 2nd level, challenging the 3rd level now. Of course, there's also the possibility of challenging the 4th level. But this possibility is very small. Chapter 47 Thunder Spear So Fierce? Gu Tianyuan did not expect Long Tianeo's evaluation of Wang Yu to be so high. To know, he struggled immensely to pass the 3rd level, he had to use all his trump cards when reaching the 4th level. I know you have a grudge against him, he has a grudge against me too. But hatred cannot blind our eyes, we must seriously face our opponent's strength. Long Tianeo said solemnly, Wang Yu's strength is even greater than mine, I could easily defeat the demons from the first 2 levels, he can definitely do it even more easily. Gu Tianyuan pouted, I understand. At that moment, the large screen suddenly flashed brightly. Ranking updated. Outside the levels, the crowd erupted in cheers. Swish swish swish. Dozens of eyes fell simultaneously on the large screen. When they saw the name at the top position, everyone's hearts trembled. First place, Wang Yu. As expected, it was him. Long Tianeo had already guessed this result. But when it was confirmed, his heart still trembled fiercely. Gu Tianyuan's expression darkened. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. Long Tianyuan had finally won a round, only to be beaten back by Wang Yu so quickly. Wang Yu, you really deserve to die. If I had known back then, even if you had drowned in the river, I should have dismembered your body and fed the fish. Gu Tianyuan thought this more than once in his heart. If he could travel through time and space, he would definitely leave no room for mercy. The next moment, the points behind the rankings were refreshed. Points, 3,300. What? 3,003? A gap of 1,000 points directly. Damn it, Wang Yu previously had 1,300 points. If he wants to get 2,000 points, he must clear the first 4 levels. This was only a few minutes. What the hell, were those demons just carried off stage? Thinking further, Wang Yu's strength once again refreshed people's cognition. Cousin, you are still too conservative. After seeing the points, Gu Tianyuan was silent for a moment, then said faintly. Long Tianyuan looked as if he had lost his soul. Weak little human, do you want to challenge the great Sarukas? Inside the level, Wang Yu's opponent stepped onto the stage. Wang Yu's opponent was a golden-level demon named Demon Sarukas. The burning demon Sarukas was enormous, standing 5 meters tall. Its skin appeared dark red, as if it were burning with flames, radiating intense heat. The head of Sarukas resembled that of a fierce male lion, with blood-red eyes flashing with a cruel light that could pierce through one's soul. Its mouth was filled with sharp fangs, each one like a sword, sending shivers down one's spine. The demon's limbs were thick and powerful, covered in hard scales like forged steel, exuding a metallic sheen. Its tail was like a gigantic python, constantly swaying, seemingly effortless, yet making a cracking sound like a long whip. It seems this opponent is quite extraordinary. When Wang Yu first laid eyes on the burning demon Sarukas, he couldn't help but be shocked by its overwhelming aura. The burning demon could be understood as an upgraded version of the flame demon, possessing powerful flame abilities along with incredible strength. The bloodline of demons is divided into lower, middle, and upper ranks. The flame demon is merely a middle-rank demon, while the burning demon is an upper-rank demon. But despite the opponent's strength, Wang Yu felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. If I kill the burning demon, I might at least advance to silver rank, right? Looking at the burning demon, a greedy glint appeared in Wang Yu's eyes. Dare to show a greedy gaze? Let destruction reign. Human. The burning demon Sarukas let out a deafening roar in anger, then suddenly swung its massive claws at Wang Yu. Those claws carried immense power and blazing flames, as if capable of turning everything to ashes. Wang Yu agilely sidestepped, avoiding Sarukas's attack. Crackle! He quickly unleashed his lightning magic, with blue arcs flickering between his hands. Wang Yu concentrated the power of lightning in his hands, then hurled it towards Sarukas with force. The dazzling thunderbolts struck Sarukas like chains, producing a great sound upon impact. After being hit by the lightning, Sarukas's skin split and blood flowed, roaring in anger. Wang Yu's attack did not deter it, instead, it ignited its ferocity. The flames on its body flared even stronger, engulfing the arena in an instant. I will tear you into countless pieces. Sarukas attacked again, opening its gaping maw to spit out a torrent of intense flames. That flame surged forward like a giant dragon, heading straight for Wang Yu. Seeing this, Wang Yu focused all his energy, pushing his lightning magic to its limits. Around his body, countless arcs of electricity flickered. At that moment, he was like a deity wielding thunder. Crack! He charged at Sarukas, gathering the thunderous power in his hands like a spear of divine punishment, aiming it at Sarukas. How can he be so powerful? Sarukas sensed Wang Yu's tremendous strength, trying to evade. But Wang Yu's speed was too fast, it couldn't dodge in time. The lightning penetrated Sarukas's body instantly, creating a loud explosion. Sarukas's body shook, then slowly fell down. The great Sarukas, just like that, died at the hands of an ant? The battle ended so quickly that even the burning demon itself was caught off guard. Gulp! He just killed a gold rank? In the monitoring room, the instructors stared at each other in disbelief after witnessing Wang Yu slay the gold rank burning demon Sarukas. They could hardly believe their eyes. Wang Yu was so powerful that even a gold rank demon fell to him as if it were nothing. This Wang Yu is truly incredible. Even seasoned gold rank contractors might not be able to kill a gold rank demon so effortlessly. Not to mention others, I certainly cannot. A gold rank instructor shook his head. Also, did you notice? After slaying the burning demon, Wang Yu showed no signs of exhaustion, he still had strength left. What is his limit, really? Many gold rank contractors were left pondering. If faced with such an attack, one might find it hard to deal with easily. Unknowingly, they grew a few more feelings of recognition and respect for Wang Yu. This kid, he's a good seed. Zhao Wujai's eyes sparkled, unsure of what he was thinking. Kill the golden one-star burning demon, gain 11,000 points of soul power. The prompt sounded. Wang Yu's soul power began to surge. Wang Yu closed his eyes, focused on feeling the changes in his body, guiding the soul power into himself. His soul power level began to rise. Chapter 48, Silver Level. A tough opponent to deal with. Centered around Wang Yu, a strong wave of soul power suddenly erupted, sweeping the entire area, stirring up a gust of wind. He broke through. In the surveillance room, there was not a single weak person. Each one was a gold-level contractor, considered the elite of humanity. As ones who have been through it, they easily saw Wang Yu's current state. Not bad, he has now broken through to silver level. Zhao Wujai smiled with satisfaction. In fact, after realizing Wang Yu's talent, he had secretly contacted Lu Changtian. After repeated requests, Lu Changtian swore that he had never given Wang Yu any resources for help. This meant that Wang Yu reached this point completely through his own efforts. And Zhao Wujai also knew an important thing, which was that Wang Yu had only just completed the contract not long ago. Normally, at Wang Yu's age, unless he was an early contractor, it would require a lot of medicine and rare items to stack up before possibly reaching bronze 5 stars in such a short time. But Wang Yu didn't need that. So this indicated that Wang Yu's soul had abilities that others could not imagine. Picked up a treasure. Zhao Wujai felt pleased in his heart. Hey, wait, this kid. Suddenly, Zhao Wujai's pupils shrank sharply, staring intently at the screen. General, what happened? Zhao Wujai's actions quickly drew the attention of those around him, and they instantly became tense. Is something wrong with Wang Yu? I will stop him right now? Sun Changlin's mind moved, immediately asking. Don't move. Zhao Wujai waved his hand to stop him. This kid is doing great, I really didn't expect him to break through continuously. What continuous breakthrough? Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this, then suddenly shocked. Through the monitor, they saw that a strong soul power erupted from Wang Yu once again, stirring up a cloud of dust. He actually reached silver 2 stars in one go? This is simply absurd. I've lived for decades and have never seen anything like this. Silver 2 stars? Inside the checkpoint, Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the soul power within his body, a smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. Silver 2 stars. Don't be fooled by the fact that bronze 9 stars is only 3 levels away from silver 2 stars, those small 3 levels are worlds apart. Wang Yu's current soul power was at least 2 to 3 times stronger than before. Stronger soul power also meant he could gather more thunder, boosting his combat power. Now, I am more confident in clearing the level. Wang Yu clenched his fists, whispering confidently. The next moment, Wang Yu suddenly frowned. Is there any staff around? Get this burning demon's body taken away quickly. As soon as he said this, a coach who fused with a lich in the surveillance room murmured something, remotely controlling a few skeletons to carry the dead burning demon off the stage. Wang Yu, congratulations on passing the 5th level assessment. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Continue. Wang Yu thought, I haven't cleared the level yet, how can I stop? Start preparing. In the surveillance room, Wang Yu continued the challenge. Right now, I don't care if Wang Yu can break through the 6th level, I am more curious about how many moves the golden level shadow demon can last under his hands. Even a golden 3-star upper level demon, good at stealth and escaping, even if it can't beat Wang Yu. Is it really a big deal to dodge? I reckon I can last for more than 10 rounds. Many instructors were curiously guessing. The black door opened. The scene instantly became dark. The shadow demon emerged, bringing with it a vast area of shadows. The shadow demon had an extremely strange appearance, its head resembling a twisted black vortex, deep and hollow eye sockets flashing with eerie purple light, a light that seemed to suck away one's soul, making anyone who locked eyes with it feel an all-encompassing chill. The shadow demon's limbs were long and slender, like tentacles, able to stretch and twist freely. These tentacle-like limbs were covered with sharp barbs, each barb gleaming coldly, as if they were the sharpest weapons, easily piercing through any object. What a tricky guy. Wang Yu's brow furrowed, his expression serious. The greatest strength of the shadow demon was its ability to hide in shadows. It could perfectly blend with the surrounding darkness, making its presence hard to detect. Whether it was the shadow of an object or the shadow of the land, they could all become its hiding places. When it hid in the shadows, it was as if it had vanished, without any breath or sound, making it hard to defend against. It could shuttle freely within shadows, suddenly appearing beside its enemies to launch surprise attacks. This ability made the shadow demon an extremely dangerous opponent, giving it the power to strike down enemies far beyond its level. I smell Sarex's scent on you. You killed Sarex, didn't you? The shadow demon asked Wang Yu in a hoarse voice. Wang Yu was taken aback. He didn't expect the shadow demon to have such keen senses. Since you're not speaking, does that mean you admit it? Looks like I will have to use all my strength to deal with you. As soon as the shadow demon's voice fell, it instantly disappeared, merging into the surrounding shadows. Wang Yu immediately heightened his vigilance, scanning the surrounding environment quickly, trying to find the shadow demon's trace. However, the shadow demon was hiding very well, leaving no clues behind. Suddenly, Wang Yu felt a powerful force attacking from behind. He quickly dodged to the side and saw a black tentacle sweep past the spot where he had just been standing, creating a sharp sound of wind. Bang! The tentacle struck the ground like a whip, leaving a deep mark behind. But the shadow demon, seeing that its attack had missed, immediately hid again in the shadows, preparing to launch its next assault. How strange. Wang Yu knew he had to find a way to uncover the shadow demon's hiding place, otherwise, he would always be on the defensive. He closed his eyes, focusing his energy to sense the breath and energy fluctuations around him. But he found nothing. The shadow demon's innate abilities were not so easy to break. If the shadow demon did not take the initiative to attack, it would be extremely difficult for Wang Yu to discover it. Since that's the case, let you attack. After a moment of thought, Wang Yu came up with a strategy. He would use himself as bait, drawing the shadow demon to attack. When the shadow demon launched its attack, it would also be his chance to counterattack. Victory and defeat lay in an instant. Boom! In the next moment, Wang Yu, as if sensing something, punched towards the empty space before him. The result naturally landed in the void. It must be here. Wang Yu's gaze shifted, and he kicked out, producing a sharp sound of air being split. Undoubtedly, this kick also missed. In fact, because he exerted too much force, Wang Yu found himself losing balance, his body tilting dangerously. Swish! At that moment, a pitch-black tentacle appeared, like a long whip, striking fiercely towards the back of Wang Yu's head. Chapter 49, The Powerful Dark Force Shocks Everyone. A powerful dark force surged in like a tide, and a nightmarish figure slowly materialized. That was the shadow demon. Its form was like a giant octopus, radiating a chilling and evil aura. The shadow demon's massive body twisted, its tentacles whipping through the air like long whips, making a heart-stopping sound as they sliced through the air. The speed of those tentacles was incredibly fast, leaving a blurry shadow in the air, aiming to strike Wang Yu with a deadly blow. However, Wang Yu seemed completely unaware. Smack! The tentacle fiercely struck the back of Wang Yu's head, making a dull thudding sound. But to the shadow demon's surprise, Wang Yu was completely unharmed. Unbelievably, not a single hair was lost. The shadow demon was stunned. It never expected its attack would have no effect on Wang Yu. It knew that its attacks were extremely fierce, even an ordinary golden-level combat suit would be shattered instantly. The opportunity has come. After enduring the shadow demon's attack, Wang Yu quickly reacted. His hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the shadow demon's tentacle. The tentacle struggled violently in his grasp, but Wang Yu's strength was immense, firmly holding the tentacle, making it impossible for the shadow demon to break free. A cold smile appeared on Wang Yu's face. Now it's my turn to attack. Despicable human. It was only at this moment that the shadow demon realized it had fallen into a trap. It roared in anger, trying to escape Wang Yu's grip, but all efforts were in vain. At this moment, with one hand holding the tentacle, Wang Yu launched his attack. His fist struck the shadow demon like shooting stars, each punch containing immense power. The shadow demon was battered, retreating step by step, its body trembling continuously. Clearly, Wang Yu's punches were not easy to endure. Despicable. 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 The shadow demon continuously cursed in rage. It knew very well that if this continued, there would be no good outcome. It had to find a way to escape Wang Yu's attacks, or it would face destruction. But Wang Yu's strength was far too powerful. Its attempts to break free were held tightly and could not escape. Since I can't break free, then I'll let it go. Thus, the shadow demon made a difficult decision and chose to sever its own tentacle. With a loud bang, the shadow demon's tentacle was forcibly ripped apart by itself. A mass of dark energy surged from the severed end, instantly enveloping Wang Yu. Enjoy the gift I give you. The shadow demon let out a sinister laugh. This dark mist had a weakening effect, diminishing power, speed, and even defense. Not good. When Wang Yu was enveloped by the dark energy, he immediately felt changes in his body. His strength was rapidly declining, and his speed slowed, while all aspects of his physical abilities weakened. He even felt his defensive power was diminishing. Arrogant, are we? Weren't you very brave just now? Seeing this, the shadow demon was overjoyed. It believed it had finally found a deadly opportunity. It immediately attacked with all its might. The shadow demon's tentacles began to whip around once more. This time, the tips of the tentacles shimmered with black light, shooting towards Wang Yu like sharp arrows, their speed so fast that they were hard to evade. Clang! 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 In an instant, several tentacles almost simultaneously pierced Wang Yu's body. However, to the shadow demon's disappointment, the scene it had imagined, with flesh torn and blood flowing, did not occur. Although Wang Yu's defensive power had been weakened, its attack still failed to break through Wang Yu's defenses. How is this possible? How can this be? The Shadow Demon was utterly confused. Why did this human, who only had silver 2-star soul power, possess such terrifying defense? This was not human at all. What kind of undead could be so abnormal? Boom! Just as the Shadow Demon was in shock, a powerful hand. It pierced through its chest, and with a crack, crushed its heart. Thud! The Shadow Demon fell weakly to the ground. Kill the golden 3-star Shadow Demon, gain 1,300 points of soul power. Looking at the Shadow Demon's corpse, Wang Yu said lightly, "Your weakening magic is powerful. If it were 10 times stronger, it might actually hurt me." As his words fell, the soul power within Wang Yu began to surge again. Hiss! The Shadow Demon is dead too? In the monitoring room. After a brief silence, many instructors gasped in unison. I've used the word awesome so much that I'm tired of it. But other than that word, I really don't know how to describe my feelings right now. An instructor shook his head in admiration. It really is awesome. Although I am a golden 3-star contractor, defeating this Shadow 3-star demon is not an easy task. Another instructor said seriously. Come on, don't make me tear you down. Your abomination of the undead loses 90% of the time against shadow demons. The shadow demon's weakening magic is the nemesis of pure physical attack type undead demons. Sun Changlin rolled his eyes. Director, don't tear me down like this, okay? The named instructor awkwardly scratched his head. But Wang Yu, after being hit by the weakening magic, can still withstand the shadow demon's full force attack. Isn't that a bit too abnormal? Thinking about it sends shivers down the spine. With this comparison, everyone finally realized Wang Yu's terror. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone turned their gaze to the towering figure in the monitoring room. Zhao Wuji had not spoken, always with his back to everyone, looking at the monitor screen, not knowing what he was thinking. It really is quite abnormal. After a long while, Zhao Wuji finally nodded. I was paying close attention the whole time. Wang Yu fought the shadow demon without using any soul power skills. That means he relied solely on his physical strength. Being able to withstand the shadow demon's attacks without losing even a strand of hair proves that his defense has surely reached platinum level. His fists cannot be matched even by golden demons. His attack power probably far surpasses that of an average golden level, right? Zhao Wuji said with a complex tone. One must admit, Wang Yu's strength had once again refreshed his understanding. Platinum level defense, golden level strength and combat power. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, 2 words unconsciously emerged in everyone's hearts: abnormal. However, Zhao Wuji had not finished speaking. Even after being hit by weakening magic, the shadow demon's full force attack still failed to break Wang Yu's defense, which proves that Wang Yu's defense level did not drop to golden level. In other words, his physical defense has probably reached the peak of platinum level. And his strength hasn't fallen to golden level either. After all, Wang Yu only used 1 punch to break through the shadow demon's defense. Chapter 50 Silver 3-star really quite abnormal. Wang Yu's zombie undead is definitely the strongest I've ever seen. In the monitoring room, everyone was speechless. Indeed, Wang Yu's zombie undead is unbelievably powerful. Anyone who thinks his undead is an ordinary C-class undead is completely mistaken. In fact, Wang Yu's zombie undead is currently the strongest zombie-type undead. Stronger than many S-class undead. Zhao Wuji gave his evaluation. Stronger than S-class undead means it's the legendary S+ level undead? Sun Changlin's pupils shrank and he gasped softly. Zhao Wuji shot Sun Changlin a glance. Don't be reckless with your words, S+ level undead are not so easily assessed. So far, I've only heard of a few in the Great Xia, and I only know of 2 by codenames, Eternal King and Lord of Souls. Surpassing the same level and even challenging across levels is only the basis for assessing S+ level undead. Growth potential is also very important. I have seen many outstanding souls in the past, who were exceptional in the beginning, but eventually lacked the potential to grow, ultimately stopping at platinum or diamond level. Is Wang Yu not even rated as S+ with such excellence? The expressions of the crowd turned serious. Once an S+ level begins to grow, they become not just the main pillar of Dasha but a treasure for all humanity. We must treat this with caution. Zhao Wujian scanned the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. General, it seems Wang Yu was about to break through again. Suddenly, someone noticed an anomaly and pointed at the screen, exclaiming. Zhao Wujian and others simultaneously focused on the screen, where the soul power erupting from Wang Yu formed a whirlwind of dust. As expected, Wang Yu leveled up again. Zhao Wujian's heart trembled. It seemed that Wang Yu's growth potential was indeed very strong. Perhaps there really is a possibility of becoming S+ level. Zhao Wujian decided to observe a bit longer. If Wang Yu could continue to show such rapid growth, he would report Wang Yu's information and let those old fellows assess him. Outside the checkpoint, We have passed the 4th level, why is Wang Yu still not out? He can't still be challenging, can he? Gu Tianyuan's eyes were fixed on the checkpoint, filled with impatience and panic. He was truly afraid that Wang Yu would continue challenging. I said, Wang Yu has the power of golden level. If he is careful, passing the 6th level shouldn't be a big problem. Next to Gu Tianyuan, Long Tianao remained calm. Cousin, I really don't want him to pass the 6th level. After hearing Long Tianao's words, Gu Tianyuan's face was filled with unwillingness. It's like XX, you can't resist, you just have to accept it. But I also said, the 6th level is already his limit. And soon, I will break through to golden level, then I will break Wang Yu's record and far surpass him, so he won't be able to see my back. As he spoke, Long Tianao puffed his chest out, showing a proud expression. You really are the best, cousin. Gu Tianyuan gave a thumbs up. If it weren't for you being here, I don't know how badly I would be bullied by that Wang Yu. After we leave the training camp, I will definitely tell my mom how you helped me in the camp. I will repay you well. Tianyuan, we are family, no need for such formalities, no talk of repayment. As your cousin, can I really just watch you being bullied? Long Tianao said seriously. What cousin said is right. Gu Tianyuan felt touched. However, before Gu Tianyuan could feel moved, he heard Long Tianao say, but I really do need some rare treasures and potions to quickly improve my soul power. If there are any drugs that can enhance the level of souls, that would be even better. Ha, I was moved for nothing. Gu Tianyuan thought resentfully. If you want money, just say so, why play the emotional card? Still trying to maintain an image? Swish. At this moment, the large screen outside the checkpoint flashed with light. The rankings were updated again. Without hesitation, everyone's gaze fell back onto the screen. The first place was, as expected, still Wang Yu. People could remain calm about this. However, when they saw the score, they could no longer stay calm. What the hell? 7,800 points? Am I seeing things? Heavens, how is 7,800 points even possible? That's enough to buy my life. Exclamations rose one after another. They could no longer keep it together. First level, 200 points, second level, 400 points, third level, 600 points. In the crowd, Lin Zhu carefully calculated with her fingers. After a while, she finally understood. Clearing the 6th level gives 2,000 points. Exactly 7,800 points. Lin Zhu's little mouth fell open. According to everyone's speculation, the demon guarding the 6th level was likely a golden 3-star. She thought Wang Yu was strong. Never expected Wang Yu to be so strong. Could it be that the rumors from when he first entered the camp are true? Oh my goodness. When the newcomers first came to camp, there were rumors that a rookie injured the examiner during the assessment and sent him to the hospital. Could it actually be true? On the other side of the crowd, a tall young man also thought of something. He was Ji Buchang. He even recalled how he had confidently boasted in front of everyone that if someone could achieve such a feat, he would willingly recognize that person as his foster father. Now thinking about it, it felt a bit embarrassing, but also not bad? I don't mind, just don't know if Wang Yu does? He was lost in messy thoughts. Cousin, didn't you say Wang Yu's limit was the 5th level? Now he has already passed the 6th level. Gu Tianyuan was a bit angry, his tone hiding deep blame. Faced with the questioning, Long Tianao's eyes flickered, and he couldn't maintain his composure. Before, he had confidently declared that Wang Yu would stop at the 6th level. Now that Wang Yu had passed, wasn't this a slap in his face? I underestimated him. Wang Yu's cunning exceeded my expectations. Wang Yu must have hidden cards we are unaware of. But after using those cards, what else does he have to continue passing the levels? Long Tianao asserted again, he passed the 6th level by luck, but this must be his limit. He absolutely cannot pass the 7th level. I estimate the demon level at the 7th level is at least gold level 5, far beyond Wang Yu. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy will be crushed. Long Tianao was confident. Gu Tianyuan thought to himself, it's best to be this way. On the other side. Inside the checkpoint. A popping sound came from Wang Yu's body. His soul level had broken through, and his aura began to surge. In the blink of an eye, he reached the limit of silver level 3. Chapter 51, as long as he doesn't die, it's just scratches. Ultimately, Wang Yu's aura still did not break through to silver level 4. As expected, after becoming silver level, breaking through requires an enormous amount of soul power. It seems that to enhance quickly, I need to kill even more powerful undead. Wang Yu thought to himself. But if Zhao Wuji, Sun Changlin, and others knew his thoughts, they would undoubtedly be speechless. After all, he had only signed the contract for a few days and reached the level of silver level 3. And he still wasn't satisfied? If it were Long Tianyuan, Handong, and others, they would surely be dreaming and waking up with laughter. I want to continue the challenge. Wan Yu waited for a bit, and seeing no one asked, he actively said loudly. Ha? Okay. The instructors in the monitoring room finally came to their senses and quickly controlled several skeleton warriors to take the corpse of the shadow demon away. This time, no one persuaded Wan Yu to think it over. The black iron door opened again. The next powerful demon appeared. Suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps approached from afar, each step booming on the ground like thunder. Then, a giant demon slowly passed through the black iron door, appearing before Wang Yu. Wang Yu's pupils shrank suddenly. Because when this demon appeared, the towering black iron door looked a bit small. Of course, it wasn't that the door was small, it was that this demon's size was simply too enormous. Standing nearly 10 meters tall, its body loomed like a massive mountain. Its skin was a deep dark red, as if it had been long scorched by hellfire, radiating an eerie glow. The demon's head was like that of a huge beast, with two curved long horns extending from the sides of its forehead, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Wan Yu had no doubt that these sharp horns could easily penetrate an armored vehicle. A little human brat wants to challenge me? Who gave you the courage? The eyes of the demon burned like two balls of flame, the red light dancing within, revealing endless evil and cruelty, the mouth wide and hideous, sharp teeth arranged like jagged saws, sending chills down one's spine. Red Rock Demon. Wang Yu confirmed the race of the demon. The skin of the Red Rock Demon was as hard as iron, ordinary weapons could not leave a trace on it. Even sharp alloy weapons could only spark a few weak flickers upon its skin. Moreover, the red skin on this demon's surface had a strong resistance to magic. In simple terms, whether it was physical or magical attacks, the Red Rock Demon had a defense that was hard to break. What a troublesome guy. Wang Yu rarely showed a serious expression on his face. If he faced another demon, Wang Yu might still feel confident. But the ability of the Red Rock Demon was very similar to his own, possessing powerful strength and terrifying defense. One could say that Wang Yu had no advantage against the Red Rock Demon. However, since he was already standing here, retreat was not an option. Wang Yu slightly crouched down, preparing to unleash his power. At that moment, the examiner's voice rang out, Wang Yu, if you can't handle it, actively concede, and someone will end the fight. The examiner's voice echoed in the open space, full of concern and worry. However, Wang Yu showed no signs of backing down. He stared intensely at the Red Rock Demon and suddenly pushed forward. Whoosh! Wang Yu shot up like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the Red Rock Demon's face. Can I win? Only fighting will tell. Want to fight me up close? Who gave you the confidence? The Red Rock Demon scoffed disdainfully in its heart and swung its fist to meet Wang Yu's attack. Boom! In the next moment, their fists collided heavily, producing a dull sound of impact. The massive body of the Red Rock Demon was actually forced back a step. Don't be fooled by that one step, it meant Wang Yu had the strength to challenge it. How can such terrifying power be hidden in that thin body? The Red Rock Demon had to take Wang Yu as a serious opponent. At this moment, Wang Yu landed on the ground and launched another attack. The Red Rock Demon dared not be careless, focusing intently and putting forth all its effort to respond. Though Wang Yu's body was much smaller compared to the demon, his strength and defense were not weak. His movements were agile, like a swift cheetah. He rapidly charged at the Red Rock Demon, fist clenched, whooshing through the air as he struck. The Red Rock Demon, unafraid, swung its enormous fists to meet Wang Yu's assault. When their fists collided, a deep bang erupted, as if two mountains crashed together. The powerful impact shook the surrounding air, leaving deep cracks in the ground. Having missed the attack again, Wang Yu showed no discouragement. He alternated between attacking the demon's head and its legs. Continuously changing his angles and methods of attack, he sought to find the Red Rock Demon's weakness. The Red Rock Demon relied on its massive body and powerful strength to repeatedly withstand Wang Yu's strikes, presenting an image of seemingly flawless defense. Its fists were like gigantic hammers, each swing packed with force, making Wang Yu handle with extreme caution. Gradually, as the battle continued, both Wang Yu and the demon began to show signs of injury. The demon's fist grazed Wang Yu's face, leaving a deep blood mark. Its claws also scratched Wang Yu's arm, blood flowing down continuously. The Red Rock Demon was not faring much better, it had several dents on its body from Wang Yu's attacks, black blood oozing from the wounds. The battle had entered a fierce stage, and neither Wang Yu nor the Red Rock Demon showed any signs of retreat. Human, you are playing with fire. The undead's regeneration ability cannot compare to that of demons. Seeing Wang Yu injured, the demon revealed a sinister smile, thinking it would be the victor. After all, the demon's ability to recover was absolutely beyond what the undead could match. Really? A strange smile suddenly appeared on Wang Yu's face. What do you mean? The red flames in the Red Rock Demon's pupils flickered. Instinct told it that something bad was about to happen. However, at the next moment, it realized it had underestimated Wang Yu's ability to recover. Wang Yu's soul power erupted, and soon his injuries healed back to normal. How is this possible? How can the undead possess such powerful recovery ability? The Red Rock Demon was stunned. The ability Wang Yu was showing had completely overturned its understanding. It should be known that the wounds on its own body were still bleeding. How could an undead be stronger than its recovery ability? It was simply ridiculous. Are my injuries serious? As long as I'm not dead, it's just a scratch. Wang Yu chuckled coldly in his heart. Immortal, unkillable, indestructible was merely the basic ability of the loyal subjects. Recovering from some injuries, what was that worth? Chapter 52, Spatial Talent. What an absurd recovery ability. Does he have such a hidden card? In the monitoring room, many instructors stared in shock. Although undead creatures are called immortal beings, they also find it difficult to be truly immortal. After suffering bodily harm, they often need a long time in slumber to recover. No one has ever been able to do what Wang Yu was doing, fighting while recovering at an astonishing speed. I can't believe it, I really can't believe it. Zhao Wuji shook his head. I thought I had enough understanding of Wang Yu, but he did something beyond our expectations again. Goodness, I've opened my eyes today, it turns out the undead can be like this. Zhao Wuji's words revealed his admiration for Wang Yu without reservation. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Rewards for merit and punishments for faults have always been Zhao Wuji's style. Wang Yu's performance is clear for all to see, any praise for him seems insufficient. What a pity, Wang Yu was discovered by Lu Changtian. Zhao Wuji felt a twinge of regret. What a good heir he was. How did he get snatched away by Lu Changtian? The battle continued within the checkpoint. However, as time went on, the Red Rock Demon's situation became increasingly difficult. Many wounds appeared on its massive body, some even serious enough that bones were caved in, clearly suffering severe damage. And the recovery ability the Red Rock Demon was proud of seemed a bit strained at this moment. Meanwhile, Wang Yu's condition was far better than it seemed. The injuries inflicted on him by the Red Rock Demon had already healed significantly. Every punch and every kick he delivered could unleash peak combat power. Soon, the Red Rock Demon began to show signs of decline. Under Wang Yu's attacks, it started to retreat. With the first step, there was a second, then countless more. Boom! 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 The Red Rock Demon kept retreating, and its injuries made it increasingly weak. Its strength and speed began to wane significantly, and gradually it could no longer keep up with Wang Yu's speed. Finally, Wang Yu broke through the Red Rock Demon's defenses, using its body as a stepping stone to leap above its head. Ha! In the next moment, Wang Yu gathered all his strength and stomped down hard, landing heavily on the Red Rock Demon's head. Boom! With this stomp, the Red Rock Demon's skin was broken, and the sound of cracking bones filled the air. Under the terrifying force, the demon's foot sank into the ground. Wang Yu's kick contained a terrifying power of thunder, flickering with electric light. Arcs of electricity spread across the body of the Red Rock Demon like spirit snakes. Ah! The Red Rock Demon tried to struggle, but the power of thunder had paralyzed its body. All it could do was let out a soul-wrenching roar. This roar did not last long before it stopped. At the same time, it announced the complete downfall of the once invincible Golden 5-Star Demon. Kill the Golden 5-Star Red Rock Demon, gain 15,000 points of soul power. A notification sound rang out. Wang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He bent down, gasping for breath. As expected. He easily broke through to Silver 4-Star and reached the peak level, not far from 5-Star. However, Wang Yu did not show much joy. The continuous battle had taken a heavy toll on his spirit and strength. And this consumption could not be made up just by the increase in soul power. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 7th level. Do you wish to continue? Before he knew it, the attitude of the instructor monitoring the levels had changed greatly towards Wang Yu. A single word, please, said it all. In the instructor's hearts, Wang Yu was no longer a student but a strong person. A strong person above them. Someone worthy of their respect. Wang Yu's intention was to pause the challenge. He felt a sense of fatigue both mentally and physically. But this was not giving up. After all, this challenge had no time limit. As long as it was during the training camp, he could wait to gather his strength before returning. However, before he could finish his sentence, the system's notification sound rang out again. Task released, break your own limits. Press on and continue challenging the remaining levels to clear them. Reward, unlock the space talent. Another task was issued? Wang Yu's eyes lit up. If he had the space talent, could he open any door and perform space teleportation? Or even create space rifts to attack enemies directly? Wang Yu thought excitedly in his heart. The thunder control talent and plunder talent had greatly boosted his power, far surpassing others of the same level. What if he had another space talent? Wang Yu believed that after awakening the space talent, his strength would see a significant increase. Perhaps then I would have the strength to fight against platinum-level powerful beings, Wang Yu thought. I will continue the challenge. Wang Yu changed his mind and replied in a deep voice. Although he was very tired now, he could still persist. For the space talent, he decided to take the risk. The demon at the 8th level has golden 7-star power. Under Zhao Wuji's instruction, the instructor reminded Wang Yu. If it were someone else, Zhao Wuji would not care at all. But having found such a good seedling like Wang Yu, he could not bear to see him encounter danger. I've thought it through, I'll continue the challenge. Wang Yu answered firmly. At the same time, he knew very well that in the upcoming battles, he could only win, and he had to win. General, Wang Yu insists on continuing the challenge. In the monitoring room, the instructor looked at Zhao Wuji with a serious expression. When Wang Yu killed the golden 5-star demon, everyone saw the exhausted side of him. Everyone unanimously believed that Wang Yu had reached his limit. Maybe he wants to experience how strong the golden 7-star really is. After a moment of silence, Zhao Wuji said quietly, "It doesn't matter, if he encounters danger, I will step in. Let him prepare." The countdown ended. A heavy atmosphere spread from the iron gate, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping Wang Yu's throat. Wang Yu took a deep breath, realizing the power of this demon. Moments later, a shadow slowly flew out, flapping its wings. This demon was not very large. At first glance, one might even get the impression that it was not so terrifying. However, when you observe it closely, you will find it exudes a chilling aura. Its body is covered with a layer of black scales, which are like hard armor, and behind it are a pair of devilish wings. These wings are broad and powerful, filled with complex patterns, like ancient magical runes. However, what stands out the most is its face. It has a face similar to that of a human, with a short sharp horn growing in the center of its brow. Chapter 53 Breaking the Illusion Black Scale Demon. Wang Yu felt a slight shock in his heart. He recognized this demon's race at a glance. Because the Black Scale Demon is a powerful and mysterious race of demons. Although they are relatively small in size, their strength and defense are no less than that of other monsters of the same level. However, what truly makes the Black Scale Demon fearsome is not its physical strength, but its unparalleled mental power. This terrifying mental power allows the Black Scale Demon to easily create various realistic illusions, trapping enemies within from which they cannot escape. Many people have lost themselves in these illusions, ultimately facing a tragic death. According to the information Wang Yu had gathered, one of the major demon kings currently invading Blue Star is from the Black Scale Demon race. This indicates that the Black Scale Demon holds a very high status among the demon races, surpassing regular higher-level demons. Wait, it even has golden pupils. What truly moved Wang Yu was that this Black Scale Demon had a pair of unique vertical black pupils. These eyes represent that the Black Scale Demon before him is a descendant of a demon king, with strength far beyond that of ordinary Black Scale Demons. At this moment, Wang Yu couldn't help but sigh. I originally thought that my current strength was enough to sweep through the entire training camp, but I didn't expect that after passing the 5th level, every opponent encountered is so strong. Wang Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. No matter how strong the enemy before him is, he must defeat them, and he must win. Boom! With a loud bang, Wang Yu suddenly exerted his strength, his figure dashing towards the Black Scale Demon like lightning. He knew that the first to strike is the victor. Only by taking the initiative can he control the battle. His power flowed like a torrent into the ground, shattering the stones beneath his feet, displaying his astonishing strength. The Black Scale Demon sensed the threat from Wang Yu, letting out a sharp shriek and fearlessly spreading its flesh wings to rush towards Wang Yu. In an instant, the two collided, producing a tremendous sound, as an invisible ripple centered around them expanded in all directions. Wang Yu's fist clashed against the Black Scale Demon's scales, sparks flying in every direction. The scales of the Black Scale Demon are incredibly hard, and Wang Yu's attacks were unable to easily break through its defenses. At the same time, Wang Yu also saw surprise in the eyes of the Black Scale Demon. Evidently, it did not expect Wang Yu's defense to be so powerful. Keep going. One strike did not determine a victor, and Wang Yu was not discouraged. Because this was to be expected of a demon king's descendant's power. He firmly believed that as long as he kept fighting, he would surely find an opportunity. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows for over a dozen rounds. Every clash was indecisive, evenly matched. As long as I can hold on, victory will surely belong to me. Even though he had not gained the upper hand yet, Wang Yu was not impatient. He knows well that his robust physique and astonishing recovery ability are his real advantages. The Black Scale Demon choosing to fight him up close was actually at a disadvantage. As time passed, Wang Yu's advantage became increasingly evident. The armor on the Black Scale Demon had cracked in many places from Wang Yu's fierce punches, and it was already injured. Roar! The black scale demon emitted a strange cry, giving up on face-to-face confrontation, and instead used its flesh wings and agile body to continuously dodge Wang Yu's attacks. It occasionally circled in the air. At times, it suddenly dove down, launching a surprise attack on Wang Yu. The speed of the black scale demon caught Wang Yu slightly off guard. Starting to play tricks? A glint of cold light flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. Taking advantage of the black scale demon diving down from the sky again, he summoned the power of thunder, and dazzling lightning erupted from his body, instantly enveloping the black scale demon. Crackle, crackle. In an instant, the black scale demon was struck by the thunder, its skin split open and flesh charred. Boom! Wang Yu concentrated all his strength and leaped up like a cannonball, pouncing towards the black scale demon's flesh wings. The black scale demon sensed Wang Yu's intention and tried to dodge, but it had already been heavily injured and could not evade in time. Wang Yu's palm was like a knife, ruthlessly slicing down on the black scale demon's flesh wings, producing a crisp sound. The black scale demon's flesh wings were torn by Wang Yu, and blood splattered everywhere. The black scale demon let out a painful roar, its eyes filled with fury. However, Wang Yu did not give it any chance to breathe. He waved his arm again and launched a fatal blow at the black scale demon. This time, Wang Yu's attack accurately struck the black scale demon's vital point, brutally severing its head. Hot blood splattered high into the air, like a fountain. The body of the black scale demon lost control, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. Finally solved it. Wang Yu let out a long breath, thinking he had finally defeated his enemy. But soon he frowned again. Why didn't he receive any system prompts this time? Where is the feedback of the soul power? Could it be that guy isn't dead? Wang Yu's heart jolted, looking horrified at the corpse of the black scale demon. At that moment, something astonishing happened. The body of the black scale demon actually started to tremble, then slowly struggled to stand up. Impossible! Wang Yu's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. The vitality of the demon is indeed tenacious, but even so, it shouldn't be able to regenerate after having its head cut off. According to the knowledge from the Academy's professors, Wang Yu understood. Only a king-level demon lord can survive after having its head cut off. There are some demons with abnormal vitality that require their bodies to be cut into many pieces and then suppressed separately, taking a long period to kill. But his opponent was obviously only at the golden level. In an instant, Wang Yu felt a chill rising from his feet, shooting straight to his head. His clothes were suddenly drenched in sweat. Bad. I've fallen into an illusion. At this moment, facing this completely surreal and bizarre situation, Wang Yu finally realized that he had already deeply fallen into the illusion trap set by the black scale demon. General, things are not good. Wang Yu seems to be trapped in an illusion. In the monitoring room, everyone's mood became extremely tense. They watched helplessly as Wang Yu surged left and right in the central arena, his fists striking like thunder, but this was just a solo performance from him. No matter how fierce his attacks were, they had no effect on the distant black scale demon. Worse still, the black scale demon had stood silently in place the entire time, making no moves, just coldly observing Wang Yu's every action. Zhao Wujie frowned and said, "It seems he's indeed trapped in an illusion and is deeply ensnared. At this rate, his stamina consumption will be quite significant. If he cannot escape from the illusion, failure is only a matter of time." Someone couldn't help but suggest, "Should we pause this battle?" Chapter 54 Illusion, It's all an illusion. Zhao Wujie shook his head, indicating disagreement. No need. This guy, Wang Yu, has been breezing through along the way, extremely full of confidence. If this time the black scale demon can give him a lesson and make him suffer a bit, that wouldn't be a bad thing. It just happens to teach him a lesson that our training camp is indeed quite challenging. So, Zhao Wujie did not intend to intervene in this battle immediately. Yes. The instructor said no more and continued to stare at the monitor screen. Swish. At that moment, Wang Yu saw the headless black scale demon suddenly launching an attack at him. Its body raced towards him like a bolt of black lightning, so fast that it was astonishing. At the same time, a powerful momentum erupted from it, as if it wanted to tear the entire space apart. This momentum was truly terrifying, making people feel chills. Faced with such a fierce attack, Wang Yu instinctively reacted. He prepared to punch back but instantly changed his mind. Not only that, he closed his eyes and stood still, waiting for the black scale demon's attack to descend. Wang Yu could clearly hear the sound of the fierce wind whistling, which was the sound of the air rushing as the black scale demon charged at him with incredible speed. He could even feel those sharp claws rapidly approaching, piercing straight towards his chest. However, even though he knew this strike could lead to deadly consequences, Wang Yu remained calm and composed. He showed no sign of retreat or avoidance, just silently enduring everything that was about to come. However, when the black scale demon's attack finally landed on Wang Yu, there was no scene of blood splattering. On the contrary, Wang Yu stood safely in place as if nothing had happened. His clothes showed not a single tear, as if the recent attack had no effect on him. Indeed. Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes, a hint of relief in his gaze. The surrounding environment was still the familiar one to him, and everything had not changed. And the black scale demon stood quietly not far away, its golden yellow pupils flashing with surprise. Indeed, I have been fighting against the enemies I imagined. Wang Yu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Just now, he had seen through the truth of it all. In fact, everything that had happened had developed according to the battle trajectory he had envisioned beforehand. However, the black scale demon cleverly used its powerful psychic powers to present these scenes one by one before Wang Yu, making him feel as if he were immersed in them, unable to extricate himself. Human, you really surprise me. At this moment, the black scale demon finally broke the silence, its voice deep and hoarse, carrying the authority of a higher being. I originally thought you would exhaust your energy in this endless illusion and eventually die, but I didn't expect you to escape from it so quickly. I also didn't expect your ability to conjure illusions to be so powerful, pulling me in without me noticing. Wang Yu had to admit that the black scale demon was indeed very strong. At this time, the black scale demon was also thinking about countermeasures. It had previously tried to let Wang Yu become lost in the surrounding environment and quietly die, but this plan had clearly failed. The black scale demon knew very well that if it could not win with cunning, it could only launch a direct attack with its true form. At this moment, the air was filled with a tense atmosphere, as if the calm before a storm had been instantly broken. Powerful psychic energy surged from the black scale demon like a raging tide, and Wang Yu felt an invisible pressure hitting him. Then, a shocking scene occurred. Wang Yu saw the black scale demon's figure split like a ghost and instantly divide into dozens of black scale demons. The black scale demon can create clones. Wang Yu's eyes widened, a sense of shock rising in his heart. He had never seen such a strange ability, with dozens of black scale demons appearing at once, leaving him instantly in a passive position. But Wang Yu was by no means an ordinary individual. He quickly adjusted his mindset, ready to face this difficult battle. Dozens of black scale demons didn't give Wang Yu much time to think, they launched their attacks almost simultaneously. He saw these black scale demons flap their wings and swing their sharp claws, rushing toward Wang Yu like a torrential storm. Wang Yu looked at the overwhelming attacks, feeling a tingle on his scalp. He knew he couldn't just sit there and wait, he had to take the initiative. With a flash of movement, Wang Yu dashed toward one of the black scale demons like lightning. His fist struck out with the force of thunder. However, to his surprise, his attack actually missed. The image of that black scale demon became illusory the moment his attack was about to hit, as if it had never existed. Fake. At the instant Wang Yu's attack missed, a black scale demon at his side seized the opportunity and fiercely swiped its claw. Wang Yu had no time to react and could only instinctively turn slightly. But even so, the black scale demon's attack still knocked Wang Yu backward. Gritting his teeth, anger surged in Wang Yu's heart. He didn't expect the black scale demon's attacks to be so bizarre, leaving him defenseless. Wang Yu swiftly turned around and attacked the black scale demon that had hurt him again. His speed was extremely fast, like a lightning bolt crossing the sky. However, just when his attack was about to connect, he found the black scale demon had also turned into a phantom. It became fake again? Wang Yu was taken aback. This ability of reality and illusion was indeed too tricky. He didn't know which was the real black scale demon and which was just an illusion. This uncertainty made his attacks lose all direction, while the black scale demons could continually strike. It seems I've fallen into an illusion again, but this time, it's even harder to break. Wang Yu stopped attacking and began to defend himself. At the same time, he tried to figure out the pattern of these black scale demons to find the true body. After a moment, Wang Yu gave up the idea of catching the black scale demon's true form with his eyes. At such a time, the eyes actually mislead oneself. The dozens of black scale demons' figures dazzled Wang Yu, making him feel flustered. Instead of this, it was better to stop looking altogether. Wang Yu remembered the method of dealing with shadow demons. Since it was difficult to find the opponent's trace, he would take the initiative instead. In the next moment, he suddenly closed his eyes. In an instant, Wang Yu was attacked repeatedly more than a dozen times. Fortunately, Wang Yu's physical defenses were extremely strong, comparable to a platinum-level expert, so he would not suffer too much damage in a short time. And Wang Yu didn't take hits for nothing. I found you. After more than a dozen attacks, Wang Yu pinpointed the direction of the attacks. Still keeping his eyes closed, his fists struck out like windmills, landing blow after blow. Chapter 55, The Curse of the Demon King. What you see might not be real, sometimes the eyes become an obstacle to judgment. At this moment, Wang Yu deeply understood the meaning of this saying. He discovered that when he let go of his reliance on sight and turned to trust his inner intuition, he could make more accurate judgments. Bang! 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 Previously, when Wang Yu opened his eyes, he could not hit the black-scaled demon. After closing his eyes, his fists continued to hammer down like a raging storm, each punch carrying a fierce gust of wind, landing heavily on the black-scaled demon, making a dull sound. This was Wang Yu's first successful hit on the black-scaled demon since the battle began, and a surge of joy filled his heart. However, he did not stop attacking, but continued to launch a fierce offensive. Wang Yu knew well that when facing the powerful black-scaled demon, if he gave it a chance to breathe, he might lose the opportunity for victory. Therefore, he went all out, his attacks like a torrential storm, giving the black-scaled demon no chance to counterattack. Although the black-scaled demons were strong, compared to Wang Yu's physique and strength, still, it fell short, gradually becoming incapable under Wang Yu's storm-like attacks. Increasing injuries made its movement slower, and its attacks weaker. Finally, under Wang Yu's final strike, the black-scaled demon crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Wang Yu stood there, breathing heavily, looking at the fallen black-scaled demon. Opening his eyes, he saw the black-scaled demon covered in dents, its scales shattered, breathing weakly, on the brink of death. However, in the face of death, the black-scaled demon showed no fear, but rather appeared calm. Silver-level soul power can unleash combat strength far exceeding that of an ordinary gold level. A talent as amazing as this has appeared among humans. Too bad you met me. It's fortunate you encountered me. Ha ha ha. One of the black-scaled demon's eyes was struck by Wang Yu's punch, unable to open, yet the other eye flickered with golden light. You're seeking death. Wang Yu felt a bad premonition. But he did not know what the problem was. Without hesitation, he immediately launched an attack, stepping forward to the black-scaled demon and kicking its neck until it broke. However, at that moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the black-scaled demon's body. This force was as fierce as a volcanic eruption, instantly sending Wang Yu flying away. Wang Yu tumbled in the air, barely stabilizing himself, but his heart was filled with vigilance. At that moment, a golden eye suddenly appeared not far away. As this golden eye appeared, Wang Yu felt the space was sealed off. At that moment, he could only move his mind. He widened his eyes in terror, staring at the golden eye as if witnessing the end of the world. This golden eye emitted endless pressure, making Wang Yu feel as if his soul was about to be crushed. He struggled desperately, but his body was completely unable to move. And deep in that golden eye, a mysterious power seemed to be brewing, preparing to launch a fatal strike at Wang Yu. Just then, a brilliant light, like gold, shot out from the eye, directly entering Wang Yu's body. As the golden light gradually faded, that mysterious golden eye quietly turned into nothingness. Is it over? In that moment, Wang Yu truly sensed the breath of death. However, that golden eye did not cause him any harm. Could it also be an illusion? Wang Yu thought. But just the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. All of this had not ended. Not good. A cry of alarm came from the monitoring room from Zhao Wujing. Before anyone could react, Zhao Wujing had already disappeared from the monitoring room. Something big is happening. The examiners in the monitoring room also looked serious. They all understood that General Zhao was someone who had truly been on the battlefield. If his expression changed drastically, something huge must have occurred. Although Wang Yu successfully killed the black-scaled demon, the strange golden light shot from the eye had burrowed into his body like a maggot. Even though he tried to use his soul power to expel it, he was always powerless. What exactly is this golden energy? Wang Yu was filled with confusion and unease. However, just at that moment, Wang Yu suddenly felt a blur in front of him as a figure appeared before him like a ghost. Taking a closer look, the newcomer was actually Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing looked grimly at the corpse on the ground and said heavily, "Unfortunately, I still arrived late." Wang Yu hurriedly bowed to Zhao Wujing and asked, "General, why are you here?" Zhao Wujing answered in a low voice, "I know what you want to ask me." Then, he shifted his gaze to Wang Yu and slowly said, "You should have a mysterious energy in your body, right?" Wang Yu nodded. Zhao Wujing continued, "You have been cursed." Hearing this, Wang Yu's heart suddenly shook violently. A curse, that is an extremely insidious and poisonous skill. Some curses can cause a person's level to regress, some will prevent one from ever breaking through, and others can make a person sick and bedridden. There are many types of curses, and they are incredibly complex, their effects vary, but being cursed is definitely not a good thing. Zhao Wujing's expression grew even darker, as if shrouded in an unshakable gloom, and he continued, "I didn't expect this demon to be so strange, able to trigger the demonic bloodline within you even at the gold level, to curse you. Let me see what kind of curse you have." After Zhao Wujing finished speaking, Wang Yu suddenly felt an incredibly powerful soul force sweeping towards him like a raging tide. However, surprisingly, Wang Yu did not feel any hostility from this force, so he decided not to resist. After a long while, Zhao Wujing stomped his foot in anger. With a crack, cracks resembling spider webs appeared in circles on the ground beneath him. "Damn it," he roared. Wang Yu cautiously asked, "General, is my current situation very bad?" Zhao Wuji did not answer the question directly but said solemnly, "Fortunately, this curse will not cause your cultivation to regress, nor will it make your body weak, and it certainly won't have any negative impact on your lifespan." Hearing this, Wang Yu sighed in relief, but he knew things might not be that simple. "Then what is unfortunate?" Wang Yu asked, because he knew there was more to Zhao Wuji's words. Sure enough, Zhao Wuji continued, "Unfortunately, your difficulty in breaking through to higher levels, like gold, platinum, and diamond, will greatly increase. Moreover, as your realm rises, the difficulty of breaking through will become even greater." Chapter 56, Wang Yu's Demise. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but be stunned, muttering to himself, "Is that it? If that's the case, then there is no need to fear. After all, he has a plundering talent, and breaking through is not difficult. A mere curse will not affect his strength improvement at all." "So," he uncertainly asked again, "really?" Zhao Wuji nodded affirmatively, explaining that he had examined Wang Yu's body hundreds of times in an instant and that he would not make a mistake. Then he told Wang Yu that if he wanted to break this curse, he must eliminate the source of the Black Scale Demon's bloodline, which means killing that Black Scale Demon King. Wang Yu fell silent after hearing this. Kill the Demon King? That's simply a fantasy. Even though he had an advantage, he still did not know when he could become a king-level existence, let alone kill a lone famous and ancient Demon King. Seeing Wang Yu in a daze, Zhao Wuji mistakenly thought he was feeling despair and disappointment. After staring at Wang Yu in silence for a while, Zhao Wuji suddenly extended his large hand and gently patted Wang Yu's shoulder. "Don't lose heart, kid, you just have a harder time breaking through, but it's not impossible. Rest assured, I will do everything I can to help you." He did not elaborate on how he would help Wang Yu, but just this one sentence made Wang Yu feel warmth and strength. Wang Yu gently nodded in gratitude. General Wang Yu raised his head, looking steadily at Zhao Wuji. "Feel free to say anything." Zhao Wuji replied gently. "I want to continue the challenge." Wang Yu's voice was low but firm. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji was slightly taken aback, then showed a look of appreciation, nodding heavily, "Good." He seemed very satisfied with Wang Yu's determination and courage. "However, you just experienced an intense battle, both your physical and spiritual strength are greatly consumed. Let's take a break for a moment and recover," Zhao Wuji said with concern. After that, he turned around and strode towards the exit of the checkpoint. However, just as he turned, a deep sense of regret flashed in his eyes. Perhaps he felt sorry for Wang Yu's predicament. What a good talent. What a shame. You see, with this curse in place, breaking through will become more and more difficult. As long as the Black Scales Demon King is alive, Wang Yu will probably never break through to the diamond level in his lifetime. The diamond level, although excellent and rare, is far from Wang Yu's limit. Originally, a peerless genius about to become a pillar of the Great Xia, but now reduced to an ordinary elite contractee, this gap is truly too great. General, Wang Yu is he really useless? When Zhao Wuji returned to the monitoring room, some department heads hesitated but could not help but ask. Zhao Wuji did not answer directly, instead, he silently nodded. This silent action felt like a heavy stone pressing down on everyone's hearts. Wang Yu should have had infinite possibilities. It seems fate always loves to play jokes, making him bear a heavy burden. If it weren't for this curse, Wang Yu would have become an invincible being, his name etched in the river of history, becoming a legendary figure admired by people. But now, he can only struggle within limited space, striving for a higher realm. This makes one ponder, why is fate so cruel? Perhaps, this is the helplessness of life. Time passed second by second, and everyone waited quietly. Finally, Wang Yu's voice broke the silence. "I've rested well, we can start." His tone was firm, ready to face all challenges. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Zhao Wuji, expecting his instructions. Sun Changlin showed a hesitant expression, reminding, "General, this final demon has the peak power of 9 golden stars." He expressed concerns about whether Wang Yu could defeat such a powerful enemy. Zhao Wuji's expression became very complicated, and he slowly said, "Originally, I wanted to use this demon to suppress Wang Yu, to let him know what it means to understand the heights and depths, to pressure him. He had intended to use this final hurdle to test and hone Wang Yu, but now he was filled with contradictions. But now I really hope this kid can get through this barrier. Or say, how great it would have been if I hadn't set this barrier initially, then he could have perfectly passed all the checkpoints, leaving a strong mark on his training camp journey." Zhao Wuji's voice revealed a hint of regret and sorrow. He realized that he may have set Wang Yu a difficulty that was too high, yet now he hoped he could overcome the challenges and succeed. At this moment, everyone fell silent. They felt Zhao Wuji's inner struggle and expectation, while also sweating for Wang Yu's fate. Let him challenge. In the end, Zhao Wuji made the decision. As the iron gate opened, a giant shadow slowly appeared before Wang Yu. Wang Yu recognized at a glance that this demon belonged to an ancient race, the Night Demon. The appearance of the Night Demon was extremely grotesque and terrifying. It stood over 5 meters tall, its body massive and strong, like a black iron tower. Its skin was a deep black, like the endless night, emanating a suffocating sense of oppression. The light in the barrier strangely absorbed by the night demon. It had a pair of curved black horns on its head, like two matte daggers. These horns were not merely decorations but symbols of its power. It is said that the night demon can manipulate the night as a weapon through its horns. It has a pair of huge black wings growing from its back, covered with sharp bone spurs. When these wings spread out, they can block the sky and the sun, giving a feeling of oppressive inevitability. What powerful opponents! Wang Yuxing excitedly licked the corner of his mouth. Interesting. A powerful opponent represents a source of abundant soul power. But deep down, he dared not underestimate them in the slightest. The night demon's abilities are also very strong. It can control dark power, turning it into powerful weapons and attacks. It can also cast dark magic, trapping people in fear, despair, and chaos. Night Demon. General, your trump card is too strong. When the night demon appeared, the instructors in the monitoring room became uneasy. The sense of oppression from the night demon was too strong. Zhao Wujie said flatly, because I mentioned before when I brought the night demon to the training camp, this demon is meant to be shown to them, not meant to be challenged, and it is used to create a sense of oppression. General. At that moment, a soldier in uniform entered the monitoring room. What's the matter? Zhao Wujie frowned. The commander-in-chief has arrived. What? Zhao Wujie was taken aback. I'll go greet him. He raised his foot to go greet him. But the next moment, a voice echoed into the monitoring room. No need to trouble yourself, I have already arrived. Chapter 57, Zhao Wujie's guilt. As the elderly voice came, Zhao Wujie was startled and quickly raised his head. He saw a group of people in neat military uniforms walking into the monitoring room with solemn expressions. Their steps were firm and powerful, and their eyes revealed an invisible pressure. Amid this group, an elderly man in military attire stood out remarkably. His hair and beard were all white, and his face was covered with deep wrinkles, as if the years had left their marks on him. Yet, despite his aged appearance, the old man's eyes were bright and filled with authority and dominance. This elder was clearly not an ordinary commander, the aura he exuded demanded respect. Upon closer inspection, one could see that 5 dazzling golden stars were embedded on the elder's shoulders. This was the mark of a 5-star general. In the entire Great Xia Kingdom, only one person held such a rank, Dongfang Wujie, the Great Xia King, who had once defended a city alone, saved 300,000 people, and slain 2 demon kings. He had now become the commander-in-chief of the military, holding an immensely high position. Faced with such a prominent figure, even someone as unruly as Zhao Wujie did not dare show any negligence. He understood the standing and power of this Great Xia King, and at the same time, Dongfang Wujie was someone he greatly respected. Therefore, upon seeing Dongfang Wujie, he immediately shifted his gaze aside to avoid being seen as disrespectful. Zhao Wujie, I came uninvited. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? The old man looked at Zhao Wujie with a subtle smile on his lips. Zhao Wujie dares not. Zhao Wujie replied in a deep voice. Is it that you would not, or that you dare not? Dongfang Wujie asked again. Zhao Wujie answered, both. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Wujie suddenly laughed, his laughter bright and resonant, capable of piercing the skies. His eyes, sharp as a torch, fixed intently on Zhao Wujie, sparkling with a keen light. You don't need to be too nervous. I came today because I heard you discovered a very promising talent. They could very well rank S+, so I couldn't help but come take a look at what outstanding qualities they possess. Dongfang Wujie said calmly. The commander-in-chief's news is indeed sharp. Zhao Wujie bitterly smiled and shook his head. He secretly marveled at the incredible reach of this commander-in-chief's information network. He hadn't even completed his report yet, and somehow the news had already reached this influential figure. You should understand how important S+ level talents are to us. So you should forgive this old man for coming uninvited, right? Dongfang Wujie asked with a smile, his tone carrying a trace of undeniable authority. Zhao Wujie quickly nodded and said, of course, it is our honor for the chief commander to come personally. He understood deeply the importance of an S+ level prodigy to the Great Xia. They were the hope of the future, the pillars that would support Great Xia. Therefore, he was not surprised by the chief commander's attention and concern. Could I not forgive? Zhao Wujie smiled helplessly, revealing a bitter expression on his face. Who would dare to say a word against you in front of you? He was well aware of the vast gap between himself and this powerful being before him, and did not dare to easily go against the other's wishes. Dongfang Wujie gently patted Zhao Wujie's shoulder and said earnestly, young man, do not hold any resentment. Rest assured, if Wang Yu really has S+ level qualifications, it would be a great contribution for you to discover him. Hearing this, Zhao Wujie couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If it were before, Zhao Wujie would definitely be very happy. To discover a pillar of support, the merit would be immense. It would be comparable to winning a significant battle. However, the current situation was completely different. Wang Yu was cursed. Even if he was rated with S+ level qualifications, he had already lost his future. This meant that a once-in-a-lifetime genius might sink into oblivion, and Zhao Wuji felt deep regret and sorrow. Chief Commander, look, Wang Yu is currently challenging a level. Zhao Wuji stepped aside, revealing the monitor. The screen showed Wang Yu facing off against the Night Demon. Oh? Dongfang Wuji smiled slightly, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. I would like to see how extraordinary Wang Yu is. He watched the monitor with great interest, hoping that Wang Yu could bring a surprise. Then, Dongfang Wuji's gaze fell on the monitor. His eyes were instantly captivated, as if drawn by a powerful force that made him unable to look away. Zhao Wuji noticed the look of surprise on Dongfang Wuji's aged face. It should be known that Dongfang Wuji was an invincible expert who had experienced countless grand occasions. However, at this moment, he was shocked by the scene before him. If this old man isn't mistaken, that demon is the Golden 9-star Night Demon, right? At this time, Dongfang Wuji asked without turning his head. His voice carried a hint of uncertainty, but more was the affirmation of his judgment. Yes. Zhao Wuji replied, Wang Yu's performance is outstanding. He pushed through the first level to the 9th level in one go. He continued, moreover, Wang Yu is currently only a silver 3-star, no, just now he has broken through to silver 4-star. More importantly, at the moment he entered the level, he was just a bronze 9-star in soul power. As Wang Yu successfully killed the Black Scale Demon, he received feedback on his soul power, allowing his soul power level to break through once again. This achievement was astonishing, showcasing Wang Yu's incredible potential and strength. What? Dongfang Wuji's face instantly turned extremely shocked upon hearing this news. His body shook violently, his eyes wide open, unable to believe his ears. It is absolutely true. Zhao Wuji said seriously, raising his right hand solemnly to swear. Chief Commander, we all witnessed it ourselves, General Zhao is not wrong. Other instructors also chimed in agreement. We can provide a replay. The instructor responsible for monitoring stated that they could provide evidence to prove this. Good, good, good. Dongfang Wuji exclaimed excitedly, clapping his hands and smiling broadly. In my lifetime, I have seen countless people, but I have never seen such a genius. Even the S+ level prodigies that have been confirmed cannot compare with Wang Yu. He said this with great excitement, holding Wang Yu in extremely high regard. Even when I was his age. Not as good as before. Dongfang Wuji sighed deeply, a look of comfort and pride on his face. At that moment, he seemed to have become 10 years younger, full of passion. It was clear that his admiration and anticipation for Wang Yu were overflowing, truly heartfelt. However, while Dongfang Wuji was in a good mood, Zhao Wuji felt a heavy heart, full of self-blame and guilt. He believed he was the main cause of Wang Yu suffering from the Black Scale Demon curse. Chapter 58, Destroying the Darkness with Thunder. Commander. Zhao Wuji clenched his fists tightly, taking a deep breath, trying to confess his mistake to Dongfang Wuji. At that moment, Dongfang Wuji interrupted him, Don't rush to speak, the battle has already begun. I am very curious how long Wang Yu can withstand the fierce attacks of the Golden 9-star Night Demon? Hearing this, Zhao Wuji had countless words in his heart but found it hard to say anything. Since that was the case, he decided to wait until Wang Yu was defeated to find a chance to explain everything. At this moment, the battle within the checkpoint was about to break out. Swish! The Night Demon launched the first attack, flapping its huge wings and creating a storm, pouncing towards Wang Yu. This storm was also filled with endless dark power, making it hard to breathe. The Night Demon was a high-ranking bloodline among the Demon Clan, far exceeding its level and strength, and even a platinum-level powerhouse would not dare to take its attack head-on. Although Wang Yu possessed a platinum-level body, he did not want to easily test what it felt like to be hit by such strong power. So, he chose to dodge to the side. However, Wang Yu's character was not one to simply play defensively. At the moment of dodging, he also launched an attack. With a punch like a shooting star, he struck with unmatched momentum. The Night Demon reacted extremely quickly, blocking Wang Yu's attack with its massive arm, then letting out a roar and pouncing again at Wang Yu. Wang Yu did not panic when his attack was blocked, he remained calm. He continued to dodge the Night Demon's attacks while seizing opportunities to counterattack. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows over a dozen times. Each clash accompanied by fierce energy fluctuations and thunderous sounds shook the entire space, leaving cracks in the ground or footprints of various depths. Good. Actually able to hold his ground against the Golden 9-star Demon. It seems I underestimated his strength. In the monitoring room, Dongfang Wuji praised without reservation. As soon as Dongfang Wuji's words came out, everyone felt a wave of envy. Without a doubt, to receive such recognition from Dongfang Wuji proved that Wang Yu's talent was truly astonishing. Zhao Wuji knew Dongfang Wuji very well. He understood that in the current younger generation, no one had ever been praised like this by Dongfang Wujie before Wang Yu. And when someone could capture Dongfang Wujie's attention so much, it meant their future was bright and boundless. But, the more outstanding Wang Yu's performance was, the more pain Zhao Wujie felt. Boom! At that moment, during a pause in the Night Demon's attack, Wang Yu leaped up, his fist like thunder, striking at the Night Demon's eyes. The Night Demon sensed Wang Yu's attack and quickly closed its eyes, raising its massive arm to block Wang Yu's strike. Although Wang Yu's attack did not succeed, he did not give up. Hundreds of exchanges had given Wang Yu a deep understanding of the Night Demon's abilities. Speed, strength, explosive power, he understood them all clearly. It's time to counterattack. Wang Yu thought to himself, adjusting his position immediately after landing and launching an attack on the Night Demon again. This time, his fist carried a powerful force, breaking through the Night Demon's defenses and hitting the Night Demon's abdomen. The Night Demon let out a painful roar, swinging its huge arms towards Wang Yu. Woo woo! Fueled by anger, the power of the Night Demon's attack not only did not weaken but instead became even more terrifying. Its fist compressed the air, making a chilling sound. Wang Yu saw this and, with a flash of brilliance in his eyes, immediately realized he couldn't withstand the blow, nimbly dodging the Night Demon's attack, then launched another attack on it. His speed grew faster, and his fists became more powerful. The Night Demon began to feel a bit strained, it had to give its all to counter Wang Yu's attacks. Wang Yu seized the opportunity and continuously unleashed fierce attacks on the Night Demon. The Night Demon gradually fell behind, being pushed back by Wang Yu's relentless blows. Finally, one of Wang Yu's punches landed heavily on the Night Demon's forehead, unexpectedly breaking off one of the sharp black horns on its head. Then, the Night Demon flew back like a sandbag, crashing to the ground far away. Did I not see wrong? Is the Night Demon going to lose? This is the Golden 9-Star Demon, several levels higher than Wang Yu. When they saw this, the instructors grew anxious. Especially Zhao Wujie's words still lingered in everyone's ears, the 9th level is for the trainees to watch, not for them to challenge. The purpose of Zhao Wujie setting the 9th level was to exert pressure on the trainees, to motivate them, yet, it seems like it was also giving experience to others. This kid. Zhao Wujie's eyes shone with brilliance. It must be said that Wang Yu's performance once again exceeded his expectations. Not bad. Beautiful. Keen insight, precise control, swift thinking, accurate judgment, decisive action. Wujie, this Wang Yu is truly not simple. Wang Yu's speed and strength are on par with the Night Demon, yet he displays a composure that suggests he is crushing it. This young man is impressive. Everyone could only exclaim, wow, amazing. But Dongfang Wujing gave a detailed evaluation of Wang Yu. No wonder he is the only 5-star general of the Xia Empire, the commander of the military. His analysis ability is truly admirable. Wang Yu's performance is even better than I imagined. I am very satisfied with this kid. Dongfang Wujing's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the scene shifted, Wang Yu had already moved closer to the Night Demon. In the battle, Wang Yu noticed that the Night Demon's wings were crucial for it. If he could destroy the Night Demon's wings, its speed would surely drop drastically. So, Wang Yu made a quick decision to change his attack target, turning his palm into a blade and chopping fiercely at the Night Demon's wings. Crack! The sharp sound of cracking bones echoed in the air, and the Night Demon's wings suffered Wang Yu's heavy blow, letting out a painful roar. A deep wound appeared on its wings, bright red blood gushing out, dripping onto the ground. Human, you are seeking your own death, the Night Demon roared in anger. Eternal night descends. The Night Demon became even more furious and irritable due to the injury. It desperately unleashed powerful dark magic. In an instant, the entire battlefield was enveloped in darkness, obscuring vision completely, as if night had fallen. Wang Yu's line of sight was utterly lost, the silence around him was deafening, and his sense of smell was rendered useless. The entire space felt as if it was sealed. Worse still, in this pitch-black domain, Wang Yu felt his body gradually becoming weak and powerless. This is the terror of the Night Demon race. He knew deeply that if he continued to suffer the Night Demon's dark magic attacks, he would lose his fighting ability. Then I will use thunder to destroy the darkness. Chapter 59, Clearing the Level. Shattering darkness with thunder. When Wang Yu's deep voice rang out, the Night Demon hiding in the darkness clearly froze for a moment. What nonsense is that human brat saying? Can he summon thunder? Everyone knows that thunder is the natural nemesis of demons and the undead, their attributes are at odds. What are you bragging about? Summoning thunder? Why don't you just say you're summoning the god of the undead? The Night Demon sneered in his heart, thinking Wang Yu was just trying to put on a show. But in the very next moment, the Night Demon was stunned. With a deafening roar, a thunderclap rang out outside the checkpoint, as if it were about to tear the entire world apart. Then, a thick purple thunderbolt as large as a giant serpent struck down from the sky, like a wild dragon, carrying endless power and destruction, violently tearing apart the dome of the checkpoint. This thunderbolt was like divine punishment, carrying infinite pressure that made one instinctively feel a sense of awe. It was like a sharp sword, piercing the darkness, illuminating the entire area, instantly transforming the previously eerie and terrifying atmosphere into something bright. Under the light of this thunderbolt, countless electric snakes danced wildly, spreading across the sky like a spider's web, emitting a terrifying glow. It was as if they had been given life, continuously twisting their bodies, spreading outwards, and in an instant, they shattered the night that the night demon had summoned. The night demon widened his eyes, looking at everything that was happening in disbelief. He never imagined that Wang Yu could truly summon such a powerful force of thunder. At this moment, he finally realized that he had underestimated this young man, whose strength far exceeded his imagination. Perception, power, instinct, all sensations returned to Wang Yu's body. Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes, adjusted to the light, and finally saw the situation inside clearly. He saw that the night demon's body was covered with many horrific wounds, deep enough to see the bone. Its skin had been blasted open by the thunder, and black blood was continuously flowing out. The most severe injury was on its right arm, which had been shattered to pieces, leaving only a bloody, mangled stump. I won! Wang Yu gasped for breath, sweat sliding down his forehead, but a relieved smile appeared on his face. This battle was the hardest he had ever fought. His soul power, physical strength, and energy were almost completely depleted. But it was worth it. In the end, he had still defeated the powerful enemy. The night demon shakily reached out its remaining hand and pointed weakly at Wang Yu, as if wanting to say something. However, before its voice could emerge, it abruptly stopped. The night demon's body collapsed with a loud thud, crashing heavily to the ground. It was only at this moment that Wang Yu noticed a huge hole in the night demon's head, from which blood poured out. This hole had pierced through the night demon's skull. It turned out that the thunder Wang Yu summoned not only tore apart the darkness but also directly pierced the night demon's body, delivering a fatal blow. I won! I'm so tired of saying the word awesome. What is a genius? This is it. Wang Yu's battle experience has surely set a new record for our great Xia, right? At this moment, there was a cheer in the monitoring room. After a brief shock, Sun Changlin's face showed an embarrassed expression. General, it seems your pressure isn't enough. Wang Yu really completed the challenge of the Golden 9 Stars. Sun Changlin's voice was full of amazement. Wang Yu's performance had truly stunned him. Zhao Wujie smacked his lips, not knowing what to say. To think, the plan for this Golden 9 Stars demon was supposed to be a show for the people, but Wang Yu actually killed this demon. This kid, he really is something, Zhao Wujie murmured to himself, his eyes shining with excitement. He looked at Wang Yu on the screen, his heart filled with relief. Wang Yu's performance had exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only had he successfully defeated the Golden 9 Stars demon, a new record was also created. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a crisp and loud applause suddenly rang out. This applause caught everyone's attention. Everyone turned their heads, curious to see who was clapping. They were shocked to discover that the person applauding was none other than the supreme commander of the Great Xia military, Dongfang Wujie. He bore 5 shining military stars on his shoulders, displaying his noble identity and outstanding position. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Dongfang Wujie seemed completely unconcerned about the gazes around him, his eyes were fixed on the screen, shining with admiration. He did not hide his praise for the battle. The silver 4-star actually killed the Golden 9-star night demon. What an astonishing feat. I can hardly remember the last time I saw such an outstanding young man. Hearing Dongfang Wujie's praise, everyone felt utterly shocked. After all, gaining the approval of this military commander was not easy. Commander. Zhao Wujie hesitated for a moment but ultimately couldn't help but speak. He felt it was time to reveal Wang Yu's true situation to Dongfang Wujie. Even though he knew this might bring some trouble. Zhao Wujie, I know what you want to say, you want credit, right? Don't worry, I won't shortchange you a bit in terms of benefits. Dongfang Wujie laughed heartily, you might not understand the S+ level genius. Wang Yu is absolutely at the S+ level. In fact, Wang Yu's talent might even be stronger than the Soul Lord and the Eternal King. His future achievements could very well surpass mine. He is a truly promising seed, and we must cultivate him well. I decide to provide him with the highest level of resources. Zhao Wujie, a general, could not confirm Wang Yu's level. While Dongfang Wujie casually declared Wang Yu as S+ level and offered the absolute best training conditions. The gap between them was indescribable. What? Future achievements could be above the commander. As soon as Dongfang Wujie spoke, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. You must understand, in Great Xia, no one has achieved more than the commander, let alone 2. Here, 2 means there are truly only 2 people. Thud. With a muffled sound, Zhao Wujie's knee heavily struck the floor, his face growing increasingly pale, filled with guilt and self-blame. He knelt on one knee and lowered his head deeply, repenting for his mistakes. Zhao Wujie, what are you doing? Dongfang Wujie, who had weathered countless storms, felt confused at this sudden scene. He never thought that this usually calm subordinate would make such an unusual gesture. Chapter 60, Mastering the Power of Space. Commander, I am guilty. Zhao Wujie's voice was filled with endless regret and self-reproach, his body slightly trembling, revealing his extreme unease. At this moment, he seemed to carry an immensely heavy burden, each word weighed so heavily it felt suffocating. Stand up and speak, what exactly happened? Dongfang Wujie's expression grew serious, his gaze sharp as an eagle, locking tightly onto Zhao Wujie, trying to find answers in his words and actions. Commander, let me stay kneeling. Zhao Wujie still kept his head down, unwilling to meet Dongfang Wujie's eyes. He felt that only this way could he express his deep understanding of his mistake and his regret. However, Dongfang Wujie did not accept his request, his tone became serious and firm. I said, stand up. His words echoed like thunder in the room, leaving no room for doubt and forcing Zhao Wujie to obey the command. Though he still felt reluctant inside, Zhao Wujie involuntarily stood up, straightened his back, and faced Dongfang Wujie. Speak. Dongfang Wujie only said one word. Commander-in-Chief, Wan Yu had an accident during the previous battle, and it may greatly affect the future. Zhao Wujie said cautiously. What kind of accident? Dongfang Wujie frowned and asked. He fell under the curse of the Black Scale Demon. From now on, it will be very difficult for Wan Yu to break through. Unless he kills the Black Scale Demon King, he will find it hard to return to normal. Zhao Wujie described his recent experience with a stiff face. After hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Dongfang Wujie fell into brief silence. He believed Zhao Wujie wouldn't joke about such matters, so there was no need to consider the truth of the situation, the only thing to think about was how to resolve the problem. At that moment, everyone in the monitoring room felt time passing slowly. They didn't know what decision Dongfang Wujie would make, nor did they dare to easily disturb his thoughts. After a moment, Dongfang Wujie let out a long breath. It was clear that he felt a sense of oppression in his heart and needed this simple way to relieve it. I will first go see that little fellow, then make a decision. Dongfang Wujie slowly stood up and said. At that moment, his voice sounded somewhat aged and weary. After saying that, he left the monitoring room, and everyone followed closely behind. They knew that this decision concerned Wang Yu's future. Kill the Golden 9-Star Night Demon, you gain 19,000 points of soul power. Clear all levels. Reward, control of space talent. The prompt sounded successively. First, Wang Yu's soul power began to grow wildly. In an instant, his soul power broke through to silver 5 stars. However, this was only the beginning. As time passed, his soul power continued to soar, and moments later, it reached silver 6 stars. But this was not the most shocking part. Suddenly, Wang Yu felt his body break free from some kind of constraint, and a brand new power surged into his heart. He found that he had a deeper understanding and insight into space. Is this the legendary power of space control? Wang Yu thought in surprise. His eyes sparkled with silver light, as if he could penetrate all obstacles. With this newly acquired power, he could clearly see the spatial nodes around him. With just a gentle strike, he could easily tear through space and create rifts. What a powerful ability! Wang Yu took a deep breath, feeling this mighty power. If he had mastered this ability earlier, dealing with the Night Demon would have been much easier. Tat tat tat. At that moment, a series of urgent and powerful footsteps came from afar. The sounds grew clearer as they approached. Upon hearing the footsteps, Wang Yu's heart tightened slightly. He instinctively turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a group of distinguished individuals in military uniforms striding towards him. Their steps were synchronized, each one filled with determination and authority. In the forefront was a tall old man with a kind face. His eyes were deep and bright, revealing an indescribable wisdom. The old man also wore a military uniform, but what caught Wang Yu's attention was the 5-star insignia on the man's shoulder. 5-star General. Wang Yu was surprised to see General Zhao Wujie obediently following behind the old man. This astonished Wang Yu, as he had never seen Zhao Wujie treat anyone with such respect. So, who exactly was this old man? Wang Yu was filled with confusion and curiosity. Wang Yu stood quietly, watching the old man walk closer. His anxiety grew stronger, but he still tried to stay calm. The old man walked up to Wang Yu, stopped in his tracks, and looked at him, revealing a warm smile, like the gentle sunlight in spring. Don't be nervous, little guy. Let me introduce myself, my name is Dongfang Wujie. Wang Yu's eyes widened, looking at the old man in disbelief. Dongfang Wujie, this name was like thunder rumbling. He was a legendary figure of the Great Xia, revered as the stability needle of the sea. His wisdom and strategies had helped the empire through countless crises, and his name was widely known among the people. However, The Great Xia Empire, to protect this stability needle, limited the public's understanding of Dongfang Wujie to his name and deeds, and few knew what he looked like. Wang Yu did not expect to meet this great man today. In front of such a legendary figure, Wang Yu could not help but feel a mix of excitement and awe. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, then bowed to Dongfang Wujie, saying, "Greetings, General. Young man, you are quite good. In you, I see the shadow of my younger self." Dongfang Wujie continued to praise Wang Yu. However, Zhao Wujie and others felt something strange. Didn't the commander-in-chief say before that Wang Yu was even more outstanding than he was when he was young? How could it now be said that Wang Yu was just as outstanding as he was in his youth? It seemed that the commander-in-chief was also quite vain. "Thank you for the praise, General." Wang Yu replied calmly and confidently. "I heard from Zhao Wujie that you have encountered some issues. May I take a look?" Dongfang Wujie asked directly. "Sure." Wang Yu understood. What Dongfang Wujie mentioned should be about the curse. If Dongfang Wujie could find a way to solve it, that would be a good thing. Good. Dongfang Wujie nodded, then released his soul power onto Wang Yu. In the next moment, Wang Yu saw Dongfang Wujie furrow his brows. Chapter 61, The General Frowns, Life and Death Uncertain. The general's brows tightly knitted. Wang Yu's heart sank instantly. However, in a flash of thought, he understood the reason had to do with that mysterious curse. "You are the strongest zombie spirit contractor I have ever seen. Very outstanding." Dongfang Wujie's expression quickly became serious and vanished in the blink of an eye. "Young man, keep it up." He raised his hand to pat Wang Yu's shoulder, leaving behind a word of encouragement before turning to leave. Zhao Wujie and others felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Dongfang Wujie did not mention any treatment for Wang Yu, which meant that Wang Yu's situation was not optimistic. "Wang Yu, you actually broke through 9 levels in one breath. It truly amazes me." Zhao Wujie's originally serious face struggled to squeeze out a smile. "You should go back to rest." "Okay." After Dongfang Wujie and Zhao Wujie and others disappeared from sight, Wang Yu also walked toward the exit of the levels. God, Wang Yu has already passed the 8th level. Outside the level, a wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking in disbelief at the electronic display. Since the big screen updates every 10 minutes, Wang Yu's 9th level score had not yet been shown. The demon of the 8th level must be incredibly strong. Wang Yu's current score is something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Someone murmured, their tone filled with admiration and astonishment. At this moment, the atmosphere outside the level was extremely lively. Everyone was shocked by Wang Yu's amazing performance. Long Tianyuan's face turned extremely dark, as if it could drip water. He stared intently at the electronic display, his eyes flashing with anger and jealousy. First place, Wang Yu. Points, 12300. This number appeared extremely glaring in Long Tianyuan's eyes, making him feel immense defeat. How could a lowly brat deserve such a good score? However, they did not know that Wang Yu's last level score had not yet been updated. If they knew the truth, they would probably be even more shocked. Cousin, didn't you say? Beside Long Tianyuan, Gu Tianyuan couldn't help but speak, but before he could finish his words, Long Tianyuan shot him a fierce glare. The coldness and warning in his eyes made Gu Tianyuan immediately shut his mouth, swallowing the words that were about to escape his lips. I admit my previous predictions were wrong. Wang Yu's strength has exceeded my expectations time and time again, but for the other challenges, I can't guarantee. The 9th level will definitely be guarded by a golden 9-star demon. This kind of strength is absolutely not something Wang Yu can contend with. Long Tianyuan looked at the big screen ahead, his expression serious as he spoke. A hint of determination was revealed in his gaze. He firmly believed that his judgment would not be wrong. Even if the previous predictions were overturned by facts, he still stuck to his views. Long Tianyuan took a deep breath and continued, "Trust me one more time." His voice carried a hint of earnestness, as if hoping everyone could trust him once again. However, Gu Tianyuan silently listened to Long Tianyuan's words, secretly grumbling in his heart. He had once been full of confidence in Long Tianyuan's predictions, but as time passed, he found that Long Tianyuan's predictions were not always accurate. Especially when facing an opponent like Wang Yu, Long Tianyuan's predictions seemed a bit powerless. Though he didn't speak it out loud, he no longer fully trusted Long Tianyuan's words in his heart. At that moment, a sudden gasp erupted throughout the venue. People turned their eyes towards the exit of the challenge, where a familiar figure appeared. Wang Yu. It's Wang Yu. People shouted Wang Yu's name, their excitement overflowing. At that moment, Wang Yu was like a star shining in the spotlight. Wang Yu's appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere in the venue. Many rushed forward to congratulate and show their respect to him. Some female students even sent him flirtatious glances. Wang Yu, however, remained unmoved, coldly walking through the crowd directly to Lin Zhu's side. Wang Yu, you really? Lin Zhu was filled with confidence in Wang Yu, but his performance still took her by surprise, leaving her at a loss for words before him. A genius? Describing Wang Yu as a genius was simply too pale. "We're leaving," Wang Yu said simply, then turned and walked away. "What's he so proud about? You'd think he cleared the level." Gu Tianyuan watched Wang Yu being surrounded like a prized star, and a sour feeling rose in his heart. Though he pretended not to care, his heart was filled with envy and jealousy. Once, Wang Yu was just a trivial person in his eyes, but now he had become the center of everyone's attention, someone he had to look up to, and the huge contrast was hard for him to accept. "Be arrogant, show off. It won't be long before I break through to the golden level, then I can surpass him." Long Tianao still held a glimmer of hope deep inside. He clenched his fists tightly, staring steadfastly at the screen, continuously telling himself that he must surpass Wang Yu. However, at that moment, the rankings on the big screen suddenly updated again. At first, no one paid special attention, but soon someone noticed the anomaly. Surprised voices began to ripple through the crowd. "Look at the points leaderboard. Wang Yu's score has actually increased again, reaching an astonishing 16,300 points." All eyes were drawn to the screen. "Oh my god, what does such a high score mean? Could it be, did Wang Yu clear the level directly?" Another person widened their eyes, disbelief etched on their face. 16,300 points, this is simply terrifying. The crowd erupted, filled with discussions and gasps of astonishment. Wang Yu's outstanding performance once again triggered cheers from everyone. Clearing the level in one go, this kind of strength is simply shocking. We've cleared it." Gu Tianyuan was struck as if by lightning, his entire being frozen in shock. How is it possible?" Long Tianao's face turned incredibly pale, his body trembling slightly. In that moment, his heart was almost breaking. He had held onto a thread of hope, expecting that after breaking through to the golden level, he could clear all levels and suppress Wang Yu. However, when he witnessed Wang Yu's exceptionally high score, the last bit of hope in his heart was completely shattered. He truly felt that he seemed to have no hope of surpassing Wang Yu anymore. On the other side, in the conference room, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt suffocating, as if the air had solidified. Dongfang Wuji sat upright in the main seat, his expression as cold as ice, exuding an invisible pressure. Zhao Wuji, Sun Changlin, and others stood at the lower position, each one silent as a grave, not daring to breathe. Sigh. After a long time, Dongfang Wuji finally let out a deep sigh, like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. Chapter 62 Wang Yu's Sharpening Stone. "Commander, you should have seen Wang Yu's situation. Is there any good way to resolve it?" Zhao Wuji asked anxiously, his eyes sparkling with hope. Dongfang Wuji initially shook his head slowly, then gently nodded, his expression complex. "I've seen it. That kid indeed bears the curse of the Black Scale Demon. If the curse is not removed, it will be exceptionally difficult for him to break through in the future. Diamond level will already be his limit." Dongfang Wuji's voice was filled with deep regret and a helpless sigh. He had witnessed Wang Yu's performance, and if everything went normally, the future would be astonishing. Dongfang Wuji had once said that Wang Yu could very well achieve greatness beyond him, and that was not just empty talk. So how do we lift the curse? Zhao Wuji's heart tightened as he nervously looked at Dongfang Wuji, hoping for even a glimmer of hope. Dongfang Wuji said, "Didn't you already have the answer?" Hearing this, Zhao Wuji felt as if struck by lightning. His face turned pale, devoid of any color. In that moment, the last shred of hope in his heart was extinguished. "Is there no other chance besides killing the Black Scale Demon King?" Zhao Wuji asked unwillingly, his voice sounding somewhat hoarse. "None." Dongfang Wuji sighed heavily. "I know you are feeling restless right now, but please calm down. The bloodline power of the demon race is extremely mysterious and powerful, and a curse planted with the blood of a demon king can only be dealt with at its root. Killing the Black Scale Demon King is the only way to resolve it." Upon hearing this, everyone's heart sank heavily. Killing the Black Scale Demon King, how easy is that to talk about? The Black Scale Demon King had ravaged Blue Star for 100 years, tormenting at least 3 generations. If it could be easily eradicated, how could it have dragged on until now? Sigh, but that kid Wang Yu is truly a rare good seed. Zhao Wuji said, filled with guilt. If only he had been more vigilant back then, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji looked firmly at Dongfang Wuji. "Commander, I've decided to resign from the position of camp leader of the elite genius training camp." His voice was steady and resolute. Dongfang Wuji frowned slightly, as if guessing something, and asked, "Are you going to look for the Black Scale Demon King?" Zhao Wuji took a deep breath and solemnly nodded. "Yes, Commander. I can't just watch Wang Yu be buried like this, he deserves a broader world." Dongfang Wuji sighed, understanding Zhao Wuji's concern for Wang Yu, but still reminded him, "General Zhao, you need to think this through. The Black Scale Demon King's whereabouts are unpredictable. Where will you look for him? Moreover, even if you find him, what then? Don't forget, you are currently only at the Star Radiance 9 stars level, and have not yet broken through to the King level. Facing the black-scaled demon king with such strength is no different from seeking one's own death. Even if you become a king-level contractor in the future, it will still be difficult to contend with the black-scaled demon king for a long time. General Zhao, think twice before you act. Zhao Wuji's decision left everyone present feeling shocked and worried, and they all spoke out to dissuade him. Zhao Wuji silently clenched his fists, and his expression grew serious. As a general, he held great power, but at this moment, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Dongfang Wuji saw Zhao Wuji gradually calm down and solemnly promised, "Do not worry, old man promises you, I will immediately issue orders to fully seek the traces of the black-scaled demon king and strive to slay him." Hearing this, Zhao Wuji gratefully clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. You do not need to thank me, old man does this not just to help you, but to consider the interests of the entire Great Xia." Dongfang Wuji stretched out his hand and gently patted Zhao Wuji's shoulder, saying, "Wang Yu is an outstanding young man with immense potential, he may become an important pillar of Great Xia in the future. I cannot bear to see him fade away and become an ordinary person. However, the black-scaled demon king is very cunning, it is not easy to slay him. We need time and patience. I only hope everything is still in time, to not affect Wang Yu's growth." As he said this, Dongfang Wuji's gaze became somewhat distant, as if he had fallen into deep thought. Zhao Wuji understood the difficulties involved. The black-scaled demon king was powerful and elusive, finding and killing him was no easy task. Yet he still expressed gratitude for Dongfang Wuji's promise, holding on to a sliver of hope for the future. Because, for both him and Wang Yu, Dongfang Wuji was their only hope. Without relying on Dongfang Wuji, he truly did not know what to do. "Commander-in-Chief, what level of resources should we allocate to Wang Yu?" Zhao Wuji asked again. He remembered that Dongfang Wuji had previously said Wang Yu should receive top-level resources for training. But at that time, Dongfang Wuji did not understand what was happening with Wang Yu. As for what Dongfang Wuji thought now, he could not guess. That depends on Wang Yu's personal abilities. Whatever level of rating he gets, we will give him resources of that level. After thinking for a while, Dongfang Wuji made his decision. Zhao Wuji understood that Dongfang Wuji's earlier promise to give Wang Yu top resources was no longer valid. But this could not be blamed on Dongfang Wuji, after all, he did not know Wang Yu's specific situation before, merely judging based on talent and potential. Now, although Wang Yu's performance was outstanding, his future prospects looked bleak, not meeting Dongfang Wuji's satisfactory level. So, Dongfang Wuji still handled this matter according to his usual principles. Alas! What a pity! Zhao Wuji sighed inwardly. Originally, that child Wang Yu had a chance to soar to great heights, yet unexpectedly, he fell back to the mundane. General Zhao. Commander-in-Chief, is there anything else you command? Zhao Wuji's heart tightened. There's no command to speak of, but old man has something to discuss with you. Dongfang Wuji said. Zhao Wuji's heart stirred, he quickly asked respectfully, "Please, Commander-in-Chief, go ahead." Dongfang Wuji slowly said, "Wang Yu's future is greatly limited, no one knows how far he can go. But at present, he is extraordinary and cannot be wasted." Hearing this, Zhao Wuji couldn't help being a bit confused. Did Dongfang Wuji have other thoughts? Sure enough, he heard Dongfang Wuji continue, "I want to use Wang Yu as a sharpening stone to hone someone." At these words, Zhao Wuji's heart shook, and he blurted out, "Who?" Dongfang Wuji smiled faintly. Looking at Zhao Wuji, his tone was calm, "Eternal King." Chapter 63 The Eternal King is about to descend. Eternal King. Zhao Wuji's pupils suddenly constricted upon hearing this name, a wave of unbelievable shock surged in his heart. Although he was not clear about the specific strength of the Eternal King, he understood deeply what it meant to be rated as an S+ level genius. In a vast country like Daxia, there are few talents with such gifts, and one can count them on fingers. At this moment, Dongfang Wuji unexpectedly proposed to use Wang Yu as a stepping stone for this unparalleled genius, which was beyond his imagination. Dongfang Wuji seemed to sense the confusion and perplexity in Zhao Wuji's eyes, but he did not rush to explain. On the contrary, he turned his gaze to the people around, his eyes revealing an unspoken hint. The instructors immediately understood his meaning and rose to take their leave. "Commander-in-Chief, we take our leave." They understood that the identity information concerning the S+ level genius was classified and not something they could know. Sometimes, knowing less was actually better for their safety. As the instructors left, the conference room was left with only Dongfang Wuji and Zhao Wuji. Dongfang Wuji took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. "General Zhao, have you ever heard of the Eternal King?" Zhao Wuji nodded and replied seriously, "I have heard of it. It is said to be a mysterious and powerful existence, hailed as the future king." Dongfang Wuji smiled slightly and continued, "Indeed, the Eternal King is a rare talent among millions, possessing unparalleled gifts and potential. His emergence signifies that Daxia will surely have a new pillar to support it." After hearing this, Zhao Wuji nodded with a serious expression. He had never doubted the achievements and potential of the S+ level genius. At this moment, Dongfang Wuji slowly spoke again. The age of the Eternal King is similar to Wang Yu's. He has just broken through to the golden level and has killed a golden 9-star demon with the bloodline of a demon king, boosting his confidence immensely. At this time, Wang Yu can be used to knock him down a peg, making him understand that even an S+ level genius can be surpassed if he does not work hard. He needs to know that S+ level geniuses are not invincible. After a moment of silence, Zhao Wuji said, "But isn't such a battle too unfair for Wang Yu? After all, one is at the golden level, and the other is only at the silver level. The gap is too big." "Zhao Wuji, you should know that there has never been absolute fairness in this world," Dongfang Wuji said calmly. "Moreover, you also understand Wang Yu's current situation. If he can become the sharpening stone for the Eternal King, it may be the most glorious moment of his life. He will be able to reminisce about this experience when he grows old." In Dongfang Wuji's subconscious, there was no place for Wang Yu at the peak of Dasha's future. Competing with an S+ level genius would already be the greatest fortune of Wang Yu's life. After a long while, Zhao Wuji slowly spoke, his tone containing a hint of helplessness and compromise. "I wonder what your plans are, Commander-in-Chief? Or do you wish for me to do something?" Dongfang Wuji smiled slightly, seemingly having everything arranged. "It's actually very simple. I plan to have the Eternal King drop directly into the elite genius training camp for a direct confrontation with Wang Yu." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji immediately understood why Dongfang Wuji wanted to discuss this matter with him. "So when will this be scheduled?" Zhao Wuji asked. Dongfang Wuji pondered for a moment and replied, "Since we have decided, there is no need to delay. There is no time like the present. The Eternal King is just in the imperial capital, and he can come to the training camp tomorrow. I can send more powerful demons to fill the gaps in the challenge." "Okay." Zhao Wuji nodded. Dongfang Wuji continued, "Once the Eternal King passes the 9 levels, we will immediately push forward with the next training content." Zhao Wuji was taken aback, his brows furrowed, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. "Commander, is it a bit too fast to move on to the next item right away? The Eternal King might be able to handle it, but the other trainees may need more time to improve their strength. There is a significant gap between them and the Eternal King, and rushing into the next training might put too much pressure on them. Shouldn't we consider giving them more time to adapt and improve? The existence of the training camp is to train the trainees. Although it seems to give them considerable pressure, in reality, it is all within a controllable range. Once Dongfang Wuji's decision is implemented, it exceeds Zhao Wuji's control." Tap, tap, tap. Dongfang Wuji lightly tapped the table, his expression serious, and slowly said, "There is no time left." His voice was deep and powerful, containing a sense of urgency. Zhao Wuji's heart sank. He could feel the eagerness and tension in Dongfang Wuji's words. He knew that something significant was about to happen, hence the urgency of time. He immediately straightened his body, his expression grave. "Yes. I understand, Commander. I will quickly arrange the subsequent training plan to ensure everyone can complete it smoothly." Wang Yu. Wang Yu and Lin Zhu were walking, but they heard a call from behind. Wang Yu turned and saw Han Dong. "Do you want to spar with me now?" Wang Yu couldn't help but ask. He didn't have much interaction with Han Dong, just one agreement, and he didn't know if Han Dong came for that. "Of course not." Han Dong shook her head lightly. Wang Yu was slightly taken aback. "Then you are. Congratulations." A faint smile suddenly appeared on Han Dong's cold face, like the warm sun in winter. This smile softened her originally cold appearance. Wang Yu looked at Han Dong in surprise, not understanding why she would suddenly say such things. However, before he could ask, Han Dong continued, "You are now undoubtedly the number 1 in the training camp. I previously thought our strengths were similar, but now I see how big the gap is between us. Considering you as a rival was truly overestimating myself." Han Dong gently shook her head, her face showing a hint of admiration and helplessness. Han Dong looked at Wang Yu, a glimmer of respect flashing in her eyes. She knew that Wang Yu had limitless potential and possibilities, and his future achievements were immeasurable. He was already no longer on the same level as her. "Thank you," Wang Yu said sincerely. The two exchanged smiles, both understanding each other's feelings. "I came to find you because I want to tell you to be careful of one person." Han Dong suddenly lowered her voice. "Who?" Wang Yu frowned, a hint of vigilance rising in his heart. "Long Tianyuan." Han Dong slowly uttered 3 words. "I don't know what your relationship is, or how you provoked him. But I have received some news that he is secretly investigating matters and information related to you. You must be careful." Upon hearing this name, Wang Yu's expression suddenly became serious. It seems he needs to find an opportunity to deal with Long Tianyuan and Gu Tianyuan. Chapter 64, God of Universe. I can't take it anymore, I really can't. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. However, the training ground was a mess. Han Dong lay on the ground, breathing heavily, her face displaying utter exhaustion. Wang Yu, meanwhile, had released his undead fusion state, standing not far away, his expression calm and breath steady, unaffected by the intense battle just fought. According to the agreement between the two, they arrived early in the training ground, serving as Han Dong's sparring partner. After a fierce battle, Han Dong finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Wang Yu, how much strength did you use in our fight just now? Han Dong asked eagerly. Wang Yu smiled slightly, about 30%. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yu decided to understate the number to avoid hitting Han Dong too hard. After all, Han Dong is the kind of person who is beautiful and kind-hearted. Cough. There are not many employers who can take a beating like her. Wang Yu feared that if Han Dong was hit too hard, she wouldn't seek him out for practice anymore, especially since he still relied on Han Dong for Wu Lei's soul-nourishing medicine. However, when he said this, he found Han Dong's little mouth slightly open, her face showing surprise and disappointment. Ah? Only 30% strength? Clearly, she felt somewhat let down by this result. As a genius, she also had her own pride. She thought that was too little? Wang Yu was taken aback. That's actually a lot. Wang Yu rolled his eyes in irritation. He had just said he used 30% strength, and that was still a big understatement. Isn't this enough? Keep in mind, with his current strength, using only 30% can easily defeat a golden-level demon. 30% could take Han Dong's life. Hearing this, Han Dong couldn't help but mumble, "Straight guy." Clearly, she was not satisfied with Wang Yu's answer. Wang Yu smiled helplessly, touched his nose, and was too lazy to respond. At this moment, Han Dong spoke again, her tone filled with curiosity. "Wang Yu, what level is your undead?" "C level." Wang Yu answered truthfully. However, Han Dong shook her head repeatedly, indicating disbelief. "Impossible. If you are just C level, then my S level has too much fluff." Wang Yu shrugged carelessly. "Then you say it's whatever you want." Han Dong suddenly became serious and said earnestly, "I believe your undead can definitely be rated as S+ level." Hearing this, Wang Yu's expression momentarily showed a rare daze. He couldn't help but think of Dongfang Wujing. His outstanding performance back then attracted the attention of that big shot, but after meeting that big shot, he received no news at all. If he really had a chance to be rated as S+ level, how could there be no movement at all? How powerful are S+ level contractors? Wang Yu suddenly wanted to witness it. Just as he fell into thought, a voice calling interrupted his thoughts. "Wang Yu, Han Dong, you are here." Wang Yu and Han Dong turned their heads at the same time to see Lin Zhu hurriedly running over from a distance. "So much has happened in the training camp, yet you can still practice at ease. No wonder your strength is so strong." Lin Zhu couldn't help but sigh. Wang Yu looked confused and asked doubtfully, "What happened in the training camp?" "I heard a genius has been parachuted into the training camp, and they are currently undergoing the entrance assessment. Everyone is waiting to see how many points that guy can get." Talking about this matter, the fire of gossip in Lin Zhu's eyes burned brightly. "Genius? Parachuted?" Wang Yu frowned slightly, realizing the unusualness of the situation. "How is that possible? This doesn't comply with the training camp rules." Han Dong was even more puzzled after hearing this. Some people have said the same thing. But General Zhao personally came out to explain, and if you want to talk rules with General Zhao, you better have a fist bigger than his, or he is the rule. Lin Zhu recalled the moment Zhao Wujing appeared and still felt a bit scared, shrinking her neck. From Lin Zhu's expression, Wang Yu could see that General Zhao definitely wasn't just talking, he must have showcased his big fist too. Just don't know who was so unlucky. A genius parachuting in must have a big background. "Wang Yu, let's go take a look." Han Dong's eyes were filled with eagerness. Among her peers in the city, no one could surpass him. However, after arriving at the training camp, she experienced what it means to have hidden talents and that there is always someone better. She really wanted to see the gap between herself and the top talents, and then surpass them. Understanding the talented, becoming one of them, and surpassing them, this is the goal Han Dong set for herself. Wang Yu nodded lightly, and then Lin Zhu led the way ahead. When Wang Yu arrived outside the assessment area, he found that almost everyone in the training camp was there. The front was completely blocked. Many people in the back were cursing, saying that those in front blocked their view, making it impossible to see anything. "The god of you is here." However, when Wang Yu stepped into the arena, someone shouted loudly. After a brief silence, there was a wave of chaos. "Quick, move aside. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out of the way." People ran around like headless flies. The crowd that was just tightly packed suddenly opened a path. It was clearly to let Wang Yu through. Wang Yu was a bit stunned. He couldn't believe he was receiving such supreme treatment. Wang Yu, I didn't expect everyone to be so afraid of you." Behind Wang Yu, Han Dong chuckled. Wang Yu rolled his eyes. "Wang Yu, have always liked to win people over with virtue. This time, it was Han Dong and Lin Zhu who rolled their eyes at him. Can you even believe what you just said? In fact, everyone knew well that the way Wang Yu was treated had nothing to do with his virtue, it was entirely because of his 16,300 points. This was real power earned with fists, who could argue with that? As he walked through the crowd, Wang Yu heard someone say, "God of you, you are the backbone of our training camp, you must hold on. Yes, we must not let this outsider genius ride on our heads. I believe in the God of you, no matter who drops in, we can take him down." At that moment, the training camp students, who had been extremely uncooperative yesterday, rarely set aside their prejudices and united against a common enemy. However, the next moment, everyone fell silent. As Wang Yu stepped in front of everyone, the assessment gate opened. A figure walked in from behind the black iron gate. Is this the genius who just dropped in? It was a small figure. From the body shape, Wang Yu thought it looked like an 8 or 10-year-old child. However, the person was wearing a mask, so he couldn't tell whether it was a boy or a girl, or how old they were. Chapter 65, Eternal King Zhao Hong, Wild. Looking at this genius who had dropped into the training camp, everyone was taken aback. This figure looked like a child. Could this child really be the legendary genius? Everyone couldn't help but feel a mix of doubt and curiosity. They wanted to see just how much stronger a child could be compared to them. Humph. At that moment, the masked person also sensed everyone's gazes and let out a dissatisfied cold snort. This snort was like thunder, making everyone's bodies tremble involuntarily. At the same time, everyone noticed that the masked person's gaze had turned sharp, like two swords, piercing into the depths of their souls. Hiss. This guy is not simple. Many people were shaken by this scene. What are you being arrogant for? Someone couldn't help but murmur. Do you really think just because you dropped in you are invincible? Another person echoed. Everyone present was a genius. Each of them was outstanding in their family, school, and even city. Once they came to the training camp, aside from their respect for Wang Yu, they wouldn't bow down to anyone else. Moreover, the new arrival's status as an outsider made them feel a sense of rejection. Silence. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out in the quiet environment. A simple sentence. But like a sudden thunderclap, it shattered the calm. Immediately, an instructor in uniform walked in with steady steps. His figure was tall and imposing, giving an invisible sense of pressure. When the crowd saw the instructor's serious and authoritative face, the originally noisy group instantly fell silent. Everyone closing their mouths, afraid to make a single sound. After the instructor's arrival, he proclaimed loudly, "Now I announce that Zhao Hong has passed the camp assessment and received a reward of 1,000 points. How much? 1,000 points. The instructor's words struck like thunder. People were stunned. 1,000 points was an astonishing number. This meant that Zhao Heng's performance in this assessment was exceptional, receiving a very high evaluation. It should be noted that only Wang Yu had such a number of points when he first entered the training camp. Ha! Now what do you have to say? Zhao Hong sneered coldly. This. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. They instinctively took a few steps back, not daring to approach Zhao Hong easily anymore. After all, receiving such high points showed that his strength was not to be underestimated. Even those who had just mocked him instinctively avoided him, their faces showing embarrassed expressions. They still remembered Wang Yu's ferocity clearly. And now, this short Zhao Heng could also get 1,000 points, meaning he was no weaker than Wang Yu. Not someone they could provoke. We are all students, and we are here to improve our strength. I hope you don't engage in any exclusionary actions. The instructor's gaze was sharp as an eagle, coldly scanning each person's face, trying to uncover their deepest secrets. Others instinctively nodded, secretly bitterly smiling. What exclusion? At this moment, even if someone ordered them to exclude others, they would probably refuse without hesitation. I am curious, who among you is the strongest? At this time, the masked Zhao Hong finally spoke. His voice was not as childish as his short stature and youthful appearance, but instead sounded unusually mature. In that instant, everyone suddenly realized that although this masked person was short, his age was not much different from theirs. Is there really not a single fighter among you? Zhao Heng asked again, this time his voice clearly carrying a hint of disdain. This was simply arrogance. Everyone unconsciously turned their gaze toward Wang Yu. There was no doubt that if asked who was the strongest in the training camp, the answer could only be Wang Yu. Oh, so it's you. Zhao Hong wore a mask, so no one could see his expression at that moment. But from his eyes, everyone could sense a keen interest, as if Wang Yu was the prey he had long awaited. Then, Zhao Hong made an astonishing statement. I now challenge you, will you dare to accept? Zhao Heng's words were full of provocation. What? He's actually challenging Wang Yu. This guy is too arrogant. This guy doesn't think there's anyone in the training camp, he just doesn't see the others as people. When Zhao Heng said this, the crowd erupted in chaos. And Wang Yu was also very surprised, not expecting Zhao Heng to hold such strong hostility toward him. Wang Yu frowned slightly. Why do you want to challenge me? Zhao Heng's mouth curved into a cold smile. I'm not challenging you, I'm challenging the number one in the training camp. Whoever is number one, I will challenge. Wang Yu, do you dare accept? Wang Yu's expression sank, about to respond. At this moment, the instructor at the door suddenly spoke. Zhao Heng, I must remind you, the training camp strictly prohibits fighting privately. If you really want to defeat Wang Yu, then surpass him through points. Zhao Heng's gaze shifted to the instructor, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, but he nodded. Alright, since I have come to the training camp, I will naturally follow the rules here. But how can I earn points? The instructor looked at Zhao Heng with a blank expression, not planning to answer his question. Although he had little interaction with Zhao Heng, he had already sensed that this person was overly arrogant, which made him feel very disgusted. Student Zhao Heng, I know how to earn points, let me explain in detail? Suddenly, someone in the crowd raised their hand and squeezed out of the crowd. Wang Yu frowned slightly, because this person was none other than Gu Tianyuan. After noticing Wang Yu's gaze, Gu Tianyuan's mouth curled into a cold smile. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He saw Zhao Heng's great hostility toward Wang Yu, naturally standing on the opposite side of Wang Yu. This was good news for him. Gu Tianyuan understood that relying on Long Tianao to defeat Wang Yu was quite difficult, but this newcomer Zhao Heng could earn 1,000 points, his strength must be considerable, right? As long as the other party dealt with Wang Yu, he would be his friend. Do you know me? Gu Tianyuan stepped in front of Zhao Heng and couldn't help but ask. As the famous young master of the capital, very few people do not recognize him. If they knew each other, it would make things easier. Should I know you? Zhao Heng's eyes flashed with impatience. If you know how to earn points, then say it, if not, let someone else come. I'm not interested in wasting time with you. Gu Tianyuan felt a bit upset in his heart. Chapter 66, Do you want to challenge us all? As the young master of the Gu family, he was used to everyone being respectful to him, who would dare disrespect him? Let alone someone daring to scold him face to face. However, at this moment, facing Zhao Heng's rudeness, he chose to endure, forcing a smile at the corner of his mouth. The fastest way to earn points is to challenge the levels. Let's walk and talk. After saying this, Gu Tianyuan took the lead ahead. After hearing this, Zhao Heng nodded. Wang Yu, wait for me. Soon, I will surpass your points and prove that I am the strongest. And you will only be able to watch my back until you can no longer see it. Before leaving, Zhao Heng glared at Wang Yu fiercely and said coldly. Wang Yu frowned, feeling puzzled in his heart about why this person was so incomprehensible. Wang Yu, have you ever offended someone? Why do I feel that Zhao Heng has great hostility towards you? After Zhao Heng left, Han Dong couldn't help but frown and asked Wang Yu. This Zhao Heng is truly excessively arrogant. Acting like he is invincible. Lin Shu pushed up her glasses, her eyes flashing with anger and disgust. She was usually gentle, but this was the first time she felt repulse upon seeing someone. Exactly, he's not big, but his arrogance is huge, it's simply outrageous. Han Dong said indignantly. Other students echoed, expressing their dissatisfaction with Zhao Heng. Everyone hoped that Wang Yu could win in this duel and severely hit Zhao Heng's arrogance. Wang Yu silently watched all this, his heart not stirred too much. Then he slowly turned and walked towards the level's direction. Although he did not know where Zhao Heng came from, since Zhao Heng targeted him like this, he naturally wanted to understand the other's strength. Zhao Heng was arrogant, but being able to earn 1,000 points also proved his strength was not weak. Interesting, it's really interesting. At the back of the crowd, Long Tianao's face revealed a trace of a cold smile. He had been paying attention to the conflict between Wang Yu and Zhao Heng, secretly calculating how to take advantage of this opportunity. He knew that as long as Wang Yu and Zhao Heng exhausted each other, he could reap the benefits and become the number one in the training camp. Before that, he just needed to wait for the opportunity to let Wang Yu and Zhao Heng harm each other. On the other side. In the monitoring room, Zhao Wujie frowned and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, this eternal king is really a bit arrogant. Every move of Zhao Heng was under their watchful eyes, and Zhao Wujie had only 2 words to describe him: arrogant. Did you see that? Now you understand why I wanted to sharpen him. The chief commander, Dongfang Wujie, had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. How many young people don't feel proud when they achieve something? Of course, if it weren't for his arrogance, I wouldn't have specially arranged for him to come to the training camp, letting Wang Yu train him. As long as we can temper his sharpness, Zhao Heng will certainly become an incredibly sharp long knife, a weapon to defend the country. If Wang Yu can successfully temper this knife, it will fully demonstrate his value. After listening, Zhao Wujie remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking, but I don't think this is appropriate. Dongfang Wujie was unyielding, answering firmly, you don't need to think, I just need to think. But without the abrupt arrival of the Eternal King, Wang Yu would be the first in this training camp and would gain many resources. Zhao Wujie felt a bit guilty. This time, Dongfang Wujie fell into silence. After a moment, Dongfang Wujie slowly spoke, "After the training camp ends, I will compensate him. I will never let him have less than the first place." Look, the ranking has been updated. After Zhao Hong entered the checkpoint, everyone stared closely at the display outside the checkpoint. After 10 minutes, they finally welcomed another update. Zhao Heng's rank appeared at the very end. From 1,000 points, it became 2,200 points. After deducting the 1,200 points when passing the assessment, does that mean he now has 1,200 points? Was he able to pass 3 checkpoints? Hiss, such speed. He's almost catching up to Yushin. It seems Zhao Hong still has some strength left. I just wonder how many checkpoints he can ultimately clear. At this rate, he should be able to get through a few golden level checkpoints. After seeing the ranking update, everyone was taken aback. Hee, you guys are too conservative. How can a person who was airlifted be mediocre? Hearing everyone's discussion, Gu Tianyuan sneered, Zhao Hong has no problem clearing 9 checkpoints. If Wang Yu hadn't come earlier, the first place would have nothing to do with Wang Yu. As he spoke, a proud expression appeared on Gu Tianyuan's face. TCH, acting so proud. Lin Shu rolled her eyes widely at the sight. With this attitude, I thought you had the strength to clear the levels and surpass Wang Yu. You. Lin Shu's words made the smile on Gu Tianyuan's face freeze instantly. His expression darkened terrifyingly. Just as he was about to retort Lin Shu, a cold gaze from Wang Yu landed on him, birthing a moment of rationality in his heart, quickly taking the high ground to suppress his anger. Can't I avoid him if I can't provoke him? Thinking this, he moved to another side. Out of sight, out of mind. Lest he see that wicked child Wang Yu and couldn't control his emotions. Aren't you just a dog-legged follower? The Gu family is a great clan in the capital, yet it produced such a spineless descendant. If the ancestors of the Gu family knew this, they would probably rise from their coffins. Han Dong's identity is not simple, he knows a lot about the Gu family. However, Gu Tianyuan completely pretended not to hear. As long as he could eliminate Wang Yu, anything was worth it. 10 minutes later. Good. As expected of the airlifted genius, he has already cleared the 5th checkpoint. Watch. He must be able to surpass Wang Yu and become the number 1 in the training camp. The big screen updated again, and Gu Tianyuan excitedly punched the air and shouted. The next moment, dozens of eyes all landed on him. It was very quiet. No one spoke, they just kept looking at Gu Tianyuan. What do you guys mean by this? Gu Tianyuan awkwardly lowered his hand, full of confusion. Zhao Hang is your dad, and you're so happy. What a great filial son. Still the same words, I can accept that Yushin is the best in the training camp, but I won't recognize anyone else. Someone spoke frankly, scolding Gu Tianyuan with an unhappy tone. Are you looking for death? Gu Tianyuan's eyes flashed with fierceness. Looking for death? Someone laughed maliciously, then I'll give you a chance. Do you want to challenge us one by one, or do we all challenge you at once? Chapter 67. He's even more talented than me? What do you want to do? Seeing these aggressive people, Gu Tianyuan couldn't help but feel a hint of panic. After all, he wasn't a freak like Wang Yu, who could easily defeat any silver-level opponent even at the bronze level. In this training camp, everyone's talent was impressive, facing even one person was difficult for him, let alone being attacked by a group. It was simply life-threatening. So, Gu Tianyuan decided to back down. I don't think we need to create unnecessary conflict because of others. Besides, the training camp clearly states that private fights are not allowed. Hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances but didn't say much. Then, they shifted their attention to the big screen, quietly waiting for Zhao Heng's results at the checkpoint. 10 minutes later, the scores updated, and people knew that Zhao Hong had passed the 5th level. 20 minutes later, he smoothly passed the 6th level. 30 minutes later, he overcame the 7th level. 50 minutes passed, and Zhao Hong successfully broke through the 8th level. An hour later, Zhao Hong emerged from the checkpoint. As the scores updated, people also learned that, like Wang Yu, Zhao Hong had cleared all 9 levels. At this point, on the leaderboard, his score was 2nd, right after Wang Yu. Boring, it's really too boring. The demon at the 9th level is only at the golden 9 stars level, completely unable to match me. Zhao Hong shook his head, carefree as he spoke. Golden 9 stars, and you say it's boring? The crowd looked at Zhao Heng's showy demeanor, secretly muttering, go ahead and keep acting. Why hasn't anyone beaten you to death? No wonder you are a genius who can parachute into the training camp, I've really gained insight. Among the crowd, only Gu Tianyuan flattered Zhao Heng. He even spoke these words deliberately loudly and meaningfully looked at Wang Yu. Wang Yu, what else do you have to say now? Zhao Hong asked provocatively. Wang Yu frowned tightly. He didn't understand why some people in this world like to provoke others for no reason. He didn't want trouble, but he was absolutely not afraid of it. He coldly replied, "What are you so proud about?" Hearing this, Zhao Heng's eyes slightly changed, but he quickly returned to normal, casually saying, "If it weren't for my late entry into the training camp, letting you earn a few hundred more points, the first position would be mine." After passing the levels, Zhao Hong grew even more dissatisfied. Having experienced the difficulty of the levels, he believed Wang Yu was just riding on a false reputation. "Ha, who gave you that confidence?" Han Dong couldn't help but chuckle coldly. "You took over an hour to pass all the levels. Do you know how long Wang Yu took? Could Wang Yu's speed be faster than mine?" Zhao Hong realized he might have overlooked an important issue. His eyes sharpened. "What do you mean? Are you saying Wang Yu passed faster than me?" "Exactly." Han Dong smiled lightly. "Wang Yu spent just over half an hour to challenge all the levels, while you took an hour, so why are you boasting?" After speaking, Han Dong didn't forget to snort coldly, his eyes full of disdain. "What? Half an hour? How can the gap be so large?" Zhao Hong was suddenly shocked, his face showing an expression of disbelief, and his tone was full of surprise. He widened his eyes, focusing his gaze on Gu Tianyuan, as if he wanted to find an explanation or answer from him. Gu Tianyuan's face was slightly gloomy as he nodded. Indeed, many people witnessed it with their own eyes. However, I believe that was not Wang Yu's true strength. After all, his soul power was only at bronze 9 stars when he challenged the level. He tried to belittle Wang Yu and raise Zhao Heng's status. However, his words shocked Zhao Hong even more. "Gu Tianyuan, you say he only had the strength of bronze 9 stars when he challenged the level?" Zhao Heng's tone clearly rose a few notches, even becoming sharp due to the surprise. "Yes, it was bronze 9 stars, absolutely no mistake." Gu Tianyuan looked at Zhao Hong with some confusion, not understanding why he was so excited. "Is there a problem?" Gu Tianyuan cautiously asked, beginning to worry whether his words were appropriate. However, he did not know that his answer had deeply pierced Zhao Heng's heart. "Is there a problem?" Zhao Heng silently asked himself while unable to stop cursing. "Shit, this is a big problem. You must know that as a golden 1-star powerhouse, it took him a whole hour to clear the level. The reason it took so long was that his soul power was not endless, it also needed time to recover. And Wang Yu? A mere bronze 9 stars actually cleared it even faster than him. This is simply unbelievable." He turned his gaze back to Wang Yu, his eyes filled with shock. How on earth did this guy do it? A bronze level with seemingly endless soul power? Shock, doubt, and bewilderment filled Zhao Heng's heart. He racked his brains, repeatedly trying to figure it out, believing it was an impossible thing. You have to know, he is one of the few S+ level geniuses in Great Xia, whose knowledge is far beyond that of Gu Tianyuan and others. Yet even the other S+ level prodigies could not be compared to Wang Yu. If all of this is true, then Wang Yu's talent would be astonishing, far surpassing them S+ prodigies. There is absolutely no mistake, he just contracted the undead in the recent college entrance examination. Gu Tianyuan added to make this statement sound more credible. "I saw it with my own eyes." As soon as his words fell, a strong wind swept in front of Gu Tianyuan. It was Zhao Hong arriving in front of Gu Tianyuan with astonishing speed. "What did you say? Wang Yu is not a pre-contractor?" Gu Tianyuan extended his hand, pointing upwards with his finger. "I swear, it's the absolute truth, there isn't a hint of falsehood." This. Zhao Hong was already at a loss for words. He felt increasingly confused. A person who had just contracted not long ago actually reached the level of bronze 9 stars, which is truly difficult to comprehend. Even those talented disciples from big families needed the power of drugs to reach bronze 5 or 6 stars. No matter what methods Wang Yu used, his growth speed could only be described as monstrous. What is Wang Yu's background? Why are all the things happening to him so unreasonable? This is really hard to understand. Zhao Heng's mentality changed significantly at that moment. He realized that the commander's decision to transfer him to this training camp might not be so simple. "What is your current strength?" he looked at Wang Yu and asked softly. Chapter 68, Shock the World. What is your current strength? When Zhao Heng asked this question, everyone keenly sensed that Zhao Heng's attitude had undergone a huge change. In simple terms, he no longer seemed so arrogant and proud. "Ha, not so arrogant anymore," someone mocked softly. "Evil deeds will bring self-destruction. Isn't he just taught a lesson by the God of Universe?" another person echoed. One should not be too much like Zhao Hong, everyone must take this as a warning, or in the end, the one embarrassed will be oneself. Everyone witnessed all of this and began to whisper among themselves. Deep down in their hearts, a sense of relief and pride spontaneously arose. They looked at Wang Yu with more respect and admiration in their eyes. Facing Zhao Heng's question, Wang Yu simply replied lightly, "No comment." He had no good feelings towards someone like Zhao Hong. From the previous challenge results, it was clear that Zhao Han was far from himself. So he didn't need to care too much. That's right. Wang Yu was this realistic about life. You. Zhao Hong was suddenly taken aback, his face showing astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure, his tone becoming cold and severe. Wang Yu, you must understand the situation, I am not afraid of you. I only think you barely qualify as my opponent, asking about your strength is me respecting you and giving you this opportunity. I hope you won't waste it. Sorry, I am not interested in the opportunity you offer. Wang Yu did not back down and directly rebutted. Zhao Hong was in the first year, while he was in the 15th. If Zhao Hong had been polite when he first entered the camp, Wang Yu wouldn't have treated him so coldly. How strong can he be? At most, he just broke through to silver level, which is nothing in front of you. Gu Tianyuan looked at Wang Yu with disdain and said scornfully. Despite Wang Yu's combat power exceeding his, he felt contempt for Wang Yu deep down, which didn't stop him from looking down on and opposing Wang Yu. It was like a rich second generation, who went to a vocational college, looking down on those who were accepted into top 985 and 211 universities. So what if you have talent? I have family background, and I have plenty of money. Shut your mouth, you have no right to speak here. Zhao Heng's eyes were cold, glaring harshly at Gu Tianyuan. Although he was arrogant and prideful, he was not foolish and had a clear mind. He could naturally see the conflict between Gu Tianyuan and Wang Yu, and he knew Gu Tianyuan's friendship with him was merely to use him against Wang Yu. However, why wasn't he using Gu Tianyuan to learn about the training camp quickly? In his heart, Gu Tianyuan was just a lackey. Now that Gu Tianyuan had no value, he didn't mind kicking him away. After being scolded, Gu Tianyuan's face showed embarrassment and anger, but in the end, he chose to remain silent. He knew his situation was difficult. There was an irreconcilable hatred between him and Wang Yu, and now he had a conflict with Zhao Hong, which made him feel stuck between a rock and a hard place. If he continued to confront Zhao Hong, it might lead to him losing his place in the training camp, so he had to yield to reality and chose to retreat. But Gu Tianyuan was not a simple character either, he silently held a grudge against Zhao Hong. When you and Wang Yu are both at a loss, I will definitely wash away today's humiliation. Gu Tianyuan swore silently in his heart. Good, very good. Wang Yu, since you are unwilling to tell me, then I will have to test your strength myself. Zhao Hong was determined to find out Wang Yu's strength. Suddenly, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from him, and then a black light tightly wrapped around him. As the light flickered, Zhao Heng's figure disappeared, replaced by a mysterious figure cloaked in a grey robe. This figure looked like a lich, but upon closer inspection, it was found that his hand holding a white skeletal staff was very eerie. The skin appeared to be in an illusory state, as if it could vanish at any moment, while also exuding a strange aura. What kind of undead is this? It looks like a lich, but not entirely. Someone asked in confusion. Yes, it gives a feeling of unreality. But in any case, I believe its power is definitely not below a level. Another person shared his opinion. When Zhao Heng's spirit appeared before everyone, it immediately caused quite a stir. Because whether in books or at school, they had never encountered this type of spirit. At this moment, Han Dong, who was next to Wang Yu, frowned. Wang Yu, be careful, I feel a very strong pressure. Wang Yu's brow also slightly furrowed. Han Dong's spirit was an S-level existence, and even Han Dong felt pressure, which meant Zhao Heng's contracted spirit was definitely not an ordinary A level, but rather an S level. And it was very likely stronger than the Ice Snow Witch. It seems this person has some merits, must be careful. Wang Yu cautiously reminded himself, putting away his disdain. Of course, this didn't mean that his general strength was lacking, but simply that his soul power was far too inferior compared to Zhao Heng. If they were at the same level, Wang Yu was confident he could easily suppress Zhao Heng. Fuse your spirit, otherwise, you won't have a chance. Zhao Heng's deep voice suddenly echoed, interrupting Wang Yu's thoughts. Wang Yu knew he couldn't be careless, so he immediately took action. In the next moment, soul power erupted, and he decisively fused with his general, ready to embrace the upcoming challenge. Zombie spirit? The moment he saw the general, a look of astonishment immediately appeared on Zhao Heng's face. The sharp tusks of the general were simply too noticeable, no other spirit had such features but a zombie. However, Wang Yu's zombie spirit was very good-looking. He had seen many zombie spirits, and to be fair, at least they all had stiff, bluish dead faces. But on Wang Yu's zombie spirit, he saw none of these traits. With a fair complexion, flowing long hair, and tusks that instead of looking fierce, gave off a strangely charming vibe. Is this the spirit of the Yu God? So handsome. No wonder it's so strong. Good looks equal strength. If I had this spirit, even without strength, it would be fine. Mainly because the doctor says my stomach is not good. Many people had never seen Wang Yu's spirit, and at this moment, they all marveled. What good is being handsome? Can it fill your stomach? Zhao Hong scoffed in retort. As soon as he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from him. The breath of a golden-level powerhouse forced the surrounding people back several steps, like a landslide, pressing towards Wang Yu. But Wang Yu did not sit idly by, his soul power erupted. Gu Tianyuan, Zhao Heng, and the people around all showed looks of astonishment. Silver. 5 stars? Silver 5 stars. The strength of the Yu god has actually improved so much since he just entered the camp. My god, hasn't it only been 2 days? This is too exaggerated. As expected of the Yu god, it's like a little cow flying a plane. Yu god, please tell me how you trained, I really want to improve. When Wang Yu revealed his true level, everyone was stunned. Immediately, all kinds of envious and jealous gazes fell upon Wang Yu. They couldn't believe that a person who had just entered the camp could improve to such a terrifying degree in just 2 days. However, just as everyone was amazed, a figure cloaked in grey spoke with Zhao Heng's voice. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he possibly break through to silver 5 stars in such a short time? There must be something wrong. His voice was filled with disbelief, as if he had heard a fantastical tale. Who could possibly improve 5 or 6 levels in one day? This completely exceeded reason and common sense. What an astonishing achievement this was. If the facts are truly as everyone says, then Wang Yu's soul level upgrade speed can only be called a miracle. This speed is not only unprecedented, but even the most outstanding S+ necromancers of their generation cannot compare. Even the S+ necromancers of the last and the one before the generation have never had such a monstrous growth rate. On the other side, in the monitoring room, a large screen is playing the scene of Wang Yu and Zhao Heng confronting each other. The chief commander of the military, Dongfang Wuji, has his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes fixed on the screen, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Wuji stands behind one of Dongfang Wuji's shoulders. Good, very good, Dongfang Wuji said with a smile. I really don't know what's good. Zhao Wuji pouted. General Zhao, I feel you have heavy personal emotions, Dongfang Wuji said with a smile, looking at Zhao Wuji. You see, I said to let Wang Yu be Zhao Heng's whetstone, and it clearly has effects. Didn't you notice that Zhao Heng has become much more restrained than when he just joined? Zhao Wuji frowned, carefully observing Zhao Heng on the screen. Indeed, compared to the arrogant demeanor when he first joined, Zhao Heng is clearly much more restrained now. He is no longer as flamboyant as before, no longer has the attitude of I'm the best, but has gained a bit of calmness and caution. Zhao Wuji nodded, that is true. This is the result of tempering, Dongfang Wuji said with satisfaction. We need to cultivate not only his abilities but, more importantly, their mentality and character. Only through real challenges and tempering can they support the greater Xia. My goal in sending Zhao Heng to the airborne training camp was to temper his character, right? I didn't expect such results on the first day. Wang Yu truly did not disappoint me. Dongfang Wuji was very satisfied with this result. However, Zhao Wuji was not so satisfied, even feeling a bit reluctant. Chief Commander, is there really no other way? You should have seen that kid Wang Yu's talent, breaking through from bronze 9 stars to silver 5 stars in just 2 days. This kind of upgrade speed is simply unimaginable. Even in your day, you never had such a shocking growth rate, Zhao Wuji said with a frown, his tone full of reluctance and regret. That's right, this child's speed of improvement is indeed astonishing, Dongfang Wuji nodded, his eyes flashing with light. There are no outsiders here, so let me tell you a truth, my speed of improvement back then is not even worthy of carrying his shoes, but... His words suddenly paused, the tone becoming complex and heavy, then he continued, but, back then, I did not have the curse of the Demon King. After saying this, he sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness and sadness flickering in his eyes. After a pause, Dongfang Wuji added, General Zhao, I know you feel guilty towards Wang Yu, but I hope you won't act impulsively. Besides, today Wang Yu has also established a bond with Zhao Heng. You should know Zhao Heng's talent, the Eternal King is not just empty words, his contracted undead is a rare time lich, who controls the power of time. His talent is hard to match. Becoming the king is imminent, and his future achievements should not be weaker than mine. In fact, perhaps in the future, if Zhao Heng becomes the king, he might be able to slay the black-scaled Demon King and help Wang Yu break the curse on him? Relying on Zhao Heng to help Wang Yu break the curse? Zhao Wuji said nothing, but couldn't help but scoff in his heart. By then, it will be too late. Just then, Dongfang Wuji suddenly spoke up, hey, they might be about to fight. General Zhao, it should be your turn to step in and stop the farce. After all, there are rules in the training camp that forbid private fights. I'm going now. Zhao Wuji nodded. Then the tall figure disappeared into the monitoring room. Zhao Heng, are you scared now? Ha ha ha, coward. But seriously, who wouldn't be afraid facing a freak like you god? I still prefer his unruly demeanor. Zhao Heng, I believe you're the strongest, you will easily handle you god. Right, how could Zhao Heng be afraid? It's all an act. The words of those around him surged into Zhao Heng's ears like a tide, pulling him from his thoughts. His gaze sharpened. Am I scared? He sneered, his voice echoing in the air, full of determination and confidence. What a joke, I don't even know what fear means. Even if what you say is true, I admit Wang Yu's soul power increases quickly. However, the speed of soul power growth does not represent a person's strength. Don't even talk about him being silver 5-star, even if he's silver 9-star, it doesn't mean his combat power can compare to mine. His eyes revealed strong confidence. The crowd was stunned by his momentum, their hearts stirred. Could Zhao Heng really defeat you, God? Zhao Heng pointed a semi-transparent hand at Wang Yu. I am gold level, he is only silver level, even if I wanted to lose, it would be very hard. If I lose today, without anyone saying anything, I will voluntarily exit the training camp and avoid Wang Yu from now on. However, Wang Yu equally did not believe he would lose. After mastering the space talent, he hadn't used his full strength yet. Enough. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a deep voice rang out. The crowd instinctively parted, and then Zhao Wujin stepped forward. General Zhao. General Zhao. The people around spoke one after another. Are you two going to cause trouble? Zhao Wujin's cold gaze swept over Wang Yu and Zhao Heng, questioning them coldly. Chapter 70, Practical Assessment Advanced. General Zhao, it's not that I want to make trouble. Wang Yu's face was serious, his eyes fixed tightly on the undead transformed by Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng said nothing, and the white bone staff in his hand suddenly shone brightly, shooting directly towards Wang Yu. This sudden attack surprised everyone, and Wang Yu immediately reacted, preparing to face the strike. Did you take my words as wind in your ears? Zhao Wujin's brow furrowed, a trace of displeasure showing on his face, his voice cold enough to send shivers down spines. At that moment, Wang Yu felt a flash in front of him, as Zhao Wujin appeared before him like lightning. Zhao Wujin clenched his fist with one hand, without hesitation, he smashed towards the light. Although Zhao Wujin did not fuse with the undead, at this moment, he displayed incredible power, exuding a strong aura. However, when his fist collided with the light, something unexpected happened. That light actually seemed to have a life of its own, instantly merging into Zhao Wujin's body. At that moment, everyone was stunned, unable to comprehend this strange phenomenon. Zhao Wujin's expression changed in an instant, seemingly surprised by the power of the light. How strange. Wang Yu frowned, revealing a vigilant expression. He could clearly feel that the mysterious power had not completely dissipated, still lingering within Zhao Wujin's body, but he couldn't understand why. Just then, Zhao Wujin suddenly took a step forward, letting out a crisp cracking sound. The stone slab beneath his feet instantly shattered as he charged toward Zhao Heng like lightning, the speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Zhao Heng, swinging out a punch without hesitation. This punch contained the power of thunder, overwhelming in momentum, as if it could destroy everything. But, strangely, even though the fist was so close to Zhao Heng's body, it still failed to land on him. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. It felt as if a long wait had passed. This illusion, where they seemed 100 or 1,000 meters apart despite being so close, made the entire scene particularly eerie. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, the soul transformed from Zhao Heng was finally sent flying by a punch from Zhao Wujie, crashing hard to the ground. Zhao Wujie stood before Zhao Heng like a mountain, looking down at him with an icy tone, questioning, "Can you hear what I am saying now?" Due to the gray cloak obscuring his face, Zhao Heng's features were not visible, but an extremely cold voice came from beneath the cloak. General Zhao, today's gift, Zhao will certainly remember in his heart. In the future, I will seek guidance from General Zhao again. As the words fell, Zhao Heng struggled to get up from the ground, slowly walking toward the outside like an injured beast. Is this a threat? Zhao Wujie raised an eyebrow slightly, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I am waiting for you, I hope it won't be too long. Like many others, he had long been displeased with Zhao Heng, and this punch truly brought him great satisfaction. But in the next moment, Zhao Wujie's expression suddenly changed. The strange power that entered his body began to run amok, causing his expression to fluctuate drastically. That power was exceptionally troublesome. Even with his immense strength, he found it difficult to completely eliminate it and could only wait for it to dissipate on its own. However, during this time, the functions of his body would accelerate aging. Damn it, having been hit with this skill, I've at least lost 2 or 3 days of my life. Is this the horror of time power? It is not a curse or dark magic, yet it can exert forces similar to curses and weakening magic, and is extremely difficult to eliminate or disperse. Truly deserving of being rated S+ tier, this ability is extremely bizarre. Zhao Wujie marveled in his heart. Only experiencing it personally did he truly understand how perverse the ability to manipulate time power was. And because Zhao Heng possessed the power of time, his body was bound by that power, forever remaining on the day he became a contracted undead. At that time, Zhao Heng was still a 12-year-old boy. General Zhao, are you alright? Seeing Zhao Wujie's back, Wang Yu asked with concern. Regardless of the reason, Zhao Wujie firmly stood before him, which made Wang Yu feel a lot of goodwill toward him. After all, in this world, there aren't many who can sincerely help others. Something wrong? What could possibly be wrong with me? Zhao Wujie sneered slightly, seemingly not taking the recent conflict to heart at all. Don't mention golden 1-star, even diamond 1-star or platinum 1-star, what of it? Even if I just stood here and let him attack, he wouldn't scratch me. Zhao Wujie told a small lie. Then, Zhao Wujie's expression became serious. Everyone better remember, private fights are not allowed in the training camp. This is the first and the last time. If anyone dares to offend again, regardless of who it is, pack your things and get the hell out. Zhao Wujie glanced around and said lightly. His gaze was like lightning, sweeping over every face in the crowd. Everyone's hearts were startled, and they quickly lowered their heads, not daring to meet Zhao Wujie's gaze. They knew Zhao Wujie's personality well. The consequences of breaking the rules would be unimaginable. In addition, there is another important announcement. You have all been here for a while, it's time to test your strength. In 3 days, there will be a practical assessment. Hope you all prepare adequately. After saying this, Zhao Wujie turned and strode away, glancing at the group no more. Everyone exchanged glances, their expressions varying. They didn't expect to face the practical exam so soon, making their hearts suddenly tense. Once Zhao Wujie completely left, a cacophony erupted from the crowd. Someone complained, "Oh my god, is it already time for the practical assessment? Yeah, isn't it too sudden? Have we been here for a long time? But we've only been in the training camp for less than 2 days. That's right, since we joined, we haven't even had a normal class, and now we have to take an assessment? Is this a joke? If you want to eliminate us, can't you just read the names? This assessment is a waste of everyone's time and energy." At that moment, everyone was in an uproar, emotions running high. Voices of dissatisfaction rose one after another, and everyone's feelings resonated, launching into a frenzy of complaints. Wang Yu noticed that Lin Zhu and Han Dong were also looking displeased. It was clear they were under pressure as well. The elimination rate in past practical assessments has always been very high, and rarely does anyone feel a lack of urgency. In the past, there were assessments, but they always started after a period of training. This time it has come too suddenly. Could it be that there's something else going on behind this rush? A woman's intuition is still very sharp. Han Dong and Lin Zhu exchanged glances and then turned their gaze to Wang Yu. "Don't look at me," Wang Yu shrugged, "this has nothing to do with me." Lin Zhu pushed up her glasses, looking like a detective. There must be only one truth, it has to be related to Zhao Heng. After all, he came in unexpectedly. Something strange is definitely happening. Chapter 71023 City. That's right, the one who is causing us trouble is definitely that guy Zhao Heng. Lin Zhu's voice did not hide her anger, and after it spread, it gained the agreement of many people. "Brothers, I suggest we should join together and demand that Zhao Heng withdraw from the training camp." This statement was immediately met with support, and everyone expressed their agreement. So, a group of people immediately started chasing after the direction where Zhao Wujie had disappeared. Not long after, Wang Yu saw that group of guys helping each other back, each of them with swollen faces, clearly having taken a beating. One of them gasped, "We went to negotiate with General Zhao, but he didn't agree." Another one continued, "However, General Zhao successfully convinced us." At this point, these few people's attitudes had completely changed, a big shift from before. Looking at their bruised faces, someone around couldn't help but laugh. "From the way you look now, we can guess the result. Don't get us wrong, our injuries have nothing to do with General Zhao, it's just that we were chasing him too eagerly and fell accidentally. Yes, General Zhao is best at winning people over with virtue." The few hurriedly explained, but their expressions looked a bit flustered. However, to everyone else, their explanation seemed somewhat unnecessary, even giving off the feeling of trying to cover something up. But from another angle, this also showed that Zhao Wujie's determination was firm and could no longer be changed. Even though some might feel dissatisfied with this result, facing Zhao Wujie's strong attitude, they could only choose to accept it. "Wang Yu, you must be very careful. Although Zhao Heng hasn't caused you trouble in the past few days, I feel that guy will definitely not let you off easily." 3 days passed, and in the square of the training camp, 90 students were gathered together neatly. Lin Zhu leaned beside Wang Yu, lowering her voice to remind him. "Lin Zhu is right, I have also noticed that Zhao Heng has been very close to Gu Tianyuan and Long Tianao lately, they are practically inseparable." At that moment, Han Dong chimed in, sharing his observations with everyone. "Don't worry, I will remain vigilant at all times." Wang Yu nodded slightly, indicating he understood. However, at this moment, his gaze turned to the distance. From afar, Long Tianao, Gu Tianyuan, and Zhao Heng were walking side by side toward this side, eventually stopping not far away. The cold light flickered in Zhao Heng's eyes, while Long Tianao wore a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and Gu Tianyuan directly made a provocative gesture by rubbing his neck with his hand. Wang Yu's expression was calm, but his heart was tumultuous. He secretly pondered to himself, didn't he also want to bury Gu Tianyuan in the practical assessment? New grudges and old hatreds were intertwined, it was time for a reckoning. Time quickly reached 9 in the morning. Zhao Wuji, surrounded by a group of instructors, slowly arrived in the arena. He stood tall on a platform, looking down at the students below. Next, you will undergo the first practical assessment since entering the camp. The assessment location is an abandoned city occupied by demons. The task is very simple: eliminate all evil. Only by slaying all the demons can this trial be considered over. Moreover, depending on the rank of the demons you slay, you will earn corresponding points. As Zhao Wuji spoke, a chart appeared in his hand, detailing the points awarded for slaying demons of different star levels. Killing demons from Silver 1 to Silver 9 earns 100 to 200 points, slaying demons from Gold 1 to Gold 9 will get you 1000 to 2000 points. Points are calculated based on the demon's bloodline and rank. The specific scoring standards will be automatically judged by the smartwatches you will wear. In addition, I need to remind you that there are platinum-level demons in the assessment area. They are the lords of that abandoned city. If you can successfully slay one, you will receive 10,000 points. As soon as these words came out, there was an immediate exclamation of amazement from below. The boys' thoughts raced like wild horses breaking free, with some already imagining defeating the platinum demon. 10,000 points. If I can slay a platinum demon, wouldn't I be able to rise to the top of the training camp in one step? Aren't you dreaming? If you have the strength to slay a platinum demon, you'd already be in the top 3 of the training camp. Why wait until later? You might as well give up. With our current strength, it is simply impossible to slay a platinum demon. Some people fantasized, while others remained sober. As I part, I advise you all to stay grounded and never do things beyond your capabilities. Zhao Wuji said with a serious expression. His gaze swept over every student, as if warning them not to take risks lightly. It's not that I look down on you, the vast majority of you. If you encounter a platinum demon, my advice is to stay as far away as possible. After Zhao Wuji finished speaking, 3 military buses drove into the training ground. Wan Yu, Lin Zhu, Han Dong, and the others from the training camp slowly boarded a majestic military bus, filled with a mix of tension and anticipation. As the roar of the engine sounded, the bus started moving towards the unknown challenges of the ruined city. Half a day later, Wan Yu looked through the window and saw endless broken walls and abandoned buildings. Was this once a city? At that moment, the instructor on the bus spoke in a deep and powerful voice, slowly introducing, the place we are now is called Baishan City, once a prosperous area, controlling 7 districts and 8 counties, a large city with a population of millions. The streets were bustling with traffic, and people's laughter echoed throughout the city. Shopping malls were bustling, schools filled with the sound of reading, and factories roared with machines. However, all this beauty was completely shattered the moment the demons attacked. Those terrifying demons clawed and danced wildly, madly attacking the people. The elderly, women, children, and soldiers were mercilessly devoured by them. After that brutal attack, the once million-population city now has less than 3 million. Once bustling prosperity vanished like a dream bubble, leaving only ruins behind. The instructor paused for a moment and then said, the city 023, to which we are about to head, was originally a vibrant county with a population of 500,000. The demon's attack turned this place into a hell on earth in an instant, with not a single one of those 500,000 living souls surviving. When we felt it, houses were collapsing, and the streets were filled with broken vehicles and severed limbs. The once bustling markets were now left in silence. Chapter 72, The Place of Burials. Instructor, did you participate in that battle? Lin Zhu subconsciously asked. Her voice carried a hint of awe and curiosity, wanting to hear more details about the battle from the instructor. The instructor fell silent for a moment, seemingly recalling that painful past. Then he slowly said, Baishan City was destroyed 20 years ago. At that time, I was just a new recruit. Everyone felt a sudden respect upon hearing this. The instructor before them was actually a veteran who had fought on the battlefield for 20 years. Regardless of the instructor's skills, just this experience was worth people's respect. At this moment, the instructor spoke slowly. When the support team we sent arrived, the battle was already coming to an end. That battle was truly horrific. The city guards and demon hunting teams of Baishan City, over 100,000 warriors, were all killed. General Bai Shaorong burned his soul's power to perish together with 2-star-level demon generals. The instructor's words were filled with pain and anger, his eyes shimmering with tears. 100,000 soldiers died. What a heavy price to pay. The battle lasted for 10 days and nights. In the end, it was only when the overall commander personally arrived and killed a demon king that the demon army was defeated. However, although we won, the destruction in Baishan City was too great. It was no longer worth rebuilding. Most importantly, the people are all dead. Even if rebuilt, it would be an empty city. The instructor's tone gradually became somber, his gaze revealing endless sorrow. As the instructor recalled past events, his body trembled, and his eyes reddened. Over 7 million lives vanished in that catastrophe, corpses piled up like mountains, blood gathered into rivers. That scene was too horrifying to bear. It was truly tragic. If this instructor were to describe the scene back then, he could only summarize it in 2 words: purgatory. These despicable beasts. After listening to the instructor's story, everyone in the vehicle felt heavy-hearted, as if a 1,000-pound burden pressed on their chests. Images of those painful scenes kept appearing in their minds: the homes trampled by demons, the innocent people losing their lives. Anger surged within them, burning fiercely, and every person's eyes flickered with rage. One day, we will exterminate all the demons. One of the students clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he spoke. His words were filled with grief and anger, like surging waves. Even Wang Yu's fists cracked as he clenched them. Non-humans must have ill intentions. In this chaotic world, as long as one is human, no one can remain uninvolved. Chen, you've arrived at the drop-off point. Half an hour later, the instructor took out a list and called out loudly. Me? The selected student was a bit confused. He couldn't believe he was chosen to get off so quickly. After all, this practical assessment was an important opportunity for every student. If they performed well, they could gain more resources and attention. So everyone hoped to stay a little longer. Perhaps just a few more minutes could allow someone else to be eliminated, and their ranking could rise a bit. That's you for sure. The instructor answered affirmatively, his voice strong and unwavering, beyond doubt. Hearing this, Chenhai's heart sank. He knew that this moment had finally come. Although he was prepared, he still felt a bit nervous when facing the unknown danger. No, instructor, am I the only one getting off the car? Chenhai pointed at his own nose and asked in confusion. He looked around and noticed that the other students were still on the bus, showing no signs of getting off. Yes, the practical assessment tests your ability to fight and survive, so of course you cannot go together. The instructor nodded affirmatively, his expression serious. This is a real test that requires you to face it alone. In fact, I must remind you to never intentionally team up to slay demons. If you are caught, you will lose your score and be kicked out of the training camp. The instructor continued, his tone carrying a hint of warning. When the instructor said this, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept over Wang Yu, Han Dong, and Lin Zhu, as he had noticed that the 3 of them were walking very closely, hence the special reminder. However, in private, many trainees had already started making friends, so the instructor's words were not just for them but also served as a warning to the other trainees. Understood, the trainees responded in unison, their expressions serious and earnest. Upon hearing this, Chenhai's mood grew heavier. You are the first to get off. Next, everyone will get off at different locations. The instructor looked at Chenhai and urged sternly, enough, don't hesitate. If you lack the courage to get off, you can choose to forfeit. But the price of forfeiting is to be kicked out of the training camp. The instructor pressed on, as the bus was about to reach the drop-off point, leaving Chenhai with little time. Alright, I will get off. Chenhai made a significant decision. Then, he turned to the person beside him, brother, let's meet again in the core area of City 023. It's a deal. Good, that's some spirit. The instructor nodded and pressed the button, slowly opening the bus door. Chenhai took a deep breath and stepped out of the bus. Tell General Zhao, I'm not a coward. Though he had vanished, the voice lingered. Next, Lin Zhu is up. The instructor read out the next name from the list. Hearing this name, Wang Yu immediately looked at Lin Zhu, noticing she was methodically organizing her gear and supplies. Be careful. Wang Yu said with concern. Lin Zhu looked up, smiled gently at Wang Yu, and confidently replied, don't worry, even though my strength is not as monstrous as yours, dealing with demons below the golden level is still a breeze for me. Lin Zhu, with her backpack, walked to the door, looking at Wang Yu and Han Dong, her face showing a hint of a smile. See you in City 023, just don't get eliminated at the outskirts. Wang Yu and Han Dong nodded at the same time. Lin Zhu smiled slightly, then shifted her gaze and jumped off the bus. Next. The instructor continued to call out names. Half an hour later, the bus was almost empty. As the last person, Wang Yu did not need the instructor's reminder. He proactively stood up from his seat and walked to the door. He was already prepared, even a bit excited. Because there were numerous demons in the ruined city, enough to make his strength soar. For others, this is a trial ground, a perilous place, even a graveyard. For me, however, this is a hunting ground. Wang Yu thought to himself. Chapter 73, Practice Makes Perfect. Wang Yu. Just as Wang Yu was waiting for the command to get off, the instructor suddenly called out to him. Whom? Wang Yu looked at the instructor with confusion, not understanding why he was being stopped at this moment. General Zhao has a message for you. The instructor said to Wang Yu seriously. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was taken aback. General Zhao has a message for me? Wang Yu felt a bit dazed. He knew that although he had met Zhao Wuji a few times, a few words were exchanged, but there were no deeper feelings to be had. Why bring a message to oneself? The general asked me to tell you, when paths cross in a narrow way, the life that is valuable should yield first. Do not act rashly. Ignoring Wang Yu's confusion, the instructor simply conveyed the message. When paths cross in a narrow way, the life that is valuable should yield first? Wang Yu was astonished. He had not expected Zhao Wujie to send him a message, even less did he expect such a bizarre phrase. I'll remember. Nevertheless, Wang Yu nodded, indicating that he would keep this phrase in mind. Alright, you can get out of the vehicle now. The instructor's task was complete, and he no longer urged Wang Yu to stay. Take care. Wang Yu leaped out of the vehicle. He rolled on the ground to disperse the momentum and stood up, surveying his surroundings. At this moment, he found himself in the wilderness. The wild wind howled past him, lifting the corners of his clothes and creating a rustling sound. The dry yellow grass swayed in the wind, as if expressing a feeling of loneliness. He gazed at the distant ruined city filled with broken walls and shattered remains, and began to walk towards it. As he drew closer, the outline of the ruined city gradually became clearer. Once towering skyscrapers now stood as mere broken frames, the streets were cluttered with rubble and debris, enveloped in silence. When Wang Yu stepped into the ruined city, a rotten smell hit him like a wave. Wang Yu stayed alert, observing his surroundings. He knew that danger could arise at any moment. Better safe than sorry. After merging with the general, Wang Yu pressed on. As he had anticipated, it wasn't long down the abandoned street when he was attacked by a demon. A demon leaped down from a derelict apartment building by the roadside. A massive shadow enveloped Wang Yu. Swoosh! Wang Yu pushed hard against the ground, propelling himself backward. Boom! At that moment, the demon crashed to the ground. The ground shook, dust and debris billowed up. Wang Yu even saw cracks forming where the demon had fallen. This demonstrated just how powerful the demon was. Weak little insect, but your reactions are quick. As the voice rang out, Wang Yu saw the demon emerge from the dust. It was tall and burly, more than 3 meters high, with muscles bulging like hard stones. Its skin was dark red, emitting a pungent sulfur smell, and its eyes flickered with red light, like burning flames. At this moment, it gnashed its sharp teeth, revealing a menacing grin. It was like having daggers glinting coldly. Lava demon. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows, recognizing the identity of the demon. Lava demon, skilled in strength and fire element magic, while possessing a high resistance to fire elements. It could be considered a demon of medium bloodline. And this creature's size indicated its strength was likely around the gold level. It indeed qualified to look down upon Wang Yu, a silver 5-star weakling. You're not afraid of me? After confronting each other for a moment, the lava demon could not find any sign of fear in Wang Yu's eyes. Originally, it had wanted to enjoy the fear that Wang Yu displayed. You are so weak, why should I fear you? Wang Yu replied, do you have any other companions? Call them all out, so I don't have to hunt them down one by one. Wang Yu intended to gather more monsters to level up together. You seek death. The lava demon roared in fury and suddenly charged at Wang Yu. The lava demon was immensely powerful, swinging its thick arms that whipped up a gust of wind, capable of smashing an armored vehicle flat. As the attack approached, Wang Yu remained calm and collected. He simply waved his hand in front of him, and a flash of silver light flickered, causing him to disappear from the spot. Boom! The lava demon's heavy punch crashed down onto the ground, leaving a large crater about 1 meter in diameter. The demon's eyes were filled with an uncontrollable look of horror. How did that human, who became a death spirit, escape my attack? It didn't even catch the trajectory of Wang Yu's movement. You must know, it is a golden level after all. However, what it doesn't know is that Wang Yu is using the power to manipulate space. How could a demon that masters fire element magic see through Wang Yu's trajectory? Swish! In the next moment, the lava demon glanced aside, and Wang Yu's figure appeared several meters away without anyone noticing. And he wore a smile on his face. Not bad, the power of space is indeed hard to defend against. It's just that I'm not yet skilled in it. I originally intended to teleport behind the lava demon, but I ended up beside it instead. However, Wang Yu was already very satisfied. It doesn't matter if it's not perfect. One just needs to practice more. Are you mocking me? The lava demon, with its attack dodged by Wang Yu, was filled with rage. It let out a furious roar and once again swung its arms to pounce at Wang Yu. This time, it moved faster and attacked harder. Wang Yu didn't dodge, he confronted with a punch. Boom! The large and small fists collided together, and the lava demon was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? The lava demon felt as if it had been struck by a mountain. Its arm was in unbearable pain. Tougher than I imagined. Wang Yu smacked his lips. Ant, do you dare to despise me? The lava demon's inner roar was completely ignited. It let out another roar and charged towards Wang Yu again. Wang Yu calmly watched as the lava demon rushed toward him. Just as it was about to approach, he suddenly sidestepped and kicked with the force of thunder. The lava demon cried out in pain, its body swayed, nearly falling to the ground. Wang Yu seized the opportunity to launch another attack, throwing a flurry of punches at the lava demon. Boom boom boom. With every punch landing on the lava demon, dull thuds echoed through the air. Yet the lava demon showed incredible resilience. Even as its bones broke, it didn't cry out but became even more frenzied. However, this was ultimately futile. After Wang Yu's fist broke the lava demon's arm, it could no longer prevent Wang Yu's advance, allowing his fists to rain down on its head. Finally, the lava demon let out a piercing shriek and collapsed to the ground, its head resembling a ripe watermelon, covered in cracks, with a milky fluid oozing from the crevices. You have killed a golden 1-star lava demon, gaining 11,000 points of soul power. The notification sounded. Wang Yu's soul power increased again, and he was not far from silver 6-star now. Let's see how many points the golden 1-star lava demon can provide me. Wang Yu's heart stirred as he pointed his wristwatch, which recorded points, at the lava demon. Chapter 74, Surrounding Wang Yu. Just then, Wang Yu noticed a series of numbers appear on his watch. 1,200. That's 1,200 points. Not bad, a good start. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Slaying a golden level demon led to an increase in level and a significant rise in points. This was a good omen. Moreover, this was just the beginning. He had only just entered the ruined city, and there were many more demons in City 023. However, just as Wang Yu was about to leave, he heard a strange sound coming from afar. The sound was filled with demonic roars, heavy footsteps, and the crashing of buildings. It seems the previous battle drew the attention of other demons. But that's good. Faced with the imminent crisis, Wang Yu displayed great ease, showing no signs of panic at all. Crack! He bent down and broke off the 2 sharpest teeth of the lava demon, holding them like swords. Just then, demons began to rush out from broken alleys and crumbling buildings, their momentum astonishing. These demons came in various forms. Shapes vary. Some demons are short, like dwarfs, some demons are tall, like snakes, able to swiftly move through the ruins, and there are demons with wings, capable of flying in the air and launching attacks from above. Boom! A ruined signal tower behind Wang Yu suddenly ignited. Metal is burning, so one can imagine just how domineering this flame is. Wang Yu turned around and saw a figure made of flames at the top of the signal tower, holding a blazing large sword. It was a powerful fire demon. From the aura of the demon, Wang Yu could tell that this was definitely a golden-level demon. But, the next moment, Wang Yu felt a chill, as snowflakes bizarrely drifted down from the sky. The scorching sensation brought by the fire demon instantly diminished. Crack, crack. Following that, the dilapidated residential building where Wang Yu was located was instantly frozen. A blue figure appeared on the rooftop, looking down at Wang Yu from above. An ice frost demon. And, it was also a golden-level ice frost demon. Wang Yu was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect 2 golden-level demons to show up at the same time. Good. Wang Yu excitedly licked his lips. Killing these 2 golden-level demons would definitely allow him to level up. No! There's another golden level 1. Wang Yu suddenly directed his gaze towards a dark alley. Although it was empty, Wang Yu had just clearly seen a shadow flash by, definitely not an illusion. That means there's another golden level shadow demon. The shadow demon, its body like a shadow, can blend into darkness, making it hard to notice. The shadow demon's attacks are very eerie. It can hide in shadows to launch attacks, leaving one defenseless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the appearance of several golden-level demons, the demons immediately launched a fierce attack on Wang Yu. The fire demon spouted powerful flames, the ice frost demon summoned a sky full of ice spikes, and Wang Yu even felt a consciousness locking onto him, ready to unleash a thunderous attack at any moment. Without thinking, one could tell it was the shadow demon lurking in the dark waiting for an opportunity to strike. In addition, there were numerous ground spikes, poisonous mist, and weakening magic falling towards Wang Yu. The demon seemed to know how troublesome Wang Yu was, all attacking from a distance, choosing not to engage in close combat. Facing these demon attacks, Wang Yu felt no fear whatsoever. Wang Yu first charged towards the fire demon. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse; to catch a thief, first catch the king. This fire demon is the strongest and should be dealt with first. On the other side, not far from this place, many members of the training camp who infiltrated City 023 were also alarmed. Such a wide-range attack, are the demons fighting for territory? When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits, maybe we can pick some fruit. Could it be someone has touched the demon's den? Let's see if we can help out. Everyone had different thoughts, then unanimously rushed towards Wang Yu's location. At this moment, Wang Yu skillfully dodged the flames spouted by the fire demon and finally reached the bottom of the tower. Seeing this, the fire demon was not worried at all. Did this human dare to enter the range covered by flames? If he dared to enter, he would surely be burned to ashes. In fact, it even stopped attacking, looking at Wang Yu with a mocking gaze, waiting for him to climb up. So what if I climb up? Wang Yu laughed coldly and suddenly dashed up the signal tower covered in flames. To his surprise, the flames capable of igniting steel did not inflict any harm on him. Not even a single hair was singed. How is that possible? The fire demon was dumbfounded. It should be known that even golden-level human contractors would be injured within its fiery domain, yet this silver-level human had not been harmed at all? Dozens of meters of distance, for Wang Yu, it was just a moment. Swish! Wang Yu swung the devil's tooth of flame rock demon, slashing towards the body of the fire demon. The sharp tooth collided with the fire demon's body, making a crisp sound, sparks flying, and scales cracking, with blood as hot as lava splashing everywhere. The fire demon cried out in pain. Its body swayed a little, almost falling off the high tower. Taking the opportunity, Wang Yu launched another attack, piercing the devil's tooth towards the critical parts of the fire demon. Awah! 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 The fire demon was continuously wounded and screamed in agony. Swish! In the next moment, it formed fiery wings and flew down from the high tower, landing on the broken residential building where the frost demon was. However, before the fire demon could catch its breath, it sensed a sharp aura coming from behind. It and the frost demon turned around at the same time, only to see Wang Yu appearing behind them like a ghost, with two devil's teeth piercing towards them. What the hell? Did this human just teleport? But I've never heard of zombies being able to teleport either. Clang clang clang. The devil's teeth clashed with the bodies of the frost demon and fire demon, making a crisp sound and sparks flying. The frost demon cried out in pain, quickly retreating. The fire demon did the same. But Wang Yu's attacks were extremely strong, 1 against 2 without losing ground, and could even be said to be completely overpowering the two demons. Moments later, Wang Yu suddenly threw two devil's teeth that pierced through the bodies of both demons, leaving them severely injured. The two golden-level demons howled simultaneously. They were calling for help. The sounds were urgent, sometimes low, sometimes high. Wang Yu couldn't understand the demon's language, but he knew that the frost demon and fire demon must be cursing terribly at this moment. As a result, the shadow demon, like a dark, venomous snake, could no longer hold back and chose to strike. In the next moment, Wang Yu felt a fierce aura attacking the back of his head. The shadow demon finally revealed itself. Chapter 75, I want you to assist me in my training. Look, it's Wang Yu fighting the demons. I was wondering who was so amazing, taking on several golden-level demons alone. At this moment, many people had already rushed to the scene. They hid in the shadows, cautiously observing what was happening, and were instantly stunned. No, I have to go help. A vigorous young man was about to reveal himself to help Wang Yu, but was pulled back by someone nearby. Wait a minute. Let go of me. I can't just watch my fellow countrymen die. You want to benefit from this? Not me. The young man said with righteous indignation. No, I just want to remind you that your silver-level strength stepping into the fire demon's fiery range will get you burned to a crisp. Let alone the ice element magic released by the frost demon. Upon hearing this, the young man awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry, I just spoke too loudly. The young man finally woke up. People of his level absolutely could not participate in the battle between Wang Yu and the golden-level demons. Going up would only mean delivering himself to them on a platter. It was meaningless. The battle between Wang Yu and the fire demon, frost demon, clearly was not something at his level could interfere with. Not good, Yushin is in danger. The young man's pupils shrank, exclaiming in a low voice. From his line of sight, an extremely strange scene occurred. The shadow behind Wang Yu slowly stood up, transforming into a hideous demon, and that demon swiped its dark claws at Wang Yu. It seemed as if Wang Yu was oblivious, continuing to overwhelm the fire demon and frost demon, as if completely unaware of the impending danger. Shadow demon. Besides the fire demon and frost demon, there's actually a third golden-level demon lurking. With this lineup, even a true golden-level contractor would have to kneel. At this moment, people's hearts soared to their throats. Heavily sweating for Wang Yu. The shadow demon had the ability to move through shadows. Wherever there was darkness, it could teleport or appear instantly, which was incredibly eerie. This was also why the shadow demon was a naturally born assassin. At this moment, the shadow demon felt secretly proud, believing that its ambush had succeeded 90%, and the next moment would be the scene of severing this human's head, blood spraying everywhere. Swish! A black claw struck down on Wang Yu's neck like a long knife. However, just as its attack landed on Wang Yu, something unexpected happened. Wang Yu was utterly unharmed. That seemingly fierce attack was like hitting an unbreakable barrier. Even the recoil caused the shadow demon to feel its arm go numb. Is his body forged from platinum raid material? The shadow demon was utterly shocked, unable to believe what was happening before its eyes. It widened its eyes, looking at Wang Yu's back, a strong sense of unease swelling in its heart. At that moment, it saw Wang Yu's slightly turned face, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. That smile was filled with confidence and mockery, mocking the shadow demon's arrogance. No way. This is a trap. That human is intentionally showing a flaw to me. At that moment, the shadow demon thought Wang Yu's smile was even more evil than a demon's. It realized it had been deceived. However, before it could react, a powerful force erupted from Wang Yu. Blue arcs of electricity danced around Wang Yu's body, crackling with loud sounds. In the next moment, Wang Yu waved his hands, and countless bolts of thunder shot like swords at the three demons. It was terrifying thunder power, illuminating the entire ruined city in an instant. The flame demon was the first to bear the brunt, its scorching flames instantly suppressed by the thunder's attack. The thunder struck the flame demon's body, producing a deafening explosion. The flame demon roared in pain, its body was penetrated by a powerful electric current, and its flames became dim and lifeless. The frost demon attempted to block the thunder's attack with solid ice, but that solid ice shattered like fragile glass before the thunder. The thunder struck the frost demon, splitting its cold body in half. The frost demon let out a desperate scream, then collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the shadow demon wanted to flee, but it was too late. The thunder enveloped it like an inescapable net, its elusive figure had nowhere to hide from the thunder's assault. The powerful electric current instantly turned the shadow demon into charred remains. The three golden level demons were thus turned to ash under the terrifying thunder power. Woo, woo, woo. I don't know what to say except awesome. I initially thought you God would fall into a passive position. It turned out he intentionally exposed a flaw, luring the three golden level demons together for a violent output. Those lurking in the dark were stunned by the scene of Wang Yu showcasing his power. Looking back, their previous worries seemed utterly unnecessary. Way too unnecessary. As the lightning faded, the three powerful demons fell, their bodies now nothing more than lifeless ashes. Killed the golden 2-star flame demon, gained 12,000 points of soul power. Killed the golden 3-star frost demon, gained 13,000 points of soul power. Killed the golden 2-star shadow demon, gained 12,000 points of soul power. After killing the three major golden demons, Wang Yu also welcomed a change. In an instant, he broke through to silver 5-star, and his soul power surged to the peak of silver 5-star. He was just one step away from silver 6-star. Wang Yu looked at the silver level and bronze level demons that had not approached from afar, excitedly licking his lips. I want you to help me practice my skills. Wang Yu leaped down from the rooftop. That human is attacking us. Damn human, don't come over here. When the surrounding demons saw their leader killed, they instantly panicked. If even the leader was killed, weren't they just small fries? Their once arrogant spirit vanished without a trace, replaced by endless fear. The demons began to flee in all directions, like headless flies darting around the ruined city. But how could Wang Yu let them escape? He hunted these demons like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Wang Yu unleashed the power of thunder again, this time the thunder was denser and fiercer. Blue arcs of electricity darted through the ruins, each arc could take a demon's life. The demons let out shrill screams under the thunder's attack, but this could not stop Wang Yu's killing spree. His eyes were filled with coldness, and he felt no pity for these demons. Killed a silver 5-star minor demon, gained 500 points of soul power. Killed a silver 7-star berserker demon, gained. Chapter 76 Madness. On the other side of the city, a huge and mighty berserker demon stood quietly. This monster was over 5 meters tall, its scales shimmered with dazzling light, and its muscles were as solid as hard granite. Just then, a mysterious gray light suddenly enveloped it. When the light faded, a shocking thing happened. The berserker demon's body began to change rapidly. Its originally smooth skin became dry and wrinkled, as if eroded by time. The hard scales lost their shine, becoming dull and lifeless, like dried bark. Its once muscular physique disappeared, leaving behind only loose skin and weak bones. In the blink of an eye, the strong golden-level berserker demon turned into a frail shell. As its body aged, its strength instantly vanished, and it couldn't help but kneel down weakly. It supported itself with trembling claws, struggling to lift its head, staring incredulously at the figure not far away. That figure was cloaked in a gray robe, tightly holding a white bone staff. It stood there, exuding a mysterious aura that evoked an inexplicable fear. Contractor, who exactly are you? The berserker demon spoke with difficulty, its voice hoarse and weak, yet it couldn't hide its shock and disbelief. A contractor capable of controlling the power of time was indeed beyond imagination. It had been on Earth for decades, but had never faced such a powerful opponent. No, it had never even heard of one. The figure slowly spoke, the Eternal King. The Eternal King? The berserker demon was first taken aback, then horrified. You are one of humanity's weapons, an S+ ranked contractor? Many demons skilled in mental control had already infiltrated human society, obtaining vast amounts of confidential information. Some demons had indeed heard of the existence of S+ ranked contractors. Knowing about S+ level, it seems your identity is not simple. Zhao Hong felt a hint of caution in his heart. Hey, there's a golden line behind you, you're actually a descendant of the Demon King. Zhao Hong looked at him in surprise, his eyes revealing greed, but the bloodline is too impure, you haven't awakened your bloodline skills. Still, you should be worth quite a few points. Saying this, he raised the white bone staff in his hand, which flickered with a strange light. With a crack, the head of the berserker demon, who had a trace of Demon King blood, was severed by a mysterious force, falling to the ground. Zhao Hong watched the scene, the corners of his mouth curling up, revealing a satisfied smile. 1,200 points, huh? Not bad. He opened his smart watch. The increase in points was confirmed. After recording the points, Zhao Hong glanced to the side. You've been sneaking around for so long, it's time to come out, right? Or are you waiting for me to invite you out? He said coldly. At the same time, he raised the white bone staff in his hand, which immediately lit up with a grayish glow. Zhao Xiao, don't make a move, I'm coming out now. As the voice rang out, a figure like a ghost quickly leaped down from a dilapidated building. Gu Tianyuan. Zhao Hong frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. You're following me? No. Gu Tianyuan hurriedly waved his hand, a look of panic on his face. Zhao Xiao, you misunderstood, I wasn't following you. I just happened to pass by here and accidentally saw you fiercely fighting a demon. I intended to help, but I didn't expect you to be so amazing, killing that demon in the blink of an eye. As he spoke, he looked at the corpse of the brute demon on the ground, a glimmer of awe and envy flashing in his eyes. No wonder you are the legendary S+ level genius, killing a golden level demon as easily as slaughtering a chicken or dog, truly eye-opening. Gu Tianyuan didn't hide his admiration for Zhao Heng's strength at all. I guess this must be the first golden level demon you've slain, Zhao Xiao, you truly are the best in our training camp. While saying this, he continuously flattered Zhao Hong, various praises flooding out like a tide, as if he wanted to lift Zhao Hong to the sky. You know about S+? Zhao Heng's voice was filled with surprise and confusion. Gu Tianyuan proudly puffed out his chest. Of course, let me introduce myself, I come from the capital's Gu family, the future first-in-line heir of the Gu family. His tone revealed an innate sense of superiority and confidence. I see. Zhao Hong nodded in realization. The Gu family is renowned throughout Daxia, possessing great power and wealth. As the first heir of the Gu family, he naturally knows some secrets that common people do not. However, Zhao Hong was not moved by Gu Tianyuan's identity. He said blandly, if you only want to say these things, then you can leave. I need to continue killing demons to gain points. His unrelenting dismissal was clear. Gu Tianyuan's expression shifted slightly, he didn't expect Zhao Hong to treat him so coldly. But he quickly regained his composure, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He slowly said, Zhao Xiao, if you want to deal with Wang Yu, I can help you. A glint of malice flashed in Gu Tianyuan's eyes as he made a light gesture across his throat, hinting at his determination towards Wang Yu. You help me? Zhao Heng's eyes flickered, seemingly uncertain as he asked. That's right, I help you. Gu Tianyuan's gaze was firm, responding earnestly. However, at that moment, Zhao Hong suddenly burst into wild laughter. Haha, you think you can help me? That's utterly ridiculous. His laughter was filled with ridicule and disdain. Hearing this, Gu Tianyuan's face instantly turned ashen, he clenched his fists tightly, a flash of anger in his eyes. He understood in his heart that Zhao Hong was looking down on him, considering him unworthy of helping himself. I will surely surpass Wang Yu. Zhao Hong said firmly. Then he added, however, Wang Yu has the potential to become a pillar of Daxia in the future. I will defeat him, but I will never kill him. After saying this, Zhao Hong turned and left without hesitation. Leaving Gu Tianyuan standing there in a daze, his heart filled with shock. He could never imagine that this seemingly arrogant eternal king hid such profound righteousness deep inside. So amazing. Tat-hada. The sound of footsteps drew near, and a figure arrived beside Gu Tianyuan. Cousin, Zhao Hong refuses to cooperate. Gu Tianyuan said with a face full of resentment. It's okay. Long Tianao smiled slightly. But if we don't stop that bastard Wang Yu, he will become stronger and stronger. Gu Tianyuan said nervously. Don't worry, cousin. As long as those two kill each other, both sides will be hurt, and we will have the chance to benefit. Long Tianao said confidently. Cousin, you. Gu Tianyuan was pleasantly surprised. Long Tianao smiled, that's right, I have broken through to the golden level. Now I have enough strength to control the situation. When they are both badly hurt from fighting, that will be our time to act. On the other side, the battle was coming to an end. Kill the silver 5-star nightmare, gain 500 points of soul power. With the prompt sound ringing, Wang Yu's face lit up with joy. Finally broke through again. Chapter 77 Zhao Wuji's Worry. Commander, we have received a signal back. In the elite talent training camp, Zhao Wuji hurried to Dongfang Wuji's side and said with a serious face. Oh, how did they perform? How big is the gap between Wang Yu and Zhao Heng? Dongfang Wuji asked with interest. He was full of expectations for the results of this assessment. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath and slowly said, there is a gap of over 5,000. What? The gap is that big? Dongfang Wuji's pupils shrank, showing an expression of shock. He never expected the gap between the two would be so vast. It was also the first time Zhao Wuji saw the commander lose his composure, quickly explaining, yes, when I just got this result, I was also very surprised. So I confirmed it again, but the fact is that the gap is indeed very large. Dongfang Wuji frowned, lost in thought. He originally thought Wang Yu and Zhao Heng were both excellent students, with comparable strength, but now it seemed he might have underestimated Zhao Heng's abilities. That kid Zhao Heng actually scored over 5,000 points more than Wang Yu, this really surprised me. Dongfang Wuji murmured, a hint of admiration in his eyes. However, in the next moment, the smile on Dongfang Wuji's face abruptly stopped as he saw Zhao Wuji looking very awkward, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. You can say whatever you want, no need to beat around the bush. Dongfang Wuji said. Well, Commander, the points are indeed over 5,000 apart, but it is not that Zhao Heng surpassed Wang Yu, but rather Wang Yu scored over 5,000 points more than Zhao Heng. Zhao Wuji finally mustered the courage to speak. What? Dongfang Wuji was stunned, this was the second time he lost his composure today. How could Wang Yu get so many points? Did you include the previous scores? Dongfang Wuji asked incredulously. Of course not, the points gained in the camp and the combat assessment points will only accumulate after the actual combat assessment. Zhao Wuji quickly explained, the current score is just Wang Yu and Zhao Heng's scores in the combat assessment. Hearing this, Dongfang Wuji frowned, realizing something was wrong. At this moment, Zhao Wuji cautiously spoke, Commander, I'm very worried about something right now. Dongfang Wuji ordered directly, whatever it is, just say it. No need to hesitate. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Wuji finally voiced his concern, do you think this sharpening stone, Wang Yu, will wear out the knife, Zhao Heng? On the other side. 023 Ruin City. Wang Yu had already cleaned up the battlefield, and at this moment, the people hiding in the dark also came to the surface. There were as many as 7 or 8. You guys have been here for a while? Wang Yu asked calmly. Everyone felt awkward. We initially thought there was movement here and wanted to fish in troubled waters, but then we found out that you, God you, were fighting alone against a group of demons. Later, we wanted to help, but realized we couldn't get involved. Just when we were thinking of a plan, the battle ended. Well, thank you. Wang Yu nodded. Shall we leave now? Let's go. Wait. Suddenly, Wang Yu called out to them again. What's wrong, you god? Everyone stopped, looking bewildered. Wang Yu walked directly to a slightly plump boy, pointing at the capybara plush toy on his backpack and asked, where did this come from? You god, you like it? I'll give it to you. The slightly plump boy took it off without hesitation. I asked you where this came from? Wang Yu pressed again. I found it. I found it. The slightly plump boy was almost in tears. At that moment, he felt Wang Yu was going to eat him alive. In the training camp, Wang Yu had seen this plush toy with Lin Zhu, almost inseparable from her. Seeing it here, a strong sense of unease surged in Wang Yu's heart. He eagerly inquired about Lin Zhu's whereabouts from that person. I picked it up in front of an abandoned mall. I thought it was interesting, so I took it. The slightly plump boy quickly replied, but when I was at the abandoned mall, I felt a chill down my spine, so I didn't explore and hurriedly left. However, it did seem like there were signs of a battle around. The slightly plump boy tried to recall. Can you take me there? Wang Yu's bad premonition grew stronger. Of course I can. The slightly plump boy answered firmly. Good. Without saying another word, Wang Yu grabbed the slightly plump boy and walked straight away. Upon learning about Lin Zhu's whereabouts, Wang Yu decided to head to the underground mall immediately. You god, if you cross this street, you'll see that mall. But you have to be careful, I felt like someone was watching me from behind when I passed through this alley before. After a long while. Outside an alley, the slightly plump boy reminded him. I think your advice is good, you can leave now. After Wang Yu finished speaking, he dashed into the alley. He moved quickly, with great momentum. The slightly plump boy. I thought you were going to listen to my advice. Just then, the dangerous situation described by the slightly plump boy suddenly descended. 2 dark figures leaped down from the buildings on either side, like ghosts. They turned out to be 2 shadow demons radiating evil energy. Their eyes flickered with madness and ferocity, focusing intently on Wang Yu as if viewing him as a delicious prey. Crack! Immediately, 2 dazzling purple lightning bolts cut through the void, striking these 2 shadow demons with incredible speed. The purple lightning was extremely lethal, ruthlessly eradicating their lives. Wang Yu's steps did not slow down at all. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the entire street and reached the other end. At this moment, the 2 shadow demons struck by the purple lightning had turned black and lifeless, plummeting to the ground. Awesome! The slightly plump boy watched Wang Yu's graceful figure and silently gave a thumbs up. The mall was located in the depths of the city. Just as the slightly plump boy said, Wang Yu found that there were indeed signs of battle here. Wang Yu walked into the mall, becoming more vigilant. This place had once been a shopping paradise for people, but now had turned into a lair for demons. A sinister atmosphere pervaded the mall, with walls flashing airy lights, and various debris and some fresh blood on the ground. There are some dragging marks. Wang Yu's bad premon. The danger is even more intense, and time is running out. Every second of hesitation could lead to fatal consequences. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Yu's figure is as fast as a shooting star, constantly moving in this dim space. On his palm, a layer of silver light flickers, representing the powerful force of space. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The spider demons are not fools, they immediately counterattacked. The spider demons pounced on Wang Yu with claws bared. Their figures were huge, their faces terrifying, and the venom they spat out emitted a pungent smell. Humans are also enemies of demons, so they attacked without mercy, aiming to kill Wang Yu and put him to death. If it were another gold-level necromancer here, facing such fierce attacks, they would have been panicked. Because, this is a situation where survival is impossible. However, facing such fierce attacks, Wang Yu's heart remained unmoved. Swish! A flash of silver light appeared on him, and he directly used the power of space to teleport out of the spider demon's attack range, swiftly dodging the attack, and immediately struck back with a fatal blow. At this moment, Wang Yu's hands were like 2 indestructible blades, capable of easily tearing apart the void. Wherever he passed, the spider demons fell as if they were dumplings. His palms moved as fast as lightning, mercilessly cutting through the spider demons' bodies. Each spider demon instantly perished under Wang Yu's attack, their bodies neatly split in half, with green blood gushing out, splashing on the ground, forming a creepy sight. Whether bronze, silver, or gold-level spider demons, they all seemed incredibly fragile in front of Wang Yu, as if made of paper. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen spider demons were completely slaughtered by Wang Yu, and Wang Yu's body remained spotless, without a trace of blood. After slaying these spider demons, Wang Yu did not linger in the spot. He didn't even record the points. He now had only one thought in his mind: rescue. He focused on the bloodstains and drag marks on the ground, and without hesitation, began to track the trail. Along the way, although some demons noticed Wang Yu's presence and attempted to attack him, these demons were weak and could not stop Wang Yu's progress. Wang Yu easily cut them down one by one. As Wang Yu advanced, he gradually reached the 4th underground level. This shopping mall must have been very luxurious when it was first built, and even the 4th underground floor did not make people feel oppressive. The ceiling was 4 to 5 meters high, and the spacious space made people almost forget they were underground. However, when Wang Yu stepped into this level, the scene before him left him stunned. He saw a throne made of piled white bones, exuding a sinister aura. On the throne, sat a figure completely covered in black armor, making it impossible to see their face or determine what creature they were. But Wang Yu could sense the strong aura emanating from them. This might have surpassed gold level. Wang Yu silently estimated in his heart. His gaze shifted, and Wang Yu saw, in front of the throne, an altar built from thousands of skulls, sending a chill down his spine. Above the altar, there were more than a dozen people bound by chains, their faces showing expressions of pain and fear. Wang Yu immediately spotted Lin Zhu. She had some injuries on her body, her face was pale, and her eyes were filled with despair. It's really Lin Zhu. At this moment, Wang Yu's guess was confirmed. He felt fortunate that it was not too late. After all, Lin Zhu was his only friend in the training camp. The others around Lin Zhu were also members of the training camp. Some of them were struggling in pain, trying to break free from the chain's restraints. But I am powerless, some lie quietly on the altar, as if resigned to their fate, their eyes blank, and others lie motionless, their life or death unknown. In front of the altar, 4 grotesque figures kneel. They are also a kind of demon, but relatively smaller, only about 2 meters tall. They have a single eye and a single horn, their mouths filled with sharp fangs, looking extremely terrifying. These demons seem to be performing some sort of evil ritual, muttering incantations, holding strange tools made of white bones in their hands. It's actually soul-devouring demons. Soul-devouring demons are a powerful race, possessing the bloodline of demon kings. They excel at controlling souls and manipulating spirits. They consume souls to strengthen themselves. It can be said, they are extremely evil. They are sacrificing to an unknown ancient existence. Wang Yu instantly understood what these beasts were doing. To demons, humans are merely food, like cattle and sheep. And Lin Zhu and the others are offerings they present to the unknown existence. Wang Yu guessed, it was very likely related to the figure on the throne. But no matter what the reason, I will not let you succeed. Wang Yu directly formed a spell gesture. Boom! 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 In the next moment, a purple lightning bolt suddenly illuminated the space, lunging at the 4 golden-level demons like a ferocious dragon. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire space seemed to tremble. Roar! This sudden attack shocked the 4 soul-devouring demons. Who dares to attack them? Who is so bold? However, just as this thought crossed their minds, a companion next to them didn't even have time to react before being struck instantly by the purple lightning, its body blown to pieces, dying on the spot. This. The other 3 golden-level demons widened their eyes, their faces filled with astonishment and disbelief. With just one strike able to kill a golden-level demon, what kind of being is this attacker? They were filled with confusion and fear in their hearts. However, despite the confusion, the 3 demons did not hesitate, quickly springing into action. They dispersed, each taking different positions, vigilantly watching the shadow. At that moment, a zombie-like undead figure emerged. You dare to cruelly kill my kind? This is truly unforgivable. One of the soul-devouring demons extended its sharp claws, angrily questioning. Aren't you also here to kill my kind? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Wang Yu's voice was cold and merciless, coming from the depths of hell, filled with endless killing intent. His words were like a bone-chilling cold wind, instantly making the surrounding air turn frigid. Deserve to die 1,000 deaths? Just because you're a sneaky, silver 6-star human? A soul-devouring demon carefully sensed Wang Yu's soul power and couldn't help but chuckle, retorting. Its eyes gleamed with disdain and mockery, clearly not optimistic about Wang Yu's strength. Chapter 79, Resurrection. Wang Yu, hurry, and get out. At that moment, Lin Zhu on the altar also recognized Wang Yu, anxiously shouting, quickly leave. They are all golden-level demons. At this moment, Lin Zhu was filled with worry and fear. She knew that these golden-level demons were powerful and not something an ordinary person could confront. And Wang Yu's sudden appearance and sneak attack killing a golden-level demon undoubtedly alerted the others. Now, with 3 golden-level demons attacking at the same time, could Wang Yu handle this situation? Lin Zhu felt uncertain, but she absolutely didn't want to see Wang Yu fall into danger because of saving them. Yushin, don't take risks. I am afraid of dying, but I do not wish for you to meet misfortune because of me. Hurry and leave. There's no need to risk your life for us. I just hope that after you get out, you can tell everyone. We are not cowards. The others on the altar shouted at this moment. Some even had a hint of crying in their voices, deeply afraid of death, but they still hoped Wang Yu would not take risks. It seems your relationship is not simple. However, just then, a soul-eater demon suddenly showed a sinister smile, looking coldly at Wang Yu with mockery. Then, it stretched out its claws toward the altar from a distance, a terrifying energy surged from its hand, instantly enveloping the entire altar. In the next moment, an invisible power quietly descended, sweeping in like a powerful whirlwind. This force immediately wrapped around Lin Zhu tightly, as if an invisible, enormous hand lifted her into the air. Lin Zhu's face twisted in pain, she struggled desperately, but compared to the soul-eater demon, her strength was just too insignificant. Contractor, I suppose you don't want your companions to face misfortune, right? The soul-eater demon let out a chilling laugh, its eyes flashing with evil light. Release the undead fusion state, then kneel. But, before its words finished, the soul-eater demon suddenly changed its expression, a strong sense of crisis surged in its heart. It instinctively moved its body, trying to avoid the imminent danger. At the same time, a pitch-black space crack over a meter long suddenly appeared where it had been standing. Although the soul-eater demon reacted in time, it was still a step too late. The space crack ruthlessly severed its raised arm, blood sprayed out, staining the ground red. Ah! Until this moment, the soul-eater demon let out a painful scream, echoing throughout the space. And Lin Zhu was fortunate to fall from mid-air, crashing heavily onto the altar. Spatial power, it actually controls spatial power. How is this possible? First thunder, now space, what kind of undead has he contracted? At this moment, the 3 soul-eater demons were dazed. They had seen many contractors, but such a powerful one with multiple abilities was unprecedented. Even more absurd was that this contractor only had 6-star silver strength but could easily harm them, golden-level beings. Let's join forces to eliminate him. We absolutely cannot let him live. The 3 soul-eater demons realized the situation was dire and immediately decided to take united action to eliminate Wang Yu. They launched their attacks simultaneously, gathering their mental power into a powerful storm, sweeping towards Wang Yu like a black whirlwind. Swish! At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly flashed from Wang Yu's body, instantly disappearing from the spot. This was the spatial transfer he mastered. When he reappeared, he was already behind one soul-eater demon. He saw his palm glowing with silver light, like an extraordinary divine weapon, carrying a fierce momentum as he slashed down at the Soul Eater demon's head. In an instant, dark blood splattered, shooting up to a great height. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Another demon, seeing this, cursed, #@%Yuan and asterisk. Wanyu did not understand what the Soul Eater demon was cursing, but from its sinister expression, he could tell it was definitely something very foul. Whoosh! Wanyu suddenly extended his right hand and struck fiercely into the void in front of him. What kind of operation is this? In the distance, that Soul Eater demon showed a look of astonishment. Then, it slowly lowered its head and looked at its chest. Wanyu's arm, which had pierced the void, surprisingly penetrated through and appeared. As Wanyu withdrew his hand, the soul-devouring demon slowly knelt down. Hiss! The crowd couldn't help but gasp in shock. They widened their eyes, looking at the unfolding scene in disbelief. 2 golden-level demons were easily slain by Wanyu. The power of the Divine Yu is a bit abnormal, the crowd marveled. Those who had been worried about Wanyu were now stunned by his fierce performance. So strong. Truly too strong. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The remaining soul-devouring demon, seeing its companion killed so easily, was filled with fear and panic. It cursed loudly while continually retreating. However, how could Wanyu let this demon go? He instantly moved behind the soul-devouring demon and easily struck it down. So amazing. 1 person against 3 golden-level demons, and he kills them in an instant. Divine Yu, from today on, I will be your most loyal follower. On the altar, people expressed their gratitude and admiration for Wanyu. However, Wanyu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Because he hadn't received the system's kill notification, meaning these 4 soul-devouring demons weren't truly dead? Creak creak. Wanyu crushed the iron chains binding everyone one by one, freeing them. Divine Yu, your great kindness today is unforgettable. If you ever need my help, just speak, and I won't hesitate. Wanyu waved his hand. Now is not the time for this, hurry and leave. He knew very well that although they had temporarily escaped danger, the area was still fraught with peril. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. You think you can leave? Where do you think you can go? This voice carried endless anger and killing intent, making one feel cold. Next, the ground began to shake slightly, and dust fell from the ceiling. Wanyu's heart tightened as his gaze fell on the armored figure. The previously motionless figure slowly stood up, and at the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from it, enveloping the entire area. This aura pressed down on everyone like an invisible mountain, making it hard to breathe. Chapter 80, A Life for a Life. The throne made of countless pale bones emitted a chilling atmosphere. On the throne, a black figure slowly stood, seemingly a demon stepping out of endless darkness, exuding a chillingly powerful aura. This aura spread like a surging tsunami, instantly enveloping the surroundings. Under this overwhelming aura, everyone felt like a lonely boat adrift in a vast ocean, at risk of capsizing at any moment. It was an indescribable sense of oppression that made breathing rapid and difficult. Wanyu stood among the crowd, his gaze fixed on the black figure on the throne. His eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. A platinum-level demon? Wanyu's voice was low, yet in this silent space, it resonated clearly. The black figure on the throne turned its head slightly at Wanyu's words, revealing a pair of eyes shining with strange light hidden beneath its black armor. Sort of. The figure's voice was deep and raspy, imbued with a tone of disdain as it said, if it were decades ago, my aura alone would be enough to crush you. Wanyu furrowed his brows slightly, pondering the strength of this demon. From its words, one could tell that this demon had once been immensely powerful, but he did not know why it was now weakened. The 4 soul-devouring demons sacrificed their souls to awaken you. Are you the ancient ancestor they wanted to awaken? Wanyu asked lightly. Hearing Wanyu's guess, the faces of the people on the altar changed dramatically. How dare I call him the ancient ancestor? The figure in black armor slowly shook his head, the black helmet flickering with a strange glow in the dim light. However, those soul-eating demons did indeed awaken me with their souls. Now that you are here, you will become my offerings. I can smell the delicious scent emanating from your souls. As soon as the black armored figure finished speaking, he made his move. A black beam of light shot from the black armored figure's hand, striking towards everyone like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Wanyu immediately shouted, "Scatter!" Upon hearing Wang Yu's shout, everyone hurriedly fled in all directions. Wanyu punched the black beam, the powerful impact causing his body to tremble slightly as he stumbled back several steps. Is this the power of platinum level? Wanyu was greatly shaken for the first time facing a platinum level opponent. Seeing his attack blocked by Wanyu, the black armored figure flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Not bad, but this is just the beginning. After saying this, the black armored figure made his move again. This time, the black armored figure swirled his hands, sending waves of black light shooting towards Wanyu like sharp arrows. Wang Yu's eyes narrowed, he knew he couldn't passively take the hits. His figure flashed and he suddenly disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, he appeared behind the black armored figure, gathering a powerful force of thunder in his hand, and struck at the back of the black armored figure. The armor of the black demon had extremely strong defense. Wang Yu's thunder attack hit the armor, only producing dull sounds but failing to inflict any real damage. Wang Yu was secretly amazed, he didn't expect the defense of this black armored demon to be so powerful. This was his thunder power, and it was his first failure. At this moment, the black armored demon turned and swung a black wave of energy towards Wang Yu. Wang Yu quickly used his spatial movement again, avoiding this energy wave. If the thunder force won't work, then I'll use space cutting. Wang Yu concentrated, channeling the energy within him, and a space crack shimmering with mysterious light appeared next to the black armored demon. Swish! The space crack appeared suddenly, catching the black armored demon off guard and instantly slicing through its armor. Looking through the crack, Wang Yu saw that beneath the armor was not flesh, but swirling black mist. What kind of demon is this? Wang Yu had no knowledge related to it in his memory. You injured me? How dare you? The black armored demon was both shocked and furious. At the same time, it released a force of soul energy that flooded the entire space, allowing it to anticipate Wang Yu's every move. Whenever Wang Yu was about to unleash the space cutting power, the black armored demon could always sense it in advance and dodge on time. So cunning. Wang Yu gritted his teeth secretly. This unknown type of black armored demon was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. However, thanks to his ability to move through space, the black armored demon could not hurt Wang Yu. Yushin can actually fight with a platinum level demon? Not just fight, didn't you see that the black armored demon was also very wary of Yushin's attacks? Everyone was once again shocked by Wang Yu's strength. They didn't want to keep out of the fight, but they were all injured and had pitiful combat power. Moreover, the soul pressure of the black armored demon was too strong. They felt okay staying still, but trying to move was like being trapped in quicksand. Not adding to the chaos was the biggest help to Wang Yu. Ants, do you only know how to dodge? Unable to attack Wang Yu for a long time, the black armored demon roared in frustration, I believe your soul power is boundless, more than mine. When your soul power runs out, that will be your death. Wang Yu suddenly had a thought arise in his heart. An idea emerged. Exchange injury for life. But the soul power feedback from slaying a platinum level demon. It's amazing. Moreover, after slaying this platinum level demon, Wang Yu believes he can definitely widen the gap, and no one in the training camp can surpass him. Wealth and danger go hand in hand, let's take the risk. Wang Yu decided to take a chance. However, he didn't show weakness recklessly, instead, he gradually pretended to be weak in soul power. After suffering 2 or 3 black light attacks in succession, Wang Yu fell to the ground, struggling several times but failing to stand up. It really hurt. The attacks from the platinum level demon were enough to harm his body. Not jumping anymore? Bug. The black armored demon indeed took the bait and charged at Wang Yu, kicking heavily at his waist. The black armored demon saw Wang Yu instinctively protecting his waist with his hands. But the next moment, shock gleamed in its eyes. Because Wang Yu was not blocking the attack, but had instead actively grabbed its foot. You? Said the black armored demon in surprise. Die. Wang Yu's expression was vicious. In the next moment, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from him, accompanied by dazzling silver light. Tear and rip, space was shredded like cloth, and cracks appeared around the black armored demon, violently cutting through it. Crack, crack, crack. The black armor, capable of withstanding thunder strikes, crumbled like paper before the spatial cuts, instantly torn apart. In the blink of an eye, the black armor was sliced into dozens of pieces, and a large amount of black mist escaped from it. Damn! I will curse you to an unpeaceful death. The voice of the black armored demon echoed in the void. Chapter 81, Battling the Eternal King. If curses were useful, I would have died long ago. As Wang Yu's indifferent voice resonated, more spatial cracks appeared crisscrossing, cutting the black armored demon's body into countless fragments, leaving only the head behind. Crack! Wang Yu shattered the helmet, revealing a ferocious head. It was also a soul-eater demon. Wang Yu recognized the opponent's race. It makes sense, unless it reaches the Demon King level, a destroyed body can still survive, and its soul power must be extremely strong. Perhaps only soul-eater demons or a few other races can do this. Wang Yu thought. Kill Platinum 2-star soul-eater demon, gain 52,000 points of soul power. Boom! As the prompt sounded, Wang Yu's soul power surged. In an instant, he broke through the threshold of silver 7 stars. And it was still increasing. It's here. Finally here. Wang Yu was overjoyed. To slay the black-armored demon, he had endured several attacks, and it wasn't easy. But now, the reward was extremely rich. More than 50,000 soul power was enough for him to break through continuously. Crack. Before long, a crisp sound came from within him, and his level rose again. Silver 8 stars. Not bad. Wang Yu smiled. This was a rare opportunity, he thought, and hoped to raise his level to silver 9 stars or even directly break into the golden level before this assessment ended. Ding. Wang Yu used his smartwatch to scan the Soul Eater demon's head. Soon, the display showed points plus 10,000. Now, Wang Yu's points had surpassed the 20,000 mark. Indeed, this lingering demon lord is the boss of City 023. Wang Yu was even more certain of his previous guess. Is the crisis lifted? Just now, I thought I would die here today. If it weren't for the god of you, do you think you'd still be alive? God of you. I want to sing you a song, always asking for you but never saying thank you. The people in the training camp also came to their senses at this moment. Having survived a disaster, they were filled with joy. Facing Wang Yu, they felt a deep gratitude. Wang Yu. This lingering Soul Eater demon should be the lord of City 023, and the demons are strongly territorial. I think there won't be any demons appearing here for a short time. Instead of risking it outside, you might as well wait here. Once I kill all the demons outside and the assessment is over, you'll be able to leave safely. Wang Yu spoke to everyone. We will stay here and not go anywhere. Everyone nodded. What Wang Yu said made a lot of sense. But, is it too arrogant to say we will kill all the demons outside? Only Wang Yu could say such words. If someone else did, they would think that person was just bragging. Wang Yu, Lin Shu suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Wang Yu asked. Be careful. Even though Lin Zhu had 1,000 words to say, she only spoke these 3. Wang Yu waved at Lin Zhu, his figure gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. The wild wind howled, and dust filled the sky. Wang Yu walked in the wind, his clothes fluttering and making sounds, his black long hair dancing in the breeze, searching for demons with his black eyes. While others hid from demons, ambushed in secret, and attacked stealthily. Wang Yu, however, seemed afraid that the demons would not notice him. After leaving the mall, Wang Yu had already killed 5 golden grade demons and earned over 6,000 points, and now he was looking for the next target. Wang Yu, I finally found you. However, Wang Yu did not find a demon, but encountered Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng, transformed into a wraith, wore a grey long robe, and under his hood, his eyes shimmered with a strange glow, revealing immense confidence. A mysterious power surrounded his body, giving Wang Yu an unreal feeling. Wang Yu, today you will undoubtedly lose. His voice was deep and powerful, echoing in the ruins, filled with an overwhelming momentum. Alright, you win. Wang Yu couldn't be bothered with Zhao Heng and turned to leave. What he wanted to do most was kill demons, level up. Arguing with Zhao Heng had no meaning. Zhao Heng? What is this? He's ignoring me? What does turning around and walking away mean? Does that mean he admits defeat? Zhao Heng felt like a kid trying to arm wrestle an adult, where the adult just laughed and said they wouldn't wrestle anymore, that the kid won. Damn it, Wang Yu is mocking me. Zhao Heng felt insulted. No, you can't leave. Zhao Heng let out a sharp cry. Roaring, Zhao Heng was the first to launch an attack. He waved his hands, and the white bone staff burst with light. The power of time surged like a tide, and Wang Yu instinctively chose to dodge. The light brushed past Wang Yu, shooting into the distance. Wherever the light passed, grass and trees withered instantly, walls became mottled, and stones quickly weathered, as if they had gone through 1,000 years of wind and frost. Is this the power of time? Wang Yu looked at Zhao Heng in surprise. This was the first time he had encountered a wraith that could manipulate time. It had even never been mentioned in any book. Oh? You can tell that my ability is related to time? Zhao Heng sneered. That's right, my ability is to control time. They call me the Eternal King. You should worship me. You think you're worthy? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing Zhao Heng's words, Wang Yu actually relaxed. Then I'll make you kneel. This time, you can't escape. Time flood. As the voice fell, Zhao Heng launched another attack. A brilliant light erupted from the white bone staff, like a small sun. A torrent of time power swept towards all directions. However, this time, Wang Yu did not resist at all. Wang Yu stood quietly, facing Zhao Heng's attack directly. Because the minister possesses the characteristics of immortality, he was not afraid of the aging of time. This attack was even more terrifying than before. That originally solid, cold metal street lamp was ruthlessly washed by the flood of time, instantly covered in mottled rust. The rust crept over the lamp like snakes. As time passed, this rust continuously eroded the street lamp's body, leaving it damaged and on the verge of collapse. And those once towering buildings, under the influence of this mysterious power, showed signs of decay, exuding a rotten aura. Each building was gradually turning to nothingness. Like a sandcastle scattered by the wind. The power of time possesses the ability to change everything. Even if Zhao Hong now shows only a bit of power, it is still extremely terrifying. Boom! The torrent of time roars and surges, yet Wang Yu remains completely unfazed. Zhao Hong, seeing Wang Yu no longer dodging, couldn't help but be taken aback. He never expected Wang Yu would be so bold, daring to confront his power of time directly. Could he really resist the invasion of time? Wang Yu, do you think you can withstand my power of time? You are naive, even a platinum-level powerhouse wouldn't dare to oppose me. Zhao Hong scoffed coldly. But, after a moment passed, Wang Yu remained unharmed. His body seemed unaffected by time, still keeping its youthful appearance, standing tall as ever. Zhao Heng's confidence gradually faded. Chapter 82, New Hatred, Old Grudges. How could you possibly have no change? Zhao Hong was astonished. Surprise flickered in the pupils beneath his grey cloak. It was so astonishing. Wang Yu's performance was even more composed than that of the platinum-level powerhouses he had fought before. Wang Yu looked at Zhao Hong, a slight smile curving his lips. Zhao Hong, your power of time is ineffective against me. Now, it's time for me to counterattack. After saying this, Wang Yu raised his hands, and the power of thunder exploded instantly. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, and thunder clapped. Thick lightning surged like silver snakes through the clouds, cheering for Wang Yu. On the other hand, Zhao Hong was already dazed. Wang Yu's words that the power of time is ineffective against me shattered his defenses completely. How could someone in this world ignore the effects of time? It is important to know that even the military chief Dongfang Wuji had once asserted that he could not ignore Zhao Heng's attack. At that moment, Zhao Heng's confidence, built after making a pact with the Lich of Time, completely crumbled. Boom! Wang Yu waved his hands, and lightning fell like rain onto Zhao Hong. Each bolt of lightning contained immense power, like a fierce dragon, wanting to tear apart the enemy before him. The dazzling lightning brought Zhao Hong back to reality. Eternity in an inch. Zhao Hong felt the destructive force embedded within the thunder, not daring to underestimate it, quickly mobilizing the power of time to form a special domain around him. A grayish light emanated from Zhao Heng's body, covering a 1-meter radius around him. For a normal person, one step is nearly 1 meter. In an instant, lightning could cross countless meters. However, when the thunder reached the 1-meter zone around Zhao Hong, it seemed to sink into a quagmire, moving slowly. What seemed like a short distance of 1 meter actually took thousands or even tens of thousands of years to reach Zhao Heng. Time slowing down? Wang Yu saw through the clue. Wang Yu understood that relying on the thunder to strike Zhao Hong would be incredibly difficult. In the next moment, the spatial power surged around Wang Yu, twisting the space itself. His figure flashed and instantly appeared before Zhao Hong. Power of space. How is that possible? Zhao Hong was filled with shock. Wang Yu showcased yet another ability that left him astonished. Time and space are forces far beyond other elements. Time and space can also balance each other. He originally thought he could easily defeat Wang Yu, yet he never expected Wang Yu's strength to be so terrifying. Wang Yu struck without any frills, aiming a punch at the forehead of Zhao Hong, who had transformed into a lich. With a loud bang, Zhao Hong was sent flying. Zhao Hong is a lich of time. But ultimately, a lich is still a lich, good at magical damage, but physically weak in strength and defense. At this moment, receiving a solid punch from Wang Yu left him feeling dizzy. Wang Yu relentlessly pursued and continued his assault. Each punch and kick carried immense power, making it difficult for Zhao Hong to defend. Wang Yu's attacks came like a storm, and Zhao Hong was continuously overwhelmed. Bang! Zhao Heng's merged state of the undead was forcefully shattered by Wang Yu's strikes. Boom! Wang Yu launched another punch. He threw Zhao Hong again, causing him to crash heavily into the wall more than 10 meters away, and then watched as Zhao Hong slid down the wall. You won. After saying these words, Zhao Hong tilted his head and fainted directly. Both his body and soul had suffered a serious blow. Wang Yu looked at Zhao Hong deeply, shaking his head. This person was arrogant, domineering, unruly, and looked down on others, but Wang Yu had never felt any murderous intent from him. This meant that he simply wanted to defeat him. In martial arts novels, Zhao Heng would be someone who was obsessed with becoming the #1 martial artist in the world. And Zhao Hong had suffered serious injuries, probably unable to merge with the undead for months. Leaving you here, whether you live or die, it depends on your luck. Wang Yu still didn't strike the fatal blow and turned to leave. Cousin, he really is here. Suddenly, a voice of surprise and joy rang out in the field. Then, 2 massive creatures jumped into the scene. One was a bone dragon, and the other was also a bone dragon. However, one bone dragon was entirely emerald green, while the other was golden, like it was made of gold. Emerald bone dragon. Golden bone dragon. 2 S-class undead. Wang Yu immediately recognized the level of the undead and also recognized the identities of the two. Gu Tianyuan. Long Tian Ao. You guys, you finally arrived. Cousin, look, Zhao Hang is lying on the ground, unconscious. Gu Tianyuan suddenly exclaimed. This is supposed to be S+ level? Can't even handle Wang Yu, what a disgrace. Gu Tianyuan snorted in disdain. The Eternal King is nothing special. Long Tianao also sneered. But, Wang Yu's strength should not be underestimated. He spoke as if looking down on Zhao Hong, but in reality, Zhao Heng's strength was still above his. Even Zhao Hong was defeated. He had to be cautious. At this moment, Wang Yu glanced at Zhao Hong with some surprise. So Zhao Hong is the legendary, mysterious S+ level? The Eternal King, is that his title? Quite impressive. Cousin, I think you are being overly cautious. Zhao Hong lost, but I believe Wang Yu won't win that easily. Now is the perfect time to strike. Gu Tianyuan suggested, let me test the waters first. Okay. Long Tianao agreed with Gu Tianyuan's suggestion. Crack. The emerald bone dragon made its move. Every step it took caused the cement road to shatter, cracks spreading in all directions. Its massive head lowered, aiming the hardest part of its skull at Wang Yu. Come at me. At that moment, a series of images flashed before Wang Yu's eyes, and vicious words rang in his mind. Bastard, still want to enter my house, someone, tie him up in the doghouse. You dare compete with a dog for dog food? I'll starve your dog. Watch me break your legs. Remember this, here, my dog is 100 times more noble than your identity. What? Beg me to let you go? Ha, stop dreaming. Unless you die, I won't let you off. A child cruelly treating a teenager. In the end, forcing the teenager to walk down a dead-end path. Although all of this was from Wang Yu's previous life, at this moment, Wang Yu felt an overwhelming anger as if he had lived through it himself. Kill. Destroy everything in front of me. At this moment, Wang Yu's eyes turned red. His palm turned into a blade, and with immense force, he struck down. A silver blade of light, several meters long, cut through the air and struck down fiercely. Not good. In the distance, the golden bone dragon that Long Tianao transformed into let out a terrified roar. But it was too late. It could only watch as Wang Yu severed the head of the emerald bone dragon. With a loud bang, the soul fire in the emerald bone dragon's eyes instantly stopped moving, then its skeletal body shattered, scattering everywhere. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. Replacing it was Gu Tianyuan's figure, appearing in front of Wang Yu. Please, please don't kill me. Chapter 83, Venting Anger. Give me one reason not to kill you. Wang Yu coldly stared at Gu Tianyuan. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can meet any of your conditions. Gu Tianyuan desperately listed the things he could do: money, beautiful women, potions, rare treasures. You know, I am the future heir of the Gu family. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I can find a way to pick them for you. Gu Tianyuan desperately tried to please Wang Yu. He. Wang Yu suddenly laughed. Do you think I still need these things now? This. Gu Tianyuan's pupils shrank. Wang Yu's words were like a bucket of cold water thrown hard on him. Yes. The Wang Yu standing in front of him was no longer the beggar who had nothing and was living on the streets. He was the rising star of the Great Xia Empire. A terrifying genius whose talent could defeat the Eternal King. In the future, the whole of Great Xia would belong to him. Wang Yu, I was wrong. I kowtow to you. Gu Tianyuan knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing. His forehead was broken, blood flowing, but he didn't stop. Compared to his life, what were these little external injuries? Have you ever experienced despair? Wang Yu suddenly asked quietly. What? Gu Tianyuan was stunned, not quite understanding what Wang Yu meant by this question. Despair? I'm already in despair right now, okay? I'm asking you a question. I'm in despair right now. Not enough. What? Far from enough. Wang Yu frowned and directly made his move. He swung his hand, chopping off Gu Tianyuan's arms and legs. Ah! Gu Tianyuan fell to the ground, crying in pain. Wang Yu, you won't have a good death. Cousin, kill him. Gu Tianyuan screamed frantically. In the distance, Long Tianao's heart was twitching. Wang Yu was truly too ruthless. His strength was also immense. It made him very afraid. Wang Yu had just shown his powerful strength, making him very fearful. Long Tianao, what are you waiting for? Didn't you say everything was under your control? Hurry up and act. You, shut up. Long Tianao angrily scolded Gu Tianyuan. Now that you're like this, don't drag me into the water. Wang Yu, actually, we have no hatred between us, right? In fact, we have never even interacted. Long Tianyuan tried to distance himself from Gu Tianyuan. You kill Gu Tianyuan, and I can let you go. Wang Yu said, not bothering with Long Tianyuan's explanation. What? Long Tianyuan was shocked. Gu Tianyuan was even more stunned. He never expected Wang Yu to make such a perverted request. Snap. Wang Yu lightly snapped his fingers. Boom. A flash of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. Boom, boom. A building not far from Long Tianyuan was struck by thunder and collapsed. Long Tianyuan's heart skipped a beat. The power of this thunder was extraordinary. Even a golden-level contract holder would be reduced to dust by this strike. My patience is limited. I'll give you 10 seconds. Wang Yu said indifferently. 10, 9, 5, 4, 3. You. Long Tianyuan was startled. Wasn't it supposed to be 10 seconds? How did it jump straight to 5? But the situation was stronger than him. His life was in Wang Yu's hands, and he didn't dare oppose him. Cousin. Gu Tianyuan already had a bad premonition in his heart. Tianyuan, I'm sorry. Long Tianyuan's voice sounded, and then the golden ancient dragon, with heavy steps, slowly approached Gu Tianyuan. No! Gu Tianyuan screamed in terror, his heart full of despair. Facing an enemy he couldn't resist, seriously injured, and betrayed by his own kin. At this moment, Gu Tianyuan truly experienced what despair really felt like. His heart went cold. Boom! The golden ancient dragon stomped heavily, directly crushing Gu Tianyuan and leaving a deep pit in the ground. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, applause rang out. Long Tianyuan turned around and looked at Wang Yu, who was clapping. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied. Wang Yu nodded. Then can you let me go now? Long Tianyuan asked. Of course. Wang Yu nodded. I always keep my word, and I use virtue to win people over. But what? Long Tianyuan's heart tightened, not even having time to breathe a sigh of relief. But before you leave, I have to destroy your soul. Wang Yu's voice suddenly became cold. Didn't you say you would spare me? Long Tianyuan shouted in panic. Unable to merge with the undead, in this city of undead, City 023, he found it incredibly difficult to survive. To spare your life is already a tremendous grace, what else are you not satisfied with? As soon as the words fell, Wang Yu instantly disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Long Tianyuan. Swish! A flash of silver light struck, and the S-class undead golden ancient dragon, famous for its defense and power, was like paper. Its head was severed by Wang Yu. Bang! The body of the golden ancient dragon instantly collapsed. Immediately after, Long Tianyuan's true body fell to the ground. His face was pale, losing all color. Alright, you can leave now. Wang Yu looked down at Long Tianyuan. Long Tianyuan blared at Wang Yu with resentment and got up from the ground. But before he could go far, a shadow descended from the sky. A flying demon with twin wings swooped down, like a hawk hunting, grabbing Long Tianyuan and soaring into the air. Wang Yu watched helplessly as the flying demon used its claws to tear Long Tianyuan into 2 pieces. Wang Yu thought for a moment but still did not strike down the understanding flying demon. 2 days later. Commander. Zhao Wuji arrived in front of Dongfang Wuji. The demons in City 023 have basically been cut down, the assessment can end. How much is the gap between Zhao Heng and Wang Yu now? Dongfang Wuji asked quietly. Zhao Wuji opened his palm, 50,000. A wistful smile appeared on Dongfang Wuji's face. I never thought someone would surpass the Eternal King by 50,000 points. Wang Yu is really surprising. Zhao Wuji nodded. Yes, this kid Wang Yu truly does not understand human feelings. That Eternal King came to our training camp to learn. Theoretically, he is a guest. How could there be none of the face given to guests? On the surface, Zhao Wuji was calm, but inside he was ecstatic. Dongfang Wuji looked down on Wang Yu, wanting to use Wang Yu as a sharpening stone. Wang Yu had already proven through actual actions who was the sharpening stone. After hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Dongfang Wuji shot a glance at Zhao Wuji. If you want to laugh, then laugh, don't hold it in. You might make yourself unwell. I admit, this time I was mistaken. As the commander of the Great Xia Military Command, Dongfang Wuji was a man of great courage. If he was wrong, then he was wrong, he had nothing to be afraid to admit. Since the commander has said so, then I can only obey. Ah, this kid Wang Yu is really something. Chapter 84 first. If you've laughed enough, then let's go. Dongfang Wuji huffed coldly. Zhao Wuji retracted his smile, not daring to laugh any longer. If he continued laughing, the commander would get angry. The fist of a king-level powerhouse is not something easily ignored. Commander, please this way. Zhao Wuji led the way, guiding Dongfang Wuji to the open ground inside the training camp. Dozens of helicopters were already prepared. After Zhao Wuji and Dongfang Wuji boarded, they took off together, heading straight for City 023. You killed the golden one-star ice demon, gaining 11,000 points of soul power. In the ruined city, the last golden demon fell. And Wang Yu's soul power inside him broke through the bottleneck once again. Strong soul power erupted from Wang Yu, directly pinning down several bronze-level demons peeking from afar, making them unable to rise. Is this the power of the golden level? Wang Yu clenched his fists. In 3 days, he could no longer remember how many demons he had killed. His points had already reached over 80,000. His soul power had also continuously broken through, from silver 8 stars to the golden level. Breaking through to the golden level, Wang Yu's strength also had a qualitative leap. If before he was a rushing river, then now he was a mighty Yangtze river. The strength has grown several times. Maybe now I can spar with diamond-level experts. Wang Yu thought to himself. Tap, tap, tap. A series of sounds reached his ears, and Wang Yu looked up to see a team of armed helicopters gradually approaching from the distant skyline, finally hovering in the air above the city. Please gather all trainees here. A powerful voice spread throughout the city. Immediately after, Wang Yu saw several figures jump down from dozens of meters above, landing on the tallest building in the city, quietly waiting. When Wang Yu arrived at the rooftop, he found that 40 to 50 people had already gathered. Lin Zhu, Han Dong, and others were all here. In front of everyone stood Dongfang Wuji, Zhao Wuji, and some instructors from the training camp. Wang Yu. Yu Shen. When everyone saw Wang Yu, they took the initiative to greet him. Especially those who had been saved by Wang Yu, their faces displayed gratitude. Wang Yu, we've heard about your deeds. One person saved many members of the training camp, well done. A smile appeared on Zhao Wuji's cold face. The more he looked at Wang Yu, the more he liked him. It was as if he saw his former self in Wang Yu. Receiving such praise from Zhao Wuji, Wang Yu didn't seek credit, he simply smiled and nodded, then stood to the side. An hour later. The number of people on the rooftop increased from 50 or 60 to 80 or 90. General, we have recovered all of the smartwatches, 5 people will remain here forever. A uniformed instructor approached Zhao Wuji and took out some bloody smartwatches. Some of the watches were broken, clearly damaged in battle. After a moment of silence, Zhao Wuji said, "This is war. Wars lead to deaths." Zhao Wuji's deep voice echoed. Those who survived felt a rush of relief in their hearts. Some even shed tears. It may have been sadness for their companion's fate or the emotion of surviving a disaster. Now I announce that the assessment is over. Next, I will announce the assessment results. Zhao Wuji took a tablet from an instructor's hand. Scores are about to be announced, I wonder who is in first place. That goes without saying, it must be Yushin. Don't speak too soon, Zhao Hong being able to parachute into the training camp also proves his strength, he might become a dark horse. Many people became excited. 93rd place, Shinchi, 210 points. 92nd place, Lin Zhou, 230 points. 91st place. Zhao Wuji announced the scores from back to front. At the moment his voice rang out, many hearts finally relaxed. 3rd place, Han Dong, 10,110 points. Half an hour later, Zhao Wuji finally announced the top 3. Han Dong? Wang Yu instinctively looked at the girl beside him. After noticing Wang Yu's gaze, Han Dong proudly lifted her chin, I'm not that bad, am I? Quite good, Wang Yu complimented. Wang Yu, how many points do you have? Lin Zhu asked curiously from the other side. Guess? Wang Yu blinked. Lin Zhu said, I guess Wang Yu has 30,000 points. Ashu, I think you're still too conservative, Han Dong interjected, I boldly guess Wang Yu has reached 40,000 points. 40,000? Wang Yu chuckled. Wang Yu, am I right or wrong? Han Dong asked, looking up. About right, Wang Yu gave a perfunctory reply. Anyway, Zhao Wuji was about to announce it, and he didn't need to say more. Others also perked up their ears, afraid to miss a single word. Second place, Zhao Hong, 31,230 points. Finally, Zhao Wuji announced Zhao Heng's score. How much? 30,000. That's how many demons he must have killed. Such a high score, and still not first? Then how monstrous must Yushin be? When Zhao Heng's score was announced, the crowd erupted in astonishment. 30,000. That was a number many people couldn't even dare to think about. I'm speechless. Lin Zhu gasped. Looks like I guessed right. Han Dong smiled. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wuji finally announced the final result. First place, Wang Yu, total points acquired. 85,200. As he said the last part, Zhao Wuji's voice increased several times. It gave a deafening feeling. Hiss. 80,000. Awesome. At this moment, shockwaves of voices rose and fell. But no one could utter a complete sentence. 30,000 was already an unimaginable number for them, but 80,000 left them speechless. Excluding Wang Yu, the scores of the other 90 people added up to just over 80,000. This means Wang Yu alone scored more than the collective score of more than 90 people. No wonder he is called the Man of Gods. I originally thought 40,000 points was a bold guess, but I only guessed half right. Han Dong shook his head. Conservative, I was too conservative. Wang Yu, the demon of this city, you didn't kill them all, right? Lin Zhu really couldn't understand how Wang Yu did it. No. Wang Yu shook his head. My main target is to kill gold-level demons. I will slay silver-level ones if I see them, but for bronze level, I generally won't take action. Han Dong's eyes suddenly became resentful. I wondered why there were no silver-level demons in the demon nests I found. They were all bronze-level trash. Turns out I picked up your leftovers. The strong ones in that demon nest were taken out by someone else. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Yu hurriedly clarified. Chapter 85, Early Graduation, Moving into the Academy. Now I announce that the assessment is over. Everyone board the aircraft in an orderly manner and leave the ruined city. After announcing the results, Zhao Wuji declared the practical assessment ended. Then, under the instructor's arrangement, the students began to board the armed helicopters in an orderly manner. Soon, among the more than 90 people, only Wang Yu was left without boarding the aircraft. And no instructor had arranged for him to board. What is going on? Wang Yu was puzzled, not understanding. Just wait a bit, maybe there are other arrangements, Wang Yu thought as he continued to wait. Wang Yu, your performance has truly surprised me. Just as Wang Yu was waiting to board, a voice sounded from behind. He turned around and was instantly stunned. Commander-in-Chief, General Zhou. That's right. Approaching Wang Yu were Dongfang Wujin and Zhao Wuji. The one speaking was not Zhao Wuji, but Dongfang Wujin. In Dongfang Wujin's eyes, Wang Yu also saw an undisguised look of amazement. Just lucky, killed a few more demons. Wang Yu modestly replied. Just lucky. I really want to know how lucky you are to earn several tens of thousands of points more than others? Zhao Wuji asked Wang Yu with a smile. Wang Yu awkwardly scratched his head. Wang Yu, stop being humble, strength is strength. There's nothing to deny. What is your current strength? Let the commander-in-chief hear it. Beside him, Zhao Wuji's words eased Wang Yu's awkwardness. Wang Yu answered seriously, just now, I broke through to Golden 1 star. Oh, Golden 1 star, no wonder you could slay so many demons. Zhao Wuji unconsciously replied. But as he spoke, he couldn't continue. How could he not feel something was off? Hey, wait a minute, you said you've broken through to Golden 1 star? He asked Wang Yu in surprise. Yes. Wang Yu nodded firmly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji felt shocked in his heart. How is this possible? He had previously checked Wang Yu's situation. He was clearly haunted by a curse, and a breakthrough was supposed to be extremely difficult. Yet, just a few days had passed. He had advanced from silver 5 star to gold? Not to mention Wang Yu being cursed, even those without curses wouldn't match Wang Yu's speed of breakthrough. He instinctively turned his gaze to the commander-in-chief beside him. However, to Zhao Wuji's surprise, even the commander-in-chief's gaze held a hint of astonishment. Clearly, he was also shocked by Wang Yu's statement. Wang Yu, can I see your condition again? Dongfang Wujin asked Wang Yu. Yes. Wang Yu did not refuse the other party's request. Good. Dongfang Wuji nodded, and in the next moment, a powerful force of soul erupted from his body. Wang Yu only felt a vast consciousness sweep over him, and then everything returned to normal. Strange. Really strange. Dongfang Wuji frowned and shook his head. He discovered some things that even he could not understand. Commander, Wang Yu he. Zhao Wuji did not finish his sentence, but Dongfang Wuji already knew what Zhao Wuji wanted to ask and took the initiative to speak. I know what you want to ask. The results we checked before did not show any surprises. The curse within Wang Yu is still there, blocking his breakthrough in soul power. But Wang Yu still broke through. After a pause, Dongfang Wuji added, moreover, Wang Yu has swiftly broken through to the golden level. What is happening to him now, I also can't explain. I said this kid is not ordinary. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji laughed loudly. No matter what, this is a good thing. If it's confusing, don't think about it. Time will give us the answer. Dongfang Wuji could only nod. Later, I'll find those old guys and research Wang Yu's situation. Let's return to the camp first. Zhao Wuji pointed to the instructor beside him. You go send Wang Yu to board the plane. Yes. The instructor came to Wang Yu's side. Please follow me. Unknowingly, the instructor's tone had changed. He even said please instead of you. In his heart, he clearly regarded Wang Yu as someone of the same level. Commander, what do you plan to do next? After Wang Yu left, Zhao Wuji asked Dongfang Wuji tentatively. At this point, Wang Yu's future was no longer something he could decide. Zhao Wuji, you are right. This time, I was truly wrong. I originally intended to use Wang Yu to sharpen a blade to protect the nation, but unexpectedly, this sharpening stone turned into a divine weapon. This kid has truly slapped my face hard. Dongfang Wuji smiled helplessly. As a king-level super expert, he actually misjudged a young man. This was really a huge embarrassment. If those old guys found out, wouldn't they laugh their teeth off? Commander, you cannot blame yourself for this matter. You can only say that Wang Yu is too astonishing. Even the curse of the Demon King bloodline cannot overshadow his brilliance. Truly, heaven blesses our great Xia, such an extraordinary talent has appeared. Zhao Wuji was extremely excited. You are right. Dongfang Wuji said, to acquire such a stunning talent is a blessing for our great Xia. In this world, no one can compare to his S+ level genius. This child is a peerless gem that must not be tarnished. Dongfang Wuji's voice was resolute, full of incomparable determination. In this moment, he had completely recognized Wang Yu, placing him at a height never reached by anyone before. I am foolish and do not know how Commander intends to arrange the next steps. Zhao Wuji asked tentatively. You are certainly not foolish at all. Dongfang Wuji rolled his eyes and continued, next, naturally, is to provide Wang Yu with the best resources in all of Great Xia for training. And what? When we return to the camp, let Wang Yu graduate early from the training camp. That place can no longer offer him any help, he can freely choose from all the resources of the training camp. Dongfang Wuji said, as for what he should do next, first let him go study at the academy, then I will make arrangements. Yes. Zhao Wuji's heart trembled. The academy. That is the gathering place for S+ level geniuses. There, various rare resources are at one's fingertips. As far as Zhao Wuji knew, anyone who could teach at the academy was a star shining strong. Even, there is a king-level expert stationed at the academy, occasionally making appearances to answer the doubts of the academy disciples for free. To know, not to mention the talents of Great Xia. He, this general, wanted to receive guidance from a king-level powerhouse, but he had to spend military merits. As a general of the Great Xia Empire, not to mention entering the academy, he didn't even have the right to know the specific location of the academy. Wang Yu has risen to the top in one step. Zhao Wuji secretly sighed. Chapter 86 Wang Yu lacks strength. Identity is created by oneself. Wang Yu is qualified to enter the academy entirely thanks to his own talent and strength. Dongfang Wuji said blandly. Zhao Wuji said, it seems that Zhao Heng has actually helped Wang Yu. Without him, we wouldn't have seen how outstanding Wang Yu truly is. Speaking of Zhao Heng, Dongfang Wuji's face showed a hint of helplessness, but Zhao Heng is also a proud son of heaven, yet he has suffered such a huge blow. I don't know how long it will take him to stand up again. Dongfang Wuji recalled Zhao Heng he had seen before. His eyes were void, like a walking corpse. This formed a stark contrast to the arrogant and unruly demeanor he had when he first entered the training camp. If this goes on, the shadow left by Wang Yu might take a lifetime to heal. Zhao Wuji also expressed great concern. After all, Zhao Heng is a good seedling. If he stays down like this, it would really be a shame. Dongfang Wuji said, if he can walk out of it, he will soar into the sky. Even if he's not as good as Wang Yu, he won't fall short of the Soul Masters and truly earns the qualification to become a pillar of the Great Xia. Commander, there's one more thing. Zhao Wuji's expression suddenly became serious. Speak. Among those unfortunate victims this time, two people are quite special. Zhao Wuji had already known who would remain here forever. What's special? Dongfang Wuji asked. There are two disciples of the Gu family from the capital, one is Gu Tianyuan's son, the other is Gu Tianyuan's nephew. Dongfang Wuji snorted coldly, so what if it's the Gu family? They sent the people here, they should know what they have to go through. Even the children of the head of state can face misfortune in the training camp. Commander, I'm afraid things aren't so simple, Zhao Wuji slowly revealed what he understood. Wang Yu's identity, his relationship with Bai Yanlang, and so on. After a while, Dongfang Wuji said, so, you mean to say, Wang Yu killed Gu Tianyuan and Long Tiano? I am just speculating. Zhao Wuji said. Speculation is not enough, you need evidence. Dongfang Wuji shook his head, not just you, anyone blaming Wang Yu must provide evidence. Otherwise, it's slander. Even the Gu family from the capital does not have the qualification to slander Wang Yu, do you understand what I mean? Zhao Wuji nodded repeatedly, understood. Dongfang Wuji's attitude couldn't be more obvious. Wang Yu, he would protect. 3 hours later. The helicopter landed in the training camp. Everyone got off the plane, filled with a joy akin to surviving a disaster. It's so good to be alive and back. Some people couldn't help but shed tears. Today, stop all training, everyone rest well. An instructor stood before everyone and announced loudly. Great. I just want to sleep now. I want to eat meat. Wang Yu, come with me. Just as Wang Yu was about to leave, the instructor called out to him. Wang Yu silently followed him. On the other side. Capital City. Gu Corporation. Didn't I say, if nothing happens, don't come to the office to find me? Gu Yanran looked at Bai Yanlang, who burst into her office. A flicker of anger flashed in her beautiful eyes. Bai Yanlang, you can't really think you're the master of the Gu family, right? Gu Yanran, I'm not here to argue with you today. What surprised Gu Yanran was that Bai Yanlang, who usually only knew how to endure, had an unusually firm attitude. For a moment, Gu Yanran was somewhat speechless. And Bai Yanlang's next words struck Gu Yanran like a thunderbolt. Tianyuan is in trouble. What? Gu Yanran stood up in shock. Where is he injured? Have the best doctors been arranged to treat Tianyuan? Bai Yanlang slowly shook his head and then closed his eyes. Tears glistened at the corners of his eyes and slid down. Bai Yanlang, you useless waste, do you still need me to teach you this? Gu Yanran said, pulling out her phone. No need to call, Tianyuan is already dead. Everything is too late. What did you say? Gu Yanran was struck by lightning, her face filled with disbelief. I know you are very agitated, but I hope you don't get worked up right now. Bai Yanlang spoke to himself, ignoring whether Gu Yanran could hear him. Tianyuan died a terrible death, there wasn't even a body left. Tianao also suffered greatly. Gu Yanran was already in tears, unable to speak. How could this happen? I clearly sent Long Tianao to protect Tianyuan. With Long Tianao's power, he could definitely keep Tianyuan safe. There must be more to this. Gu Yanran dialed a phone number. I want to know the complete list of this genius training camp. Remember, the whole list, both instructors and students. Seeing this, Bai Yanlang couldn't help but advise, Yanran, this was just an accident. Gu Yanran shouted angrily, shut up, useless thing. You have no place speaking here. Tianyuan is my son, not yours. How can you understand my feelings? You probably feel quite happy inside, don't you? Bai Yanlang had a pained look. Yanran, how can you say that? Tianyuan may not be my biological son, but I treat him better than my own son, you know that. Gu Yanran sneered, don't think I don't know. The reason you are good to Tianyuan is simply because of the status, resources, and identity I gave you. Exposed. Bai Yanlang lowered his head and fell silent. In front of this woman, his dignity was trampled beyond recognition. Moments later, Gu Yanran's phone rang, and 2 lists were sent to her phone. Gu Yanran looked carefully. Suddenly, her pupils widened in shock. Wang Yu. There is actually Wang Yu in this training camp. I see now, the deaths of Tianyuan and Long Tianao must be related to Wang Yu. What? Bai Yanlang raised his head in shock, looking at Gu Yanran. Which Wang Yu are you talking about? In fact, a figure had already emerged in his mind, but he wasn't sure. Bai Yanlang, stop pretending to be confused here. Which other Wang Yu could it be? It's of course the son of you and that filthy woman. Gu Yanran said with resentment, it's your son who killed my son. Bai Yanlang was immediately stunned. How is that possible? How could he join the genius training camp? Even if, hypothetically, Wang Yu joined the training camp with Lu Changtian's help, he wouldn't have the strength to threaten Tianyuan and Long Tianao. After all, he just contracted a short time ago. No strength? Ha ha. Gu Yanran laughed in anger. Wang Yu scored over 80,000 points in the training camp's practical assessment. Currently, he has over 100,000 total points. He leaves others far behind, and you're telling me he has no strength. Chapter 87, The Crazy Woman, What Did You Say? Wang Yu actually topped the training camp filled with geniuses, and even received 100,000 points. Gu Yanran's words stirred up stormy waves in Bai Yanlang's heart. As one of the generals of Daxia, he was quite familiar with the genius training camp. He deeply understood how difficult it was to earn 100,000 points in a practical assessment. Forget about 100,000 points, even getting 30,000 points is extremely challenging. Throughout the entire history since the training camp was established, the most outstanding genius earned only 50,000 points. However, that person had already become an S+ level being in Daxia. In the future, he would undoubtedly become a king. 100,000 points had never happened before. Could it be that Wang Yu slaughtered a city? Otherwise, Bai Yanlang couldn't imagine. How did Wang Yu get so many points? Now, am I discussing with you how Wang Yu got the points? Do you think this question is important? Gu Tianyuan said coldly. Her voice was like a cold bucket of water, splashed on by Yanlong's head, quickly cooling him down. Now is really not the time to study how Wang Yu obtained 100,000 points. A hint of awkwardness flashed across by Yanlong's face. Then do you still doubt Wang Yu's strength now? Do you still think he can't pose a threat to Tianyuan and Tian'ao? Gu Tianyuan coldly stared at Bai Yanlang. No. Bai Yanlang shook his head. I really didn't expect this rebellious son to have such strength. Still calling him a rebellious son? Gu Tianyuan asked coldly. No, not a rebellious son. Bai Yanlang immediately corrected himself. He's no longer my son, he's an animal. In fact, he might even be the murderer who killed Tianyuan, making it even more unforgivable. I deeply regret it now. If I had known this, I would have killed Wang Yu, even at the cost of both me and Lu Changtian being injured. A deep regret appeared on Bai Yanlong's face. You're wrong. Gu Tianyuan shook her head. When Wang Yu committed suicide back then, he should have been dismembered and fed to wild dogs. Gu Tianyuan's voice was filled with hatred. Right. Bai Yanlang nodded heavily. Then he asked, Tianyuan, what do you want to do next? Kill for a life, blood debts must be paid with blood. Wang Yu, that little animal, harmed Tianyuan, so I want his life. But Wang Yu is currently in the elite talent training camp, it's hard to deal with. Give me 1 day to gather people, tomorrow morning, we'll go to the talent training camp to demand him. If they hand over Wang Yu, fine. If they don't blame me for not being merciful. Gu Tianyuan slammed the table and, with an overbearing attitude, gave orders to Bai Yanlang. What, you want to attack the training camp? Bai Yanlang was shocked. He didn't expect Gu Tianyuan to be so crazy. Do you know what the cost will be if you forcibly attack the training camp? You have to understand that the training camp has a large number of soldiers and generals, and many talents who will play a key role in the future of the Great Xia. If war breaks out, the responsibility would be no different from betraying the Great Xia. At that time, forget about Gu Tianyuan and Bai Yanlang, even the Gu family would be wiped out. The cost is really too high. Don't talk to me about national righteousness. Right now, I am just a mother who lost her son. Whoever hurt my son, I will make them pay with their life. Even if I have to face the whole world, I don't care. Gu Tianyuan's expression was crazy. Bai Yanlang, are you afraid? If you're afraid, leave now. Leave the Gu family. But you must return everything the Gu family gave you. The Gu family can raise a Bai Yanlang, and we can raise a second Bai Yanlang. The Gu family can survive without you, but without the Gu family, you will be nothing, just a weak, humble contractor. Being scolded like this, Bai Yanlang fell into silence instead. Without thinking too much, Bai Yanlang said, I will go prepare now. After that, he left the Gu family group. After venting, Gu Tianyuan calmed down. Then, she made a phone call. Li Juanheng, our son, is dead. Gu Tianyuan was not the son of Gu Tianyuan and Bai Yanlang. He was the son of Gu Tianyuan and Li Juanheng, the head of the powerful Li family in the imperial capital. But because of the long-standing feud between the Gu family and the Li family, both families did not agree to be together. In a fit of anger, Gu Tianyuan wanted to kill herself. Coincidentally, she was saved by Bai Yanlang. After being dead once, Gu Tianyuan decided to live differently, so she took Bai Yanlang back to the Gu family in the imperial capital, gave him an identity, status, and power. And Bai Yanlang became the nominal father of Gu Tianyuan. In order to be a good father, to please Gu Tianyuan, Bai Yanlang abandoned his wife and child, watching his biological son. Being someone else's son is a pet. Even having thoughts of killing his own son. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the training camp. Wang Yu's door was knocked on. Who? Wang Yu asked through the peephole, seeing a military instructor in uniform standing outside. Creak. The door opened. Wang Yu asked in confusion, is there an emergency mission? Outside the door. The instructor shook his head, don't misunderstand, General Zhao and the commander want to see you. Wait a moment. Wang Yu returned to his room to change into clean clothes before following the instructor to Zhao Wuji's office. You can go in. The instructor stood outside like a doorman. Commander. General Zhao. Upon entering the office, Wang Yu saw Dongfang Wuji and Zhao Wuji standing side by side by the window. As his voice sounded, they both turned around. Wang Yu, don't be nervous. A smile squeezed out of Zhao Wuji's serious face, we called you here to inform you that you can graduate. Wang Yu? He had a confused look. I'm graduating just like this? Yes, congratulations. But I've only been here for a few days. Then I have even more reason to congratulate you, you are the fastest student to graduate in the history of our training camp. After hearing Zhao Wuji's words, a hesitant look appeared on Wang Yu's face. Just say what's on your mind. Dongfang Wuji noticed Wang Yu's struggle. Can I not graduate? Why? I don't want to leave the instructor, I don't want to leave the classmates, I don't want to leave the big pork knuckle in the cafeteria, I don't want to leave the flowers and plants. As soon as Wang Yu opened his mouth, both Zhao Wuji and Dongfang Wuji were taken aback. Zhao Wuji. He had a dark face, speak normally. Wang Yu scratched his head, I want to stay because I haven't obtained the soul reviving grass yet. After all, only the top-ranked student in the training camp can obtain it. Wang Yu did not forget his original intention. He had never forgotten that the purpose of this trip was to get the spiritual medicine that could bring Qin Feng's spirit back to life. Ha, so you don't want to leave because of the reward. Dongfang Wuji shook his head and laughed. Chapter 88, The Soldiers are at the city gates. Wang Yu scratched his head. Don't worry, the soul reviving grass is yours. I have already prepared it for you. As Zhao Wuji spoke, he waved his hand, and a black wooden box appeared on the table in front of Wang Yu. Suddenly, a fragrant scent filled the room. Wang Yu took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. This box contains. Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with surprise. His heart was very excited. He had been in the training camp for a few days, and this was the first time he was so close to his desired goal. This box contains the soul reviving grass that you've been thinking about. Zhao Wuji said with a smile, hurry up and put it away. Isn't it inappropriate? Wang Yu said, but with lightning speed, he grabbed the box and held it tightly. Your mouth is not honest, but your body is very honest. I didn't expect you to be such a clever boy. Zhao Wuji shook his head. Dongfang Wuji smiled slightly, no need to be so nervous, what is yours, and others can't take it away. After all, you are the one with over 100,000 points. As he spoke, a look of emotion appeared in his eyes. Having lived for half a lifetime, it was his first time seeing such a monstrous genius. The reason for allowing Wang Yu to graduate early was also because even if Wang Yu lay down every day after this, others couldn't catch up. Speaking of points. Wang Yu hesitated again. You can also redeem the items you need in advance with your points. Zhao Wuji said. General Zhao, if I don't graduate early and continue to stay in the training camp, can I still earn a few more thousand points? Wang Yu blinked, looking at Zhao Wuji with full expectations. Zhao Wuji was taken aback. This kid is trying to negotiate, wanting more points. He instinctively glanced at Dongfang Wuji beside him. Seeing the commander slowly nodding his head. Good, since the commander has nodded, then it's no longer Zhao Wuji abusing his authority. Zhao Wuji waved his hand, I'll give you a few extra 1,000 points, get me to 15,000 points, that should satisfy you, right? Satisfied. Wang Yu smiled. He knew that being a human could be excessive, but it shouldn't go too far. Moreover, getting tens of thousands of points for free was already quite a lot. Many people graduate from the training camp without receiving such a large number of points. So should I head back to prepare now? With the benefits in hand, Wang Yu didn't want to stay even a moment longer. Wait a minute. Dongfang Wuji suddenly called out to Wang Yu. Wang Yu turned around to look at Dongfang Wuji, waiting for the rest of his words. What are your plans after graduating from the training camp? Is that it? Wang Yu never expected Dongfang Wuji would ask such a question. He was just about to blurt out that he would return to the army to hunt demons. But, the words got stuck in his throat. Could he really go back? He instinctively asked himself that question. He couldn't go back. He had killed Gu Tianyuan, Long Tianeo, and the woman from the Gu family was quite powerful, she would eventually find out what he had done. He still hadn't forgotten the disasters faced by Qin Feng and Wu Lei. If he returned to the team, those around him might face misfortune. But, if he didn't go back to the army, where would he go? Wang Yu was suddenly at a loss. If you haven't figured out where to go, I have a place to recommend, I wonder if you would like to hear about it. I would love to hear the guidance of the chief commander. Wang Yu understood that Dongfang Wuji was going to point him in the right direction. I know a place called Daxia Academy. It can provide you with space for growth, and no one will disturb you there. Dongfang Wuji said, with great meaning. Daxia Academy. Wang Yu's pupil shrank, and he nodded without hesitation, I am willing to go to Daxia Academy for learning. You agreed just like that? Dongfang Wuji was surprised. He didn't expect Wang Yu wouldn't even ask for details. Wang Yu nodded seriously, I believe the chief commander's recommendation must be right. Dongfang Wuji smiled, good, you can go redeem your reward now. Tomorrow morning, you can leave the training camp and return to Qin City. A week later, I will arrange for someone to pick you up in Qin City. Zhao Wuji reminded, before you leave, don't forget to say goodbye to your friends. Creak. The heavy iron gate was opened. Wang Yu walked out of the training camp facing the morning sun. Wang Yu, I'll take you to the station. A driver came to Wang Yu's side. However, Before Wang Yu could get in the car, over a dozen black business cars stopped not far from them, blocking Wang Yu's way. 7 or 8 people got out of each car. Their attire was very uniform. Black suits, black sunglasses, crew cuts. As they walked, they exuded a fierce aura. Who are you? The driver in front of Wang Yu suddenly changed his expression. This is none of your business, get aside. The leader, a big man, waved impatiently, Wang Yu, come with us. Saying that, the big man reached out to grab Wang Yu. However, Wang Yu's reaction was swift, he grabbed the big man's hand and forcefully pulled. The big man felt an irresistible strength erupt from Wang Yu's grip, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Wang Yu stepped on his back, who are you? Coldness flashed in his eyes. These people didn't seem friendly. Xiao Yu, don't be nervous, these people are here to pick you up. At that moment, a voice came from behind the crowd. Then the crowd parted, and a familiar figure stepped forward to meet everyone. White-eyed wolf. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows. No doubt, the person in front was that white-eyed wolf, Bai Yanlang. Looking at this, Bai Yanlang's expression changed slightly. But he quickly resumed his composure. Xiao Yu, how can you speak to your father like that? Bai Yanlang said warmly, I know you graduated from the training camp today, so I specially brought people to pick you up. How impressive, isn't it? As he spoke, Bai Yanlang waved to Wang Yu, Xiao Yu, come here. I have booked a banquet at the best hotel in the capital to welcome you. At that moment, Bai Yanlang looked like a kind and amiable father. However, Wang Yu remained unmoved. He looked at Bai Yanlang with the expression of an idiot. Bai Yanlang, how many dishes did you eat this morning? And you're drinking like this. Don't just drink alcohol, eat some cephalosporin too. Bai Yanlang's expression changed. Wang Yu pointed at himself. Don't you even see who I am? What kind of virtue and ability do I have to personally greet you? And even giving me a welcoming banquet? This is probably a feast for my death. Wang Yu continued to mock Bai Yanlang. Bai Yanlang stood still, his smile gradually fading, his expression turning cold. Originally, I didn't want to resort to violence. At the same time, another cold voice, a woman's, came from the distance. Humph, useless trash. I told you to act directly, yet you insisted on playing the emotional card, completely unnecessary. Chapter 89, The Uncontrollable, the crowd dispersed. Wang Yu saw a woman in a black suit with a white flower on her chest walk out. Gu Tianyuan. Wang Yu immediately recognized the woman. At the same time, a large amount of memories flooded back. Get away, you dog, don't dirty my clothes. Little beast, if it wasn't for my son wanting to keep you as a pet, I would have dealt with you already. Back then, the original body couldn't endure the humiliation and had begged Gu Tianyuan. What was returned was a brutal beating. It nearly cost the original body's life. Scolded in public, Bai Yanlong's face wasn't very good either. After all, we are outside the training camp, and I am doing this just to help you avoid some trouble. No need. Gu Tianyuan shook her head. Wang Yu has already left the training camp, what trouble could there be? The ones with trouble are not us, but him. Gu Tianyuan pointed at Wang Yu. Catch him. I want to use his head to honor my son's spirit in the heavens. Indeed, she came for Gu Tianyuan. In fact, Wang Yu had figured out the reason as soon as he saw Bai Yanlang. By the time Gu Tianyuan appeared, his guess was completely confirmed. I know about Gu Tianyuan's death. But what does it have to do with me? What evidence do you have to claim that I am the killer? Wang Yu said, you can't just think I am the killer because I was in the same training camp as him, can you? Wang Yu watched the crowd secretly, calculating how to escape the current predicament. Not to mention Bai Yanlang, the star glimmer level contract holder. Even Gu Tianyuan brought a strong sense of crisis. And those black-clad men, each with strong aura, must be powerful. Breaking through forcefully or confronting them head-on would surely not end well. But with space power, Wang Yu was not without a chance to escape. As long as it was used properly. Evidence? Ah, ridiculous. Gu Tianyuan was stunned at first, then she burst out laughing. I, Gu Tianyuan, never need evidence. As long as I decide you are the killer, you are the killer. Gu Tianyuan acted insanely. Why are you all still standing there? Why don't you move? Capture Wang Yu. Wang Yu clenched his fist in silence. Gu Tianyuan was too lawless. This is the power of the Gu family. Go ahead. Bai Yanlang also gave the command in a low voice. With his order, the black-clad men began to move. Wang Yu had easily defeated their leader before, so this time they were extra cautious. They fused with the undead. Bone Knights. Hatred. Stone Giant. Lich. Bone Tiger. Dozens of undead appeared in front of Wang Yu, forming a faint encirclement. 20 gold, 5 platinum, 2 diamonds, and a star glimmer level expert to back them up. Such a huge force is enough for a medium-sized battle, yet it is being used against me, truly flattering. Wang Yu looked at the many powerful enemies, unafraid, instead smiling and talking. As his voice fell, Wang Yu's powerful soul force erupted, merging with the general. He actually reached the gold level. When Bai Yanlang sensed Wang Yu's aura, his pupils suddenly shrank. A gasp was heard. Golden level. What kind of talent is this? Gu Tianyuan's face also showed a touch of emotion. To know, Wang Yu had only contracted with the undead for a short time, yet had grown to this level. That future. No, this child cannot be left alive. Gu Tianyuan's killing intent towards Wang Yu reached its peak at this moment. Whether for revenge for Gu Tianyuan or to eliminate a future strong enemy for the Gu family, Wang Yu must die. Roar! Roar! Without needing Gu Tianyuan or Bai Yanlang to give another order, those who had turned into undead charged towards Wang Yu. Seeing the fierce crowd coming, Wang Yu instantly made up his mind. I can only retreat to the camp for now. As long as he wasn't crazy, he wouldn't choose to clash head-on with these people. For now, Wang Yu's only refuge was the training camp. As for whether he could truly withstand that crazy woman Gu Tianyuan, dodging for now was the best option. In the next moment, a silver light erupted around Wang Yu. But just as he was about to activate his teleportation, a voice rang out. In front of the training camp, you dare to attack the trainees? Do you really think our training camp is without anyone? Boom! This voice was like a heavenly punishment, vast and overwhelming. As this voice fell, those rushing towards Wang Yu were blasted away by a terrifying force. The powerful force also stirred up a rolling cloud of dust, sweeping in all directions. Yanran, be careful! Bai Yanlang stepped forward to shield Gu Tianyuan from the storm. After a moment, as the dust settled, people finally saw a figure appear in front of Wang Yu. He was dressed in military uniform, his face stern, and his gaze sharp like a knife, making it hard to look directly at him. Even more eye-catching was the shining golden star on his shoulder. General Zhao. Wang Yu looked at the figure in front of him, feeling warmth in his heart, slightly touched. Kid, are you alright? Zhao Wuji looked slightly sideways. Luckily, General Zhao arrived in time, otherwise I don't know what would have happened. Wang Yu said with lingering fear. Ha, don't put that hat on me. If I hadn't shown up, you would still have the ability to retreat unscathed. Zhao Wuji wasn't about to fall for Wang Yu's words. Zhao Wuji, are you going to protect Wang Yu? Gu Tianyuan stepped out from behind Bai Yanlang, coldly glaring at Zhao Wuji. Gu Tianyuan, you actually dared to attack the trainees of my training camp? Do you really think I, Zhao Wuji, am made of clay? Zhao Wuji turned his gaze back to Gu Tianyuan. His voice contained a hint of anger. Gu Tianyuan's targeting of Wang Yu at the entrance of the training camp was no different than someone causing a big scene at your doorstep. Zhao Wuji, what happens between Wang Yu and me is a private matter, and it has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way. On the side, Bai Yanlang also spoke solemnly. Private matter? Zhao Wuji frowned slightly. That's right. As a father, what's wrong with me taking my son home? Bai Yanlang looked at Wang Yu, but my son is quite rebellious, so I can only forcibly bring him back for proper discipline. Zhao Wuji, as a general of the Great Summer, you have countless matters to attend to. Surely you don't have the energy to concern yourself with family affairs? Zhao Wuji's expression changed slightly. General Zhao, don't listen to his nonsense. Bai Yanlang's son, Bai Yu, has been dead for a long time. Wang Yu has nothing to do with Bai Yanlang at all. Wang Yu wasn't fooled by Bai Yanlang's tricks. Bai Yanlang, I warn you, stop trying to connect with me. I can't afford such a person. You? Bai Yanlang's eyelids twitched wildly. Ha ha, did you hear that? Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. Wang Yu doesn't recognize you at all. I'll give you 10 seconds to scram. In the next moment, Zhao Wuji's expression turned cold. If you don't leave in 10 seconds, then you can forget about leaving, all will be deemed as trespassing into a military restricted area. The moment Zhao Wuji spoke, everyone's expression changed. To know, this was a serious crime. Light imprisonment, heavy execution. Zhao Wuji, are you really going to tear your face with me and the Gu family for Wang Yu? Gu Tianyuan questioned coldly. Gu family? Zhao Wuji sneered coldly. I stand for the Great Xia General, backed by the entire 300 million people of Great Xia. Can the Gu family be stronger than Great Xia itself? Can the Gu family fight against Great Xia? Zhao Wuji's voice was firm and resonant. 19, 18, 17. Ignoring the dark expressions on Gu Tianyuan, Bai Yanlang, and others, Zhao Wuji directly began the countdown. Wait. Gu Tianyuan suddenly interrupted Zhao Wuji's countdown. What else do you have to say? Zhao Wuji snorted coldly. I advise you, making a fuss is meaningless. I warn you, my patience is limited. Zhao Wuji showed impatience. I initially wanted to have a good conversation with you, to solve the problem peacefully. But now, it seems that is impossible. Gu Yanran shook her head. Wang Yu's expression changed upon seeing this. His heart, which had just relaxed because of Zhao Wuji's appearance, tightened again. He felt that Gu Yanran must have some bad tricks up her sleeve. I might have Zhao Wuji's weakness or a way to keep him in check. Stop pretending to be mysterious with me. Zhao Wuji said coldly, frowning. I'm not pretending. Just look at this. Gu Yanran flipped her hand, and a brown paper envelope appeared in her hand. Zhao Wuji's pupils shrank. He noticed that the envelope flashed with golden patterns in the sunlight. This represented a top-secret document from the military. Whoosh! In the next moment, Gu Yanran snapped her fingers and sent the letter flying toward Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji extended his rough hand and caught the letter. This is a personal letter from the military deputy commander, Lord Li Juanheng. He wants to summon Wang Yu, and we are responsible for leading him. Gu Yanran said lightly. She had listened to Bai Yanlang, so she found Li Juanheng and asked for an order. It avoided conflict and allowed for Wang Yu to be taken away. However, Gu Yanran did not want others to know her relationship with Li Juanheng, so she withheld the order until now. What? Hearing Gu Yanran's words, Wang Yu's expression changed. He had thought Gu Yanran had means, but he did not expect she would actually stir the military's deputy commander. That person was a monumental figure to Wang Yu. Dealing with him was as easy as crushing an ant. Wang Yu also noticed that Zhao Wuji's body trembled slightly. Clearly, this great Xia general also felt the pressure. I can't believe the deputy commander would help you go against a child. Zhao Wuji expressed disbelief. A smile appeared on Gu Yanran's face. As if to say, look, victory ultimately belongs to me. Zhao Wuji opened the letter and read it repeatedly. There were only a few dozen words. Yet Zhao Wuji read it over 10 times. Confirming that he understood the information in the letter completely, without any discrepancies, Zhao Wuji finally put the letter away. At that moment, his anxious heart finally relaxed. I really didn't expect the deputy commander would help you against a child. A deep disappointment appeared on Zhao Wuji's face. However, Gu Yanran's hatred erupted inside. Li Juanheng wouldn't help me, would he help you instead? Gu Tianyuan is his biological son, who was murdered by Wang Yu. As a father, Li Juanheng must seek revenge for his son. This is his duty as a father. I've said before, no one can protect Wang Yu. Not even you, the general backed by 300 million great Xia citizens. Because you stand behind Li Juanheng, ha 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 ha. Gu Yanran became more and more proud as she spoke. Seeing Zhao Wuji's dark expression, she felt an indescribable pleasure in her heart. Zhao Wuji, oh Zhao Wuji, you were fine being a general, but why do you have to stick your neck out for others? Why do you have to go against me? Just hand Wang Yu over to me, and this time, your decades-long reputation will be ruined, right? Then, Gu Yanran's gaze fell on Wang Yu again. Wang Yu, did you expect this? Your once talisman has now become your death sentence. As a soldier, you should know that obeying orders is your duty. Military commands are like mountains, what else do you have to say? As she spoke, Gu Yanran's voice turned cold, sharply scolding Wang Yu, what are you standing there for? Come here. Wang Yu hesitated. You must think clearly, this is a military order. Even Zhao Wuji cannot interfere. Bai Yanlang, Zhao Wuji, you are both generals of the Great Xia, significant figures in the military. Tell me, what is the price for disobeying military orders? Hearing this, Zhao Wuji fell silent. He looked at Wang Yu, his expression filled with helplessness. Gu Yanran, the Gu family, he could still bear with it. But he couldn't ignore the command from Li Juanheng. Those who disobey military orders shall be executed. Bai Yanlang answered coldly. Very well. Gu Yanran nodded in satisfaction, then pointed at Wang Yu, General Bai, go and behead Wang Yu, anyone who dares to stop you, kill them too. Yes. Bai Yanlang approached Wang Yu without hesitation. As he walked, he drew a shimmering battle knife from behind him. Tiger poison does not eat its young. But Bai Yanlang was more poisonous than a tiger. For power, there was nothing he wouldn't sacrifice. Today, he would kill to prove his authority. Really wonderful. I have lived for decades, buried in the earth up to my neck. I never expected to see such a splendid show before I closed my eyes. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Who is lurking about? If you have the guts, come out, I want to see who is so blind as to stick up for Wang Yu. Gu Yanran said in a deep voice. At this time, someone was still helping Wang Yu? Do they not know how to write the word death? The order from the vice commander of the military is not just for show, it's a death warrant. But Gu Yanran did not notice that Zhao Wuji and Wang Yu's eyes instantly lowered upon hearing this voice, fearing others would see the surprise in their eyes. What a leader of the Gu family, truly possessing the spirit of killing gods and demons. Stop wasting words. If you're scared, just stay far away. Scared? I have never been afraid in the face of hundreds of thousands of demon forces. I have never been afraid in front of a demon king. In my lifetime, I really don't know how to write the word fear. Hearing these words, Bai Yanlong's expression slightly changed. The old man speaking seemed to have a significant background. But Gu Yanran was already blinded by anger and could no longer think rationally. She had only one thought, to kill Wang Yu and avenge Gu Tianyuan. Whoever stands in Wang Yu's way must die. Not afraid? Then you have not met me. Meet me earlier, and you will know what fear is. Chapter 91, Great Xia's God of War. Well then, I want to see what power you possess to make me afraid. Creak. The tightly shut door slowly opened. Everyone turned to look. They saw an elderly man in military uniform, standing tall, walking out from the door. He is, that one. Hiss. How could it be that one? Those who had come with Bai Yanlang and Gu Yanran were all taken aback. They did not recognize the old man. But the 5-star insignia on his shoulder was simply too striking. 5-star general. In the entire Great Xia, there is only one. That is the commander-in-chief of the Great Xia military, a king-level strongman, known as the God of War of Great Xia, Dongfang Wuji. Did I just challenge Dongfang Wuji? Gu Yanran and Bai Yanlang both went stiff. In an instant, a chill rose from their feet straight to the top of their heads, causing their emotions to rapidly cool down. Rationality overcame anger. Intelligence reclaimed its high ground. Then, doubt arose in their hearts simultaneously. Why was Dongfang Wuji, this stabilizing force of Great Xia, not stationed at the military headquarters? How could you appear here? Salute, Commander. As a military leader, Bai Yanlang immediately saluted. Dongfang Wuji, however, seemed to ignore him, dismissing Bai Yanlang to the side. An awkward expression flickered on Bai Yanlong's face. Yet, there was not a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart. He did not dare. Little girl from the Gu family, I've come, why are you silent? Dongfang Wuji asked coldly, I want to see how you plan to make me afraid? See, Commander. Gu Yanran stuttered. Just moments ago, she had been blinded by rage. She thought she could do whatever she wanted with Li Juanhan's order in hand. But she never expected to hit a hard wall. Facing this immensely powerful old man, she had no choice but to tread carefully. Commander, Yanran just spoke nonsense. But, I believe the commander can understand a mother's pain of losing her child and won't blame Yanran, right? Gu Yanran bowed deeply. Dongfang Wuji let out a cold laugh, as expected of the helm of the Gu family, truly shrewd. You immediately place yourself as the weaker party, trying to coerce me. I advise you to have fewer tricks in front of me, even your father must be respectful and obedient when facing me. Dongfang Wuji showed no regard for Gu Yanran's dignity, reprimanding her openly and issuing a warning. Gu Yanran trembled, cold sweat immediately beading on her forehead. Just a few words from Dongfang Wuji made her feel an immense pressure. At the same time, she realized that this old man was not easy to deal with. Poof. Dongfang Wuji snorted, standing in front of Wang Yu. As long as I am here, no one can take him away. What? When Dongfang Wuji made his stance clear, Gu Yanran felt struck by lightning. Commander, it is the deputy commander who specifically requested to see Wang Yu. She brought up Li Juanhong as a backup. Li Juanhong? Dongfang Wuji raised an eyebrow, have him come personally to speak to me. This. Gu Yanran was rendered speechless. Would Li Juanhong truly confront Dongfang Wuji in person? That was impossible. But, could she just let Wang Yu leave like this? Gu Yanran felt very unwilling. As she pondered a countermeasure, Dongfang Wuji spoke again. By the way, there's one more thing I need your help with. Commander, just give the order, Yanran will do everything in her power to fulfill it. Gu Yanran answered without hesitation, with utmost sincerity. In truth, she couldn't help but guess what scheme Dongfang Wuji was playing at. Dongfang Wuji pointed at Wang Yu is my student. If you discover anyone targeting him, please inform them not to harbor ill thoughts. If someone ignores this advice, I will personally have a word with them. Upon hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. I heard. Gu Yanran returned to her senses and replied respectfully, in the Great Xia, all military and civilians have the duty and responsibility to carry out the orders of the commander. As she spoke, she looked at Wang Yu, we will definitely protect the commander's student. Dongfang Wuji nodded slightly and calmly said, since you remember, you can leave now. I hope the commander will have time to visit our Gu family. My father often mentioned the days of fighting against the demon army with the commander. Gu Tianyuan bowed, then turned and left. Commander, Bai Yanlang takes his leave. Before leaving, Bai Yanlang did not forget to glance at Wang Yu. His eyes contained too much deep meaning. There was shock, confusion, and a trace of lingering gloom. Thank you, Commander, for helping me out. After Gu Tianyuan and the others left, Wang Yu said gratefully. If Dongfang Wuji hadn't intervened, he didn't know how things would have ended today. Even if he managed to escape, it would be difficult to find a place to stay in the Great Xia after this. After all, this matter alarmed the vice commander of the Great Xia. Refusing his orders would be disobeying military commands, a crime worthy of death. Dongfang Wuji said, I also didn't expect such a thing to happen. But, you don't need to worry too much. They all think you are my student and should restrain themselves a lot, they won't harm you. Once you enter the academy, no one can hurt you. Yes. Wang Yu nodded heavily. But he understood in his heart that Dongfang Wuji and the academy could protect him for a time, but not for a lifetime. Only by becoming strong enough could he remain unafraid of any threats. Even, he could directly eliminate those who posed a threat. Zhao Wuji, arrange a special aircraft to take Wang Yu back to Qin City. Chapter 92, Has Wang Yu been eliminated? General, is there any news about Wang Yu? At Qin City Hospital. When Lu Changtian walked into the ward, Xin Feng's voice immediately came inquiring. I shouldn't have come. Lu Changtian felt speechless. Each time he came, Xin Feng and Wu Lei would ask a lot about Wang Yu. And a heap of complaints. There's still no news for the time being. Lu Changtian replied expressionlessly. Hey, why is there still no news? I wonder how that kid Wang Yu is doing in the training camp, whether he's being bullied. Xin Feng and Wu Lei lay in their hospital beds, sighing heavily. You should be grateful there's no news about Wang Yu. Lu Changtian said, there's still some time until the training camp ends. If Wang Yu contacts us early, it would mean he has been eliminated. Let him be eliminated, then. Xin Feng said nonchalantly, the training camp is so dangerous, it's not a good place. Coming back early is not bad. Wu Lei nodded in agreement, that's right, we're both getting older and aren't worth much anymore. Wang Yu is young, with such talent, his future has unlimited possibilities. It's really not worth it for him to fight for us. Lu Changtian. Their attitudes left him speechless. Could it be that recommending Wang Yu to the elite talent training camp was a mistake on my part? But, a sharp sword is forged from grinding. Wang Yu's talent is extraordinary, staying in Qin City won't provide any challenges for him. Only in the genius training camp, seeing more people and broader horizons, would surely allow him to grow. Lu Changtian firmly believed he had not made a mistake. Knock knock knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the ward door. Is it time for the injection? Wu Lei said instinctively. Of course not. When have you seen a nurse knock before entering the ward? Xin Feng rolled his eyes. It might be Hani or Zhou Yu coming to see you. Lu Changtian said, then shouted towards the door, come in. The door is unlocked. Creak. With the gaze of the three, a familiar figure walked in. I can't believe it. Wang Yu. Wu Lei exclaimed in surprise. It really is Wang Yu. Ha, you brat, you finally came back. At this moment, seeing Wang Yu, Xin Feng burst into laughter. The anxious heart was finally set free. The training camp was not over yet, but Wang Yu returned at this time, which meant he was eliminated. Lu Changtian realized the problem and was not as optimistic as Xin Feng and Wu Lei. You haven't lost an arm or a leg, and your handsome face has no scars, not bad, not bad. From top to bottom, from left to right, Wu Lei inspected Wang Yu several times and nodded in satisfaction. Wang Yu could see that Wu Lei and Xin Feng were genuinely concerned about him, and he felt a bit touched inside. In this world, there are not many people who truly care for you. Captain, Vice Captain, how have you been lately? Wang Yu asked with concern. Wu Lei replied without hesitation, we are fine, we can jog and jump. Lu Changtian frowned, you can forget it. To this day, the doctor still won't let you get out of bed. Wu Lei fell silent. Was it really that fun to be so negative? Wang Yu, it is only a matter of time before we are discharged. At that time, we will retire and enjoy our lives. Xin Feng looked at Wang Yu and said gratefully, I know you want us to become contractors again, but it's really hard. You really don't need to worry about us. Fortunately, you returned safely this time. If anything had happened to you, Wu and I would have felt guilty for the rest of our lives. After a moment of silence, Wang Yu said, Captain, Vice Captain, actually this time in the training camp. I know, you were eliminated, right? Before Wang Yu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Wu Lei. Just now, Lu Changtian was still talking. It was still early to be talking about the end of the training camp. If news about Wang Yu spread, or if he returned, it meant he was eliminated. Unexpectedly, what was just said had come true so quickly. Eliminated? Wang Yu was stunned, then shook his head helplessly. I didn't. Xin Feng gave Wang Yu a comforting look. Wang Yu, no need to say anymore. We know you didn't get first place, nor did you get the resurrection grass. But it doesn't matter, it's not your fault. The guys in the genius training camp either have backgrounds or were contracted early, none of them are easy to deal with. You just contracted not long ago and had no resources for growth, it's normal that you are not their match. Before Wang Yu could speak, Changtian slowly opened his mouth. Xin Feng is right. Asking you to go to the training camp to seize first place is indeed too much to ask. One failure doesn't mean anything, Wang Yu. I believe you will reach the peak in the future and trample those geniuses who defeated you in the training camp. Lu Changtian's words were sincere and filled with encouragement. If I really was a failure, these words would uplift me greatly. But I really am first. Wang Yu didn't want to explain anymore. He directly took out his backpack from behind and threw it on Wu Lei's bed. This bag contained all the supplies Wang Yu exchanged in the training camp. And the resurrection grass worth over 100 million was also in there. What is this? Wu Lei asked, curious. What else can it be? This must be the local specialty Wang Yu brought back from the capital. Xin Feng smiled slightly. How thoughtful. Wang Yu. All right then. Local specialties are local specialties. After all, some things can indeed be found in the capital. Claiming them as local specialties isn't wrong. Let me see what's in here. Wu Lei curiously opened the backpack. He randomly pulled out a medicine bottle from inside. Soul cultivation liquid? What is this? Wu Lei was baffled. What? Soul cultivation liquid? Lu Changtian's voice was somewhat surprised. General, do you know it? Yes, I know a bit. Soul cultivation liquid has the effect of stabilizing the soul, allowing the soul fire of severely injured souls to remain unextinguished, nourishing the dead and causing them to wake up quickly. Moreover, I must remind you to be careful, don't spill it. 1 milliliter of soul cultivation liquid is worth 1 million. Lu Changtian warned. How much? 1 million per milliliter? Wu Lei looked at the bottle specifications in shock. 10 milliliters. So, this bottle. 10 million? Wu Lei tightly grasped the bottle. His body trembled uncontrollably. After working his whole life, his worth was only a couple of million. This bottle of potion in his hand was worth 10 lifetimes of effort. He couldn't afford any mistakes. Yes, that's right, Wang Yu nodded. Wang Yu had earned a total of 150,000 points. Converted to Daxia currency, it was equivalent to 15 million in resources. Team Leader Wu, the soul cultivation liquid is for you. In the bag, there are also some potions that can be used with the soul cultivation liquid for better effects. Wang Yu stepped forward, taking out 2 or 3 boxes from his bag and placing them in front of Wu Lei. He then moved to Qin Feng's bedside and pulled out a sandalwood box. At the moment the sandalwood box appeared, a fragrant aroma spread out. Wu Lei and Qin Feng were captivated by it. However, Lu Changtian's pupils contracted. That box can't possibly have. Chapter 93, The Future War God of Daxia. What's in this box? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. Let's open and take a look. Wang Yu blinked. Click. Qin Feng pressed the button on the box, and it opened, revealing a small white grass. The small grass emitted a faint white glow. The moment Qin Feng saw the small grass, his eyes went wide. Revival grass. Never seen pigs run, but never seen pigs in a pen? He had searched online for information about revival grass. Wang Yu, how on earth did you get these treasures? Wu Lei and Qin Feng gazed at Wang Yu eagerly, hoping for an explanation. With both the soul cultivation liquid and revival grass, the value of what Wang Yu brought out was simply too high. It was money they could never earn in 10 lifetimes. Let alone revival grass, a treasure that couldn't be bought even with money. Actually, I wasn't expelled, I graduated early from the training camp. And everything you see in front of you is what I brought back as rewards from the training camp. Wang Yu shrugged. What? Graduated early? It can be done this way. Wu Lei and Qin Feng were stunned. What kind of strength must one have to meet the requirements for early graduation? You really stood out in that genius-filled place? What Wang Yu said is true. At that moment, Lu Changtian spoke slowly. Everyone's eyes turned to him as Lu Changtian said, just now, I received a message from training camp commander Zhao Wuji. Wang Yu indeed outperformed many outstanding talents and took the top spot. Wow. Amazing. Giving you a thumbs up. Qin Feng and Wu Lei both gave Wang Yu a thumbs up. Wang Yu scratched his head awkwardly. It's okay, I don't really think it's that big of a deal. Team leader, vice team leader, hurry up and use the potions and treasures. Wang Yu urged. Okay. Feng stopped talking and directly shoved the revival grass into his mouth. I never thought I'd get the chance to drink tens of millions worth of potion in my lifetime. Wu Lei also pulled out the cork and downed the soul cultivation liquid in one go. In the next moment, a strong wave of soul power erupted from the bodies of Feng and Wu Lei, radiating brilliant light. Wan Yu watched the two with anticipation. Lu Changtian narrowed his eyes. Hey, these two guys might just benefit from this disaster. On the other side. Gu group. Crash, crash, crash. Gu Tianyuan kept throwing ancient artifacts worth millions onto the ground, venting her anger. Wan Yu, you deserve to die. Zhao Wuji, Dongfang Wuji, both of you who stopped me deserve to die too. One day, I will kill you all. Gu Tianyuan treated the antiques in her hands as if they. Bai Yanlang immediately closed his mouth. However, a cold glint flashed in his lowered eyes. You are called a waste, and indeed you are a waste. If it weren't for you giving birth to a bastard, how could Tianyuan have had an accident? Get out of here now, I don't want to see you. Gu Tianyuan shouted while pointing at the door. Gu Yan ran. Bai Yanlang suddenly raised his head. Slap. Gu Tianyuan slapped Bai Yanlang's face and said, What's your name? I'll get lost, just let me go. Bai Yanlang suddenly turned and left the office. Gu Tianyuan suddenly felt Bai Yanlang was a bit strange. What do you mean, what's your name? She didn't care at all about Bai Yanlang's departure. A hungry dog will come back by itself. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after. The office door was suddenly knocked on. Spineless thing, back so soon? Gu Tianyuan snorted coldly. The next moment, the door was pushed open. But it was not Bai Yanlang who walked in, but a middle-aged man. He wore a well-tailored black suit, stood tall, with eyes and brows like sharp swords, and a slight stubble on his lips. He looked a few years older than Gu Tianyuan, radiating a mature charm. If looked at closely, one would find some resemblance between him and Gu Tianyuan. Jun Hung. Seeing the other party, Gu Tianyuan's face revealed surprise. She even hurriedly tidied her messy hair and arranged her disheveled clothes, trying to make herself look more presentable. The man in front of her was no one else but Li Juanhong, the deputy commander-in-chief of the Daxia military headquarters, hailed as the future successor of the Daxia military god. At the same time, he was a famous king-level powerhouse. He was also the biological father of Gu Tianyuan. Yanran, are you okay? Li Juanhong asked softly. Gu Yanran's heart trembled. She first nodded and then shook her head. I really pity you. Li Juanhong's eyes flashed with a trace of sorrow. Gu Yanran said, Junhong, I couldn't kill Wan Yu to avenge Tianyuan. As she spoke the last part, Gu Yanran couldn't hide her overflowing hatred. Mentioning Wan Yu, she was already on the edge of a breakdown. Li Juanhong said, I already know about this. I really didn't expect Dongfang Wuji to appear in the training camp, nor did I expect he would firmly stand in front of Wan Yu. To take Wan Yu as his disciple, what a bold move. In the future, anyone who wants to deal with Wan Yu must weigh their identity and whether they can compete with Dongfang Wuji. Li Juanhong's voice was very calm, showing no signs of joy or sadness. Is there really no way to kill Wan Yu and avenge Tianyuan? Gu Yanran felt very desperate. As a prestigious family in the imperial capital, the Gu family had nurtured several powerful armies, but they didn't have the courage to confront Dongfang Wuji. Dongfang Wuji once said something true. Behind him stand hundreds of millions of people. Even if the Gu family's strength increased several times, they wouldn't dare to provoke Dongfang Wuji. However, Li Juanhong shook his head slightly. I came to find you to tell you that I will find a way to help Tianyuan take revenge. In fact, it may be possible without us needing to take action ourselves. Is there really such good news? Gu Yanran was stunned, her face full of disbelief. Li Juanhong said, Do you know where Wan Yu will go next? Isn't he going back to Qin City? Gu Yanran was still quite aware of Wan Yu's whereabouts. Qin City is just his stopping place, and his true destination is the Academy. The Academy. That S+ level gathering place of geniuses, a place shrouded in mystery? Gu Yanran was stunned. Wan Yu actually has the qualification to go there. The Academy was different from ordinary universities, it stood above all universities. Those who could study there would undoubtedly become the pillars of Daxia in the future. But, isn't that a bad thing? Chapter 94, The Origin of the Lord of Souls. The people in the Academy are all prideful beings. When new people join, they must be recognized by them. If you don't have S+ level talent, it will be very miserable inside. Li Juanheng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Dongfang Wuji thinks that by putting Wang Yu in the academy, he can ensure Wang Yu's safety, but in reality, he is sending Wang Yu into a dead end. Is it possible that Wang Yu really has S+ talent? Gu Yanran said uncertainly, that old fox Dongfang Wuji has a sharp eye. Even if he once had S+ level talent, he no longer does. There is an old general of mine in the training camp, who secretly told me that Wang Yu has been cursed by the bloodline of the Black Scale Demon King, making his cultivation breakthroughs incredibly difficult. Unless the Black Scale Demon King dies, Wang Yu's life will be over. Li Juanhong revealed a secret. Good. A smile finally appeared on Gu Tianyuan's pale face. No matter how strong the talent, if there's no way to break through the barriers, it's meaningless. Li Juanhong continued, Yanran, today I have another secret to tell you. What secret? In the academy, there is another genius of my Li family, codenamed Soul Master. At the same time, he is my son, Tianyuan's brother. Soul Master. Gu Tianyuan's heart shook, and then she was overjoyed. Steady. Even if he enters the academy, Wang Yu is still bound to die. Qin City. In the hospital ward. The soul power of Qin Feng and Wu Lei became stronger and stronger. To avoid attracting attention, Changtian, with his immense cultivation, directly arranged an invisible barrier, firmly suppressing the aura emitted by the two within the room. So strong. Wang Yu's eyes lit up. He could see. Qin Feng and Wu Lei should have gained significant benefits. Half an hour passed before the blinding light slowly dissipated. The figures of Qin Feng and Wu Lei reappeared in Wang Yu's eyes. Different from before, Qin Feng was no longer lying in bed but standing by the bed. Okay, everything is okay. I can jog now, and I can. Stop. You'd better not show off. Wait until you're fully recovered before jumping around. Qin Feng ran a couple of steps, wanting to perform more intense movement, but was pressed in place by Changtian's large hand. Got it, got it. I couldn't help it. Qin Feng was as happy as a child. After a while, he calmed down. Wang Yu. I really don't know how to thank you. Qin Feng looked at Wang Yu, his eyes filled with gratitude. Actually, I have a younger sister, not much older than you. Captain Qin, I'm not thinking about settling down for now. Wang Yu waved his hands repeatedly. You can't offer yourself, so you want your sister to offer herself, right? You really thought of that. Changtian was also speechless. Qin Feng felt embarrassed. Captain Qin, you're undead? And your level? Wang Yu timely changed the topic to ease Qin Feng's embarrassment. My undead have awakened, and my soul power has also broken through to platinum level. I can return to the battlefield in a month at most and send the demons back to hell. Qin Feng's voice was firm and resolute. Hearing that, Wang Yu felt relieved. He then looked at Wu Lei, Deputy Captain, why have you been silent? Wang Yu noticed that Wu Lei had been quiet. I've been quiet because I wanted to calmly watch old Qin show off. Wang Yu. Qin Feng. Changtian. Who could imagine that a man who had been fighting on the battlefield for decades, with a wife and kids, could say such a thing? Sure enough. A man is still a boy at heart, even to death. Wu Lei got out of bed and put his arm around Qin Feng's shoulder. My situation is similar to old Qin's, my undead have also awakened, and my level has broken through to gold level. Whew. Things finally started to develop positively. At that moment, Wang Yu felt a huge sense of relief. At the start, Qin Feng and Wu Lei had risked their lives for him, and now he finally returned the favor. Captain Qin, Deputy Captain, after a while, you will receive some potions, resources, and other things to help your continued recovery. Before Wang Yu left the training camp, he found Han Dong. He asked Han Dong to help deliver some resources. This was also something Wang Yu promised when he practiced sparring with Han Dong. The promise given by Han Dong. Wang Yu, you've done enough. Yeah, how can we still accept your kindness? Qin Feng and Wu Lei felt too embarrassed to accept Wang Yu's kindness any longer. Wang Yu wanted to say something else when a figure pushed the door open and walked in. It was Han Yi. Behind Han Yi, there was Zhou Yu. Wang Yu, you're back. Han Yi was extremely surprised and directly hugged Wang Yu. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Zhou Yu repeated this with joy. Wang Yu, you don't know, during your time at that genius training camp, we were all so worried about you, especially Team Qin and Team Wu. Oh my god, you guys, you're back from the dead. Han Yi instinctively glanced towards Qin Feng and Wu Lei, feeling horrified. He noticed Qin Feng and Wu Lei were standing together, their arms slung over each other's shoulders, looking at him. You little rascal, how can you talk like that? We're not dead, so how can it be coming back from the dead? This is called recovery, understand? Qin Feng and Wu Lei rolled their eyes in annoyance. Right, recovery. Han Yi scratched his head awkwardly. I was just too excited and got tongue-tied. Captain, how did you manage this? Zhou Yu, much steadier than Han Yi, asked calmly. This is all thanks to Wang Yu. If it weren't for him, we might have had to say goodbye to the battlefield for the rest of our lives. Wu Lei laughed as he explained what had just happened. Hani and Zhou Yu listened intently, and the more they heard, the more shocked they became. In the end, they didn't even dare to breathe, almost forgetting to inhale. So, Wang Yu not only passed that genius training camp assessment but also came in first. Zhou Yu looked at Wang Yu, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. To know that this was a training camp that gathered the young elites of Daxia, Wang Yu stood out, suppressing all other talents, making it incredibly impressive. He truly deserved the title of the number one of the younger generation. Awesome. Wang Yu. No, you go, from now on, you are my brother. Later, can you get me some autographs? I'll be your fan. Han Yi's eyes were full of admiration. At that moment, he silently declared in his heart that his idol had changed from Changtian to Wang Yu. Wang Yu smiled, sure, that's not a problem. When I have time, I'll write you 100 autographs. Deal. Han clapped his hands, extremely excited. With Team Qin and Team Wu recovered and Wang Yu back, our small team is back together. I really look forward to our next mission. I suggest our next mission target should focus on platinum-level demons, what do you think? Wu Lei grinned, no problem, I've never killed a platinum-level demon. Qin Feng and Zhou Yu remained relatively steady and didn't speak, but their eyes showed eagerness to try. Everyone, I'm afraid I can't team up with you anymore. After a moment of silence, Wang Yu slowly spoke. The ward fell into a dead silence in an instant. Chapter 95, Arrival at the Academy. Wang Yu, did I hear you wrong? You said you want to leave the demon hunting team? Wu Lei looked at Wang Yu in shock, unable to believe what he heard. At the same time, Hani, Zhou Yu, and Qin Feng also directed their puzzled and surprised gazes at Wang Yu. Wang Yu took a deep breath, then slowly nodded, saying firmly, that's right, I've decided to leave the demon hunting team. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap erupted in the crowd, leaving everyone shocked and speechless. After a long while, everyone regained their senses. Hani asked with disbelief, why? Wang Yu, haven't we always gotten along well in the team? Moreover, if you didn't care about us, how could you have gone through so much trouble to bring back those invaluable treasures for the captain and Team Wu to heal? Faced with everyone's questions, Wang Yu could only silently shake his head. He had the talisman given by Shangwan Wuji for protection, but Qin Feng and others did not. No one knew what that crazy woman, Gu Tianyuan, would do. Wang Yu feared bringing disaster to those around him. For a moment, the scene fell into silence, the atmosphere felt particularly oppressive. Don't ask any more questions, I support Wang Yu leaving the team. The one speaking was Changtian, who had been standing quietly to the side. At this moment, he walked with steady steps to Wang Yu's side. General. The crowd's eyes were filled with confusion and unwillingness, as if they would never give up until they understood the truth, but Changtian's authoritative gaze swept over each of them, forcing the words in their mouths to be swallowed back. Don't ask. Changtian sighed, knowing too much is not good for you. Some things are not something you can bear right now. You must remember, Wang Yu made this decision to protect all of you. As soon as Changtian's words fell, the faces of the crowd turned pale. Then, images of the terrifying attack they had previously experienced involuntarily surged in their minds. We are just too weak. From the crowd, someone couldn't help but murmur. It's my fault as the captain. Qin Feng clenched his fists, his face full of shame and sorrow. As captain, he should have taken on the responsibility of protecting his team's safety. The reality was that Wang Yu left the team to ensure their survival. Captain, this is not your fault. Wang Yu smiled slightly, the separation is only temporary, trust me. When I one day can suppress all the enemies, that will be the day I return to the team. However, in the face of Wang Yu's grand words, the crowd remained silent. Because only they knew best how powerful the enemies Wang Yu faced truly were. Wanting to suppress them all was simply harder than reaching the sky. This time, Wang Yu leaving the team, the return date was truly far from certain. 3 days later in the morning, as the sun just cast its light on the earth, a helicopter descended like a giant steel bird, slowly landing in an open square in Qin City. The wind whipped up by the rotor blades howled, causing the surrounding trees and grass to bow their heads. Wang Yu stood not far away, quietly watching the helicopter. He hadn't informed Qin Feng and others of his plans. You're leaving and didn't even tell me. Just as Wang Yu was about to board, Changtian walked over from a distance, his face cold. General Lu, you really must be joking. In Qin City, even if a fly comes from outside, you'd know right away, wouldn't you? Wang Yu replied with a smile. Stop the jokes. Changtian looked at Wang Yu seriously. With deep concern he said, Wang Yu, I have also heard of the academy. That is not an ordinary place, the people inside are all elites among elites, you must be very careful. Wang Yu nodded, his expression firm as he replied, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. In fact, since the moment he decided to go to the academy, Wang Yu had already made ample psychological preparations. After all, those who can become S+ level contractors are incredibly rare talents, found only 1 in a million. There are very few people in the whole of Great Xia who possess such talent and strength. Recalling the brief encounter with Zhao Hong, Wang Yu could imagine the temperament of those S+ level contractors. They must all be proud, arrogant, and might even have a bit of arrogance. Being with such a group of people will undoubtedly be an extremely difficult thing. However, fortunately, Wang Yu had never intended to coexist peacefully with them. If reasoning cannot solve the problem, he would not hesitate to use his fists to make the other party understand. Lu Changtian heavily patted his shoulder. "You must come back alive." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu felt a carefree smile appeared on his face. "The general's multiple acts of kindness, I have always remembered in my heart. I haven't had the chance to repay you. How could I dare to die?" Lu Changtian slowly shook his head, sighed softly, and said, "When I helped you in the beginning, it was only because I found your unique personality very compatible with mine. I never thought that one day you could reach such a stage." As he spoke, Lu Changtian's thoughts seemed to drift back to the moment they first met. At that time, during their first meeting, Wang Yu resolutely gave up the powerful Bone Dragon King and the terrifying Undead Knight, instead choosing a seemingly weak zombie as his partner. At that moment, Lu Changtian only thought of Wang Yu as a willful and rebellious child, as if he saw his own youthful shadow in him. However, as time passed, the developments far exceeded Lu Changtian's expectations. Later, when Wang Yu's zombie unexpectedly unleashed incredible combat power, Lu Changtian suddenly realized he had completely misjudged him. Lu Changtian believed that Wang Yu was a rare talent. But who would have thought that Wang Yu, relying on his extraordinary talent, entered that mysterious academy from the legends? To get to this point means that Wang Yu will become someone he looks up to in the future. "You can rest for a while, it will take us a full day to reach the academy from Qin City." The helicopter took off from the ground. At this time, the soldier sitting opposite Wang Yu spoke. This soldier was tall and strong, with a determined gaze, exuding an aura of a seasoned warrior. He came on the orders of Shangguan Wuji to specifically pick up Wang Yu and take him to the academy. "Okay." Wang Yu responded briefly and then said no more, closing his eyes to quietly rest his mind. The soldier opposite him glanced slightly, thinking to himself, "This young man is quite special." Time quietly passed, and a day later, when the sun shone down on the earth again, the helicopter finally landed slowly among the rolling mountains. The academy is actually in such a place? Wang Yu opened his eyes, looking at the scene before him, his face filled with astonishment. He saw towering peaks all around, shrouded in mist, as if he were in a fairyland. And amidst this forest, an ancient building could be vaguely seen. It must be their destination, the academy. Chapter 96, The Mountain Climbing Test, Li Xingzhou. This place has a long history, spanning thousands of years, and only here is worthy of the name academy. The soldier expressed his reverence. So that's it. Wang Yu understood. One must know, after experiencing the demon's invasion for hundreds of years, not to mention the Great Xia, there are hardly any ancient relics left in the entire world. The academy's establishment here is indeed very fitting. From here on, you can only rely on yourself. The soldier said again. Wang Yu was a bit surprised. "Aren't you going?" "I am not worthy to go." The soldier shook his head. At that moment, Wang Yu noticed a hint of envy in his eyes. "I will wait for you here for half a day. If you return within half a day, I will take you back to Qin City. If you do not appear after half a day, it means you have entered the academy, and I will return alone." Wang Yu nodded, indicating that he understood, and then walked toward the distant building. On another side, in front of the mountain gate, Zhao Hong stood waiting solemnly for the arrival of the newcomers. According to the academy's tradition, every student who wishes to enter the academy must gain the recognition of at least one senior student. As for how to gain recognition? It's simple. Fight a battle. Fight until the senior is satisfied, and that naturally counts as gaining recognition. That was how Zhao Hong came through. He still remembers. He was beaten badly by that soul master guy. But, his tenacious character and the combat power far superior to his peers also earned him the recognition of the soul master. Successfully became a student of the academy. Finally, it's my turn to test others. Let me think about what level they should reach to satisfy me? Zhao Hong rubbed his chin with his hand, pondering his assessment criteria. 1 minute later. Zhao Hong clapped his hands. "As long as this newcomer can last 10 minutes under me without losing, they pass my test." Just 10 minutes, that's not a high requirement, right? Zhao Hong felt he was being very considerate. Back then, the Eternal Lord had beaten him for 15 minutes. More than 10 minutes passed again. Just as Zhao Hong was getting a little impatient from waiting, he finally saw a figure slowly walking to the foot of the mountain. Finally here, walking so leisurely, still in the mood to enjoy the scenery? Take a good look, because soon, I'll make you cry. Seeing that blurry figure, Zhao Hong felt a little angry. However, as the figure became clearer, Zhao Hong's expression changed rapidly like a revolving lantern. From anger, to confusion, and finally to shock. Wang Yu, why are you here? Zhao Heng instinctively spoke out. His voice carried intense emotional fluctuations. Zhao Heng? Wang Yu was also a little surprised. Of course, I came to study at the academy, what else? Taking a stroll? Wang Yu rolled his eyes at Zhao Heng. Are you here to pick me up? I'm only carrying some daily necessities, they're not heavy. No need for you to help, just lead the way and explain the big and small matters of our academy to me. Wang Yu spoke with the attitude of talking to a hotel waiter. As if saying, tell me what's good to eat in your restaurant. Alright, our academy. Wait. Something's not right. Zhao Heng's expression suddenly changed sharply. I'm not here to serve you, I'm here to assess you. Only by passing the test can you enter the academy. Do you understand? Oh, so that's how it is. Wang Yu suddenly realized, you should have said that earlier. Next, I'll explain the rules to you. No need, I already know the rules. Wang Yu directly interrupted Zhao Heng. I just need to defeat you to enter the academy, right? I'm ready. As he spoke, Wang Yu started warming up. However, Zhao Heng suddenly felt completely unwell. Who said passing the test meant defeating me? My requirement was just to last 10 minutes under me. Am I assessing you, or are you assessing me? Zhao Heng felt something was very wrong. It doesn't matter, whoever wins makes the rules. Wang Yu was impatient. Are you fighting or not? If not, just lead the way. At this moment, Zhao Heng felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. He, the mighty eternal king, standing above his peers, crushing all enemies, how glorious he once was. Never had he been so looked down upon. And yet, the person doing it he couldn't even beat. You don't push me too far. Zhao Heng gritted his teeth in anger. If he could win, he would have already made a move against Wang Yu. Zhao Heng, you really disappoint me. You're even disgracing the academy. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed through the mountain forest. The voice carried a mysterious ethereal quality, sometimes near, sometimes far, making it impossible to pinpoint. Wang Yu's brows slightly furrowed. The newcomer seemed a little eerie. Even his senses couldn't locate the person's figure. Li Xingzhou, stop acting mysterious, come out. Zhao Heng's face darkened as he shouted. The next moment, a figure appeared bizarrely beside Zhao Heng. It was a young man with a pale complexion, about 180 centimeters tall, even his hair was white. Such a strange technique. Wang Yu's pupils shrank. From the young man, he sensed a dangerous aura. Li Xingzhou, what are you doing here? Zhao Heng snorted coldly in displeasure. I heard from Elder Chen that someone would be climbing the mountain to enter the academy today, so I came to take a look. It seems I made the right choice. I didn't expect the mighty eternal king to not even dare make a move against a newcomer. Even getting ordered around by him. It really shames our academy. Li Xingzhou coldly said, being at the same S+ level as you, I suddenly feel it's a disgrace. Li Xingzhou, you are going too far. Zhao Heng exclaimed, as if someone had stepped on his tail. In front of Wang Yu, by publicly ridiculing himself, Li Xingzhou really showed no mercy at all. What will you do? Do you want to fight me? But can you defeat me? Li Xingzhou ignored Zhao Heng's anger and appeared even more disdainful. You? Zhao Heng was at a loss for words, unable to say a single word. Li Xingzhou was 2 years older than him and had already broken through to the platinum level. He really was not Zhao Heng's opponent. When they first entered the academy, it was also Li Xingzhou who evaluated him. That beating. He remembered it vividly. Looking back now, he didn't have the confidence to defeat Li Xingzhou, and he didn't dare to confront him directly. It seems you still have some self-awareness, step aside. I will evaluate this person. Li Xingzhou waved his hand, signaling Zhao Heng to step back. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Though it seemed Li Xingzhou was targeting Zhao Heng everywhere, it appeared that he was in direct opposition to Zhao Heng. However, Wang Yu felt a hint of vague hostility and coldness from Li Xingzhou. And this was his first meeting with Li Xingzhou, there had been no previous interaction, no reason to harbor hatred. Wang Yu, you are at the golden level, while he is at the platinum level, a large realm above you. According to the academy's rules, you can choose to refuse him and have someone of your own level evaluate you. Zhao Heng's meaning was very clear. He wanted Wang Yu to choose him for the challenge. Chapter 97, angrily denounced the S+ level monster. Are you here to talk back? Li Xingzhou's gaze suddenly turned cold. Do you believe I will knock you down first? He must act against Wang Yu. Because, he could not disobey his father's orders. Li Jianheng had already informed him a few days ago that if Wang Yu came to the academy, he had to kill him. Otherwise, leaving him for future days would surely become a serious threat to the Li family. It would bring unimaginable losses to the Li family. Li Xingzhou didn't ask why. But he knew how terrifying an S+ level monster could become if it grew strong. If the Li family had such an enemy, the future would be a disaster. Thus, he had compelling reasons to act. However, Zhao Hong, who lacked insight, insisted on challenging him. Zhao Heng's face changed, and the next moment, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Then let it be. Even if I risk my life, I will destroy most of your heroic spirits. Li Xingzhou's expression instantly turned icy. Since you seek death, I will fulfill your request. As soon as he spoke, the soul power within him burst forth. A powerful aura stirred up a whirlwind. Indeed, a platinum level. Wang Yu felt a mighty pressure from Li Xingzhou. Li Xingzhou was the strongest young person he had ever seen. Step, step, step. Zhao Hong was forced back a few steps by Li Xingzhou's aura. Who was strong and who was weak became instantly clear. Do you still want to fight me now? Li Xingzhou asked coldly. He thought Zhao Hong should retreat in the face of difficulty. But the result was unexpected. Lai Nu Zhao Hong roared, damn it. Boom. The next moment, a powerful aura of death exploded from him. In an instant, Zhao Heng's figure vanished, replaced by a time lich draped in a grey robe, wielding a bone staff. Zhao Hong has recovered quickly. During the practical evaluation, Zhao Hong had been severely injured by Wang Yu. Logically, he should have been unable to summon the undead for a long time. But now he was lively again. He must have consumed some kind of rare treasure. Zhao Hong, are you playing with fire? Seeing this, Li Xingzhou became even angrier. You don't really think I'm just talking, do you? Do you really think I dare not suppress you? As these words fell, Wang Yu saw Zhao Heng's figure gradually becoming illusory. At the same time, an aura of the undead emanated from him. Hiss. Kill. 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 Charge. What surprised Wang Yu even more was a series of battle cries had suddenly appeared. It was as if thousands of troops were rushing towards here from a distant place. Wang Yu realized that the spirit of Li Xingzhou was also not what he knew. Li Xingzhou's spirit seems very irrational too. What exactly is it? Doubt rose in Wang Yu's heart. At the same time, he was also very surprised. He even felt a bit amused and exasperated. He never expected that the geniuses from two academies would actually fight for him. I'm not a beauty. But it's okay, he could also take this opportunity to understand Li Xingzhou's strength. Enough. Suddenly, a solemn voice rang out, directly suppressing Zhao Hong and Li Xingzhou. Zhao Hang and Li Xingzhou both changed their expressions at the same time. What's wrong? Is my word no longer effective? Do I have to beg you to stop? The old voice echoed again. Even Wang Yu could hear the anger contained in the voice. I wouldn't dare. Li Xingzhou quickly withdrew his soul power. Elder Chen, how could I not listen to you? Arrogant Zhao Hong also released the spirit fusion state, a smile immediately appearing on his face as he looked toward the mountaintop. His expression was respectful. Elder Chen? Just with 2 sentences, he could suppress 2 S+ level geniuses. He must be an extraordinary person. Wang Yu was filled with curiosity about this unknown existence. He also cast his gaze up the steps towards the mountaintop. 2 minutes later, an old man slowly walked down from the mountain. However, the moment Wang Yu saw the old man, he immediately felt respect. The old man was dressed in an old military uniform. His chest was adorned with shining merit medals. Without doubt, the old man was a seasoned veteran with rich combat experience. No matter the time or place, such a person deserves Wang Yu's respect. The pants leg of the old man's left leg was empty, and he had to rely on the cane in his left hand to walk on the mountain path. What's wrong with you people from the Great Xia, acting so restless? Did the things I usually teach you get eaten by dogs? The old man came before everyone and scolded Li Xingzhou and Zhao Hong sharply. I expected you to continue protecting the Great Xia, but I might as well expect a pig. It really makes me furious. The old man became angrier the more he scolded, and finally raised his cane to hit Li Xingzhou and Zhao Hong once each. Both of them actually remained silent. Seeing this scene, Wang Yu's heart shook. How could arrogant individuals like Li Xingzhou and Zhao Hong willingly endure such humiliation? Elder Chen, you've scolded and hit us, now please don't be angry. It's not worth it to get angry and hurt your health. After being hit, Zhao Hong not only didn't get angry, but instead began to smile apologetically. Humph, if I were to argue with you little brats, I would have been dead from anger long ago. Elder Chen snorted and looked at Wang Yu. Wang Yu's heart stirred. Elder Chen, I am. No need to say, I know you are Wang Yu. The old bastard Dongfang Wuji has already communicated with me, but let me be clear. Dongfang Wuji does not have the authority to interfere in academy matters. Just because you can stand here doesn't mean you are a student of the academy. To join the academy, you must pass the assessment. Elder Chen said with a serious expression. I understand. Wan Yu nodded heavily. He could see that this Elder Chen was probably a strong figure not inferior to Dongfang Wuji. Moreover, in terms of status, he wouldn't be lower than Dongfang Wuji. Otherwise, who would dare to criticize the great Xiao War god to his face? The rules are just as they said earlier, I won't repeat. Elder Chen pointed his cane at Zhao Hang and Li Xingzhou, you may choose either of the two. As long as you can last for 10 minutes under either of them, it will count as passing the assessment. Elder Chen. Li Xingzhou hesitated to speak. If it were a choice, Wang Yu would definitely choose Zhao Hang. So wouldn't he have no chance to strike at Wang Yu? Once Wang Yu entered the academy, his chances would be even fewer. I choose. Wang Yu's gaze moved back and forth between Zhao Hang and Li Xingzhou. Finally, it landed on Zhao Hang. Zhao Hang secretly rejoiced. A victorious smile appeared on his face. Although he still lacked confidence in defeating Wang Yu. But, could he not last 10 minutes under Wang Yu's attack? However, just at that moment. Task released, defeat Li Xingzhou. Reward, 1 body transformation. Chapter 98, The Terrifying Power of the Soul Master Body Transformation? Brother Zonzi finally had another plan. Wang Yu was filled with joy. The last body transformation gave him platinum-level defense and golden-level strength, making him look down on his peers. But, along the way, Wang Yu's enemies became stronger and stronger. Especially in front of the training camp, facing by Yanlang and Gu Tianyuan, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. At that moment, Wang Yu yearned for power like never before. If I were a king, who would dare to bully me? Gu Tianyuan and Bai Yanlang, kneel and sing conquer. I choose. Li Xingzhou. Without making everyone wait long, Wang Yu revealed his choice. What? You chose Li Xingzhou? Zhao Hang was astonished. What do you think I'm saying then? Ha? Li Xingzhou was also taken aback by the words. Is there still hope? Wang Yu actually chose me as his opponent? Truly reckless. Li Xingzhou couldn't help but sneer, since you picked me, I won't let you down. I'll send you to reincarnate in 10 minutes. Hee hee, this little guy is quite interesting. Old Chen's weary eyes showed a hint of surprise. He originally thought Wang Yu would choose Zhao Hang, but he chose Li Xingzhou instead. Daring to challenge a strong opponent shows some courage. Tap tap tap. Li Xingzhou walked down a few steps, facing Wang Yu. Merge with your undead. Boom. Wang Yu took a step forward. When that step landed, he had already transformed into a general. Standing tall, with an enchanting face, long hair dancing in the wind, like a demonic god descending to the world. Oh. This aura isn't weak, no wonder he dares to challenge Li Xingzhou. Zhao Hang, it wouldn't be unfair if you lost to him. Old Shen squinted his eyes slightly and said softly. Zhao Hang awkwardly scratched his head, last time I was careless, it wouldn't be the same this time. Old Chen said, if Wang Yu can pass the assessment and join the academy, I'll arrange for you to fight him later. Zhao Hang's hand froze in midair. I don't think that's necessary. Kill. Li Xingzhou shouted in a low voice, and his body began to change. He radiated a blue glow all over. That glow flickered like cold flames in the air, releasing a mysterious aura. In an instant, Li Xingzhou had undergone a dramatic transformation. He was clad in armor, the surface of the armor covered in ancient runes that flowed like living things, exuding a powerful aura. Li Xingzhou's helmet was even more imposing, shrouding his face in a mysterious shadow. The helmet was shaped like a majestic eagle about to soar, with sharp wings stretched out on both sides. A massive blue gemstone was embedded in the helmet, its deep light sparkling like the stars in the night sky. Is this Li Xingzhou's contracted undead? So bizarre, and powerful. Wang Yu looked at Li Xingzhou warily. At that moment, Li Xingzhou resembled a seasoned general. Bring me the blade. Li Xingzhou clenched his hand, and a massive battle knife appeared in his grasp, its blade blood-red, fresh blood still dripping from it. When Li Xingzhou held the battle knife, a strong killing intention radiated from him, sending shivers down people's spines. Hiss. Kill. At the moment Li Xingzhou grasped the knife, a stunning sight appeared behind him. Countless heroic spirits surged forth like a tide. Some rode on war horses, some wore tattered armor, and others held swords and knives. The sounds of weapons clashing and the roars of war horses echoed constantly in the air. So the sounds I heard before were not an illusion. His spirits can summon so many undead. The presence of those undead knights is no weaker than the golden level. S+ level is truly not to be underestimated. Even Wang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Before him, the number of spirits summoned by Li Xingzhou was overwhelming, stretching endlessly across the mountains. This was truly an army of thousands upon thousands. But unlike Li Xingzhou, the spirits he summoned seemed somewhat illusory. They appeared to be souls. Li Xingzhou has summoned all the spirits, hasn't he? Zhao Hong looked at the densely packed spirits and couldn't help but say, Elder Chen, Li Xingzhou is going a bit too far, isn't he? This doesn't look like a test, but rather an attempt to kill someone. Elder Chen did not speak, but his white eyebrows slightly furrowed. Kill. Without giving Wang Yu much time to think, Li Xingzhou swung his battle knife, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Under Li Xingzhou's command, the spirits launched an attack on Wang Yu all at once. They surged forward like a tide, their momentum overwhelming and frightening. Some spirits charged ahead on warhorses, their hooves shattering the void and stirring up a wild wind. The warhorses were incredibly fast, rushing right in front of Wang Yu in an instant. The spirit on the horse brandished a spear, thrusting it towards Wang Yu. The spear gleamed coldly, its immense power capable of easily piercing through metal defenses. Faced with this sudden attack, Wang Yu showed no hesitation and immediately struck out with a punch. However, his fist passed through the body of one spirit, hitting nothing but air. Ignoring my attack? Wang Yu felt a jolt in his heart, instantly realizing that the spirits were impervious to physical attacks. Though his punch did not harm the spirit, the attack from the spirit hit him squarely. The spear pierced Wang Yu, its tremendous force making him involuntarily stagger back a few steps. This is bizarre. Wang Yu frowned. He couldn't hurt the spirits, yet they could harm him? Another spirit charged in from the side, its spear striking towards Wang Yu like a venomous snake. Wang Yu hurriedly raised his hand to defend, his arm colliding with the spear, resulting in a thunderous sound as if metal clashed, producing a burst of sparks. In the distance, Li Xingzhou, seeing this, felt a sharp pang in his heart. Bizarre. The attack from a golden-level spirit knight only created sparks on Wang Yu's body? What kind of defense is this? Li Xingzhou swung his battle knife again, signaling more spirits to attack. The spirits' assaults came like a storm, leaving Wang Yu overwhelmed. Their attack methods varied, some fought in close quarters while others attacked from a distance, leaving Wang Yu with no chance to breathe. Under the relentless assault of the spirits, Wang Yu grew furious. Being passively beaten is not an option. Like water dripping on stone, I will eventually be wounded. Wang Yu realized how tricky his opponents were, took a deep breath, and gathered the power within him, harnessing the might of thunder. Aren't you immune to physical attacks? Let's see if you can withstand the might of thunder. Chapter 99, As long as the Soul Master lives, the spirits will not perish. Wang Yu raised both hands, and the sky instantaneously thickened with dark clouds. Boom! Soon, flashes of lightning flickered in the clouds, accompanied by deep rumbles. He actually possesses the ability to summon thunder. Beneath his helmet, Li Xingzhou's eyes glimmered with uncertainty. He was sure this was not an illusion. The thunder contained a fierce and vigorous energy. Wang Yu was summoning true heavenly thunder. Of course. He had also suffered due to his own arrogance. When Li Juanhong wanted to explain Wang Yu's abilities to Li Xingzhou, he expressed his lack of interest. In his eyes, no matter how powerful Wang Yu was, he was just a golden level. Could he really turn the tide in front of him? The Platinum 2-star's soul power gave Li Xingzhou immense confidence. But now, he realized he was wrong. Exterminate evil! Wang Yu shouted loudly, waving his hands forward. Suddenly, thunderbolts flooded down from the sky. Those thunderbolts, like fierce evil dragons, rampaged through the army of the undead. The power of thunder was incredibly strong. Wherever it struck, the air was ionized, making a sizzling sound. Many heroic spirits instantly turned to ash under the thunder's attack. Their bodies, struck by the lightning, transformed into a ball of blue light and then vanished. However, some heroic spirits were fortunate enough to be hit by the splattered arcs, leaving their bodies severely injured. The fire of their souls was preserved, but they lost their fighting power. A third of the heroic spirits on the mountains and plains were instantly annihilated. While within 100 meters of Wang Yu, countless thunderbolts covered the area, like a thunder pool. All heroic spirits were blasted to pieces. Yet, heroic spirits continued to pour into the thunder pool, but not a single one could step beyond the threshold of the thunder pool. Hey, is Li Xingzhou still arrogant this time? Regardless of whether they are bronze, silver, or gold level heroic spirits, they only end up being instantly killed. Wang Yu is amazing. In the distance, Zhao Hong was incredibly excited. Li Xingzhou had defeated him. Wang Yu had also defeated him. However, Zhao Hong found Li Xingzhou's arrogance and dominance even more unbearable. Although both Zhao Hong and Li Xingzhou were students of the academy, Zhao Hong actually hoped Wang Yu would win. Better to choose the lesser of two evils. If Wang Yu could make Li Xingzhou suffer, Zhao Hong would be very happy to see it. I have repeatedly said that until the last moment of battle, don't show a victorious expression. Enemies often reveal their true fangs when you think you've won, delivering a fatal blow and completing a counterattack. Beside him, Elder Chen's words fell like a bucket of cold water, pouring down on him. Zhao Hong was stunned. Elder Chen, do you mean Li Xingzhou still has tricks up his sleeve? Elder Chen replied, "It's okay to tell you, anyway, you'll see it soon." "Do you know why Li Xingzhou is called the Master of Souls?" Zhao Hong instinctively answered, "Because Li Xingzhou is the master of these countless heroic spirits." "Correct," Elder Chen said, "it is because he is the master of these heroic spirits that he has absolute control over them. If he wants these heroic spirits to die, they will die. If he wants them to live, they will live." Upon hearing this, Zhao Heng's pupils abruptly shrank. From Elder Chen's words, he realized how terrifying Li Xingzhou was. "Are you saying that those heroic spirits shattered by the thunder did not die? As long as Li Xingzhou gives the order, they can return to the battlefield." Zhao Hong was astonished. If this were true, how terrifying would that be? Doesn't that mean that Li Xingzhou alone is worth an entire army? Elder Chen simply said, "As long as the Soul Master does not fall, the heroic spirits do not perish." At this moment, Wang Yu at the center of the thunder pool was deeply furrowing his brows. "Something is off. I killed these undead, why didn't I receive a soul power feedback prompt? Had the plundering talent failed? Or is it that those heroic spirits didn't die? Former heroic souls, do not slumber, awaken. I need your shields to protect me. I need the weapons in your hands to exterminate the enemies before me." Li Xingzhou waved the battle knife in his hand again, chanting incantations. As the words of his spell echoed, more heroic spirits surged forth from the void. Wang Yu noticed that the heroic spirit knight he had blasted with thunder power had reappeared in the mountains and fields. Its momentum was as powerful as ever. As if it had never died. Neigh! The war horses neighed. The newly summoned heroic spirits immediately joined the battle and continued to attack Wang Yu. Are the heroic spirits immortal? Wang Yu looked at the endless stream of heroic spirits. He knew that if he couldn't find a solution quickly, he would soon be drained of strength by the heroic spirits. Shoot the horse before shooting the man. Catch the king first when capturing a thief. Since these undead were summoned by Li Xingzhou, then he must eliminate Li Xingzhou. Wang Yu once again summoned the thunder power within him, pushing both hands forward. A thicker bolt of lightning came crashing down towards Li Xingzhou. The power of this lightning was immense. However, without needing Li Xingzhou to give orders, dozens of heroic spirits immediately rushed toward the lightning. Boom! The terrifying lightning instantly shattered dozens of heroic spirits into pieces. Li Xingzhou remained unharmed. Moreover, the number of heroic spirits summoned by Li Xingzhou was simply too many. Losing dozens meant nothing to the hordes of undead. With Li Xingzhou present, they would soon be summoned back. Is Li Xingzhou's real strength this terrifying? Zhao Hong was astonished. As long as one cannot behead Li Xingzhou in a single strike, anyone facing him will be crushed by sheer numbers. Old Qin said, "In terms of the wonders of ability, Li Xingzhou is far inferior to your time-controlling lich. The main reason why Li Xingzhou is rated S+ level is that he has perfected summoning. He truly makes one person equal to 1,000, 10,000, and even in the future, there is hope to withstand millions." After a pause, Old Chen added, "But Wang Yu's performance is also quite impressive, summoning thunder power, and with one move, he has eliminated dozens or hundreds of heroic spirits. If it were any other kind of summoned undead, like a lich, or even a lich king, they would only be defeated by the undead." Zhao Hong could tell. Old Chen was indeed satisfied with Wang Yu's performance. But he could also tell that between Li Xingzhou and Wang Yu, Old Chen seemed to prefer Li Xingzhou. "Old Chen, do you think Wang Yu will lose?" Zhao Hong asked weakly. Old Chen nodded without hesitation. "Defeat is inevitable, just don't know where Wang Yu's potential lies and whether he can hold on for 10 minutes. Zhao Hong pouted. "You little brat, don't think I can't see you pulling tricks behind my back," Old Chen said coldly, his back to Zhao Hong. "I know you don't get along with Li Xingzhou, but Wang Yu really can't win, even holding on for 10 minutes is tough. I don't believe it, I believe Wang Yu can win. Li Xingzhou must lose. The facts are right in front of you, whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Old Chen, why don't we make a bet?" Zhao Heng's mind stirred. "What bet?" "If Wang Yu wins, I won't return the soul recovery herb I owe you. If Li Xingzhou wins, I'll sell another 10 years of my life to the academy, how about that?" Old Chen laughed. "Since you are willing to sign a 10-year contract to sell yourself, I'll give you that opportunity." Chapter 100, Beat Up Li Xingzhou. "Old Chen, your word is your bond, don't have regrets." Zhao Hong quickly gave a precautionary warning. "I've lived for decades, I don't even know how to write the word regret." Old Chen's words were resolute. Clearly, Wang Yu had fallen into a predicament. He didn't know what means he had left to turn the tables. Wang Yu is in a predicament, there should be no possibility of a comeback now, right? Li Xingzhou looked at Wang Yu surrounded by undead and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Yu's methods had indeed exceeded his expectations. If he hadn't been cautious enough, he could have really been struck by Wang Yu's lightning. He was also a heroic spirit and could ignore physical attacks. But the pure and yang lightning was also his nemesis. Fortunately, it was blocked. Wang Yu was already out of tricks. Next, I will wait for the right moment to find an opportunity to eliminate Wang Yu. However, with old Chen watching from the side, it's not easy for me to act. But then, as Li Xingzhou was secretly thinking about how to fulfill his father's orders, a twinkling silver light suddenly shone around him. What is that? Li Xingzhou's first reaction was surprise. He was certain that the silver light was not emanating from himself or the spirit he had summoned. Then it has to do with Wang Yu. Li Xingzhou suddenly fixed his gaze on Wang Yu, who was surrounded by thunder and also radiating a silver glow. What kind of power is this? Li Xingzhou was puzzled. He tried to dispel the surrounding silver light spots, but failed. He moved away from his previous position, but the silver light spots followed closely. Swish! In the next moment, a large hand appeared out of nowhere in front of Li Xingzhou, grabbing tightly onto the collar of his armor. What the hell? Li Xingzhou was in utter chaos. He never imagined that such a strange scene would unfold. After a brief moment of daze, he tried to resist. However, before he could take action, a powerful force radiated from that large hand, making Li Xingzhou unable to resist. He could only allow it to pull him into an unknown space. Li Xingzhou disappeared. The surrounding spirits were bewildered. Where did their lord go? The aura of spatial power. Wang Yu, he actually has the ability to control space. At the moment Li Xingzhou vanished, Elder Chen's pupils shrank sharply, unable to restrain his astonishment. As a veteran powerhouse of king-level existence, he had seen a lot. He instantly recognized the profound method Wang Yu had used. But a contractor actually possesses the most solid and powerful lightning power along with the incredibly mysterious spatial power. What kind of spirit did he contract? Why does he have such terrifying talent? Elder Chen murmured softly. Thunder. Space. Both are extremely powerful abilities, and if a spirit possessed such powers, it would be enough to be called a king. Especially the power of thunder, Elder Chen had never seen any spirit capable of wielding it. Now these two powers actually appeared on the same person. He had seen a lot and experienced countless storms, but rarely had he been so astonished. It was the first time he felt this way because of a young man. He contracted a zombie. At this moment, Zhao Heng, who stood behind Elder Chen, weakly spoke up. Zombie? Elder Chen was confused. How could there be such an absurd and unreasonable zombie? You little brat, did you know beforehand that Wang Yu had the talent for thunder in space? Elder Chen suddenly realized that Zhao Heng had been scheming. I knew. Zhao Heng answered calmly. Then why didn't you say anything? No one asked. Zhao Heng shrugged innocently. After I lost in the training camp, I was sent back to the academy, and no one asked me how I lost. After I returned, you didn't care at all about what happened to me. Elder Chen was furious upon hearing this. You little brat, I was trying to spare your poor pride. Now it seems this is my fault. I see you're asking for a beating. As he spoke, Elder Chen lifted his cane. Wait, Elder Chen, look. Li Xingzhou has been pulled out. Zhao Heng exclaimed, pointing at Wang Yu's location. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen looked in the direction Zhao Heng was pointing. Faintly, he could see Wang Yu struggling to pull back half of his arm that had fallen into the void from within the thunder pool. He was pulling while retreating. And the armored spirit was being pulled out bit by bit. The spirits everywhere erupted in excitement. They were finally seeing their vanished lord again. Wang Yu. After an experience of spatial travel, Li Xingzhou felt completely disoriented. This feeling of being dragged through space was not pleasant. What felt like only a few seconds to him seemed to stretch into centuries. However, before he could finish speaking, a bolt of thunder struck him. After all, he was in the thunder pool. It was impossible to avoid being struck by lightning. A single strike was followed by countless others. Crack, crack, crack. Thunder continuously crashed down from above, like the whip of divine punishment, sparking a series of flames on Li Xingzhou's armor, leaving deep imprints. Soon, Li Xingzhou's armor was shattered by the thunder, revealing a translucent spirit body. This was also his true death form. A middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning struck the heroic spirit, instantly scattering it into countless sparks that merged into Li Xingzhou's body. Li Xingzhou fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He looked at Wang Yu with eyes filled with fear. So strong. He never dreamed that Wang Yu would be this powerful. He actually possessed the powers of both space and thunder. Going up against someone with only summoning abilities, isn't that bullying? At the moment Li Xingzhou's spirit shattered, the army of heroic spirits across the mountains also disappeared. Boom! In the thunderclouds, electric snakes surged. Wang Yu showed no signs of stopping. Wang Yu, that's enough. You've already blown up his spirit. He was just testing you. You're not going to kill him, are you? In the distance, Old Chen halted the battle. As his voice rang out, a powerful soul force erupted from Old Chen, forming a creamy white pillar of light that shot into the sky, instantly dispersing the dark clouds and thunder above. Such terrifying power. A shock rippled through Wang Yu's heart. You must know, Old Chen didn't summon his own spirit, he did it solely with his own strength, reaching a level that could shake the stars. With that strength, even without merging with spirits, I am absolutely no match for Old Chen. Is this truly Old Chen's strength? Wang Yu felt moved. Wang Yu knew. With Old Chen present, he could do nothing to Li Xingzhou anymore. Young man, I never expected you could defeat Li Xingzhou by a level. Truly, new talents emerge in every generation, and I am very pleased. As long as there are such rising stars like you, our great Xiao will prosper. Old Chen said with emotion. Listening to it, Wang Yu didn't take it to heart at all. In the next moment, Old Chen adjusted his clothes, straightened his hat, and loudly declared, Now I announce, Wang Yu has passed the entrance examination of the Academy and officially become a student of the Academy. Chapter 101, Body Transformation, Power of Time, Task completed, Reward for 1 transformation. New task, Soul Force reaches Platinum level. Reward, Unlock Time Talent. Time Talent? Wang Yu was taken aback. Although his general had the ability of immortality, it was also a form of time power, but it could only be considered a passive ability. He could not actively control it. When he fought Zhao Heng earlier, he was envious of Zhao Heng's ability to control the flow of time. If he could master it, his strength would definitely increase significantly. Reward distributed. A notification sound rang out. Wang Yu felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, his vision blackening, as he collapsed softly. Wang Yu! Zhao Heng exclaimed. But Old Chen waved his hand, and a powerful soul force caught Wang Yu, suspending him in midair. Old Chen, what's wrong with Wang Yu? Zhao Heng asked. It's nothing, Wang Yu might have fainted due to excessive consumption, Old Chen speculated. Zhao Heng nodded. That was quite reasonable. Wang Yu had fought against Li Xingzhou previously, summoning thunder and using space power to grab people, ultimately defeating the platinum level Li Xingzhou, which must have consumed a lot of energy. It was normal to faint from exhaustion now. But this kid's strength really makes me take a second look. Old Chen marveled, it's not unusual for a gold level to fight against a platinum level, at least, it's not surprising in our academy. But he defeated an S+ level genius, and throughout the history of the academy, no one has ever done this. Zhao Heng trembled all over. Not even its history? Old Chen paused for a moment and said, that was in the past, today this kid has made history. Made history, TSK. Zhao Heng exclaimed in amazement. Wang Yu's worth is truly remarkable. In the future, anyone entering the training camp will probably have to revolve around Wang Yu. So, I guess I wasn't wrong to lose to Wang Yu before. Zhao Heng felt very pleased. Even Li Xingzhou, this platinum level genius, lost. It's not a big deal that he lost at gold level. Humph, can't you compare yourself to someone better? Chen Lao snorted coldly. He felt a bit frustrated. Zhao Heng immediately shrank his neck. Go, take Wang Yu back to rest first. When he wakes up, bring him to the school to see me. Chen Lao commanded. Zhao Heng nodded, carried Wang Yu on his back, and walked up the mountain. This guy is really heavy. As he walked, Zhao Heng muttered. What, are you still unwilling to accept it? After Zhao Heng left, Lao Li looked at Li Xingzhou, who was lying on the ground, his eyes empty. Li Xingzhou remained silent. He was still staring blankly at the sky, looking confused. Chen Lao said, if you can't even handle this little setback, then go down the mountain. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of spirit appeared in Li Xingzhou's eyes. There was still some pain in his body, but he stood up. Chen Lao, I won't go down the mountain. I will challenge Wang Yu again. His voice gradually grew firmer. Whatever you all decide, I don't care. But there's one rule to remember, only determine victory or defeat, not life or death. Anyone who breaks the rules, regardless of your background, I will kill you. Chen Lao warned in a deep voice. Li Xingzhou's expression changed, and he quickly lowered his head. I understand the rules of the academy. You can rest assured, I will never go against them. Chen Lao looked deeply at Li Xingzhou, then leaned on his cane and limped up the mountain. Wang Yu didn't know how long he had been unconscious. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a simply decorated room. Lying on a wooden bed. Is this, inside the academy? Wang Yu thought. He only felt a little dryness in his throat. He got up from the bed to grab the water cup on the table. Crack! The glass water cup was suddenly crushed. This. Wang Yu was slightly stunned. It seems this time my transformation has greatly increased my strength, I need to adapt. Wang Yu carefully picked up the water kettle this time. After drinking the water, Wang Yu's expression changed, and he suddenly looked at the door. In the next moment, the door was pushed open. A person peeked in. Zhao Hong? Wang Yu frowned. Wang Yu, you're awake? Zhao Hong showed surprise. How do you feel? Are you uncomfortable? Zhao Hong seemed very concerned. Are we that familiar? Wang Yu frowned, keeping his distance from Zhao Hong. He felt this guy, Zhao Hong, was a bit strange. We are familiar. Haven't you heard the saying? No fight, no acquaintance. Zhao Hong said seriously, we can consider ourselves old acquaintances now. Wang Yu. Is it really possible to get there this fast? But damn it, you're so familiar. Moreover, you helped me a lot, and I am very grateful to you. From today on, you are my brother. Zhao Hong held back his smile and said seriously. Wang Yu? So quickly from acquaintances to brothers? This is developing way too fast. But how did I help you? Please explain. Wang Yu keenly noticed a piece of information in Zhao Heng's words. This matter actually started because of you. Zhao Hong looked at Wang Yu with a hint of sorrow. Wang Yu suddenly got goosebumps. You don't know, I am not a disciple from a rich family like Li Xingzhou, with great power backing me and top resources at my fingertips. Last time I fought you in the genius training camp, I got seriously injured. After returning to the academy, I asked Chen Lao for a resurrection grass to heal. But just now, when you were fighting Li Xingzhou, I made a bet with Chen Lao, and I won, so I don't have to return that resurrection grass. Zhao Hong explained Wang Yu's doubts. Aren't resources distributed in the academy? Wang Yu was surprised. Brother Yu. Wang Yu shot a glance. Zhao Hong awkwardly smiled and changed his words, Brother Yu. Just call me Wang Yu. Then I will still call you Brother Yu, since we are so familiar now. Zhao Hong insisted. Wang Yu. Forget it. Let it be.